The legendary God King Tang San has reincarnated back to the era of the Three God Wars, intent on rekindling his romance with his beloved wife. However, this Dala continent seems to diverge ever so slightly from the one he once knew. Yet, such discrepancies are mere trifles. Tang San is confident that his wisdom and innate talent will allow him to navigate any challenges that arise. Until, that is, a golden-haired knight named Ji stands before him. Ah, the God King, is it? Pure and untainted, I see. Let us vanquish him. Krishna. Chapter 1. The Beginning. Frost and snow adorn my brow, yet I consider it a sign of maturity, echoes a melodious voice along the winding path leading to the Luo Palace. On this seldom trodden mountain path appears a golden-haired maiden clad in a white dress, her voice unmistakably belonging to her. The girl is in high spirits, as evidenced by the radiant expression upon her enchanting visage. Nonetheless, her elation does not diminish the urgency of her pace. It has been nearly 2 years since I last saw my sister. After finally finding an excuse to leave Heavendo City and journeying for almost 10 days, I shall finally reunite with her. Surely, she has grown taller. Will she even recognize her elder sister? Has her once clumsy and somewhat naive demeanor changed? This whirlwind of thoughts swirls in Qian Rinxue's mind, the golden-haired maiden, as her steps quicken. Were it not for the regulations of the Luo City forbidding flight, she would have eagerly taken to the skies, soaring directly to the Luo Palace. Meanwhile, within the majestic Luo Palace at the mountain summit, Frost, my dear, Schwer has reached the base of the mountain. Let us wait a moment longer. An elderly man with a commanding presence, clad in a simple robe, speaks to a small girl by his side. No worries, grandfather. It has been ages since I last saw Sister Schwer, replies the girl, her voice bright, yet tinged with youthful innocence. She gazes at the grand entrance of the Luo Palace, memories of her past flooding her mind. I am Qianning Shuang, a traveler from another world, having witnessed the tales of Luo and its myriad fan creations. At the tender age of 6, I reside in the Luo continent's spirit city. My identity is that of the granddaughter of the limit Luo, Qian Daolu. After a perilous soul-hunting expedition, the wounded Qian Xuanji brought me, a newborn, back to the spirit hall, where Qian Daolu bestowed upon me the name Qianning Shuang. Of course, despite the peculiar timing of my arrival, I am well aware that I share no blood ties to the Tang family. In Spirit City, my social connections are limited to the Luo Palace, with my closest companion being none other than Qian Rinxue. I hold Qian Daolu in both reverence and trepidation. I admire him for raising me, yet fear his overwhelming kindness, which often surpasses that shown to his own granddaughter. Qian Rinxue. The revered elders of the sky, crocodile, also treat me well, but until I turned 5, their gazes held a hint of suspicion. I understood their doubts after all. I was a girl with unknown parentage and an ambiguous spirit. Even though I was brought back by the former pope, there seemed little reason for an esteemed limit Dua to keep me by his side. This is precisely why I fear Qian Daolu. I, too, do not comprehend his motivations. Digressing, today marks the day of my spirit awakening. Unlike other reincarnated individuals who fret over their potential inadequacies, I harbor no such concerns. I may lack a system, but upon my arrival, I inherited the template of a quirky, bumbling goose akin to the extraordinary Feng Outyin or perhaps even the illustrious Jin Shi. Thus, although I remain uncertain about the nature of my spirit, I am confident it will not be lacking. With a sigh, I reflect, while I need not worry about my spirit, what lies ahead? My allegiance is undoubtedly to the spirit hall as a human being. It is impossible for me to overlook the kindness shown to me by the elders and Qian Rinxue over the past 6 years. However, based on the analyses from the esteemed figures within the Luo fan community, in this realm of mediocrity, the divine realm towers over the spirit hall, leading me to question whether I, as a traveler, can indeed alter the course of fate. As for the illustrious god King Tang, why is it that even in this era, travelers still fear the blue-silver binding? Frost, do not worry, it is impossible for you to awaken a flawed spirit, comforts Qian Daolu, recognizing the signs of anxiety in my demeanor. It is a sentiment shared by all, for the path one takes is often determined at the moment of spirit awakening. Grandfather, I manage a slight smile. The confidence he exudes is puzzling, and I find myself too weary to voice my thoughts. Frost, my elder brother, speaks truly. Given your innate talent, the records and research of our spirit hall indicate that your spirit and innate soul power are destined for greatness. Interjects the sky crocodile, who had remained discreet until now. Unlike Qian Daolu, his unwavering confidence in my potential stems from a more grounded perspective. At first, he did not regard me with much importance, but ever since I bested his granddaughter, Tian Yao, in combat at the age of 5, he has come to acknowledge my significance. To the Spirit Hall, placing me on par with Qian Renxue. It is worth noting that Tian Yao is no ordinary soul master. She has inherited the golden crocodile spirit and reached the 18th level. In duels of equal rank, she emerged victorious with ease, even against formidable opponents. Yet, astonishingly, she lost to me, a girl who had yet to awaken her spirit. Such an accomplishment is nothing short of remarkable. Subsequently, the Sky Crocodile took me to the Spirit Hall's research facility for testing. Indeed, the Spirit Hall conducts studies on the spirit system, with dedicated institutions overseeing this endeavor. Upon discovering this, I was taken aback. The original narrative had not mentioned such details, making it seem as though only Yu Xiaojiang pursued theoretical pathways for spirit development. However, upon deeper reflection, it is indeed strange for an organization that has thrived for nearly 10 millennia to neglect the study of the very spirits that sustain its existence. Over time, accumulated records and research may not pierce the essence of spirits, but they do provide fundamental insights and hypotheses. The results of my testing were astonishing. At just 5 years old, my strength and physical abilities rivaled those of a beast spirit master. Furthermore, according to the Spirit Hall's records, the impact of a spirit on an individual begins not at the moment of awakening, but from birth. Those possessing formidable spirits often exhibit superior physical attributes in their youth, albeit less conspicuously. In other words, my physical prowess, comparable to that of a great soul master, suggests my spirit will not be lacking. It may even be a divine spirit. After all, another divine spirit bearer, Qian Renxue, did not possess such physical capabilities at 5. Of course, exceptions exist. There are instances of individuals who displayed promise in childhood, yet awakened to a flawed spirit. Take, for instance, the well-known Yu Xiaojiang, who demonstrated exceptional potential in his youth, leading the Blue Lightning clan to place great hopes upon him. His own confidence and pride soared, only to plummet into despair upon awakening a flawed spirit, transforming admiration and respect into indifference and disdain. However, that was merely an exception. Ever since this theory emerged, the entire continent has had only this singular anomaly. Naturally, the celestial crocodile would not perceive Qianning Shuang as an exception as well. Chapter 2. Sisters and the Awakening of Martial Souls. As the two elders in the hall were comforting Qianning Shuang due to a sigh from her, Qian Renxue had already arrived outside the grand entrance of the Doluo Palace. Adjusting her makeup and channeling her soul power to add a touch of color to her cheeks, she hurriedly entered the palace, breathless. After all, it was merely a mountain she had climbed. As a soul king, feeling this fatigued was rather embarrassing. If not for the fact that a young girl drenched in sweat was not presentable, she would have willingly exerted herself further before making her entrance. A little scheming can be beneficial for nurturing relationships, as her sister suggested. Little Shuang, it has been 2 years. Have you missed your sister? Even before her presence was fully acknowledged, her voice echoed through the spacious hall. Although it had been 2 years since they last met, and she had not heard her voice for some time, Qianning Shuang instantly recognized it and rushed toward the source. However, just a few steps forward, she was met by another girl, equally radiant with golden hair, but with striking azure eyes, standing before her. Filled with joy, Qianning Shuang pondered how best to express her emotions, whether to rush in for a tearful embrace or stand awkwardly. Yet upon witnessing Qian Renshue's breathless posture, she quickly averted her gaze. Beside them, Tian Yi and Qian Dao Lu exchanged bemused glances at Qian Renxue. After all, she was a titled Luo. They had seen her antics outside the palace gate just moments ago. My dear sister, in your last letter, you mentioned you were close to breaking through to Soul Emperor. So, which soul master on the verge of such a breakthrough would be left so winded after climbing a mere mountain? Even the support-type soul masters from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not be this exhausted. Upon hearing this familiar taunt, Qian Renxue dropped the pretense. Straightening up and ceasing her heavy breathing, she approached Qianning Shuang and pinched her cheeks. Isn't a bit of playful scheming beneficial for maintaining relationships, as you said? Little Shuang, what's wrong with your sister putting on an act? You would not come over to embrace me and appreciate the lengths I went to just to see you, would you? After 2 years apart, it seems you no longer love your sister. Though I must admit, I am quite pleased to see that you have transformed from the naive little Shuang into someone so astute. As she lamented, she lifted Qianning Shuang into her arms, rubbing her face against her own. Upon hearing her sister's protest, Qianren Shui halted her antics but leaned in for a deep inhalation of her sister's golden hair, akin to an obsessive cat lover. Ah, how satisfying! Sister's energy has been replenished. With a sigh of contentment, she set Qianning Shuang down, observing the mix of defiance and joy in her sister's eyes. Realizing this was what was referred to as tsundere. Yet, while you think your sister is pretending to be tired, you seem to have forgotten that you once mentioned leaving small flaws for the other to uncover as a means of deepening feelings is also an excellent approach. In this round, I am soaring in the atmosphere. Grandfather, second grandfather, it has been a while. Straightening her demeanor, Qianren Shui held Qianning Shuang's hand while greeting the two elders. Although she had much to share with her grandfather upon returning to the spirit hall, this was evidently not the right time. Qiandao Lu looked at his granddaughter, who had nearly reached his height, and the petite and adorable Qianning Shuang. Smiling with pride, Shui'er, since you have arrived, please assist Shuang'er in awakening her martial soul. Yes, of course. Little Shuang, step forward. Can you do it, sister? Isn't there a need for a black stone? Shouldn't there be a formation? Will it be all right to start directly? And isn't this a bit informal, lacking in ceremony? Qianning Shuang gazed at Qianren Shui in alarm, contemplating the absurdity of having someone like the great spirit king Su Yun Tao assist her awakening. After all, it was quite a distance from Nodding City to Spirit City, and summoning Tao was rather unrealistic. Accepting assistance from a limit Doloa or super Doloa would not be unacceptable. But to have this foolish sister do it, would it truly be safe? All those books borrowed from the library would have been in vain. The awakening of a martial soul is merely a process of channeling and igniting soul power within the body. Only those lacking strength or adeptness at soul power control require the aid of obsidian and formations. Yet, your sister is a level 59 soul king with an angel martial soul. How could there be any issues? Besides, awakening beneath the statue of the angel god is not solemn enough for you. You have too many concerns. Now extend your right hand. Qianren kue lichti tapet Qian ning swangs heat. Although it was likely that her sister was merely teasing, one could never be too sure if she had actually read and absorbed all that information. Oh, sister, your memory is truly remarkable. I was simply testing you. With a disdainful pout, Qianning Shuang obediently extended her right hand toward Qianren Shui, disregarding her sister's disdain. Qianren Shui grasped Qianning Shuang's wrist and initiated the awakening of her martial soul. As the angel martial soul rose behind her, Qianren Shui's aura transformed into one of purity and serenity. Qianning Shuang gazed at the divine angel behind her sister, filled with envy. While she often grumbled about the fantastical nature of Doloa, she could not help but marvel at the extraordinary power of martial souls. She wondered if her own would be equally formidable. Relating to the enigmatic Yulan Dyer, the potential martial souls she could possess were limited to a few, including the key to creation, the Black Abyss White Flower, the Holy Sword Yulan Dyer, and various primary weaponry. She pondered which of these would manifest as her martial soul. All right, do not lose focus. Calm your mind. I am about to begin. With Qianren Shui's gentle command, Qianning Shuang ceased her wandering thoughts. Immediately, she felt a warm energy enveloping her entire being, inducing a sense of relaxation. Under the guidance of this warmth, it felt as though something within her shattered, and a flood of warmth surged toward her palm. The two elders in the Doluo Palace stared in astonishment at the martial soul hovering above Qianning Shuang's palm. It appeared as a knightly spear, white with a black handle, adorned with unique patterns on the outer surface, a purple hue within, and a black tip. Accompanying the emergence of the martial soul was an immense and pure life energy, which, within its embrace, seemed to gradually heal the hidden wounds sustained by Qiandao Lu and Tian He during their youthful battles. It was not merely an illusion. They were truly healing. The two elders exchanged shocked glances, their expectations for Qianning Shuang having already soared. They believed she possessed at least a top-tier martial soul, possibly even a divine one. However, they never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. When Qianren Shui awakened her divine martial soul, it had not caused such a stir among those present. Qianren Shui beamed at her sister's martial soul. Her expectations were not excessively high. As long as Qianning Shuang could cultivate that would suffice. With her innate level 20 divine martial soul, she could protect her sister for a lifetime. Yet, upon sensing that life energy, she realized her sister's martial soul surpassed her own. All that remained in her heart was joy. Her sister's talent was indeed exceptional, far better than not possessing one at all. Qian Ning Shuang glanced at the three astonished and delighted individuals, grasping the knightly spear hovering above her palm. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Though she understood she embodied the character template of Yulan Dyer, anxiety still lingered within her. After all, in the world of Doloa, even a mud truck could become the harbinger of death. Having a character like Adagina or Helera would be a stroke of luck. To her surprise, it turned out to be the Black Abyss White Flower. What a delight. Moreover, she had sensed something else within her just moments ago. Chapter 3. Yulan Dyer, the Holy Sword Yulan Dyer, a weapon forged by the civilization of the previous era in the world of collapse, aimed to master the manipulation of microscopic particles to alter macroscopic properties. Yulan Dale, through the manipulation of microscopic particles, possesses the ability to alter the structure and physical properties of objects. Presently, a sword lies quietly within the body of Qian Ning Shuang. As she introspects, she observes the sword's hilt, which gleams in golden hues, and the crossguard radiating iridescent light, resembling a Western-style sword. Indeed, it seems illogical that both Yuan and Baihua have become martial souls, yet this sacred sword, which played a pivotal role in Anka's growth, has not. It appears that my role template, akin to Anka's Yulan Dale, is a complete replication. However, for reasons unknown, the sacred sword has not manifested as my martial soul. It merely resides within me, unresponsive to any summons. Shuang, come quickly to test your innate soul power. The eager voice of Tian Yi interrupts Qian Ning Shuang's contemplation, as he stands before her, excitedly holding a testing crystal. Ah yes, let us test my soul power. I got so carried away that I forgot, she replies, glancing at the equally excited Qian Rinshui. With a silent determination, she places her hand upon the testing crystal. While she had harbored concerns about her martial soul, she had never doubted her innate soul power. After all, there is no way Anka's character template could diminish her unparalleled talent. Without that formidable talent, could she still be called Anka Yulan Dale? As the dazzling blue light spreads from the crystal, Tian Yi's expression shifts from excitement to utter shock. How is this possible? How can it be only level 10? A martial soul that makes a greater commotion than the awakening of an angelic martial soul can only be level 10? Observing Tian its outburst, Qian Ning Shuang smirks. You scared me. I thought my innate soul power was too weak. So what if it's level 10? It's a rarity on the continent. Not everyone possesses the divine gift of level 10 innate soul power like Qian Rinshui. Level 10 is already the pinnacle of human talent in Doloa. Moreover, even those with full innate soul power do not share the same potential. Some achieve it merely because that is their only option, while others possess it as their sole ability. Nevertheless, seeing Qian Rin Shui's incredulous reaction, as if her worldview had collapsed, Qian Ning Shuang refrains from voicing her thoughts. Full innate soul power is already an unattainable aspiration for many. Xuya, she is different from Shuanger. Do not impose any expectations, second brother. Qian Daolu, with a smile, strokes his beard while observing Qian Ning Shuang. His tone devoid of the disappointment reflected in Tian Yi's demeanor. On the contrary, he seems to have anticipated Qian Ning Shuang's soul power level. Alas, brother, I was too naive. Tian Yi sighs, a rueful smile crossing his face. He realizes that not all powerful martial souls have divine ancestors. Though they share the same surname, Qian Ning Shuang is not truly of the angelic lineage. All right, Shuanger, withdraw your martial soul. Tomorrow, I shall have second brother take you to obtain your spirit ring. Then go find Xiao Yao to play. I have matters to discuss with Schwerer, and I will send her to find you shortly. Yes, grandfather. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Qian Ning Shuang obediently retracts her martial soul and responds before turning toward the entrance of the Doloa Palace. She has always been quite self-aware. She avoids unnecessary eavesdropping, as knowledge beyond what is needed only serves to waste her mental faculties. Knowing the original plot, she can roughly guess what the matter is. As a goddaughter and younger sister, intervening would only leave a negative impression on Qian Daolu and Qian Rinshui, and she is not skilled in offering guidance or counsel. Watching Qian Ning Shuang's figure disappear beyond the palace doors, Qian Ren Shui, having regained her composure from the initial shock of Qian Ning Shuang's martial soul, gradually adopts a detached expression, having already surmised what Qian Daolu intends to say. Shuer, it is rare for you to return. Would you care to visit the Pope? Despite her cold demeanor, Qian Daolu musters the courage to utter these words. Predictably, Shuer, being astute, can easily discern his intentions. However, as an elderly man, he feels powerless. The rift between mother and daughter cannot persist indefinitely. He continually attempts to mend their relationship, though each effort proves futile. There is no need. Why would I want to visit the Pope and feel uncomfortable? I do not wish for Xiao Shuang's good spirits to be dampened. Grandfather, you need not continually attempt these fruitless endeavors. With that, Qian Ren Shui turns to leave. Observing her departure, Qian Daolu can only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, it remains the same as always. Brother, you need not worry. Children and grandchildren will find their own fortune. Ultimately, Shuer's matters rest upon her own decisions. If she does not wish it, there is little we can do. Tian Yi, ruffling his snow-white hair, steps forward to comfort Qian Daolu. Alas, second brother, you should prepare as well. The sole beast-hunting forest that Shuang'er requires is not something we can provide. We will have to venture to the Stardo forest. As Tian Yi's figure fades from the Doloa Palace, Qian Daolu turns his gaze toward the sacred angelic statue within the hall. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoes within Qian Daolu's mind. Do not dwell on it anymore. This matter cannot be resolved by one side, simply lowering their head. If what you say is true, that the current Pope, Bibi Dong, has inherited the position of the Rakshasa god, then this issue cannot be settled peacefully. Ultimately, it will lead to conflict. I'm all too aware of what the Rakshasa is. Ancestor, have you awakened? Are you in a better state now? What is this Rakshasa? Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Qian Daolu's expression shifts to one of astonishment, quickly followed by profound reverence. To outsiders, his reverence appears directed solely toward the angelic statue in the hall. Thanks to Shuang'er's awakening of her martial soul, the injuries to his soul have largely healed. At least he is no longer in a state of confusion. As for the Rakshasa, the gods of the divine realm have indeed extended their reach far and wide. Previously, due to the limited time since his awakening, he could not share much with you. Now, I can finally convey the complete truth. The divine realm has long coveted the spirit hall, and the Rakshasa, who harbors deep enmity with the god ancestor, has already infiltrated the spirit hall. Do you believe our spirit hall can escape unscathed from this? Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu maintains a facade of unwavering respect, yet within, he is engulfed in bitterness and grievance, silently voicing his complaints to the mysterious voice in his mind. Why? The god ancestor has fallen because of them, yet these gods do not even spare the spirit hall? It has been years since we propagated the faith of the angels. Do they truly wish to eradicate us completely? It is precisely because the god ancestor has fallen that they seek to annihilate our spirit hall. Countless faith powers have surged toward our spirit hall. Even if we do not promote the faith of the angels, these powers will still gravitate toward the vacant angelic position. How envious must those who inherit divine positions and seek to attain godhood through faith be of this power. You can imagine it for yourself, my dear. Enough of this pointless chatter. When the time comes, those so-called gods will not hesitate. We are not without means of counterattack. Tomorrow, you shall give the sunsetting bracelet to Shuang'er. With her by my side, I shall recover more swiftly. Within half a year, I shall be able to coalesce my form and return to this world. Additionally, leveraging the power of fate that envelopes her, I need not fear the divine realm discovering my presence. By then, I will have the opportunity to slowly cultivate back to my former status as a level 1 god and withstand the challenges until Shuer and Shuang'er have matured. Moreover, the entity residing in the Stardo forest likely requires Shuang even more than I do. By forging an alliance with them, the divine realm will have no recourse against our spirit hall unless they personally intervene. Yes, ancestor. Qian Daolu collects his swirling emotions and respectfully responds within his mind. Chapter 4. The rebirth of the divine king on the day of Qian Ning Shuang's martial soul awakening in the Martial Soul City in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire. In the province of Fasnuo lies the Sacred Soul Village, south of Notting City. A young boy with sleek black hair and sun-kissed skin sat atop a modest hill, merely 100 meters high, adjacent to the Sacred Soul Village. He is none other than Tang San. who was looked down upon by Qianningshuang far away in martial Soul City. At this moment, he is not yet the renowned sea god, the exalted Tang Shenhuang of countless realms, but merely a boy burdened with the care of his despondent father, waiting for the village chief, old Jack, to bestow scraps upon him. For over 5 years, he has been following the steps of his past life, inching closer to the awakening of his martial soul. Soon, he shall reunite with my dear Xiao Wu, my beloved. In the youthful eyes of Tang Shenhuang, there flickers a gaze that belies his tender age, filled with nostalgia, sighs, and a sense of melancholy. Yet, the most predominant aspect is a searing passion akin to fire. Indeed, this young lad is not an original, but the rebirth of a divine king from tens of thousands of years hence. It is time to return. Observing the sky, Tang San's slender frame sprang into action as he dashed down the hill. Should anyone happen to witness him at that moment, they would be astonished. For with each stride he took, he covered nearly 10 feet, effortlessly evading the rugged terrain of the hillside, moving with a swiftness surpassing that of an adult. Upon arriving home, Tang San retrieved 2 bowls, each bearing numerous cracks, and filled them with a meager amount of porridge that was more akin to water. With only a few grains of rice visible, easily counted, it is truly a heart-wrenching sight, a growing child subsisting on such scant nourishment. The mere act of survival is a miracle, yet Tang San seemed unconcerned. Nutrition? He had grown up in a similar manner in his previous life, ultimately becoming the illustrious Shura God King, proving that his innate talent transcended the influence of mere sustenance. Baba, it's time to eat. After a brief moment, the curtain of the inner room was lifted and a tall figure emerged, moving with a slight stagger. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be nearing 50, yet possessing a robust and towering physique, albeit dressed in a manner that was hardly commendable. His tattered robe bore no patches, revealing his bronze skin beneath, and his once handsome features were shrouded in a layer of waxy yellow, exuding a dazed expression. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and his unkempt beard hinted at many days without grooming. This was Tang San's despondent father, Tang Hao. Tang Hao approached the table, grasped a bowl, and without discerning whether it was porridge or mere water, began to gulp it down voraciously. Baba, slow down. There is still porridge left. If you have work, attend to it first, and I will cook again in the afternoon. I'll take another short rest. After consuming a significant portion of the porridge, or whatever it was, Tang Hao glanced at Tang San with drooping eyelids, issuing a command. Upon receiving a nod of agreement from Tang San, he turned and ambled towards the bedroom. However, as Tang Hao's back was turned, Tang San's expression darkened, his eyes widening in alarm, shedding the dazed demeanor. His eyes were now filled with murderous intent and fury. This unknown entity had once again gone to the hilltop to practice his self-created soul techniques and cultivate his soul power this morning. Truly believing that the eyes of a titled Diloal were blind, he had never believed his son could possess such genius to create soul techniques and operational routes for soul power without any exposure to the knowledge of soul masters. When Tang San was merely 2 years old, Tang Hao discovered traces of soul power within him, and he had endured this secret for nearly 3 years. Were it not for the certainty that the body belonged to his son, he would have smashed it to pieces long ago. Just wait a little longer. The awakening of the martial soul is imminent. It is well known across the continent that the martial soul is inextricably linked to the soul, and it cannot deceive. When the time comes, he, the Hao Hian shall see what unknown entity occupies his son's body, and who is scheming for a yin soul bone. After all, a yin soul bone is the only thing of value he possesses. But upon contemplating this, a flicker of anguish and conflict surfaced in Tang Hao's murderous gaze. What if it truly is not the Hao Hian hammer or the blue silvergrass? What if he must extinguish the only bloodline he shares with Ayin? Bubba, can I use this piece of raw iron? Tang San's voice interrupted Tang Hao's thoughts of vengeance and turmoil. Tang San, clearly oblivious to his father's musings, was solely focused on retracing the steps of his previous life. At this moment, he was meant to ask his father for raw iron to commence his journey into the art of forging. This was when his father would begin to teach him the chaotic wind hammering technique. Though Tang San had already mastered this technique, even surpassing Tang Hao's proficiency, he still required a legitimate reason to employ it openly. Moreover, he relished the process of learning from his father, cherishing the rare affection of paternal guidance. Furthermore, this raw iron, rich in iron essence, was perfectly suited for crafting hidden weapons, his very first creation that he could not afford to lose. As for the sacrifices made by the villagers to acquire this iron, Tang San cared little. It was merely iron, and in his hands, satisfying his own desires took precedence. Tang Hao composed himself, striving to mask the murderous intent that had briefly clouded his features, glancing at the raw iron. Oh, this contains iron essence? I did not expect this unknown entity to possess such discernment and understanding of the blacksmithing craft. Tang Hao's interest was piqued. Do you wish to become a blacksmith in the future? A blacksmith? Tang San certainly aspired to be one, as the profession was undeniably the most fitting for him to forge hidden weapons. However, he could not regard blacksmithing in the same light as Tang Hao, who forged tools for ordinary villagers. The illustrious master of the Tang sect and the Shura God King would never demean himself with such tasks. His father, the formidable Rhino, would not have engaged in such labor were it not for evading the pursuit of the spirit hall. Naturally, according to the timeline of his past life, he should be unaware of his father's history at this point, so he needed to maintain a facade. Bubba, you're getting older. In a few years, when I grow a bit more, please teach me to forge kitchenware. I shall take over your responsibilities. The idea of being a blacksmith seemed quite appealing. Thus began the tender exchange between the father and son, each harboring their own secret agendas. After Tang Hao set a rigorous challenge for Tang San to forge 1,000 times, he returned to his despondent demeanor, while Tang San commenced the arduous process of smithing. For having experienced it in his mind does not equate to having endured it physically. The toil must still be faced. Chapter 5. Departure the following day. A carriage, unlike most in the continent, emerged from the martial Soul City. Two elderly figures occupied the exterior of the carriage. One, an elder adorned in a red robe embroidered with golden crocodiles, sat with closed eyes, remaining perfectly still despite the jolts of the carriage. This was the golden crocodile, Tiane. The other elder, driving the carriage, was dressed in a rather peculiar manner, at least for a Doa. He wore a white inner garment, a blue outer coat, and an odd strap draped across his chest, accompanied by white gloves and spectacles. His aged visage, framed by long, grizzled hair tied in a ponytail, belonged to Walter, the steward of the Qian family, who had watched over the sisters Qian Renshua and Qian Ningxuang since their youth. He had even participated in the birth and burial of the previous pope, Qian Xuanji. Why did Grandpa Tian Ao and Grandpa Walter not take me directly to the Stardow Forest, but insist on this slow-moving carriage? How long will this take? Inside the carriage, a girl with flowing golden hair, adorned with a white hairpin, dressed in a black vest with blue edges, and wearing a shoulder guard, donned a side cloak that was black on the outside and green on the inside. Her sleeves were decorated with green lace, and she wore a blue skirt with green pleats. A blood-red bracelet adorned her right wrist, and at her waist hung a small charm emblazoned with an 8-pointed star and a small pouch. This was Qian Ningxuang, who was letting out high-pitched squeals like a groundhog. Upon hearing her crisp complaint, Walter maintained his usual warm smile, while Tian Ao opened his eyes in resignation and sighed. Shuanger, you're not the only one here. Moreover, acquiring a soul ring cannot be rushed. Whether early or late, it makes no difference. Upon hearing this, Qian Ningxuang shot a fierce glare at the two culprits inside the carriage who were preventing her from reaching the Stardow Forest quickly. Though her complaints were merely a product of boredom, there was indeed a genuine element of frustration. One of the culprits was Qian Renshua, who was now dressed similarly to Qian Ningxuang, except for the difference in eye color, making her appear as a larger version of her sister. The other culprit, also with golden hair but much shorter than the two sisters, wore a fitted white top and white leather pants, being Tian Ao's granddaughter, Tian Yao. Sister, I specifically carved out time to accompany you, and you're still not satisfied? Besides, this carriage was designed according to your specifications, so you should be delighted to ride in it for a change. The larger Qian Ningxuang smiled at her visibly bored sister. Of course I am satisfied, but it will take at least 2 or 3 days to reach the Stardow Forest by carriage. Sister, do you truly have that much time? Although I have always believed that the so-called national theft plan is utterly foolish since you have undertaken this task, I know your personality will compel you to execute it flawlessly. Are you really not worried about any suspicions from the Heavendo side? Qian Ningxuang looked at Qian Renshua, her expression serious as she inquired. Only with the 5 individuals in the carriage, who were considered high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Would she dare to speak of the plan so openly? Qian Rinxue pulled Qianning Shuang into her embrace, gently stroking her golden hair as she replied, "You just said it was a foolish plan. Does the success or failure of such a plan matter more than having my adorable sister by my side? Though I do possess the obsessive-compulsive tendencies you mentioned, I do not expect perfection in everything. Sometimes, letting go of certain demands can be quite liberating. As you have often said." Qianning Shuang silently commended herself. It seemed her presence had indeed altered certain aspects. For instance, Qian Rinxue's pathological perfectionism, once relieved of this affliction. Even if the national theft plan were to be exposed by Tang San, she would not be overly concerned and would naturally not regard him as a lifelong adversary. Without that shared understanding, Tang San would have met his end several times over. "And what about you, Tian Yao? Why did you come along?" The internally elated Qianning Shuang turned her gaze toward Tian Yao, who was pretending to be the obedient child in the carriage. Tian Yao rolled her eyes. She was not genuinely trying to play the part of the good child. Qian Rinxue's gentle aura was too powerful, and having seen so little of her growing up, she felt shy about acting out as she normally would, leaving it to Qianning Shuang to be more carefree. Otherwise, she would have done more than just roll her eyes. She would have pinched Qianning Shuang's cheek this morning. "Have you become overly excited about your spirit awakening? Just a few days ago, I told you that I had already reached level 20 and was merely waiting for you to awaken your spirit, so we could acquire soul rings together." "Oh, did you? And do you truly believe I can possess innate full soul power and obtain a soul ring immediately upon awakening?" "Of course I believe it. Why would I not? For a 5-year-old you to defeat me after awakening my spirit is indeed a remarkable feat. It would be strange if you did not possess innate full soul power. And yet, you were supposed to come to us after your spirit awakening to play with our friends and let us see your spirit. However, we waited for ages, and you never arrived. Nemo and the others left by evening, while I remained at home waiting for you until nightfall." Tian Yao could not help but start recounting her grievances about Qianning Shuang's no-show yesterday. Seeing the disgruntled expression on Tian Yao's face, Qianning Shuang awkwardly twirled a strand of her hair, speaking with embarrassment. "I was originally going to find you after leaving the Doluo Hall, but I was taken away by my sister halfway up the mountain. I thought you would come to my house to look for me." To spare Tian Yao's feelings, she decided to gloss over the part about forgetting her friends upon meeting her sister. As she observed Tian Yao's ire building and preparing to continue her complaints, Qianning Shuang promptly changed the subject. "Well, weren't you eager to see my spirit? Let me show you." Qianning Shuang skillfully summoned her spirit, which was evidently something she had practiced numerous times since returning home yesterday. The white-bodied, black-handled lance reappeared in the carriage, adjusting its size to suit Qianning Shuang's will, thus alleviating any concerns about breaking the carriage. "What a magnificent lance! What is its name?" Upon seeing Qianning Shuang's spirit, Tian Yao quickly cast aside her previous grievances and leaned closer, curiously examining it. "Black Abyss, White Flower. It is not merely handsome. It possesses formidable attributes," Qianning Shuang declared proudly. "Look at how impressive you are. It is evident that your spirit is as extraordinary as my golden crocodile king's spirit. So it must possess more than just beauty. Pray tell, what abilities does it hold?" Tian Yao rolled her eyes once more. "Do you mind if I make a small cut on your hand, Sister Tian Yao?" While inquiring about Tian Yao's consent, Qianning Shuang's actions suggested she was unconcerned with Tian Yao's feelings. Grasping the handle of Black Abyss, she concentrated and swiftly drew a Black Knight's sword from a lance, making a small incision on Tian Yao's outstretched hand. Tian Yao seemed unperturbed by Qianning Shuang's impudent act. "Nonsense. If one fears injury, what is the point of being a spirit master? One might as well return home to raise a family. Besides, given our relationship, there is no need to be overly concerned about such things. We have injured each other countless times in our childhood scuffles." Chapter 6, Black Abyss, White Flower. "Ouch. That hurts. And why won't the bleeding stop?" Tian Yao grimaced, staring at the small cut Qianning Shuang had inflicted upon her hand. Her spirit was the Golden Crocodile King, a lineage that had been passed down for thousands of years within the Tian family, possessing the ultimate gold attribute. While its strength and defense may not embody the utmost attributes, they were still quite formidable. Most importantly, the Golden Crocodile King also bore a hint of spatial attributes and self-healing capabilities. Due to the spirit's overwhelming power, the Tian family had traditionally followed a single-heir system. Given the Golden Crocodile King's self-healing abilities and Tian Yao's cultivation, such a minor cut should have been easily managed, if not instantly healed. Yet now, not only was the bleeding unabated, but the area surrounding the wound had begun to darken, indicating that the muscle tissue around the wound was starting to necrotize. Upon witnessing the wound on Tian Yao's hand deteriorating in such a manner, Qianning Shuang immediately activated the lance, now devoid of its handle. A surge of life energy flowed toward Tian Yao's wound, and in an instant, the injury began to heal, returning to its unblemished state. Sister Tian Yao. This is the ability of Black Abyss, White Flower. It can be disassembled for use. The disassembled sword is called Black Abyss, and the lance is known as White Flower. Black Abyss possesses terrifying death attributes. During my test with my sister yesterday, the wounds inflicted by Black Abyss could only be healed immediately by White Flower. Even with the healing capabilities of an angelic spirit, it would consume a considerable amount of soul power. The White Flower not only alleviates the injuries of the Black Abyss, but can also be utilized as a healing-type martial soul, exhibiting a healing speed that surpasses that of conventional healing martial souls. To my sister and me, it is known that no martial soul on the continent possesses a healing speed exceeding that of the White Flower. When combined, the offensive capabilities of the Black Abyss and the White Flower can effortlessly pierce the defenses of a beast martial soul master. Outside the vehicle, the heavenly crocodile sensed everything occurring within and, upon hearing Qianning Frost's explanation, opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Yesterday, he had been too astonished by the immense and pure vitality of Qianning Frost's martial soul to inquire further, especially after the incident involving Qianren Xue. Initially, he assumed that the powerful life energy of Qianning Frost's martial soul was merely a transient awakening, but to his surprise, it was a constant state. He was not like the three young ones in the vehicle whose knowledge mostly stemmed from books. His level of cultivation at 98 represented not only peak strength on the continent, but also a wealth of experience. From his perspective, there has never been a healing martial soul that rivals the White Flower on the continent, nor has there ever been in history, and it is unlikely there will be in the future. The healing martial souls recorded by the Spirit Hall can generally be divided into two categories. One that merely accelerates the healing process by stimulating the life energy of the healing subject, lacking inherent healing abilities, such as the healing power of the 7-treasure glazed tile. The other possesses intrinsic healing capabilities, allowing the infusion of its own life energy into the healing subject. However, due to the limitations of an individual's life energy, this approach involves simultaneously infusing one's own life energy while also stimulating the life energy of the healing subject, such as with the 9 Hearts Begonia. Regardless of whether the healing process involves infusing life energy or stimulating the subject's life energy, the healing subject inevitably loses a portion of its own life energy during treatment. This is a matter of significant consequence. A soul master, if they lose too much life energy, risking their essence, may suffer lifelong stagnation or, in severe cases, regression in cultivation. The White Flower, however, directly infuses vast and pure life energy without requiring the healing subject's life energy. The absence of necessity for the healing subject's life energy signifies genuine and complete healing, free from the risk of harming the soul master's essence. How can those healing martial souls even be compared to the White Flower? It is akin to a firefly attempting to rival the sun's brilliance, a mere jest. The two are wholly incomparable, yet the significance of life energy transcends mere healing. It is essential to understand that soul power is a fusion of the life energy within a person's body and the energy of the universe. And the energy of the universe is boundless, freely absorbable by soul masters, provided they do not fear an imbalance among the three forces within. In other words, the stronger the life energy, the more powerful the accompanying soul force, resulting in greater and stronger soul power. The life energy of the White Flower is so vast and pure that it is nearly infinite, as long as one can absorb it occasionally. The heavenly crocodile can confidently anticipate breaking through to level 99 within a year. If the effect is so profound for an outsider like him, how much stronger will it be for the owner of the martial soul? It can only enhance their strength. as long as Qianning Frost's soul power keeps pace. Her cultivation speed could easily surpass that of Qian Renshue, who is innately at level 20. As for the Black Abyss, although its death attribute sounds formidable, and indeed is, it is not unique to the continent and is not beyond comprehension. Perhaps it is because Frost cultivation is still insufficient. Pairing with a martial soul as extraordinarily powerful as the white flower cannot be simple. Contemplating this, the heavenly crocodile sighed heavily. Indeed, innate full soul power is wholly inadequate to describe Qianning Frost's talent. Moreover, judging by his elder brother's demeanor, he has long been certain of Frost's exceptional nature. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he should have a serious discussion with his elder brother. Furthermore, he aims to ensure that Tian Yao stays close to Frost in the future, as the benefits of proximity to her are immense. What are you sighing about? Your Excellency, Golden Crocodile? An elder outside the vehicle, Walter, turned to look at the heavenly crocodile. Old Walter, did you not sense it? Oh, right. You were at my elder brother's mansion yesterday, attending to Schwer and Frost. You must have helped Frost with her martial soul testing, right? So you already knew and were just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, the heavenly crocodile remarked, smacking his forehead in exasperation. Walter had served as the butler of the Qian family for nearly a century and was also a level 94 title Dao, being an old acquaintance of the heavenly crocodile. Thus, their interaction was quite relaxed, devoid of the usual master-servant distance. Grandpa Walter knew all along. He even instructed me and Frost not to mention it to you. As he has been eagerly anticipating your embarrassment, came the amused voice of Qian Renshue from within the vehicle. When we get back, your wine will be gone. I guarantee you will leave not a drop. The heavenly crocodile attempted to retaliate. Suit yourself. I have more than one place to store my wine. If you can find all of them, it's yours. Just don't come crying to me to carry you back. Sleep on the street instead, Walter replied. Hearing the two elders banter outside, the three younger ones exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a shared sentiment. Here we go again. Let them be. Little Frost, your martial soul is indeed formidable. At least, I admit it's stronger than my golden crocodile, King Martial Soul. Tian Yao crossed her arms and nodded, adopting an air of condescension as if declaring it an honor for Frost. Clearly, she was not like the heavenly crocodile, an old hand who recognized just how absurdly powerful the Black Abyss and White Flower truly were. Just keep pretending. It wasn't you who cried out in pain just now, was it? Once I obtain my soul ring, we will have a rematch, and this time, I'll make you cry out to Uncle Tianshun, Qianning Frost declared, shaking her little fist fiercely. Last time, I went easy on you. I didn't even use my soul skills. Don't forget, I too will be obtaining my second soul ring. By then, we want to know who will be crying, she added. And even if I can't defeat you then, I can still make you cry now. Come on, let us fight right now. Whoever loses must shout 3 times. I'm a little dog. Just as the two golden-haired little girls were about to wrestle, a large golden-haired figure intervened, giving each of them a gentle pat on the head. All right, if you wish to fight, wait until we get out of the vehicle. This car cannot withstand the commotion from your 2 super martial souls. After receiving a tap from Qian Renshue, Qianning Frost immediately hugged her head, feigning innocence, while Tian Yao stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, seemingly reminded of something, her golden eyes twinkling mischievously. To be honest, little Frost, with your martial soul being this strong, I can only imagine how splendid the expression on that cunning fox's face will be when you enter the academy. Chapter 7. Who is Ulaina? Cunning fox? Who's that? Upon hearing Tian Yao's remark, Qianning Frost lowered her hand from her head, curious. I almost forgot, little Frost. You spend all day running back and forth between the library and training grounds, and even when you occasionally go out to play, it's just around the Spirit City. You've never been to the Spirit Academy. The cunning fox is Ulaina, a martial soul fox spirit, and she is 1 grade below me. Upon hearing this name, Qianning Frost felt a pang of regret. Had she truly been so captivated in Qian Renshue's embrace over the past few days that she had failed to react to such an obvious detail? A fox, particularly one from Spirit City. Who else could it be but Ulaina, one of the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall? A character that many traversers must pursue upon arriving at the Spirit Hall. However, she had no particular interest in this fox for 2 reasons. Firstly, her faction within the Spirit Hall belonged to the Worship Hall. There was no need for her to fawn over her. Secondly, and most importantly, she was not within her preferred sphere of influence. Yet, seeing Tian Yao's demeanor, it was evident she held a considerable grudge against Hulayina. Although the worship hall and the papal hall were at odds, the younger generation should not feel this way, right? Thinking this, Qian Ning Frost asked from your tone, "It seems you have a strong dislike for this Hulayina?" "Not just seems. I genuinely loathe her. Is there an inherent connection between my generosity and my disdain for her? Forget the details. What could she have possibly done to provoke such universal indignation that it incites your ire at the mere mention of her name? Since I find myself at leisure, do share." Qian Ning Shuang disregarded the steely gaze from Tian Yao and continued to embody the curious child. Beside her, Qian Ren Shui also looked at Tian Yao with intrigue, as the letter from Qian Ning Shuang had described Tian Yao in a manner that suggested she, while not as carefree and optimistic as her sister, was still someone who did not sweat the small stuff. To be incensed by someone is quite rare indeed. Initially, upon entering the academy, all was well. Thanks to her and her brother's talents, she made a favorable impression on me. I even extended an invitation for her and her brother to join our small circle. After all, it is only natural for geniuses to associate with one another to foster mutual growth, as conversing with those of lesser innate soul power would yield little benefit. However, without a moment's hesitation, the siblings declined, leaving me feeling somewhat slighted. Upon hearing the term small circle, Qian Ning Shuang understood that she too was considered part of it. Rather than a circle of talent, it was more accurately a gathering of second and third generations, filled with descendants of esteemed families, either serving as esteemed offerings or as kin to high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Nearly all were familiar to her, and each member boasted a title, with even the least talented possessing innate soul power no less than level 8. As for those with humble origins yet remarkable talent, there were only a rare few. After all, Doluo is a world that values bloodlines above all else. One cannot fault Hulayina for dismissing Tian Yao. As once a disciple of the Pope enters this esteemed circle, how could she continue to thrive within the Pope's hall? As expected, Tian Yao's subsequent remarks confirmed this. Later, when Hulayina was accepted as a disciple by the Pope, we learned that the siblings had long since aligned themselves with the Pope's forces. Yet, had she remained merely a disciple, we could have gone our separate ways without issue. Instead, she flaunted her status, treating others with a sense of superiority, which incited my ire, culminating in a confrontation during an academy competition where I laid them both low for half a month, thus sowing seeds of animosity. Were Hulayina and Xieyu truly the inept? While Tian Yao is undeniably strong, being endowed with innate full soul power and the exceptional martial spirit, Golden Crocodile King, it is understandable that losing to her, being a renowned member of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, is acceptable. Yet to be defeated so thoroughly that they lay bedridden for half a month seems excessive. Pondering this, Qian Ning Shuang asked, "Is this Hulayina and her brother truly that lacking in combat prowess? How did you, Sister Yao, come to regard them favorably in the first place? Surely, the Pope's hall cannot be so blind as to overlook such deficiencies? To be fair, had these siblings not crossed paths with me, their defeat would not have been so severe. Hulayina is a rare spirit control-type soul master, while her brother, Xieyu, specializes in agility attacks. As for my martial spirit, Little Frost, you are aware that unless my opponent possesses a similarly superior martial spirit or their soul power far exceeds mine, typical control and agility types are no match for me. Coincidentally, the siblings' martial spirits are at best classified as top tier, and their soul power levels are inferior to mine, leaving them with no recourse but to endure a beating in my presence. Consequently, aside from me, the outcome of battles with others in the academy against them remains uncertain. Most crucially, the siblings possess a martial spirit fusion technique. In team competitions, should they deploy this and their allies falter, I would inevitably face defeat alone. It seems the Pope has a discerning eye. What transpired next to incite your fury so, dear Yao? Qian Ren Shui commented with keen interest. Once their injuries healed, Xieyu displayed some self-awareness and took to avoiding me. Yet, that mischievous fox, as if afflicted with madness, would challenge me every 10 days or so, returning each time with fresh wounds, only to resume her challenges after recuperating. Ordinarily, this would not be an issue. I viewed it as a mere diversion. However, the problem lay in her visage, which could easily captivate the masses. After each bout, injured yet strutting about the academy, male students flocked to her side. Upon learning of my involvement in her injuries, they remained silent, yet over time, Apart from a few familiar faces, the entire academy regarded me with hostility, as if I were a sworn enemy, which became exceedingly vexing. Yet, I could not refrain from battling her. Otherwise, others would assume I was intimidated. The most infuriating part was that a promising junior, Yin, inexplicably approached me to apologize, only to spend his days ingratiating himself with that fox, behaving like a loyal hound. I did not mind his servitude, but he was originally part of our circle, and his allegiance to her painted our group in a questionable light. Perhaps this Yin was swayed by her relentless spirit, the kind that refuses to yield despite repeated defeats. Observing the irate Tian Yao, Qian Ning Shuang chuckled, realizing how one of Dolua's most notorious sycophants came to be. A spirit of resilience? It is laughable. I find it utterly absurd. The disparity in martial spirits and levels is glaring. Rather than striving to bridge that gap through diligent cultivation, she insists on seeking me out for further punishment. I have yet to hear of anyone's soul power accelerating through beatings. I see. But how does your enmity with this fox relate to Little Frost's entrance into the academy? Did you merely gain an additional adversary? Qian Rinshui inquired with a smile. Chapter 8. Concerning the Saintess currently. A rumor circulates among the teachers and students of the academy regarding the Pope's intention to designate Hulaina as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, though a decision has yet to be reached for unspecified reasons. With this gossip spreading, that fox is practically strutting about, her tail held high. Perhaps due to the tensions between the offering hall and the Pope's hall, the Pope has deliberately overlooked the fact that both Xue and I are older than the fox. Yet, I am eager to see how she will react once Little Frost, who is younger and more talented than Hulaina, enrolls in the academy. Will the Pope still feign ignorance then? When the fox ultimately loses her claim to the title of Saintess, her expression should be quite entertaining. Is that all? I expected more. It is merely a title of Saintess. It holds little significance. If she desires it, let her have it. Do you truly care, Sister Yao? Qianning Shuang gazed at Tian Yao with disinterest. For her, as a transmigrator, the thought of being hailed as a Saintess daily would be mortifying. I do not particularly care for the position. However, historically, the Saint Sons and Saint Daughters of the Spirit Hall have predominantly emerged from our Qian family. The number of non-family members who have held such titles can be counted on one hand, and each of those individuals possessed unparalleled talent during their times. Comparatively, Hulaina simply does not measure up. As Tian Yao articulated, she was not overly concerned about the title itself. She would readily support either Qian Rinshui or Qian Ning Shuang as the Saintess, given their talent and pedigree. She would even welcome a few other familiar companions in such roles. But Hulaina? That is a different matter entirely. In terms of lineage, she is merely a commoner who stumbled upon a fortuitous mutation of her martial spirit. As for talent, while the Spirit City may not claim superiority over her, there are certainly several who do. Moreover, one must question whether a spirit control type soul master is truly capable of bearing the weight of the title of Saintess. Understand that the honor of being the Saintess of the Spirit Hall is accompanied by an unending stream of challengers. It is not that Tian Yao looks down upon spirit-type soul masters. According to the Spirit Hall's archives, they are rare, yet rarity does not equate to strength. They thrive on their elusive nature, yet once their opponent's spiritual power eclipses their own, a spirit control type soul master is often rendered powerless. Tian Yao herself triumphed over Hulaina precisely because her spiritual power was superior. Certainly, it is generally acknowledged that the spiritual attributes of soul masters will not be lacking. Under normal circumstances, spiritual soul masters should be able to navigate challenges with ease. However, the issue lies in the uncertainty of encountering challengers whose soul power surpasses that of Hulaina. Should such a scenario arise, how would the Spirit Hall maintain its dignity? Furthermore, Hulaina is a control-type soul master, and while control-type masters are indeed the backbone of team combat, their efficacy diminishes in solitary confrontations. In such instances, it would be impractical to rely on a team. Consequently, would the title of Holy Maiden belong to Hulaina or to the team? Now, since you, Xiao Yao, are indifferent to this title, there is no need to sulk. If you truly wish to avoid that face, simply withdraw from the academy. What knowledge can you truly gain there? According to the teachings of the esteemed elders of the offering hall, your time there would merely be spent idly. Qian Rinshui extended her hand to gently pat Tian Yao's head, offering comfort to the sulking girl. After a pause, she continued, moreover, whether Hulaina is worthy of being the holy maiden or not, her facial expressions, whether pleasing or not, are inconsequential. If the Pope wishes to bestow that title upon her, let it be, it matters little. Without the recognition of the offering hall and lacking in skill, her title would merely be a hollow designation. Xiao Shuang, you need not attend the academy any longer. Do not subject yourself to discomfort there. In other circumstances, if the Pope were displeased, I would take delight in it and do everything to assist. However, using Xiao Ning Shuang as a pawn to annoy the Pope is not worth it. My sister's well-being is paramount. Indeed, Schwetter speaks true. If you're truly vexed, once this soul-hunting expedition concludes, Grandfather will take you to withdraw from the academy. At that time, we shall also encourage your companions to follow suit. We, a few old geezers, have ample time on our hands. We can teach you ourselves. Can the academy offer you the same quality of instruction as we can? Let the Pope's hall handle the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Outside the carriage, Tian Yi offered timely words of comfort to his granddaughter. The disputes among the younger generation merely stem from mutual disdain. As long as they avoid each other, time will render their grievances forgotten. However, conflicts among adults are far more complex than mere dislike. The Pope's indecisiveness, as mentioned by Tian Yao, is fundamentally tied to Tian Yi himself. Had he not taken the lead in opposition, that girl named Hulaina would have long been declared the Holy Maiden. Part of the reason lies in Hulaina's innate talent. With Qian Renxue as a benchmark, Hulaina's abilities hardly attract Tian Yi's attention, especially with the emergence of an even more formidable Qian Ning Shuang. In Tian Yi's view, Hulaina, as a disciple of the Pope, may not hold a candle to Tian Yao and her peers from the offering hall in the future. The basis for Tian Yi's lack of faith in Hulaina is primarily an educational disparity. One receives an education akin to that of a Sol Doloa in the academy, while the other benefits from the guidance of several super Doluos. Indeed, Hulaina is a disciple of the Pope, but does the Pope truly have the time to provide her with close instruction? Meanwhile, the elders from the offering hall are readily available. Additionally, there is a disparity in resources and knowledge acquisition. As a disciple of the Pope, Hulaina may not lack much in other resources. But when it comes to soul bones, the most critical resource for soul masters, the gap between the two factions is vast. Before the rift between the Pope's hall and the offering hall, the soul bone resources accumulated by the Spirit Hall over millennia were shared. However, after the falling out, the Pope's hall would be fortunate to possess even 6 soul bones. Conversely, the offering hall has enough soul bones to ensure that each of its members can have at least one, and the strongest among them can even distribute a few more. After the passing of the elders, each could still receive a couple more. As for theoretical knowledge, while it may seem that such knowledge does not directly enhance a soul master's power, it significantly enriches their experience and worldview. Often, a soul master's survival and opportunities hinge upon their insights and experiences. The truly valuable theoretical knowledge of the Spirit Hall resides within the Research Institute under the Offering Hall. This limitation is not a deliberate restriction imposed by Tian Yi on the Pope's Hall. Rather, members of the Pope's Hall can access it at any time. However, the Pope's confidence in the theories of a particular expert leads to disdain for the Offering Hall's research, thus dissuading his subordinates from seeking knowledge. Should a disciple of the Pope humbly seek to learn, how could they maintain their authority thereafter? Moreover, some theories, while having limited utility for the average soul master, could lead a talented individual astray unless they possess extraordinary luck. Let's not dwell on these troubling matters. Xiao Shuang, come, tell us a story. Just as Tian Yi fell into contemplation, Qian Renxue's voice interrupted his thoughts. All right, sister, what story would you like to hear? Qian Ning Shuang leaned back, gazing at Qian Renxue, who was playing with her hair. I want to hear the story of Sun Wukong that you didn't finish last time. Upon hearing that Qian Ning Shuang wished to narrate a story, Tian Yao swiftly cast aside her concerns regarding Hulaina. She had always cherished the tale spun by Qian Ning Shuang. Let's change it up. Please consider my sister Shue's feelings. I've already heard that story. Didn't you promise to tell me a story about unity when I returned? With an apologetic expression, Qian Renxue regarded Tian Yao. It was not that she lacked compassion or wished to compete with a young girl for the right to tell a story. Rather, Qian Ning Shuang's tales contained not only whimsical elements, but also profound insights that inspired her. Given the limited time she could spend with Qian Ning Shuang, She wished to seize every opportunity to listen. Moreover, the topic of unity piqued her interest immensely. After all, how long had the Spirit Hall pursued unity? A new story would suffice. Please share. Tian Yao appeared indifferent, as long as it was a tale from Qianning Shuang. Very well, let me think. This is a story about unity, a tale of three nations embroiled in conflict for the sake of unification. In a distant land, there existed a country rich in history and vast in territory. Yet, the current state of this nation is far from prosperous. Qianning Shuang slowly detached herself from Qian Rinxue's embrace and began recounting the history of the three kingdoms from her past life. She had longed to narrate the romance of the three kingdoms to Qian Rinxue and her companions at the Spear Hall. The reason for wanting to share this tale with the natives of Doloa was simple. Whether from the Shrek faction or the Spear Hall, the primary characters seemed focused solely on enhancing their power, with love and hatred as their only motivations. Oh, how I adore her or him. I would lay down my life for them. If we were not enemies, I would go to great lengths to keep you by my side. As a little rabbit from her past life in the Flower Kingdom, Qianning Shuang had not sensed anything amiss during her initial reading of the book. It was only after graduating from university and revisiting it that she was left with a mind full of questions. A group perched at the pinnacle of global power, and their minds are consumed by such trivialities? What of political ideologies? What of societal advancement? Do not use feudal society as an excuse. The ancients pursued a harmonious world. What distinguishes a person whose thoughts are solely occupied by love and hatred for monkeys that only know how to mate? Oh, that might be a slight insult to monkeys. Even a monkey that ascends to kingship considers the welfare of its kin. Certainly, to demand ideals from a web novel might be overly critical. After all, a web novel is meant to provide enjoyment. However, the issue now is that Qianning Shuang has traversed into another realm. Since she finds herself in this world, she cannot endure being surrounded by companions whose minds are occupied solely with love and hatred. Such companions not only risk hindering her progress, but are also quite bothersome. Therefore, ever since she gained the ability to leap and dance, Qianning Shuang has been diligently striving to enrich the minds of those around her in the Spirit Hall. At the very least, she hopes they will not fixate solely on romantic entanglements. We must broaden our horizons and elevate our ambitions. Qianning Shuang's half-sister, Qian Rinxue, is of utmost importance in this transformation. If only her intellect could be slightly more rational as depicted in the original text, then the myriad troubles caused by Tang San, the source of all evil, would be greatly diminished. In Qianning Shuang's view, the romance of the three kingdoms serves as an excellent tool to educate Qian Rinxue. The narrative is rife with scoundrels, hypocrites, lunatics, and idealists, encompassing political intrigue, the art of warfare, and historical education. As for the potential skepticism from others regarding how a young girl could possess such knowledge, leading them to question her origins, Qianning Shuang remains unfazed. She has never hidden her extensive understanding. Time flows gently as Qianning Shuang weaves her tale. As evening falls, the Stardow Forest comes into view, revealing a quaint town before the group. After Cao Cao vanquished Yuan Shao and unified the north, he set his sights southward, aiming to unify the entire nation. It is evident that the romance of the three kingdoms cannot be recounted in a single day. Qianning Shuang began her narration in the morning and has only just reached the eve of the Battle of Chibi. All right, let us pause for now, she declares, as they approach the Stardow town. Tian Yi calls for a halt to Qianning Shuang's storytelling, privately reflecting on how truly captivating the tale of the three kingdoms is, as if such nations and individuals genuinely fought for their interests and aspirations. The story somewhat mirrors the current political landscape of the continent, with various factions engaging in both overt and covert struggles. However, the individuals from these powerful factions lack the cunning of the characters within the narrative. After all, in Doloa, sheer strength renders all scheming inconsequential. Nevertheless, it must be noted that they, in the Spirit Hall, do not possess the absolute power to dominate everything. At least, that is Tian Yi's belief, as historically, the Spirit Hall has failed inexplicably in several attempts at unification, which can only be attributed to insufficient strength. Thus, certain strategies from the story may indeed be applicable, and upon returning, they should consider employing the resources of the Offering Hall. Heavens, have we arrived? Didn't the book state it would take about 2 days? Qianning Shuang inquires curiously as she opens the carriage door. Tian Yi does not respond, but Walter gestures towards the horses pulling the carriage. Observing the two horses adorned with scales on their heads, Qianning Shuang suddenly comprehends. She had been carried onto the carriage by Qian Ren Shui in the morning and had not noticed the horses pulling it. The 2 days mentioned in the book refer to the pace of ordinary horses, while these two, evidently spirit beasts, do not fall into that category. Let's first enter Stardo Town to rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will take you into the Stardo Forest to acquire your spirit rings. As they speak, the group has already entered the town. Greetings, my lord. Outside a relatively impressive building compared to others in the town, 2 guards. Upon recognizing the insignia in Walter's hand, immediately kneel on one knee, uttering respectful words. Find a place to secure the carriage, Walter instructs nonchalantly, without even glancing at the guards, as he leads the 3 younger ones directly into the building. Once inside, Qianning Shuang curiously surveys the interior of this outpost established by the Spirit Hall on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. It must be noted that the town serves as the first line of defense for humanity against the spirit beast incursions from the Stardo Forest, as well as a supply station for various spirit masters entering the region. Logically, the Spirit Hall's outpost in the town ought to resemble a military fortress. However, what Qianning Shuang perceives is merely an ordinary hall. Inside the hall, several Spirit Hall staff members congregating and chatting disperse, eyeing the newcomers with caution as they enter. A robust, middle-aged man steps forward, scrutinizing Tian, E, and Walter with vigilance before clasping his hands in greeting. What brings you 2 esteemed gentlemen here? Why did you enter the Spirit Hall without informing the guards? It seems that, despite the outpost not being a military stronghold, the quality of the Spirit Master station here is commendable. Qianning Shuang's eyes brighten at this observation. The positioning of the staff members allows them to respond promptly to any movements from Tian, E, and the others while ensuring they do not hinder one another's actions. Witnessing this scene, Tian E maintains his expressionless demeanor, while Walter brandishes the insignia he had shown the guards outside. Greetings, my lord. I apologize for any offense caused by my duties, the staff members say as they kneel upon seeing the insignia. It is quite all right, I understand. Please summon the person in charge here, Walter instructs. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged spirit master who had stepped forward ascends to the 2nd floor. After a brief moment, a tall, elderly man descends from the 2nd floor. Judging by his attire, he appears to be a platinum bishop at the Spirit de Law level. Upon recognizing Tian, E, and Walter, he greets them with utmost respect. My subordinates greet you, Lord Golden Eel and Lord Death God. It is evident that this platinum bishop is familiar with Tian, E, and Walter. There's no need for formalities, Pullman. Please arrange accommodations and meals for us, Tian, E instructs. Casting a glance at the platinum bishop affiliated with the offering faction. Certainly, please follow me, Pullman replies respectfully, leading them to the 2nd floor. You 2 are here to hunt for spirit rings, I presume? Is there any way my subordinates can assist you? Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Pullman curiously glances at the 3 girls accompanying the 2 titled individuals. This arrangement suggests that they are likely here to aid the younger generation in acquiring spirit rings. However, he wonders just how significant the identities of these 3 girls must be to warrant the involvement of an elder and a member of the offering faction. If we truly require your assistance, it has been quite some time since Walter and I visited the Stardo Forest, and the various spirit beast populations must have shifted. It would be a privilege to have your help, Tian E expresses. Pullman's face lights up with joy upon realizing that his services are genuinely needed. This is an opportunity to serve a member of the offering faction. In the past, one would hardly find a chance to work for them. First, please procure some food for us. After resting for the night, you will accompany us into the Stardo Forest tomorrow morning. Understood. My subordinates take their leave. Chapter 10. Hunting for spirit rings the next day at the periphery of the Stardo Forest. The Spirit Hall entourage strolls through the forest with an ease reminiscent of an outing, completely devoid of the caution typical of other hunting teams. With 2 titled individuals and 1 spirit de law, even with the 3 younger companions in tow, there is no need for fear at the forest's edge. Qianning Shuang holds Qian Ren Shui's hand, walking behind Tian E. Her eyes are captivated by the myriad of ancient trees and peculiar flora. Towering trees that stretch towards the heavens. Some trees send aerial roots down to the earth, gradually thickening to support the tree crown, creating a unique spectacle of solitary woods. Others entwine with neighboring trees, growing thicker and wider, ultimately strangling their hosts and forming a distinctive phenomenon of suffocation. Birds and monkeys flit about, adding life to the vibrant forest. The Stardow Forest, of course, harbors ordinary wild beasts. Otherwise, what would those lower-tier carnivorous soul beasts feed on? The primeval forest. In my previous life, I had never encountered such scenery. I wonder what type of soul beast the second young lady and Miss Tina require. Before entering the forest, Pullman had already discerned the identities of the three girls. He lacked the enthusiasm to appreciate the beauty of the primeval forest like Qian Ning Shuang. Stationed outside the Stardow Forest, he had grown weary of these sights. His primary concern was whether he could assist the Grand and Second Offerings granddaughters in obtaining the soul beast they needed. What Frost required was a power-type soul beast, approximately a millennium old, without any limitations on species. As for Qian Ning Shuang's black abyss white flower, although not recorded in the Spirit Hall, it was evidently a formidable assault-type martial spirit, and attaching power or defense-type soul rings would be prudent. However, due to the issue of age, the soul-hunting forest in the Spirit City lacked such options. Regarding whether Qian Ning Shuang should incorporate the life and death attributes associated with the black abyss white flower into her soul rings, Tian had not contemplated this. Setting aside the rarity of such soul beasts, considering the life energy inherent in the white flower, even binding a few ferocious beasts from the core area of the Stardow would pale in comparison to its purity and strength. Moreover, the life energy from the white flower could be utilized directly. The soul skills provided by a life attribute soul ring, in terms of the unimaginable enhancement of life attributes, could be said to offer minimal benefits compared to acquiring power-type soul rings. As for the death attribute soul rings, not only are such soul beasts difficult to find, but those that are found are mostly over 10,000 years old. Qian Ning Shuang currently could not utilize a 10,000-year soul ring. Perhaps in the future, when her soul power level is higher, she could attempt it. Your Grace Tianya, if I am not mistaken, the second young lady is only at level 10, correct? Is it a bit premature to acquire a Millennium Soul Ring for her? Pullman hesitantly inquired after glancing at Qian Ning Shuang. Do not worry about this. Frost's physical condition surpasses that of a great soul master, and she can easily withstand a Millennium Soul Ring. 6 years old, yet possessing the physical condition of a great soul master? How terrifying! Pullman gasped in astonishment. Tianya regarded Pullman with satisfaction, recalling that his expression had been no less astonished when he first took Qian Ning Shuang for testing. After observing Pullman's reaction, Tianya continued, as for your, she requires a golden scale crocodile turtle of approximately 900 years. Pullman concealed his astonishment, acknowledging the necessity of action. The soul beast required by the second young lady was relatively easy to find. Power-type soul beasts within the Millennium habitat were not uncommon. However, in all the years of guarding the Stardow Forest, he had only seen a golden scale crocodile turtle within the 10,000-year soul beast habitat once. That's fine. I have mentally prepared myself for this. Tianya remained unfazed, fully aware of the implications of Pullman's words. The rarity of having seen it only once suggested it was indeed hard to find, which would entail a lengthy search. Lengthy search? Any soul master with aspirations would gladly spend 10 days, half a month, or even half a year in pursuit of a suitable soul beast. This is hardly a concern. Moreover, even if we cannot find it, there are alternative soul beasts available. My lineage of the Golden Crocodile King has been handed down for thousands of years, and not every member of the Tian family adheres to a singular combat system. It would be best if Tianya follows my combat system. After all, I am most familiar with it, and can teach her better. If that fails, I can always consult the records of my ancestors. As the group leisurely searched, 3 days later, Qian Rinxue tossed a nearly lifeless white tiger before Qian Ning Shuang. Little Frost, it's time to act. Without hesitation, Qian Ning Shuang unleashed the black abyss white flower and thrust it into the tiger's skull. Soft-heartedness? Not at all. Perhaps when I first crossed over, I might have hesitated, but over the past 6 years, having realized that Qian Ning Shuang possesses a kindness distinct from others in Doloa, Qian Daolu and the others made sure she faced bloodshed from time to time. The purple soul ring coalesced upon the white tiger's remains, and Qian Ning Shuang sat cross-legged, beginning to draw in the soul ring. She had envisioned this process countless times in her mind. Come on, my first soul ring. The 3 elders and 2 youngsters remained silent, merely observing the scene. Qianning Shuang was not entirely unfamiliar with soul master knowledge. In the Spirit City, she had freely perused even the most precious records and knowledge, and she was often guided by soul masters, at least of the title Luo rank. She was well aware of how to absorb a soul ring and the precautions necessary during the absorption process. So there was no need for Qianren Xue and the others to remind her. They trusted that Qianning Shuang would not fail in absorbing her first soul ring, even if it was a millennium old. As the purple soul ring encircled the massive spear of the black abyss white flower, Qianning Shuang closed her eyes, her consciousness gradually sinking into her body. At that moment, she did not experience the energy impact described in books. Instead, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth, as if she were lying on the grass under the gentle sunlight of an early morning. It was so delightful that she wished to drift off into a serene slumber. Wait, snap back to reality. Qianning Shuang, you are absorbing a soul ring. Maintain your focus. With a jolt, Qianning Shuang shook off her drowsiness. As she regained her composure, she beheld a miniature version of herself within her consciousness. Or rather, it was the sacred sword Yulan Del. Why do you look just like Bianca? The sacred sword Yulan Del exclaimed in astonishment. Is it strange? After all, I acquired the character template of Bianca. It is only natural that we resemble each other. Qianning Shuang tilted her head. She was baffled as to how an aspect of her consciousness could perform such a gesture. True enough, Yulan Del nodded. But how did you wake up? I thought you might remain asleep due to insufficient energy. Moreover, why has the black abyss white flower become a martial spirit, while I have not? Now that you have awakened, do you have any powerful enhancements for me? And why did I cross over? Qianning Shuang bombarded her with questions in rapid succession. There was no need for her to conceal anything from Yulan Del, her innate supercomputer, especially since Yulan Del resided within her body. Stop. You're speaking too quickly. Though a chatty beauty is quite endearing. Yulan Del interrupted Qianning Shuang's rapid-fire inquiries while also throwing in a playful critique. Can even a supercomputer struggle to comprehend? Qianning Shuang asked, puzzled, as she viewed Yulan Del as a supercomputer endowed with extraordinary computational abilities. This has nothing to do with being a supercomputer. It's merely my humanoid persona. Given your previous speech rate, a normal person wouldn't be able to comprehend clearly. Next question. Yulan Del did not refute Qianning Shuang's perception of her, acknowledging that as a weapon with supercomputational capabilities, she bore resemblance to a supercomputer. The only distinction was that she might be more adept in combat. All right, let me reiterate. Why did you awaken? Was it due to a lack of energy that you were dormant? I was shut down due to the world's rejection, which had nothing to do with energy. I awakened after partially deciphering the rules of this world. This world is so weak that it could reject you? Why was I not rejected? Can we please move past your preconceived notions? The frailty of this world stems from the weakness of its inhabitants. After all, the world itself is but a fantastical realm where weakness has no true dwelling. Your acceptance here is due to your difference from me. You are the subject of a transference, reshaped by a certain force to fit into this world. I am merely an accessory, untouched by that same force. Yet, why do I traverse? What is this force? Those answers elude me. Why has the black abyss white flower manifested as a martial spirit while you have not? The influence of that force remains the same. Within the core circle of the Stardow Forest, as Qianning Shuang converses with the spectral Yulant, a colossal black dragon awakens beneath the lake of life. My lord, what are your commands? It inquires. I sense a vast and pure life energy emerging at the periphery of the Stardow Forest. Dtion, seek out the source of this energy and bring it forth. At this slightly urgent command, the black dragon, known as Dtion, hesitates, revealing a flicker of doubt in its golden eyes. My lord, will the divine realm allow this? Are you so timid after a single injury? The voice from the lake resounds, tinged with irritation. Forgive my lord. Yet, if this life energy proves inconsequential to your wounds, it would be best to rely on the lake of life for a gradual recovery. At this juncture, we need not provoke the divine realm. Despite the absence of the Lord's visible form, Dtion bows its head. The purity and magnitude of this life energy far exceed that of the lake of life. With it, my injuries could heal in no more than a century. Do you not perceive its significance? Moreover, there is no need for concern regarding the divine realm. With the arrival of this energy, their gaze upon the Stardow has vanished. Observing Dtion's demeanor, The voice source grants a rare explanation. Perhaps due to the sight of the dragon's grievous wound. I shall fetch it at once. Tion exhales in relief, with the divine realm's attention diverted. There is little to fear. However, one cannot help but wonder just how potent this life energy must be to facilitate such a swift recovery for the Lord. Surely even the life god of the divine realm could not achieve this. With this perplexity, Tion takes flight from the lake of life, accompanied by Bear King and Red King, as the life energy is accompanied by two other formidable auras. Tion, still wounded, might not suffice alone. The voice reverberates once more from the lake's depths. Understood, my lord. Soon, a massive bear and a three-headed red demon hound emerge from the lake of life. In the gaze of Qian Rinxue and her companions, Qianning Shuang opens her eyes. How can it be so swift? Qian Rinxue exclaims in astonishment, mirrored by the surprise on the faces of the others. For a soul master. The first absorption of a spirit ring typically requires at least an hour or even a day, while witnessing Qianning Shuang's rapid transition in a mere tea break is unprecedented. Could it be that her extraordinary talent accelerates the absorption process? Oh, why so fast? I cannot say for sure. Qianning Shuang giggles, attempting to evade further inquiry. However, she is well aware of the true reason behind her accelerated absorption. Yulin had previously explained it within her conscious sea. The time expended by a soul master in absorbing a spirit ring is largely consumed in acquiring soul skills, which are inscribed upon the rings and require considerable time for the engraving process. Yet, Qianning Shuang possesses an advantage. The inscribing of her soul skills has been entrusted to the Holy Sword Yulin, a supercomputer, maximizing the speed of the process. As for whether the existence of the Holy Sword Yulin is something she can divulge, she is uncertain. What soul skills have you gained? Show us. Qian Rinxue gazes at Qianning Shuang with a bemused expression, sensing her pretense. Nevertheless, since Qianning Shuang remains silent, she refrains from pressing further. The skill is called Radiance. Its effect allows the black abyss white flower's attacks to carry a fire attribute. Observing the expression upon Qian Rinxue's face, Qianning Shuang feels a chill run down her spine. Before the others can utter another word, she releases her soul skill. With a forceful throw, she hurls the black abyss white flower toward an unknown tree 10 meters away. Upon impact, the tree splinters with a resounding crack, flames igniting from the fractured trunk. All eyes turn in astonishment towards Qianning Shuang. Haha, impressive, is it not? She boasts, planting the summoned black abyss white flower into the ground, hands on her hips, reveling in her newfound strength. Qian Rinxue maintains an impassive expression, while the three elders appear hesitant, clearly wanting to ask something but holding back. Then Tian Yao, cautiously weighing his words, speaks. It is indeed powerful. It is rare for a first soul skill to cause such destruction. However, Little Frost, can you enlighten us as to how your martial spirit lacks a fire attribute, and yet your soul skill possesses one? Qianning Shuang's triumphant expression falters. She nearly forgets this critical detail. A soul skill, no matter how extraordinary, cannot conjure an unrelated attribute when neither the martial spirit nor the hunted soul beast possesses it. The absurdity of Qianning Shuang's soul skill arises from the fact that it has already been predetermined by the Holy Sword Yulin. Before reaching level 40, she is destined to acquire skills named Radiance, Moonlight, Star Anchor, and Celestial Origin. Much like the 4 sets of armor from her previous life, she can obtain 1 set for every 10 levels, with the memories of utilizing the armor syncing to her own. Of course, these 4 sets of armor are mere imitations. The original versions will likely remain beyond her grasp until she ascends to divinity. As for the soul skills beyond level 40, the Holy Sword Yulin has yet to disclose them, but it seems preparation has long been in place. I do not know, Qianning Shuang replies, forcing a smile to evade further scrutiny. Be cautious, something is amiss. Tian Yi's sudden shout interrupts Tian Yao's inquiries. Chapter 12. The unexpected change. Tian Yi and Walter gaze gravely at the core area of the Stardow Forest. Old Crocodile, what is happening? These fierce beasts have not emerged from the core area in centuries. What madness possesses them today? Walter whispers Bezidetiane. How would I know? Hopefully, they are not coming for us. Tian Yi responds quietly, his mind racing through thoughts. Since entering the Stardow Forest, he has perceived nothing unusual. Could it be they are truly driven by madness? No, it is quite possible they are indeed targeting us. Have I become rusted from my prolonged stay in the offering hall? The life energy accompanying Little Frost's martial spirit sends shivers down my spine. How could those soul beasts, teetering on the brink of demise, remain indifferent? With this realization, Tion E swiftly turns to Pullman and the three juniors. Pullman, take them and flee. Run as fast as you can. At Tion E's command, Pullman does not respond with his usual deference, but immediately invokes his martial spirit. Two enormous wings materialize from his back as the first line of defense against the beast tide. The Platinum Bishop established by the Spirit Hall outside the Stardow Forest is always adept at speed, and Pullman is no exception. My lady, pardon my intrusion. With one arm encircling Tian Yao and the other around Qianning Shuang, Pullman gestures for Qian Rinxue to join them, wrapping her arms around his neck. In such dire circumstances, a mere soul king need not indulge in pretenses. Survival takes precedence. Observing the figures of the three young ones and Pullman soaring towards the Stardow Forest outskirts, Walter exhaled in relief. Old Crocodile, what shall we do next? Have you forgotten to bring your wits today, old one? Why are there so many questions? Do I still need to instruct you? Naturally, we must delay them as long as possible. Our old bones may fade away, but Schwerer and Schwanger represent the future hope of the Spirit Hall. The heavenly crocodile replied tersely. This was not a time for idle chatter. A sense of unease lingered as he attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Walter smiled as he adjusted his gloves, though the warmth of his smile was replaced by an inexplicable chill. From now on, we shall slay every foe we encounter. 10 strands of unknown material appeared at Walter's fingertips, accompanied by the emergence of his soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black, revealing the overwhelming aura of a level 94 Tidal de Luo. Simultaneously, golden scales manifested on the heavenly crocodile's visage, and amidst the vibrant red of his soul rings, his black rings paled in comparison, exuding the formidable presence of a level 98 Super de Luo. Black Dragon, what brings you here? The heavenly crocodile regarded the looming black dragon with indifference. Human, surrender the girl who has just acquired her soul ring. Do not compel me to take action. Tion observed the two figures, having sensed the unfolding events en route. Understanding the source of the life energy spoken of by his master and the immense purity of that energy. Today it must be his. Since when did spirit beasts begin to dally? In the past, they would charge headlong without a second thought. Oh, are you injured? Are you perhaps afraid? Casting a glance at the charred and massive wound on Tion, the heavenly crocodile remarked sarcastically, Human, you seek your demise. The black dragon's claw came crashing down. The moment the wound was mentioned, Tion's ire flared. Cursed be the gods of the divine realm. Spirit embodiment. A golden crocodile, nearly as large as the black dragon, materialized, charging toward the descending claw. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice emanated from its jaws. Oldwa, this bear is yours to handle. I am a dark gold terrorclaw bear. No distinction exists. They're all the same. An overwhelming array of threads enveloped the bear charging towards the heavenly crocodile. Meanwhile, on the other front, Qianning Shuang and her companions had not escaped as the heavenly crocodile had hoped. It should be noted, 3 ferocious beasts had come, yet only 2 had revealed themselves. Tion and the others were not foolish. If all 3 beasts were to appear simultaneously, the heavenly crocodile and Walter would undoubtedly attempt to intercept them, albeit not for long. It was better this way, with only 2 visible, each holding the other at bay, leaving the third beast to contend with Qianning Shuang. In the distance, the 4 fleeing in the air were suddenly struck down by an attack. As they fell, the birds in the forest took flight in a flurry. Qianning Shuang stood up from Qian Rinxue's embrace, surveying the condition of her companions. Bishop Pullman had shouldered the brunt of the assault, bloodied and dangling an obviously broken arm, with numerous wounds bleeding profusely. Qian Rinxue's golden locks were tousled, bearing many scrapes. Fortunately, Qianning Shuang and Tian Yao had been well protected by their companions during the fall, suffering no significant injuries. Thankfully, the attack's source seemed to hold back, or else they would now be reduced to 4 heaps of flesh. Before they could catch their breath, a 3-headed scarlet demon hound appeared before them, clearly the source of their downfall. Miss, take the second miss and Miss Yao and flee. I will hold it off, Pullman declared, propping himself up with his broken arm before the 3 girls. If he were afraid of death, he would not have stationed himself in the Stardow Forest. A soul Doluo? Do not jest with me. With that proclamation came a descending claw. Stop! The claw halted in midair, confronted by Qianning Shuang, who brandished a small blade at her own heart. The Crimson King fell silent. As a beast with 30,000 years of cultivation, it had sensed Qianning Shuang experimenting with her soul skills earlier, thus comprehending her significance to the so-called master. Should she perish, it would not merely be a banquet of dog meat in the core of the Stardoe forest. Every canine spirit beast would be expelled from the forest. Whether such a powerful life force could perish from suicide was a gamble it dared not take. It clearly understood that the life energy stemmed from Qianning Shuang's martial spirit, not from her being. Seeing the Crimson King cease its aggression, Qianning Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. She was not foolish, combining her knowledge of the original plot with the Dark Abyss and White Flower. She could surmise why these spirit beasts were gathering in force. It seems you've deduced that we are here for you. What do you desire? As long as it does not involve your release, we, the Stardoe Forest, will do everything in our power to fulfill it. After a moment of silence, the Crimson King spoke. Send them out of the Stardoe Forest, and I will accompany you. Also, my 2 grandfathers. Should either of them perish, I shall take my own life immediately. Qianning Shuang gazed warily at the 3-headed red hound. She was not merely a self-serving traveler. Her family and companions, who had shared 6 years with her, were in peril because of her. She would willingly exchange her life for their safety without a second thought. Furthermore, if her deductions were correct, her fate would only mean she could no longer return to the Spirit Hall, not her demise. Very well. I shall go and instruct Tian and the others to cease hostilities. But you must remain where you are. If you move, you know the consequences. Casting a deep glance at Qianning Shuang, the Crimson King turned and dashed towards the direction of the battle between the Heavenly Crocodile and Tian. Chapter 13. A brief separation at that moment on the battlefield. The Heavenly Crocodile's colossal martial spirit was riddled with wounds, the golden scales stained with crimson. As for Tian, his previous wounds had only been exacerbated slightly. He was already injured, for otherwise a beast on par with a limit de law, if not surpassing it, would not struggle against a level 98 super de law. It would have been a matter of a single encounter leading to instant annihilation. Walter, however, fared worse. The old steward was now half-seated, leaning against a newly formed stump from a battle. The bear was covered in minor injuries, yet these seemed to affect it little. Glancing at its wounds, the massive bear approached Walter. Human, I previously declared I would swallow you whole. However, I have changed my mind. A level 94 title de law who can achieve such feats. Impressive. Oh, is that so? Then, Great Bear, how do you intend to deal with me? Walter did not gaze at the bear, but instead looked skyward, sighing. Dying in the Stardoe Forest is not so bad. It is a pity that the second Mrs. lovingly crafted attire has not been worn long enough. I will first slay you, then reduce you to ashes and scatter you throughout the Stardoe Forest. Amidst the battle, the Heavenly Crocodile roared in fury, lunging once more at Tian. His eyes filled with wrath. Old friend, you go ahead. I shall soon join you. Turning to the furious Heavenly Crocodile, Walter chuckled softly, understanding his intent, and closed his eyes. Proceed. The bear said nothing further, its claws aimed at Walter's chest. In the next moment, the bear's attack was halted by a red claw. Crimson King, why do you obstruct me? Have you captured the human? Fortunately, I ran swiftly. Had I delayed even for a moment longer, the canine spirit beasts would have been expelled from the Stardoe Forest, and the bear spirit beasts would have joined them. The Red King gazed apprehensively at the claws of the bear monarch. It failed to capture me, but it cannot escape. But you, bear monarch, if that claw of yours strikes, both our canine and bear spirit beasts will be eliminated. What is happening? The bear monarch scratched its head. A quintessential spirit beast characterized by brute force rather than intellect. What about those 3 little girls? If any harm befalls them, the Spirit Hall and your Stardoe Forest will be at odds. Before the Red King could utter a word, Walter understood the Red King's concern regarding the actions of Emperor Heaven and his companions, and he urgently interjected, Old man, why the haste? They are unharmed. In fact, you should thank that girl with the powerful life energy. Had she not threatened herself with a blade against her heart, I would have been less inclined to intervene with the bear monarch. At that moment, the battle between Emperor Heaven and the Sky Crocodile concluded. Emperor Heaven tossed the nearly unconscious Sky Crocodile next to Walter. I have heard everything. What transpired? The girl deduced that we were after her and expressed her willingness to accompany us. But she declared that if even one of her companions were harmed, she would take her own life. The Red King lowered its head, showing respect towards Emperor Heaven, the beast god. If she is willing to accompany us, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Bear Monarch, take these two and let us depart. Emperor Heaven led the way toward the direction where Qianning Shuang was located, remaining vigilant for any signs of her while his adversaries were engaged in battle. Time rewound. Just as the Red King departed, Qianren Shui approached Qianning Shuang and seized a small knife from her grasp. Sister, Qianning Shuang managed a faint smile, gazing at her sister's tear-streaked face. From the Red King's recent actions, it was evident that the spirit beasts were targeting Qianning Shuang. Yet, recognizing the situation changed nothing. All she could do was cry. Rationality told Qianren Shui that Qianning Shuang's actions were the only means of survival in such dire circumstances. Had she been in the same position, she would have made no better choice. However, emotionally, Qianren Shui could not accept it. That was her sister, the one who had helped her overcome the shadows of her childhood. She wished to shout, "Why not fight together and face death?" Yet, what would that accomplish but a graveyard of corpses? Sister, it's fine. Since they need me, I may not be in danger. Wiping away Qianren Shui's tears, Qianning Shuang offered her comfort. If her assumptions were correct, the ferocious beasts were likely drawn to her due to the presence of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, the spirit beast sovereign of Stardo. If that were the case, her life might not be at risk. Perhaps, like the other traversers, she could win over the Silver Dragon King, which would be truly delightful. I want to go with you. Observing Qianren Shui's tear-stained face, Qianning Shuang suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Sister, why do you always act foolishly when it comes to matters of the heart? Just like in the original story? Alone, in the presence of these spirit beasts who seek something from me, I can do anything. If you follow, it only gives them leverage over my vulnerabilities. Sister, remember, you are the future leader of the Spirit Hall. In any circumstance, remain calm and rational. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. You bear the weight of countless lives within the Spirit Hall and the aspirations of millennia. Every thought and action of yours will influence innumerable souls. Gazing into her sister's serious violet eyes, Qianren Shui was momentarily stunned. She longed to say, "Sister, I remember everything you've taught me about the individual and the collective ideals and personal desires, but you are different. How could I apply coldness and calculation against you?" Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She understood Qianning Shuang's inexplicable obsession with collectivism and her disdain for those who could not survive without a certain individual. She knew of her sister's strong aversion to those who prioritized emotions and personal desires over the greater good. She could only remain frozen in place until Emperor Heaven and his companions arrived. "Little human girl, can we proceed now?" A middle-aged man with black hair and 2 dragon horns appeared before them. Behind him, a muscular giant laid down the unconscious sky crocodile and the seemingly near-death Walter. "Of course, but please wait a moment." The muscular giant, the Bear Monarch, impatiently interjected. Did I ask you to speak?" The middle-aged man, Emperor Heaven, cast a glance at the Bear Monarch. The Bear Monarch, feeling somewhat ashamed, stepped back a few paces. Ordinarily, he would have exchanged barbs with Emperor Heaven, but today, he recognized the significance of Qianning Shuang to the Silver Dragon King. Despite being boorish, he was not devoid of understanding. Chapter 14. Alliance. Qianning Shuang remained unresponsive to the actions of the Bear Monarch and Emperor Heaven, merely releasing her black abyss white flower. Observing the injured sky crocodile and Walter, she pressed her lips together. She did not irrationally blame Emperor Heaven and the others to assert her presence. In such circumstances, surviving was already commendable. Vocal outbursts would only serve to gratify herself. "I am the black from the abyss. I am the white descending from the clouds. Born before creation and existing beyond annihilation. I shall bestow the waters of the fountain of life freely upon the thirsty." The black abyss white flower, as the key of the gods, did not require a spirit ring for activation. It could be directly utilized, albeit limited by Qianning Shuang's strength and the world's rules, necessitating the recitation of a soul incantation for release. As she concluded her recitation, a green wave of life energy enveloped the injured individuals. Under this verdant light, the wounds of the sky crocodile and Walter visibly healed, and their pallid faces began to regain color. Pullman was astonished to see that he could freely move his right arm. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately only sighed. What could astonishment achieve? They were all merely fish on the chopping board now. The group of ferocious beasts watched with satisfaction. The better Qian Ning Shuang performed, the more pleased they were, as such formidable power was soon to be theirs. Let's depart. After casting one last glance at Qian Ren Shui, who remained motionless, Qian Ning Shuang approached Emperor Heaven. A wise choice. Emperor Heaven transformed back into a colossal black dragon and seized Qian Ning Shuang, soaring into the sky. As they departed, Qian Ren Shui continued to stand in place, unresponsive, while Pullman was at a loss for words. A prolonged silence ensued until, "Where's Shuang Air? Where's she?" The awakened sky crocodile surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of one individual in their ranks, and roared in fury. "The second young lady has been taken away by that black dragon," Pullman cautiously replied. "Taken away? Are you a soul Doloa, just sitting idly by?" Pullman opened his mouth, but as he observed the sky crocodile's evident anger, he could not voice his own helplessness. "Second grandpa, it is too late to say anything now. You must return to Spirit City." Qian Ren Shui finally reacted, raising her bloodshot eyes to look at the sky crocodile. "Then summon all the title de law of the Spear Hall, regardless of whether it is the Pope's Hall or the Offering Hall. If that woman has anything to say, let her immediately descend from the papal throne. Can you manage that, great uncle?" Observing the gritted teeth of Qian Ren Shui, Tian Ao paid no heed to the information capable of shaking the Spirit Hall, instead soaring into the sky towards Spirit City. Meanwhile, he left behind a single phrase. "All right, no problem. Pullman, take care of them." Qian Ning Shuang gazed upon the Lake of Life, which played a significant role from the first to the fourth battle in the original narrative. To put it simply, it was not as refreshing as Qinghai Lake from her past life. Instead, it exuded a profound and terrifying aura, lacking the picturesque charm described in the original work. The deep green waters, the undisturbed surface, coupled with the towering beast around her, each standing a good 10 meters high, made it difficult to feel at ease. The notion of birds singing and flowers blooming, with so many fierce beasts present, what bird would dare approach? Oh, the emerald swan beside her could be considered a bird, although its call did not quite match the melodious chirping one might expect. As for the fragrance of flowers, while these fierce beasts did not emit a strong odor, there was still something. "Follow me." Just as Qian Ning Shuang attempted to alleviate her tension with internal monologue, Emperor Tian's appearance interrupted her. She remained silent, obediently stepping onto Emperor Tian's claw. As the light dimmed, Qian Ning Shuang reached the lake's bottom, where a door enveloped her. Glancing around, she found that Emperor Tian had vanished. The darkness was not as she had imagined. Instead, dazzling purple crystals emitted brilliant light, painting the entire space in splendor. Before her loomed a colossal silver dragon, measuring 100 feet in size. It bore 2 silver horns atop its head, its body adorned with hexagonal silver scales, and a long silver tail stretching several dozen feet. Its vast wings unfurled behind it. At that moment, it lay prostrate on the ground, its massive head fixed on Qian Ning Shuang, its purple eyes filled with an indescribable nobility. "Human, release your martial spirit." Qian Ning Shuang could not emulate the self-destructive bravado of certain predecessors. She dutifully unleashed her black abyss white flower. Observing the silver dragon with its eyes closed in bliss, she sighed in relief. Evidently, the black abyss white flower had a significant effect on her, ensuring her survival. "How does it feel?" "Quite delightful, I presume." A sudden male voice interrupted the silver dragon's enjoyment of life energy. "Who?" Qian Ning Shuang exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the blood-red bracelet on her wrist. The voice emanated from the bracelet, which Xian Daolu had merely described as a spatial soul guide that morning, without mentioning its ability to speak. "I am Qian Chongling. Surely, the Silver Dragon King has not heard of my name." As the figure drifted from Qian Ning Shuang's wrist, the Silver Dragon King's purple eyes filled with gravity, setting aside the strength of this soul entity clad in blood-red battle garb. The mere fact that it could evade her scrutiny and approach her side was already alarming. Though currently injured, she had once been a first-level deity, certainly not someone ordinary within this realm could deceive. Thus, only one conclusion remained. This soul's former cultivation must have been no less than hers. Individuals exceeding the 100th level would not be permitted to remain in the lower realm by the divine realm, particularly as a soul entity? The answer was clear. This soul, like the Silver Dragon King, had been grievously wounded by the gods of the divine realm and had escaped. It seems you have nearly deduced my origins. The blood-red soul, Qian Chongling, regarded the Silver Dragon King, noting that they were both astute individuals, requiring no further explanations. Your Excellency, what brings you to seek me through this little girl? The Silver Dragon King hesitated, responding. Confronted with a soul entity that had likely faced similar tribulations, she refrained from hostility. As for why Qian Chongling had chosen to approach her through Qian Shuang, the potent life energy was undoubtedly vital for the similarly injured Qian Chongling. And the act of bringing Qian Shuang to the Stardow Forest served no purpose other than to attract her attention. Engaging in conversation with intelligent beings is always a relief. I have come to propose an alliance. Chapter 15. Negotiations. Tian Ao hurried into the Doloa Palace. The distance from the Stardow Forest to Spirit City could be traversed rapidly by a super Doloa of level 98. Brother, something has happened to Shuanger. Immediately summon all the titled Doluos of the Spirit Hall. It was not that Tian Ao could not gather all the titled Doluos. Rather, this operation could proceed without anyone. But not without Qian Daolu. Who would confront that black dragon without him? At least, Tian Ao could not. Do not panic. If all progresses smoothly, Shuanger should return by tomorrow at the latest. Qian Daolu maintained his usual calm demeanor. Everything progresses smoothly, brother. Is all of this part of your plan? Are you unaware of how vital Shuanger is to our Spirit Hall? Understanding the implications of Qian Daolu's words, Tian Ao stood before him, fury etched across his face. Had it not been for their past camaraderie, he might have seized Qian Daolu by the collar and punched him. Yes, I anticipated everything. I will explain the reasons when Shuanger returns. For now, I can assure you that Shuanger is not in danger. Qian Daolu replied coolly, gazing at Tian Ao. In the face of adversaries from the divine realm, the potential for additional allies justified taking risks with Qian Shuang. Moreover, he had faith that their ancestor would succeed. I shall wait in the Stardow Forest for Shuanger to emerge and soothe Schwerer. It was better to confront what needed to be faced now than to await a furious Qian Rinxue's return to question him. An alliance? Given the current relations between humans and spirit beasts, I see no necessity for such an alliance. The Silver Dragon King's purple eyes regarded Qian Chongling. She understood the rationale for an alliance. Having more allies against a common enemy was preferable to fighting alone. However, negotiations inherently involve bargaining. It was unreasonable for Qian Chongling to present a request for an alliance without anticipating the needs of the spirit beasts. The reasons behind the current animosity between humans and spirit beasts were likely understood by the Silver Dragon King. To dismiss this as mere formality would lack sincerity. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, a hint of amusement flickered across Qian Chongling's somewhat ethereal visage. As long as you are willing to negotiate. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts is merely a matter of a soul ring. What I have found in the records of the divine realm does not specify what soul rings humans required during the age of dragon gods. It is merely a tactic of the divine realm. As the sovereign of spirit beasts, I must consider the welfare of my subordinates. Let's speak frankly. If we were to truly ally, what would our side need to contribute, and what benefits would we gain? The Silver Dragon King pondered for a moment before responding. In facing the divine realm, we will advance and retreat together. As for what we can obtain, given the presence of that detestable group in the divine realm, you and I are merely pawns on a chessboard, manipulated at their whim. Discussing such matters now seems disingenuous. Indeed, it feels utterly insincere. The fact that we are still alive is merely a stroke of chance. To speak of distribution is the delusion of the defeated. The Silver Dragon King silently mused. Since Lord Qian Chongling has stated that we are but pawns, he must understand the chasm that separates us from the divine realm. What is your reliance, my lord? Surely it cannot be merely to showcase a rebellion against the divine realm. Reliance? The Silver Dragon King had already discerned it. As he spoke, Qian Chongling gestured towards Qian Shuang. Since Qian Chongling's arrival, Qian Shuang had been standing still, seemingly obedient, observing the two prominent figures converse. While her heart desperately called out to the Holy Sword, Yulan Daier, when she felt no response from the Holy Sword, despair washed over her. It appeared that Yulan Daier genuinely required all its computational power to decipher the world, only allocating a fraction to her upon her breakthrough. It was not a mere ruse. Gazing at the slightly ethereal crimson figure, She thought, my goodness, this is truly despairing. If she recalled correctly, she had encountered Qian Chongling's biography within the archives of the Spirit Hall. Qian Chongling, nicknamed the Blood Pope, was arguably the most pivotal leader of the Spirit Hall. Without exception, the foundation of the Spirit Hall, the foremost power in the world, was established by him. More importantly, the Spirit Hall's obsession with unity originated from him. Yet, had he not long since vanished? How could he possibly emerge now from the bracelet of Qian Daolu? Although she, as a transmigrator, had accomplished certain feats, the butterfly effect seemed excessively outrageous. While her mind spiraled with dramatic thoughts, Qian Ningxuang, upon Qian Chongling's indication, vacantly gazed at the dragon and the spirit, her inner monologue intensifying. Despite being a transmigrator, a member of the Flower Kingdom, equipped with formidable advantages and aligned with the Spirit Hall, she would inevitably confront the remnants of the divine realm. Yet, to regard her as a reliance for rebellion against the divine realm seemed excessive, for she was merely a soul master who had just acquired her first soul ring. Ignoring Qian Ningxuang's evident distraction, Qian Chongling continued addressing the Silver Dragon King. My lord, you must have sensed the astonishing life energy inherent in this girl's martial spirit, which can be said to surpass even that of the Life God King. Furthermore, you must have perceived the ability she possesses to veil fate. The Silver Dragon King remained silent, merely turning to gaze at Qian Ningxuang. Initially engrossed in absorbing life energy and then conversing with Qian Chongling, he had not noticed until Qian Chongling's reminder jolted him to awareness. After Qian Ningxuang entered the Stardow Forest, the Divine Realm surveillance upon the forest had vanished. Initially, it was assumed that the Divine Realm's pack of wolves had merely shifted their attention temporarily. Upon further reflection, it became apparent that it was the power of fate veiling emanating from Qian Ningxuang that caused this. The power of fate veiling. The Silver Dragon King had deeply experienced this ability when she was still a part of the Dragon God. This power may seem trivial. In the face of the Divine Realm, it serves as a strategic weapon for the so-called gaze of the gods, is in essence the scrutiny of fate. In this light, Qian Ningxuang appears to have been born specifically to combat the Divine Realm's remnants. Firstly, her potent life energy can swiftly heal both her and Qian Chongling's wounds, which is crucial. Without divinity, one is but an ant before the divine, and no amount of fierce beasts or extremes can rival a god. Secondly, her fate-veiling ability can effectively shield them from the Divine Realm's scrutiny, allowing them to scheme freely. Lastly, there is Qian Ningxuang's own future. The life force of the Black Abyss White Flower had already astonished her, but that was merely an adjunct. How extraordinary must the Black Abyss White Flower itself be? An ultra-artifact, as a martial spirit, is unfathomable. How formidable will Qian Ningxuang grow with such a martial spirit? Once such an individual ascends to divinity, they will surely become a god king. Chapter 16. Shintian Sect, I accept this pact. The Silver Dragon King solemnly regarded Qian Chongling, recognizing the potential for healing their wounds alongside the promise of a future god king. This alliance was one that must be embraced. Ha ha ha, splendid. It ought to be so. Let those hypocritical gods of the divine realm experience the resolve of a cornered beast. Qian Chongling laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent directed at the divine realm. However, since we're now allies, might I request the Silver Dragon King to assume a human form? After all, the immense dragon form may frighten this girl unnecessarily. Very well. Though my true form is more beneficial for healing, with this girl present, that minor advantage can be overlooked. As the Silver Dragon King spoke, a burst of silvery light emanated from her, and as it dissipated, a graceful figure appeared before Qian Chongling and Qian Ningxuang. She stood approximately 175 meters tall, with long silver hair and a physique seemingly sculpted by the heavens, flawless in every regard, her skin as pristine as jade, and her beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden. Her violet eyes radiated an indescribable mystery and nobility. I am Guyana, the silver-haired beauty introduced herself, deeming it inappropriate to refer to herself solely by the title of Silver Dragon King among allies. And you, little girl, what is your name? Guyana inquired, turning her gaze to Qian Ningxuang. Qian Ningxuang. Observing Guyuna's captivating beauty, Qian Ningxuang maintained her demure demeanor. How could she, a mere girl, possibly compared to someone who could effortlessly reduce her to pulp? She could hardly fathom the audacity of those transmigrators who still entertained thoughts of courting Guyu Na in such circumstances. Although many in her past life regarded Guyu Na as the most beautiful woman in Doluwa continent, she was undeniably stunning. Then I shall call you Shuang. Guyu Na was quite willing to foster a connection with a future god king. Oh, feel free. Given that Qianning Shuang's age in both her previous and current lives might not even equate to a fraction of Guyu Na's. She had no qualms about whatever title Guyu Na chose. Noticing Qianning Shuang's evident trepidation, Guyu Na momentarily set aside her intentions to form a bond, allowing the girl some time to acclimate. She then turned her attention back to the still floating Qian Chongling. By the way, what is the origin of Shuanger? How did you, Mr. Qian Chongling, come across her? I am uncertain. Shuanger's emergence was entirely serendipitous. After escaping from the divine realm, I fell into a prolonged slumber. If it were not for Shuanger's influence, I might have remained asleep indefinitely until the fall of the Spirit Hall. Upon awakening, Shuanger stood before me. Qian Chongling replied, shaking his head. The bracelet in which he had concealed himself during slumber was worn by Qian Xuanji, and upon awakening, his first sight was of a severely injured junior, along with the obviously newborn Qianning Shuang nearby. At that moment, he instructed Qian Xuanji to bring Qian Ningshuang back to the Spirit Hall and requested Qian Daolu to bestow upon her the Qian surname. As for Qian Ningshuang's origins and the reason for her formidable martial spirit, capable of influencing him, Qian Chongling was not particularly concerned. All that mattered was that she could assist him in avenging himself against the divine realm. Very well, Guyu Yuna immediately inquired, not expecting to uncover the origins of Qian Ningshuang. A martial spirit of such magnitude was indeed beyond their capacity to investigate. As allies, my own origins and experiences should be known to you, Mr. Qian Chongling, having spent time in the divine realm. But what about you, Mr. Qian Chongling? What exactly transpired in the divine realm that led you to this predicament? Guyu Na posed another question. The tale is rather lengthy. Miss Guyu Na should be aware of the long-standing relationship between the Spirit Hall and the God of Angels. Qian Chongling does not mind recounting his experiences, or rather, the pains of his life. Perhaps due to her prolonged silence, upon hearing Qian Chongling mention the Spirit Hall and the God of Angels, Guyu Na eagerly opened up. Indeed, I am well aware that the God of Angels is a figure for whom humanity, particularly in the Star-Do Forest, should express gratitude. A millennium ago, the malevolent sect of evil soul masters known as the Xian sect wreaked havoc across the continent with its unique soul power cultivation methods, numerous self-created soul techniques, and a plethora of bizarre weapons, causing immense suffering for the human world, including the Star-Do Forest, which endured relentless assaults. These wicked soul masters ruthlessly slaughtered entire clans of soul beasts within the Star-Do Forest merely to obtain soul bones. Our formidable beasts of the Star-Do were constrained by divine restrictions and could only watch helplessly as their homeland diminished. All of this continued until the God of Angels emerged, leading the oppressed humans, including a portion of the soul beasts from the Star-Do Forest, and after decades of struggle, vanquished the Xian sect and the evil soul masters, relegating them to the annals of history. Following the ascension of the God of Angels, the soul beast returned to the Star-Do Forest, and her human followers established the Spirit Hall to govern human soul masters and prevent the resurgence of evil soul masters. Furthermore, it served as a place to propagate the faith in the angels and preserve the legacy of the angelic deity. As Guyu Na recounted this history, Qianning Shuang gasped in astonishment. The Xian sect, the multitude of self-created soul techniques, and the inexplicable weapons. How reminiscent these elements are of a certain pure-hearted individual. What is it, Shuang? Both Qian Chongling and Guyu Na turned their attention toward Qianning Shuang. Nothing much. I simply did not anticipate that the Spirit Hall has such origins. However, ancestor Qian Chongling, why have I found no records regarding the Xian sect within the Spirit Hall? Qian Chongling stroked his beard thoughtfully. Given Qianning Shuang's cautious demeanor, it was rare for her to pose a question, and he felt compelled to enlighten her about their future resistance against the divine realm. The absence of any records regarding the Xian sect within the Spirit Hall is a complicated matter. Perhaps it is clouded by hatred, or it may be that the Xian sect committed such heinous acts that, in the 2 millennia following its eradication, Not only evil soul masters, but also any sects or individuals with self-created soul techniques, as well as anything related to the forging industry, were fervently destroyed and resisted by the contemporary soul masters. This extreme reaction was not a proud chapter for the Spear Hall. Qianning Shuang was left speechless. It is astonishing that the Xian Tian sect could incite such madness among normal soul masters for 2 millennia. However, some of Qianning Shuang's previous inquiries were now clarified, such as why the Doluo people seemed unfamiliar with crossbows, and why they predominantly relied on soul techniques in battle. Only the Tang family had the foresight to create their own skills, and now it all made sense. The bloodshed and resistance over 2 millennia, even if not recorded in history, have led to the perpetuation of certain behavioral habits. For instance, very few individuals attempt to create their own soul techniques, and even fewer venture to develop new weapons. Does the Xian Tian sect possess any distinctive spirit abilities, ancestor? What surname predominates within this sect? Qianning Shuang seemed to have an epiphany and pose another question to Qian Chongling Xian Tian, self-created soul techniques. Peculiar weapons. What more is needed for a complete picture? I am not entirely certain. I only learned of such a sect through my father's brief mentions. Miss Guyuna, you should have some knowledge of this, Qian Chongling replied awkwardly, halting his beard stroking. The Xian Tian sect does not have a singular defining spirit ability. They possess an array of abilities. However, their members are all surnamed Tang. Outsiders must adopt the Tang surname to join, Guyuna stated without hesitation. As a force that had caused significant harm to the Stardow forest, she had been constrained by divine limitations from intervening, but had still acquired a fundamental understanding. Qianning Shuang was at a loss for words. Xian Tan, self-created soul techniques, peculiar weapons, and the Tang surname. These elements only needed the Haotian hammer to complete the puzzle. But why are you so curious about this? Guyuna inquired, observing Qianning Shuang. A sect that perished a millennium ago. What relevance does its name or defining spirit ability hold for the present? Nothing much, just curious and wishing to learn more. However, ancestor, what exactly did you experience in the divine realm? Qianning Shuang chose not to press further on the subject of the Xian Tian sect. The connection between this ancient evil soul master sect and the pure-hearted individual was, at best, mere speculation. After all, regardless of how detestable the Xian Tian sect was a millennium ago, once the blue-silver grass intertwined, the atmosphere instantly transformed into one of joy. Guyuna refrained from pursuing the matter further. After all, curiosity is a trait of youth, which is understandable. She then turned her gaze back to Qian Chongling. Continuing to stroke his beard, Qian Chongling resumed the topic that had been interrupted by Qianning Shuang. Many of her lingering questions were gradually answered through his narrative. As a descendant of the god of angels, Qian Chongling's talents were not dissimilar to those of the contemporary Qian Renxue, and his divine examination was the same as the 9 tests of the angels. However, during the final examination, Qian Chongling chose to forego his chance. This is quite understandable, as the final test required the sacrifice of the high priest, who is none other than Qian Chongling's father. The god of angels, witnessing this unfold, could not bear to lose a prodigious descendant to the stringent traditions of the divine realm, and thus appointed Qian Chongling as her divine official. Thus, Qian Chongling entered the divine realm, only to discover that the god of angels was not in a favorable position. Almost the entirety of the divine realm harbored animosity towards her, particularly the god of Shura. The reasons behind this are rather simple. The conflict of divine duties. The god of angels embodies purification, order, justice, and judgment, and regrettably, the aspects of judgment and order directly clash with those of the god of Shura. The severity of divine duty conflicts varies. It may range from minor disputes over authority to severe cases where a deity's psyche becomes fractured. The conflict between the god of angels and the god of Shura falls into the latter category, though it does not lead to insanity. The prolonged impact likely results in a regression in their cultivation. Consequently, the two deities grew increasingly hostile towards one another, often engaging in battles. Of course, the divine realm is not solely governed by the god of Shura. Other deities exist as well. However, the primary reason the god of angels is so poorly regarded in the divine realm is due to her unwavering commitment to justice. This touches upon a fundamental issue regarding deities, the power of belief. If merely absorbing belief power were the issue, it would not pose a problem, for the god of angels became divine through belief power. The real challenge lies in the prevailing ideology among the deities regarding belief power, which posits that an individual's faith is most potent when they are in desperate situations. Therefore, in a mortal realm under divine management, it cannot be said that life is peaceful and prosperous. Rather, it is characterized by hardship and chaos. This discontent deeply troubled the god of angels, leading to conflicts with nearly every deity. Ironically, she is among the most powerful first-tier gods, capable of holding her own against divine kings. Yet, in every confrontation, when the other gods could neither match her in battle nor in retorts, the situation gradually worsened. Thus, the god of angels, a righteous deity, found herself in a worse predicament than even the malevolent god of plague. This state of neglect in the divine realm intensified following the ascension of the sea god, whose divine duties included purification, clashing once more with those of the god of angels. The sea god, in matters of forming alliances, has always exhibited a remarkable talent, transforming the previously overlooked angel god into a focal point of conflict among the deities. Thus, in an atmosphere rife with disdain and hostility, a fierce battle erupted between the angel god and the pantheon of gods. The outcome was hardly surprising. No single deity, no matter how formidable, could withstand the onslaught of many, even with the assistance of Qian Chongling, who had ascended to the rank of a first-level god through rigorous cultivation of the laws. Ultimately, the angel god resorted to self-destruction, leaving behind only a vacant divine position. Following this, Qian Chongling also detonated himself after the angel god's explosion opened a pathway to Doluo star, ensuring that a remnant of his soul could escape back to Doluo continent. The hypocrisy and repugnance of these gods mirrored that of the past. After hearing about Qian Chongling's experiences, Gu Yuna smirked coldly, crossing her arms. After I escaped from the divine realm, I remained in a dormant state until awakened by Shuang Er's influence, only to discover that the gods had already extended their reach to the Wuhuan Hall. Therefore, whether for vengeance or the survival of the Wuhuan Hall, I must once again confront the gods. Qianning Shuang reaffirmed the suspicions of the prominent figures from my previous life, confirming that the fall of the Wuhuan Hall was indeed orchestrated by the divine realm. However, this was hardly surprising, based on Qian Chongling's description of the gods. It would have been strange if they had not targeted the Wuhuan Hall. After all, the Doluo continent, governed by the Wuhuan Hall, was plagued by the incessant battles of soul masters, which did not align with the god's desire for turmoil. This also elucidated why the pure-hearted Tang god king allowed evil soul masters to run rampant, while often acting as a disruptor during attempts at unification on the continent. A chaotic lower realm aligns with the expectations of the divine realm. As for the demise of the angel god, this was not unexpected. The prominent figures from my previous life had already analyzed it, and we are merely confirming it now. What a grand revelation today, having released her earlier restraint. Qianning Shuang turned to Gu Yuna and asked, "Sister Gu Yuna, may I pose a question? Since so many mysteries regarding the original text have been unraveled today, I would not mind uncovering one more." Gu Yuna was pleased by Qianning Shuang's approach, as it was rare for the girl to lower her guard. "Ask away, Shuang Er, I shall answer what I can." In the records of the Wuhuan Hall, I once read that the blue silver grass reigns for a millennium as king and for 100,000 years as emperor. And the blue silver emperor is a soul beast highly adept in the way of life. It must be of great assistance to you, Sister Gu Yuna, in healing your injuries, correct? Qianning Shuang appeared to be inquiring, yet her tone was laden with certainty. Gu Yuna nodded. "Indeed, while it may not surpass your abilities, the blue silver emperor is indeed beneficial for my injuries. I believe I can surmise what you wish to ask. However, to my knowledge, over a decade ago, a transformed soul beast merged with a human, leading to a conflict with my Wuhuan Hall. And that soul beast happened to be the blue silver emperor. How did you allow it to escape, Sister Gu Yuna?" Upon hearing this question, Gu Yuna wore a wry smile, reflecting on how perceptive children can be. Her guess had been accurate. The blue silver emperor initially assisted me in healing my wounds. But one day, over a decade ago, it suddenly informed me that it needed to step out for a moment. I consented, as my injuries were not in need of immediate attention. However, as I sensed its direction, it appeared to head towards the blue-silver forest, only to suddenly veer off towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Witnessing this, I was enraged and immediately sent DT on to pursue it. To be fair, I had nothing against it, yet simply fled. Just as Tian was closing in, it was struck by heavenly lightning. At that moment, I understood that its escape was intricately linked to the gods of the divine realm, and we could only let it go. I see. Qian Ning Shuang nodded. Through the blue-silver emperor's escape, coupled with the numerous overlapping factors from a millennium ago with the Xiantian sect, it seems that the immaculate Tang god King's rise from birth to ascension was indeed a scheme orchestrated by the gods of the divine realm, aligning with the speculations of the prominent figures from my past life. In truth, the question Qian Ning Shuang most wished to ask was not this. She was eager to inquire whether Gu Yuna would ever whimsically split her soul and subsequently wager against her own split soul due to some disagreement. However, upon reflection, the question seemed inappropriate. Firstly, it might not be friendly to Gu Yuna, and secondly, Gu Yuna had already mentioned that the divine realm was continuously observing the Stardow forest and would intervene. The answer to this question was already quite evident. Under the circumstances where the divine realm did not act, it would be absurd for any sane individual or dragon to intentionally fracture their own soul. Having gleaned most of the necessary information, Gu Yuna shifted her focus to Qian Chongling, inquiring about their next course of action. Surely, resisting the divine realm cannot be achieved merely by remaining here in conversation. Can it? We must take some decisive action. Our method of action is inconsequential. What matters is how you, Shuang wish to proceed. Qian Chongling smiled at Qian Ning Shuang. Without her, any notion of resisting the divine realm would be mere folly, and they would only play a supportive role. As for whether Qian Ning Shuang would align with their intentions to confront the divine realm, Qian Chongling held no apprehensions. He had been candid with her throughout his discussions with Gu Yuna regarding the current situation of the Wuhuan Hall, leaving no room for escape. Insisto. May I be the one to decide such matters? Qian Ning Shuang asked, somewhat bewildered. Although she understood her significance through the conversation between Qian Chongling and Gu Yuna, she was still just a child, and trusting her with such decisions seemed rather unreliable. Of course, it is essential for you to make the decision. Without you, all our actions would be moot, Gu Yuna affirmed, echoing Qian Chongling's sentiment. Without Qian Ning Shuang's ability to veil their fate, every move they made would be under the watchful eye of the divine realm, rendering any attempt to resist a mere joke. Naturally, the most critical aspect was that until Gu Yuna and Qian Chongling had healed their injuries, the manner of action was of little importance. It was better to entrust this decision to Qian Ning Shuang to garner the favor of a future God King. Very well, I do not have any particular thoughts. Shall we return to the Wuhuan Hall for now? Qian Ning Shuang tentatively suggested. Whatever you decide, Shuang. And you, Miss Gu Yuna? Qian Chongling was indifferent. The Wuhuan Hall was his home. I shall accompany you, Shuang. With that, Gu Yuna radiated a dazzling light, transforming from the magnificent woman she once was into a delicate, white-haired girl. To better accompany you, I have sealed all my powers, leaving me with strength akin to yours. Henceforth, you must protect me. The white-haired girl blinked her violet eyes, gazing innocently at Qian Ning Shuang. Wow, white-haired lowly. She is totally in my preferred zone. Qian Ning Shuang gasped. Sister, is this really necessary? Why transform like this? Your original form was perfectly fine. Do not say it's to better accompany me. Your original appearance suffices. Well, it's mainly because I have been restricted by the divine realm for too long and have never left the Stardow forest. Now that I can finally venture out, this form allows me to enjoy the human world better. Perhaps due to her transformation, even her demeanor seemed to have shifted, as Gu Yuna comfortably linked her arm with Qian Ning Shuang's. Of course, the more significant reason she did not mention was that Qian Chongling had now become Qian Ning Shuang's ancestor, which would undoubtedly affect future treatment. She could not afford to fall behind, and naturally, to connect with the little girl Qian Ning Shuang, she adopted a childlike demeanor. Since Miss Gu Yuna had decided to accompany Shuang, the next steps to exit the Stardow forest were entrusted to her. Observing that Gu Yuna had made up her mind, Qian Chongling spoke briefly before drifting into the bracelet. No problem, let us proceed, younger sister Shuang. Responding casually to Qian Chongling, Gu Yuna led Qian Ning Shuang out of that space. Master, what is happening? Tian was evidently astonished by the current situation. How could they enter for a brief moment, only to emerge as good sisters? Do you see this girl beside me? From now on, her word is equivalent to mine. All soul beasts must respect her as they do me. Do you understand? Gu Yuna did not glance at Tion, but instead focused on a group of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the Lake of Life. Understood, Master. Thanks to Gu Yuna's formidable reputation, there were no foolish beasts daring to question her orders. Then hurry and inform all the 10,000-year soul beasts in the forest. Tion commanded. As the ferocious beasts departed, Gu Yuna turned her attention to Tion. You shall accompany me and Shuang Air from now on, providing protection while also tending to your injuries. As you command. But, Master, where are you headed? That is not for you to worry about. I will reveal it to you in due time. Chapter 19. Farewell. Once Qianning Shuang exited the Lake of Life, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Now, gazing upon the Lake of Life was truly refreshing. However, the two soul beasts, there must be the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python from the original story. Observing the towering monkey and the serpent with a bovine head, Qianning Shuang contemplated silently. Those are merely two gatekeeping soul beasts. What of it, Shuang Air? Gu Yuna inquired curiously as she noticed Qianning Shuang scrutinizing them. Nothing much. I simply hadn't seen them before when we entered. Let's seek out my companions. Shaking her head dismissively, Qianning Shuang replied. Now that Gu Yuna had left the Stardow Forest, the original narrative held little more than reference value. I never anticipated my grandfather to be so hard-hearted, to abandon his granddaughter into the clutches of ferocious beasts for an incomprehensible plan. I tell you, if anything were to happen to Shuang Air, I, Qianren Shui, will not let this go. Do not expect me to call you grandfather again. When Qianning Shuang and Gu Yuna located Qianren Shui and her group, they witnessed a scene unfolding. Qianren Shui, with reddened eyes, was bombarding the visibly awkward Qiandao Lu with her emotional outburst, while Walter wore a pained expression and Pullman and Tian Yao stood by, trembling in fear. Sister. Qianning Shuang had no choice but to step forward and call out, feeling deeply moved by Qianren Shui's concern for her. However, it seemed inappropriate for her grandfather to be scolded in such a manner. Shuangya. Upon hearing Qianning Shuang's voice, Qianren Shui turned in surprise. In an instant, she rushed towards Qianning Shuang, embracing her tightly. It would not be a good look to cry like a flower cat, and besides, I am fine. Watching Qianren Shui weep uncontrollably while holding her, Qianning Shuang could only wipe her tears and offer comfort. As long as you are all right, that is all that matters. Still wearing that tear-stained expression, Qianning Shuang felt compelled to cradle Qianren Shui's face. The two faces gently touched. Qianren Su abruptly ceased her tears, her pupils widening. Qianning Shuang gazed at the bewildered face cradled in her hands. Sister, I detest crying, so please do not cry anymore, all right? Suddenly, Qianren Shui broke into a smile, gently pressing her forehead against Qianning Shuang's. Since my sister has said so, continuing to cry would be unreasonable. Their gazes locked, and soon their eyes curved into crescents. After a long moment, Qianning Shuang suddenly broke free from Qianren Shui's embrace, covering her face with her hands. Oh dear, how embarrassing. What on earth did I just do? Qianren Shui did not comment on Qianning Shuang's withdrawal. Instead, she resumed her usual serene demeanor, smiling at her sister. However, her tear-streaked face appeared somewhat comical. Shuang Air, are you all right? After the sisters had settled their emotions, Qiandao Lu stepped forward to inquire. The nearby Pullman and Tian Yao sighed in relief, while Walter appeared to be reflecting on the commotion. Indeed, it was not Qiandao Lu or Bibi Dong who could pacify Qianren Shui, but rather Qianning Shuang. Everything is perfectly fine, Grandpa. Qianning Shuang smiled sweetly at Qiandao Lu. She bore no resentment towards his so-called plan. Having gleaned a general understanding through the conversation between Qian Chongling and Gu Yuna at the Lake of Life steps. And who might this be? Qiandao Lu inquired, directing his gaze towards Gu Yuna, who appeared fascinated. The matter of affection, regardless of how many times one witnessed it, remained as enchanting as ever. She is Gu Yuna, the Soul Bee Sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. Hiss! Pullman gasped in astonishment. The title of Soul Bee Sovereign sounded formidable indeed. Greetings! Gu Yuna greeted them warmly, appearing quite amiable, as the onlookers noted. And by the way, I shall be accompanying Shuang Air from now on, so I hope you will not mind my presence in the Spirit Hall. There is no need to regard me as the Soul Bee Sovereign. Treating me as a little girl will suffice. The ancestors only mentioned an alliance. They did not say anything about bringing her to the Spirit Hall. Qiandao Lu was astounded. If your excellency is willing to grace my spirit hall with your presence, I will be most honored. Though he was shocked, he maintained the necessary decorum. Since we are acquainted now, could you do me a favor, Sister Guyuna? Qianning Shuang, undeterred by the astonishment around her, directly made her request to Guyuna. Speak on. My friend requires a rather elusive soul beast. Could you assist? Sister Guyuna? Qianning Shuang pointed at Tian Yao. With the soul beast sovereign present, there was no need for arduous searching. She felt entitled to enjoy such privileges bestowed upon many predecessors. This is no challenge. What type of soul beast do you seek, and what is the approximate age? Guyuna appeared unfazed, as there were numerous soul beasts in the Star Doe forest, far too many for her to count, except for those 10,000-year ones, which she might consider quantifying. Approximately an 800-year-old golden scale crocodile tortoise, Tian Yao stepped forward to state, feeling it unnecessary to be shy in light of Qianning Shuang's assistance. Ditian, did you hear that? Go and capture it. Guyuna summoned the omnipotent tool, Dragon Ditian, as she watched Tian vanish into the distance. Qianning Shuang curiously asked Guyuna, I thought you might find this request difficult. Is it truly no trouble? Why would it be difficult? Guyuna looked at Qianning Shuang with genuine curiosity. Aren't you all soul beasts? And you, Sister Guyuna, are the soul beast sovereign? I assumed this might be a source of conflict or sadness for you. Upon hearing Qianning Shuang's words, Guyuna retorted, Shuang are you mistaken? Why you humans refer to us collectively as soul beasts, as if we were one family, internally, we have never been concerned with such labels. The internal factions of soul beasts are so numerous that I can hardly keep track of them. How could they possibly coexist in harmony? For instance, do you think the soft bone charm rabbit could live amicably with carnivorous soul beasts like the dark golden terror claw bear? Upon encountering one another, their relationship would be one of predator and prey, devoid of any semblance of harmony. Each day, countless soul beasts perish in the Star Doe forest due to conflict, with the number easily reaching into the hundreds, if not thousands. Thus, there's no need to concern ourselves over just one or two. During their conversation, Emperor Tian had already discarded a golden scale crocodile turtle onto the ground. Sister Tian Yao, let us proceed. Once you have absorbed the soul ring, we shall return to Spirit City. Even the soul beast monarch, Guyuna, showed no concern for this. Why should these humans be so sentimental? All right, Tian Yao replied, plunging her blade into the head of the golden scale crocodile turtle, then seated herself to absorb the soul ring. As she absorbed the soul ring, Guyuna seemed to recall something and turned to Qianning Shuang, saying, when you return to the spirit hall, let Mr. Qin Chongling and me help you harness the life energy of your martial soul. Otherwise, each time you unleash it, it causes a great commotion. Sure, Qianning Shuang responded eagerly. By evening, Tian Yao had completed the absorption of the soul ring, acquiring a skill that enhanced her defense by 100%. Chapter 20. Still at Holy Soul Village switching scenes. 8 days had passed since Qianning Shuang and her companions returned to Spirit City, now outside the city of Notting at Holy Soul Village. The king of Tang, who had harmonized multiple elements of the Shintian sect, a malevolent soul master sect from millennium prior, was blissfully unaware that Guyuna had already ventured out of the Star Doe forest 2 millennia ahead of schedule. Even if he were to find out, aside from lamenting the loss of his daughter-in-law, there was little he could do, as he remained an iron-wielding boy yet to awaken his martial soul. Of course, in this chaotic world altered by traversers, whether he had sons or daughters was yet another matter. Observing Tang San, who was nearing his goal of 10,000 repetitions, Tang Hao couldn't help but marvel at this unknown entity inhabiting his son's body, noting its incredible perseverance. Furthermore, the self-created soul skills exhibited by this entity were exquisite. After nearly 10,000 repetitions, not a single blister had formed on its hands. It seemed prudent to interrogate it before taking action, thus acquiring these self-created soul skills to restore the greatness of the sect, Tang Hao mused. As the designated heir of the Haotian sect, having been exposed to a series of self-created soul skills from a young age, Tang Hao could proudly claim no one understood self-created soul skills better than he. Therefore, he assessed the several self-created skills held by Tang San. The movement type skill and the vision type skill were already remarkably refined, while the hand-related skill appeared tailor-made for his Haotian sect. While Tang Hao crafted farming tools and pondered how to obtain those self-created skills from Tang San, an aged voice sounded from outside. Tang Hao, are you busy? The visitor was a man in his 60s, none other than Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao merely responded with a casual HM, while Tang San disregarded Old Jack entirely. In his past life, Tang San remembered very well Old Jack's harsh words towards his father. Although it was unlikely he would seek retribution after all these years of support, a good attitude was certainly not to be expected. Old Jack, undeterred, recognized that this father and son duo treated everyone in the village with such indifference, so he felt no need to take it personally. As to why he continued to support them despite their attitude, they would inevitably encounter one another in such a small village. A little coolness was acceptable, but he certainly wouldn't let them starve. Naturally, Old Jack had no desire to impose his goodwill on those who were indifferent. He simply left a message for Tang San to come to the martial soul awakening ceremony in 3 days and departed. The martial soul awakening ceremony? It seems I will soon see Xiao Wu again. 6 years have passed. I have waited too long for this day. A gleam of excitement flashed in Tang San's eyes. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San, who appeared to be anticipating something, and lowered his gaze. He, too, could awaken his martial soul. However, if he were to assist Tang San himself, what if it turned out not to be the blue silver grass or the Haotian hammer? Would he have to resort to violence against his own son's body? At the very least, it was still his son's physical form. To personally unveil the soul within this body, only to discover it was not his son, would be excessively cruel. It would be better to entrust him to the spirit hall. At least he would not have to face the outcome directly. He could observe from a distance. And if it truly was not the blue silver grass or the Haotian hammer, he would quietly depart and allow fate to take its course. Having reached this conclusion, Tang Hao's hammer strikes grew more fervent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tang San made his way to the spirit hall at the center of the village with ease. Naturally, the spirit hall would not construct a lavish building for a mere village, but rather a simple wooden house. As he gazed upon the emblem of the spirit hall affixed to the wooden structure, a cold glimmer flashed in Tang San's eyes. He harbored no fondness for the spirit hall. His disdain stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, the spirit hall had once taken the lives of his mother and Xiao Wu, albeit these events occurred thousands of years ago. And although both his mother and Xiao Wu eventually revived, now that he, the king of Tang, had been reborn, it meant they would once again perish at the hands of the spirit hall. This grudge could not simply be overlooked. Secondly, from the perspective of a god, the spirit hall was exceedingly detestable. They governed the entire continent, yet aside from the conflicts among soul masters, they contributed nothing of value. How could the divine realm assert its authority in such a scenario? Moreover, they prohibited the emergence of any beliefs aside from that of angels, a path leading to demise. As for the fact that the spirit hall had not propagated the belief in angels for thousands of years, Tang San had little interest. After all, there was no divine belief to be found on the continent. As a former god, he felt it was his duty to contribute to the betterment of the divine realm. Thirdly, he sought vengeance for the Tang sect. He was aware that the Xiantian sect, which had perished a millennium ago, had been established by predecessors of the Tang sect who arrived in this world before him. Therefore, as a disciple of the Tang sect, it was only right for him to seek retribution against the spirit hall for obliterating the Xiantian sect. What? The Xiantian sect was filled with malevolent soul masters? Such a view was that of a rustic villager. One must broaden their perspective. From the standpoint of a god, malevolent soul masters simply acquired power through different means than ordinary soul masters. Evil is an indispensable component of the world. As for those who perished at the hands of malevolent soul masters, death is an inevitable fate for all. It would be better for the disciples of the Tang sect to contribute their strength. Fourthly, he intended to follow the trajectory of his past life and continue his path as a god. Thus, the spirit hall must be eradicated. Of course, due to the necessity of adhering to the trajectory of his previous life, he still needed to rely on the spirit hall to awaken his martial soul. Thus, after a brief wait, Old Jack arrived with a little girl with black hair. Anur, when the soul master arrives, be sure to show them respect. And do not panic. If you cannot become a soul master, it is all right. My inheritance is ample enough for you to live a peaceful and joyful life. Watching Old Jack patiently instruct the girl, who responded obediently, Tang San furrowed his brow. Although he rarely ventured beyond the village and had no interaction with the villagers aside from home and the hillside, relying on his memories from his past life, he was certain this girl was not present on the day of the martial soul awakening ceremony. As for whether he could have forgotten due to the passage of time, that was impossible. With the girl's remarkable beauty and grace, he could not possibly lack recollection. This matter must be clarified. With this in mind, Tang San inquired of old Jack, village chief, "Who is this girl?" "My granddaughter." "What's the matter?" "I warn you, Tang San, keep those thoughts of yours in check. Consider your pigsty of a home before pursuing my granddaughter." Old Jack returned with a scowl on his face, resembling someone who had just lost their mother. Now, upon seeing his granddaughter's beauty, he attempted to be friendly. How could Tang San, a mere boy, presume to be worthy? Could a common old man like him dare insult his family? Furthermore, who would even be interested in his granddaughter? His heart belonged solely to Xiao Wu. Tang San longed to retort, but all that escaped his lips was, "I was merely inquiring." He suppressed his intense, murderous intent, reminding himself that impatience could disrupt greater plans. He must adhere to the path laid out in his previous life. Any violence here would hinder his awakening of the martial soul. The contract had been signed, and now he awaited approval. Gratitude poured forth for the support of the esteemed patrons. Patrons could rest assured in their investments. Chapter 21. An uncommon martial soul awakening. Is this the renowned Tang God King? He doesn't seem impressive at all. While old Jack rambled on, Angela curiously scrutinized Tang San. Her interest was purely academic. After all, Tang San was a recluse, seldom seen beyond the village outskirts. As a well-educated individual from a different world, she had no inclination to keep tabs on someone she held no affection for. Thus, today marked the first time she truly encountered Tang San, having only glimpsed his silhouette from afar before. She was not alone in this. Many of the village children awakening their martial souls, as well as some of their parents, were witnessing the elusive blacksmith's son for the first time. With a sigh, Angela withdrew her gaze from Tang San. After today, they would become adversaries, for she had already resolved to awaken her martial soul and subsequently leave for the martial soul hall. As a traveler who had grown up studying the history of her new homeland, she could not disregard the relatively progressive martial soul hall in favor of the regressive Shrek Academy. Moreover, as a young woman, she could not forsake the opportunity to join the martial soul hall, which boasted many graceful young ladies and strikingly handsome gentlemen, in favor of a place like Shrek. Associated with dubious characters, she held a fair opinion of her own beauty and could only imagine the unwanted attention she would attract if she joined Shrek. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Old Jack was delayed due to some matters. This year, 9 children were to awaken their martial souls. The arrival of a young man in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, dressed in the attire of the martial soul hall, interrupted the gathering's contemplations of the future or their anxious worries. "Do not worry. We must trouble Master Su Yuntao once again." Old Jack respectfully greeted the young man, who had been assisting the village children in awakening their martial souls for several years now. Despite their familiarity, respect for the soul masters remained paramount. "Let us begin. I must attend to the next village." Su Yuntao replied hastily, leading the 9 children into the wooden hut. "Ah, I hope this year will yield a soul master." Old Jack mused, watching the children enter. Yet, he understood that it was exceedingly difficult for a small village like theirs to produce a soul master. Hope was merely a consolation for himself and the parents of the children present. Inside the wooden hut, Angela observed curiously as Su Yuntao initiated the awakening of each child's martial soul, a truly wondrous spectacle for a traveler. Soon, it was her turn, as she felt a warm, enveloping sensation. Something within her surged toward her palms. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up as he focused on Angela, sensing that he might have stumbled upon a treasure. As her martial soul awakened, Tang San's gaze fixated on the peculiar sword shield in Angela's hands. He reaffirmed his belief that this girl had not existed in his previous life in Holy Soul Village. At the very least, it was a super martial soul. How could such an anomaly arise? Just as Su Yuntao prepared to test Angela's soul power, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, sensing a strong aura of murderous intent. Upon turning around, he found only a small boy with patched clothing and blue hair. Scratching his head, Su Yuntao pondered the strangeness of it all. Had he misinterpreted the feeling? "Uncle?" Angela tentatively called out to Su Yuntao, who was lost in thought. "Oh, it's nothing. Let's first test your soul power," Su Yuntao said, shaking his head. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged the situation. He would focus on testing this girl's soul power, which might lead to his promotion. As he gazed at the brilliantly glowing testing crystal, Su Yuntao's elation was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Tang San suppressed his murderous intent once more. It seemed that the martial soul had the ability to shield against such feelings. As a former Shura god king, he could completely control his murderous aura. Moments ago, it had shot directly toward Angela, yet she exhibited no reaction, while Su Yuntao only sensed a hint of it. Full innate soul power. Child, do you wish to join the Martial Soul Hall? With your talent, you could directly enter Martial Soul City, a revered sanctuary for all soul masters. Grander and more prosperous than Notting City. Su Yuntao, now fervently excited, grasped Angela's hand, fearing she might flee. Struggling against his grip, Angela replied resignedly, "Of course. But could you please let go of my hand? My apologies. I shall take you to the Martial Soul Hall in the city," Su Yuntao exclaimed, releasing her hand while rubbing his palms together in excitement. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Angela, but I wish to take my grandfather with me." Angela had no objections about when to leave. She simply wanted to include old Jack, who had cared for her for 6 years. "Oh dear, we must first register at the Martial Soul branch in the city, and then we can bring old Jack along." Su Yuntao edith. "You should go inform old Jack." He instructed Angela to wait outside while he began packing up his belongings. "Uncle, we still have 3 children left to awaken." Tang San, unable to recall how many times he had suppressed his murderous intent that day, felt his frustration rise once more as he observed Su Yuntao preparing to depart. Alas, he was still a child without an awakened martial soul and lacked any hidden weapons. The most effective murderous aura was being blocked by an unknown martial soul, leaving him reliant solely on the 5 unique techniques of the Tang sect, which made defeating a great soul master nearly impossible. Otherwise, a genius wishing to join the Martial Soul Hall and a great soul master preparing to flee while ignoring his potential as a future god king would be courting death. "Go on, go. Can't you see I have matters to attend to?" Su Yuntao exclaimed impatiently. This child was utterly oblivious. A genius emerging from their village was a rare occurrence, and there was no need to waste time on the rest. "Uncle." Tang San was once again compelled to suppress his murderous aura, adopting a nearly tearful expression. "Just wait. You are forcing a future god king to display such a countenance. Alas, come forth. May one among you possess innate soul power." Observing Tang San on the verge of tears, alongside the 2 eager children, Su Yuntao felt a pang of compassion. It seemed excessively harsh to deny these 3 children even a fleeting chance. Contrary to his expectations, the next 2 displayed little aptitude for cultivation. However, when it came to Tang San, Su Yuntao's eyes brightened at the sight of the golden light emanating from him, although it paled in comparison to the previous dark-haired girl. Could it be that today, the ancestral graves of Holy Soul Village had belched forth not 1, but 2 prodigies? Su Yuntao did not insist that Tang San match Angela's excellence. He merely hoped for the boy to possess the capability for cultivation. Oh, blue silvergrass, a worthless martial spirit. Upon recognizing the martial spirit in Tang San's hand, Su Yuntao's disappointment was palpable. Such a waste of sentiment. Having resolved to gather his belongings and depart, he still needed to escort Angela to Notting City. He was interrupted by Tang San's urgent grasp on his sleeve. "Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet." As a reincarnator, Tang San was acutely aware of his innate soul power. Yet, without a formal assessment, how could he secure his position as a working student and encounter his beloved Xiao Wu at Notting Academy? Oh, what a hassle. What is there to measure in a worthless martial spirit? "Come, place your hand here." With evident impatience, Su Yuntao retrieved the testing crystal from his bag, prompting Tang San to proceed with the assessment. Full innate soul power. The crystal glowed with the same resplendence as before, igniting Su Yuntao's countenance with unrestrained ecstasy. Could it truly be that today, Holy Soul Village had produced 2 individuals with full innate soul power? Although one was recognized as a worthless martial spirit, the rarity of full innate soul power could not be obscured by its perceived inadequacy. At the very least, Su Yuntao was confident that while this boy might not enjoy the same privileges as the previous girl due to his blue-silver grass martial spirit, his circumstances would not be dismal either. "Child, what is your name? Would you be willing to join my spear hall?" Su Yuntao extended another invitation. Tang San was taken aback. This was not the treatment he had received in his past life, where his worthless martial spirit had elicited no inquiry, only dismissal. It appeared that the girl had altered the course of events. My name is Tang San. As for joining the spirit hall, I must consult my father. Ultimately, Tang San used this excuse to evade the invitation, knowing full well that joining the spirit hall was out of the question. Very well, child. Go inquire with your parents. I shall wait for you outside. Su Yuntao was understanding. Children often seek their parents in significant matters. For the sake of nurturing another talent, he could afford to wait. Thank you, uncle. With no choice, Tang San turned to leave. He had no intention of genuinely asking Tang how whether he should join the spirit hall. Instead, he would share the news of his twin martial spirits. According to the trajectory of his past life, this would be the first moment he truly felt paternal affection. As for Su Yuntao, he could concoct some excuse later. After all, in Su Yuntao's eyes, he was merely a worthless martial spirit. And Tang San believed he would not be given much thought. Exiting the wooden hut, Tang San spotted Angela conversing with old Jack. Yet he felt no surge of animosity this time. He had come to terms with the fact that it was merely a super martial spirit aspiring to join the spirit hall. Did he, the esteemed God King, truly care? In his past life, even a god-level martial spirit with innate level 20 had succumbed to him. A peculiar super martial spirit with full innate soul power was of little concern. In this life, he was reborn with millennia of memories from the God King, fully aware of the spirit hall's schemes and the opportunities that awaited him across the continent. He had no need to fear a super martial spirit with full innate soul power. Even if she proved to be an unpredictable variable, such gifted individuals, even if they were to join the spirit hall, would not pose a significant challenge for him, given his wisdom and talent. Thus, lost in thought, Tang San arrived at the dilapidated entrance of his home. Father, he called as he stepped inside, finding Tang Hao engrossed in his forge. What is it, shouting like that? Tang Hao did not lift his gaze, his downcast eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He had sensed the moments of martial spirit awakening. Blue silvergrass. He had not expected it to be true. This indicated that the soul within that frail body could indeed be his son. Yet, how could the self-created soul techniques be explained? After all, no one understood self-created soul techniques better than he, Tang Hao. His grandfather, Tang Chun, was hailed as the continent's strongest, yet he had only begun to create his own techniques upon achieving title status. How could a mere child possibly devise such powerful and intricate soul techniques? Unbeknownst to Tang San, his father was mired in turmoil. The boy, however, was filled with excitement as he announced, "Father, my martial spirit has awakened. It is blue silvergrass." Blue silvergrass, not bad, Tang Hao replied, still focused on his work, already aware of the situation. But father, I have another martial spirit. Tang San interpreted his father's demeanor as nostalgia for his mother. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao abruptly raised his head, shock evident on his face. Without uttering a word, Tang San slowly raised his left hand, revealing a peculiar small hammer that materialized in his palm. Dual martial spirits. He possesses dual martial spirits. So, my son, Tang Hao dashed to Tang San's side, enveloping him in a fierce embrace. What self-created techniques? My son is a super genius. A super genius with dual martial spirits. Creating techniques is merely a normal feat. What have you been doing? Only when Tang San could no longer endure the fervor did Tang Hao finally rein in his emotions, gazing intently at his son's face. After a long pause, he uttered, "Remember, in your future, you must always use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right. Forever." Simultaneously, a thought ignited in Tang Hao's mind, rejuvenating his spirit after 6 years of despair. With full innate soul power, dual martial spirits, and numerous powerful self-created techniques. Along with his lineage as the Haotian de Law, the Haotian sect would rise to greatness once more. Moreover, he could exact revenge on the spirit hall that had once driven Ain to her demise. Of course, these thoughts were not to be shared with Tang San at present. First, he regarded his son as still too young. Knowing too much would be a burden. Secondly, while Tang Hao had emotionally accepted Tang San as his son, deep within, there lingered an unacknowledged hesitation. After all, humans are adept at deceiving others, and, at times, even better at deceiving themselves. Yet certain truths remain, and no matter how one attempts to delude oneself, some traces will inevitably persist. Why does it take so long to ask a question? Outside the wooden hut, Su Yuntao paced anxiously. Old Jack, witnessing the scene, approached with a wry smile. Master Su Yun Tao, perhaps Tang Hao has had a bit too much to drink. Should I go and nudge him? Very well, I shall accompany you. Lead the way. Old Jack, Su Yun Tao declared, unable to contain his impatience. Just then, Tang San's figure finally appeared around the corner. Uncle, I apologize. My father does not wish for me to become a soul master. Su Yun Tao was taken aback by Tang San's declaration, his mind swirling with questions. While it was one thing to decline joining the Spirit Hall, every year in Notting City, a number of children awakened their martial spirits and became soul masters. Not every one of them was inclined to join the Spirit Hall. However, possessing full innate soul power, even a worthless martial spirit, Su Yun Tao would ensure he was bound for the Spirit Hall. What nonsense is this about not wanting to become a soul master? A soul master, indeed. Are your parents savages who do not comprehend the prestige of such a title? Child, is your father still intoxicated? After a long pause, Su Yun Tao finally voiced his concern. Old Jack had previously mentioned that this child's parent had a penchant for alcohol and often became inebriated, which seemed to explain the absurdity of his words. Master Su Yun Tao, how about this? You take Angela and Xiao San to Notting City, and once Xiao San's father sobers up, I will have a word with him. I'm confident he will be pleased about Xiao San joining the Spirit Hall. Old Jack clearly shared the sentiment that Tang Hao must still be under the influence. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such nonsense. Not wanting the child to become a soul master. What ridiculousness. Very well, then. I shall escort the two children to Notting City. And Old Jack, please inform Tang San's father at the appropriate time. Su Yun Tao was disinclined to say more. The words of a drunkard scarcely warranted attention. Grasping Tang San's hand with one hand and cradling Angela with the other, he turned and exited Holy Soul Village. Tang San was bewildered. What was happening? Why was he suddenly being taken to join the Spirit Hall? Was he, the illustrious Shura God King, truly to become a part of it? Surely there must be some mistake. Nonetheless, he offered no resistance. After all, Su Yun Tao was a grand soul master, and any opposition would be futile. Furthermore, he did not genuinely believe that Tang Hao would permit him to join the Spirit Hall. Revealing his identity as a soul master could serve his interests. Angela, on the other hand, was in shock. Was Tang San genuinely about to join the Spirit Hall? What an absurd international joke. No, this was a real world, not a novel. It would be strange for the Spirit Hall not to recruit someone with Tang San's innate full soul power. The situation depicted in the original text, where Su Yun Tao seemed blind to this, was merely the author's folly. Angela shook her head forcefully, correcting her thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and terror filled her eyes. If logic were to prevail, and if the social dynamics portrayed in the book were accurate, Tang Hao would never allow his own son to genuinely join the Spirit Hall. Thus, she feared for her life and Su Yun Tao's as well. Based on the descriptions of title perception in the book, Tang Hao must have heard her express her willingness to join the Spirit Hall. She had taken too much for granted. As Su Yun Tao carried her forward, Angela's mind raced. Should she alert Su Yun Tao? Setting aside whether he would believe her, even if he did, it wouldn't change their fate. Moreover, alerting him might only indicate to the lurking Tang Hao that she was special. Was she truly heading toward the dead end? Perhaps she should shift her mindset. Preserving her life was paramount, and considerations of future preferences could wait. Apologies, Blind Master Su Yun Tao, but I must prioritize my own survival. She could only hope this might afford her a sliver of a chance to live. With determination, Angela feigned distress, putting on the guise of a child on the verge of tears, and addressed Su Yun Tao. Uncle, I no longer wish to join the Spirit Hall. May I return to find my grandfather? Do not cry. Do not be afraid. You will see your grandfather in a day or two at most. Observing Angela's demeanor, Su Yun Tao comforted her, presuming it was merely the anxiety of a young girl embarking on a long journey. One who did not grasp the significance of joining the Spirit Hall. Tang San, holding Angela's hand, glanced at her. It seemed that despite being a formidable soul, she was still just a child. As the trio, each lost in their own thoughts, made their way towards Notting City, Tang Hao was not idle. He could not truly allow Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. His previous despondency was gone, replaced by renewed resolve. He retrieved the tattered cloak gifted by Ayin, covering his face with a torn piece of cloth, and vanished from the squalor of the makeshift dwelling. After nearly an entire meal's worth of time, Angela's heart raced with mounting anxiety, reaching a crescendo upon spotting a dark figure in the center of the road. Suddenly, everything went dark, and she lost consciousness. Observing the two children he had knocked out, and seeing Su Yuntao ready to awaken his soul, Tang Hao wasted no time. Grabbing the soul master by the skull, he unleashed his soul power, snuffing out the breath of the man who had just been dreaming of a glorious ascent. Holding the lifeless body of the very soul master who had helped his son awaken his soul, Tang Hao felt no remorse. The members of the spirit hall deserved their fate. However, the body needed to be dealt with. This would likely be recorded as a disappearance, and the spirit hall would not concern itself with the loss of a grand soul master. After all, how many disappeared each year? Gazing at the two unconscious children, Tang Hao sighed. Tang San needed no explanation. He was his son. As for Angela, he found himself in a quandary. Killing her would be excessive. After all, she was merely a little girl. Her sudden change of heart regarding joining the spirit hall demonstrated that she was a spoiled child, lacking cunning. Yet, what to do if he spared her? Leaving her to her own devices was risky. She possessed an innate, full soul power and could become a significant threat if she ever reached the spirit hall. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Tang Hao's mind. Yes, why not cultivate this child with innate full soul power instead of sending her to the spirit hall? He was confident in Tang San's ability to aid him in restoring their sect and exacting revenge upon the spirit hall. Adding another genius to his ranks would only be advantageous. Furthermore, Angela would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty, fitting for his son. With a superlative soul paired with a dual martial spirit, two individuals of innate full soul power would surely yield exceptional offspring. Even if Tang San and Angela did not end up together, there were plenty of males in the Haoyan sect to continue their legacy of superlative souls. Of course, she would only ever be a subsidiary member. No soul could surpass the Haoyan hammer. Resolving his thoughts, Tang Hao discreetly placed Tang San and Angela in a secluded thicket by the roadside, ensuring that they would awaken before anyone discovered them. He trusted that the perceptive and somewhat astute Tang San would lead Angela back to Holy Soul Village upon regaining consciousness. Having secured the two children, Tang Hao swiftly departed with Su Yuntao's corpse, disappearing into the distant woods. Chapter 24. The cage. Angela, nursing her aching forehead, surveyed her surroundings. Lanner, you are awake. Are you all right? Tang San smiled at Angela, embodying the role of the caring older brother. Tang San surmised why Tang Hao had chosen to spare Angela, a genius with a superlative soul, yet still an innocent child, easily influenced. No, this was about preventing a prodigy from entering the shadowy spirit hall. As for Angela's presence, deviating from the expected trajectory of the Tang God King, such divergences indicated that this life might differ from the last. While Tang San believed his wisdom and talent could navigate any twists of fate, having another genius on his side would be welcome. Moreover, if he were to eliminate Angela, how could he justify it to Tang Hao? He had no desire to reveal his reincarnation, even if it was to his own father. Of course, understanding Tang Hao's motives, Tang San harbored no objections to taking Angela under his wing. He was well aware of the common notion that geniuses should pair with geniuses. But his heart belonged solely to Xiao Wu. Brother, what just happened? Where's that uncle? Angela asked, tears welling in her eyes. Survived, but merely existing. It appears that for a considerable time to come, I shall be tethered to this pure-hearted King Tang. As she performed her act, Angela had no choice but to suppress the profound disdain swelling within her. I cannot fathom how it transpired. One moment I was faint, and upon regaining consciousness. This was our predicament. A look of bewilderment crossed Tang San's face. He was aware that it was Tang Hao's doing, yet, as Tang Hao wished to keep his identity concealed, this dutiful son could only feign ignorance. What shall we do next? Angela continued to weep, imploring Tang San. Let's return to the village. What is your name, brother? Suppressing her revulsion, Angela had to feign complete compliance with Tang San. My name is Tang San. Brother Tang San, should we inform grandfather? We should tell him that the soul master uncle left with a man in black, and that we had no choice but to return to the village. Brother Tang San, why not mention our fainting? Best not to, lest village chief Jack worry. The two figures exchanged words as they walked the path back to Holy Soul Village, presenting a scene of harmonious beauty. However, only the children knew the turmoil within their hearts. Upon their return, after listening to Tang San and Angela, old Jack merely assumed that Su Yuntao had business elsewhere, expressing a hint of disappointment that the two children had not joined the spirit hall. After all, old Jack, a rustic elder, was unaware of what innate full spirit power and joining the spirit hall truly signified. However, old Jack was acutely aware of what being a soul master entailed. Since the children had not joined the spirit hall, he prepared to take them to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. As the village's slots for work-study students were available, it is essential to mention the work-study system on the continent. It does not function as described in the original work, where only one child per village could be admitted each year. Instead, any child with innate spirit power from the village can attend a nearby primary Soul Master Academy, regardless of a number. Innate spirit power is itself a low-probability occurrence, akin to a stroke of luck. In small villages like Holy Soul Village, it is entirely normal for years to pass without a single soul master emerging. In unfortunate circumstances, centuries may elapse without any. However, exceptions do exist. What if one day a village produced several children with innate spirit power? It would be unreasonable for the others to remain home farming while only one child becomes a soul master. Thus, as long as one possesses innate spirit power and cannot afford the exorbitant tuition fees of the Soul Master Academy, they can enroll under the guise of a work-study student, with no other restrictions. There are only a handful of work-study students each year, and that meager tuition is inconsequential to an institution like the Soul Master Academy. As for whether someone could afford tuition yet still prefer to take advantage of this system, one must refrain from such folly. It would be a loss of face. This is not a capitalist society, where financial gain reigns supreme. In the feudal society of Deloitte, social status holds great significance. This work-study system was first implemented by the Spirit Hall and subsequently adopted by various factions, having existed on the continent for thousands of years. But I digress. Let us skip over how Tang instructed Tang San in the art of chaos, and how Angela, for her own survival, was compelled to constantly visit Tang Hao's residence to curry favor. Outside the 7th dormitory of the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City, Angela stood at the entrance, intrigued by a scuffle unfolding within. The combatants were none other than our King Tang and his lifelong love, Xiao Wu. Yet, rather than a battle, it resembled a flirtatious exchange. Xiao Wu had Tang San's head trapped between her legs and flung him to the ground. Yet, to observe Tang San, there was no trace of anger or grievance from being struck. He seemed to revel in the encounter. Rising to his feet, a fleeting spark of fervent emotion flickered in Tang San's eyes as he gazed at Xiao Wu. I concede defeat. You shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory from now on. As the tussle within the dormitory concluded, Angela found herself lost in contemplation. Reflecting on the look Tang San had cast upon Xiao Wu, that fleeting gaze, brimming with possessiveness, had not gone unnoticed by her. A sharp observer seasoned in the intrigues of society. Why did Tang San's gaze, filled with such possessiveness, feel so incongruous? Was it not stated in the original work that he regarded Xiao Wu merely as a sister? What brother gazes at his sister with such possessiveness? Shaking her head, Angela reminded herself, this is a real world, and all events unfold according to logical progression. The original work serves only as a reference. Yet, even viewed through the lens of normal logical development, Tang San's gaze was inappropriate. Who gazes at someone of the opposite sex for the first time with such intensity? Moreover, Tang San was not a lecherous fiend. Perhaps it is best to set such thoughts aside for now and consider her own future. The memorable scene of her apprenticeship was visible from afar, and thankfully, she had excused herself on the pretext of needing to relieve herself. Otherwise, she would have likely been unable to escape the fate of becoming an apprentice. Although life resembles a certain metaphor, one cannot resist and must learn to enjoy. Angela found it impossible to extricate herself from Tang San's side, for who could say whether Tang Hao was covertly shadowing him? She dare not take that gamble. Yet to take the so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang as her mentor would be an affront to her identity as a transmigrator. It appeared that, for a considerable time, escaping from the Shrek camp would be impossible. But as a rational individual, could she truly follow Shrek's reckless regression into history? Furthermore, rather than viewing Shrek as a group of 7 oddities, it would be more accurate to see them as mere accessories to Tang San's journey, all serving to highlight his exceptional prowess, albeit in a manner that could provoke laughter. Should she attempt to wrest control of Shrek from Tang San? That seemed improbable. Setting aside the fact that the entirety of Shrek revolved around Tang San as a modern-day transmigrator, her worldview would undoubtedly clash with theirs. and she could not simply conform to their ways. Many of Shrek's actions contradicted her own principles as established in the original work. It seemed that the best course of action would be to bide her time for an opportune moment. Chapter 25. Intention's Sister. It has been 3 months since I last wrote to you, and it has been 3 years, 1 month, and 3 days since we last met. During this time, life in Spirit City has remained unchanged, filled with the monotony of the library and training grounds, lacking any novelty. If I were to share something significant, it would be that I have reached level 24, and with the assistance of Sister Guyu and our ancestor, I have learned to conceal the life energy of the white flower. No noteworthy events have occurred in Spirit City. Grandfather still spends his days at the Doluo Palace, while Grandfather Tian, he continues to argue with the Pope's Hall over the matter of the Saintess. I suspect he is merely seeking distractions from his boredom. Speaking of Grandfather Tian, due to the ancestor's insights regarding the soul core method I mentioned, he has now broken through to level 99. On the day of his breakthrough, he took Grandfather Walter out for drinks with a group of our Reverend elders. The following day, Grandfather Walter returned, lamenting his desire to break through to level 95 as soon as possible. Uncle D. Tian's injuries have also healed, and now he gazes at me with fervor daily, making me quite uncomfortable. Last week, Sister Tian Yao took a group of friends to the Soul Master Academy to stir up trouble, only to be dragged back by Uncle Tian Shun for a beating. I suspect she will not learn from this experience and will likely create more chaos in half a month. As for the avalanche disguise you mentioned, it is laughable. My opinion is that it would be best to eliminate him as soon as possible, regardless of whether his disguise is convincing. Regarding the drought occurring in the northern region of Tiando, I advise you to dispatch trusted individuals to monitor the relief efforts for the victims. Otherwise, I can anticipate the unscrupulous actions of those insects in Tiando. In a few months, dear sister, you shall receive a delightful surprise. As for what this surprise entails, please forgive my secrecy for now. Setting down my pen, I carefully folded the letter. Watching the carrier pigeons soar towards Heavendo City, I, Qianning Shuang, stretched languidly. It should only be a few days before Qianren Shui receives my correspondence. The letter contained trivial matters, written spontaneously as they came to mind, yet it mattered not, for our exchanges have always been like this. Shuang'er, it is time for dinner. Walter's voice echoed from outside the room. Neither Qianning Shuang nor Qianren Shui had ventured to Heavendo City. Their sustenance was entirely managed by Walter. After all, one could hardly expect Qiandao Lu, a hermit-like figure who spent his days in the Doluo Palace, to cater to the needs of these two sisters. Emerging from the shared chamber with Qianren Shui, Qianning Shuang took her seat at the dining table, picking up her utensils and beginning to eat. The meal was nothing extraordinary, akin to the homely dishes from my previous life, which I had instructed Walter to prepare. The reason for this guidance stemmed from the fact that the cuisine of Doluo, steeped in feudal tradition, was merely palatable, without any expectation of exceptional flavor. I refrained from cooking myself, as my culinary skills were rather lacking. I merely knew the basic methods. After finishing my meal, I set down my bowl and glanced at Walter, who was still savoring his food. Officially, Walter served as the steward of the Qian family, but it was improbable that he would be treated as merely a subordinate. Having grown up alongside Qiandao Lu, he felt as much like family as any of us. Walter, I wish to leave Wuhuan City and travel to Heavendo, I revealed. This surprise in my letter to Qianren Shui was precisely that. Are you in such a hurry, Shuang'er? Would it not be better to wait until you advance to Soul Master? Walter responded, seemingly unfazed by my intention to journey to Heavendo. Given the bond between the two sisters, it was inconceivable for Qianning Shuang to remain in Wuhuan City indefinitely. As for the dangers of traveling to Heavendo, Walter remained composed. He was confident in his ability to contend with the titled Doluo there, save for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's formidable members. And he had little doubt about overcoming the remaining titled Duo, not to mention the myriad super Duo of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, considering Qianning Shuang's significance, it was certain that a super Duo would be discreetly assigned to protect her, ensuring her safety. Simultaneously, Qianning Shuang's information was well guarded. Aside from a few high-ranking officials in Wuhuan City and a handful of acquaintances, the rest of the factions were largely unaware of her appearance, knowing only that there was a second young lady of the Qian family. Her martial spirit was not the representative angel of the Qian family, further mitigating the risk of being recognized by those in Heavendo. No, I wish to leave as soon as possible, I insisted. My eagerness to travel to Heaven Do was driven by two factors: my concern for Qianren Shui and the knowledge of the hidden machinations behind the Spirit Hall, orchestrated by the Divine Realm. I could not ignore Tang San, the pivotal piece in the Divine Realm's scheme to obliterate the Spirit Hall. Although I held confidence in my own abilities, believing myself to surpass him in development, would it not be wiser to hinder his growth? This matter regarding Tang San was not something I could openly discuss with the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. I would have to take matters into my own hands. Just as Walter was about to say something further, a voice from outside interrupted him. I'm late. Is there any food left for me?" Tian Yao burst into the Qian residence, a daily visitor who came to share meals unless otherwise occupied. "Delicious. I haven't tasted your cooking, Grandpa Walter, in a week." Seeing Tian Yao's ravenous demeanor, I reluctantly set aside my plan for Heaven Do and inquired, "Have you healed? Did Uncle Tian go easy on you this time?" "Little Shuang, what do you mean by that? Has my father ever truly gone easy on me?" Tian Yao replied. "Those minor injuries were healed the next day. I was merely grounded by my father." It was impressive that she could maintain clarity while eating. Walter, undeterred by the banter between Tian Yao and me, resumed his interrupted discourse. "If you wish to travel to Heaven Do, it is not impossible. But we must first consult your eldest brother, an old crocodile, to determine who shall protect you. Additionally, arrangements must be made before you can set off." "Very well," I agreed. The reason for the delay in my trip, mentioned in my letter, was evident. The Spirit Hall would never allow me to embark on such a journey alone. "What? Little Shuang, you intend to go to Heaven Do?" Tian Yao set down her bowl, her eyes wide with surprise. "Is that so strange?" "You're bound to visit since Sister Shui is there," I replied. "Staying in Wuhuan City is dreadfully dull. I wish to accompany you." Upon hearing this, I regarded Tian Yao with incredulity, while Walter shared my sentiment. "Young lady, your golden crocodile king martial spirit has become synonymous with the Spirit Hall, akin to the angel martial spirit. What purpose would you serve by going?" Realizing my point, Tian Yao scratched her head, her golden locks swaying. "But I genuinely wish to go. It's terribly dull in Wuhuan City. With you gone, it will be even more so." Though she voiced her desire, her disappointed expression suggested a waning hope. She was not foolish. If she were to accompany me, the risk of exposure was too great. While we might not face immediate danger, the Spirit Hall's plans could be jeopardized. "Alas, I shall inquire if our ancestors have a solution," I said with a sigh, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of leaving Tian Yao behind in Wuhuan City. Chapter 26. The dispute. I still stand firm in my support for Hulaina as the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Within the Elder Hall of Wuhuan City, a woman of petite stature, adorned in a resplendent golden gown and crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, expressed her views to the Assembly of Elders. She was none other than Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Her once serene visage was now marred by frost, devoid of the tranquility she once exuded. The source of her barely contained fury was the elderly figure before her, with hair as white as snow. Why should she be made a saintess? Does she truly deserve it? Tiani scoffed upon hearing Bibi Dong's insistence. Hulaina's talent and capability are unparalleled within the Spirit Hall. What makes her unworthy? Your Holiness, have you become muddled in your duties? In terms of talent, does the Spirit Hall not possess individuals surpassing Hulaina? Tian retorted. As for capability, forgive my old eyes, but I see none. The Assembly of Elders observed the unfolding scene with resignation. Here we go again. For over 3 years, every meeting had devolved into this quarrel between the second elder and the Pope regarding the appointment of the saintess. The exchanges were monotonously repetitive, Bibi Dong praising Hulaina while Tian denounced her. It had become tiresome to the point of inducing ear fatigue. "Old ghost, how long do you think this dispute will last?" Zhu Dolo Yuguan mused aloud, having grown bored enough to bet with Gue Dolo. Initially apprehensive of the discord between the two prominent figures, he had since settled into the role of an amused observer. "I wager will last the time it takes to burn an incense stick," Gue Dolo replied without hesitation. "Go away. I'm betting with the old ghost." "Why are you butting in?" "Ah, no matter. Include me in your wager," the magic bear chimed in. The elders exchanged bemused glances as they witnessed the light-hearted gambling among Zhu, Gue, and others, yet they did not intervene. They understood that these arguments rarely yielded new insights, and the fourth elder, Qingyu Delo, had already begun to nod off. Perhaps the two disputants have come to realize the tedium experienced by the elders and the offerings. Or perhaps they themselves have grown weary of their quarrel. The ensuing exchange became increasingly intense. For 3 years, every time I contemplated appointing a saintess, the second offering would invariably intervene. So tell me, what exactly does the second offering intend to achieve? Bibi Dong, weary of such disputes, could not fathom why the mere appointment of saintess was deemed necessary. What do I intend? I am simply bored, the heavenly crocodile retorted, hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips. You, the formidable aura of Bibi Dong, a 98th level super dwa, surged forth, startling a gathering of elders and offerings who had been idly engaging in trivialities. How dare you be so brazen before me, possessing only 98 levels? The heavenly crocodile, unfazed, unleashed his own overwhelming presence, a 99th level's aura enveloping the Elder Hall. Calm down, everyone is from the Spirit Hall. Let us not engage in a spectacle for outsiders to mock, interjected the third offering, the hidden dragon Daw, sensing the escalating tension. With one being a limit Dalaw and the other a super Dalaw, the consequences of their conflict could be dire for the Spirit City. Bibi Dong scrutinized the heavenly crocodile, troubled by the sudden leap in his power from 98 to 99 levels. How could he, at such an advanced age, achieve a breakthrough? I extend this courtesy to you, third brother, the heavenly crocodile remarked, retracting his pressure but casting a cold glance at Bibi Dong. My opposition to your appointment of a saintess is merely to remind His Holiness that the Spirit Hall is not a realm governed solely by your whims. Exercise restraint. We old fellows still have a say. I am not blind. Before your ascension to the papacy, what was the Spirit Hall's reputation among the soul masters? And what is it now? Do not mistake me for a fool. While my elder brother may choose to overlook certain matters regarding the papal affairs, I am not so lenient. If anything threatens the existence and growth of the Spirit Hall, I will not hesitate to assume the role of the villain. Thus, I advise you to tread carefully, Your Holiness. With those foreboding words, the heavenly crocodile turned to depart, pausing at the grand door of the Elder Hall as if recalling something. Do not say, I am withholding opportunities from Hulaina. Let her showcase her abilities in the martial arena tomorrow. If she can indeed surpass all the younger generation, what harm would it be to grant her the title of saintess? After the heavenly crocodile truly exited the Elder Hall, the most loyal supporter of the Pope, the chrysanthemum Doloa approached Bibi Dong from behind. Observing her grip tightening around her scepter, he cautiously inquired, Your Holiness, what shall we do now? Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury and murderous intent, and commanded, Bring Nana to the papal hall. Yes, Your Holiness. As she watched Yueguan vanish beyond the grand door, Bibi Dong once again took a deep breath and exited the Elder Hall herself. Sighing, the third offering, Hidden Dragon, lamented after 3 years of disputes. The position of the saintess is finally about to be determined, yet I find no joy in it. Since the heavenly crocodile returned from the Stardow forest 3 years ago, the offerings had altered their previously indifferent stance towards the Spirit Hall's affairs and began to intervene significantly. If previously the Offering Hall and the Papal Hall had mutually ignored one another, the current actions of the Offering Hall had exacerbated tensions between the two, leading to frequent annoyances without escalating to outright conflict. Third brother, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. Do not be misled by the current commotion. Once Schwerer and Schwanger mature, will there still be any conflicts? The sixth offering, Qianjun Doloa, attempted to console him. You do not understand. Hidden Dragon replied with a bitter smile. Given the nature of the Qian sisters, should they truly grow strong, their method of resolving conflicts would likely be through direct physical confrontation. Growing up within the Spirit Hall, Hidden Dragon, while aligned with the offerings, did not wish to witness bloodshed among his own people. Rather than fret, I would be better served meditating to enhance my abilities. I am envious of my second brother's recent breakthrough. The fourth offering, Qing Yu, patted Hidden Dragon's shoulder reassuringly, with Qian Ning Shuang assisting alongside the return of Qian Chongling. The offerings were revitalized, each harboring hopes for breakthroughs. Indeed, let us return to the Doloa Hall, Hidden Dragon sighed, temporarily setting aside his worries and redirecting his focus towards self-improvement. As the offerings departed, the remaining dozen or so elders within the hall exchanged glances, the significance of the earlier discussions weighing heavily upon them. Only a few among the offerings were privy to the abilities of Qianning Shuang and the existence of Qian Chongling, while the elders below 95 levels, aside from those aligned with the offerings, remained utterly in the dark. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to ally with the offerings. No external benefit could outweigh the importance of enhancing our own strength, they mused. Chapter 27. Prematch Bibi Dong sat upon the papal throne, propping her head with one hand. Her eyes closed as she sank into contemplation. The heavenly crocodile's breakthrough to limit Doluo had taken her completely by surprise. She had not anticipated that a seemingly depleted elder could achieve such a feat. The present situation was dire, with the offering hall now boasting 2 limit Doluos, rendering her path of vengeance increasingly uncertain. Her original plan had been to wait until Qian Daolu offered a sacrifice for Qian Rinchue's divine trial, then to concoct an excuse to eliminate the aged offerings. The highest-ranking offerings had merely been 98-level heavenly crocodile, and for her, as a successor of the Rakshasa god, the cost of taking them down would have been trivial. At that point, no one could have thwarted her vengeance against the spirit hall. As for Qian Rinchue, she preferred not to dwell on matters concerning her daughter, opting instead to take one step at a time. To her dismay, the sudden leap of the heavenly crocodile to 99 levels posed a significant complication. The disparity between 99 and 98 levels represented an entirely different realm of power. While she, as a divine candidate, could afford to eliminate a 98-level super duo, a 99-level entity presented a formidable challenge, even if she herself were to achieve a similar breakthrough. Anyone who reached 99 levels possessed a talent and combat prowess comparable to that of a divine candidate. Moreover, who could guarantee that the elderly heavenly crocodile did not have divine support behind him? Even if Qian Daolu were to make a sacrifice, the offering hall would still retain a limit Doluo to maintain order, leaving Bibi Dong feeling hindered in her plans. What troubled her further was the apparent awareness of the offering hall regarding her intentions, as they began to gradually encroach upon her authority. Of course, these concerns were for the future. The immediate issue at hand was the upcoming battle for the title of Saintess. Bibi Dong held a deep fondness for Hulaina, regarding her as a daughter, yet she was acutely aware that, in comparison to the descendants of the offerings, Hulaina's strength was only on par with those outside the direct lineage of the offerings. As for the heavenly key, Bibi Dong was well aware of the outcome of previous encounters between Hulaina and the heavenly key. She had lost every time. However, that was in the past. She now held confidence that under her guidance, Hulaina could potentially defeat the heavenly key. Yet the offering hall also had a formidable presence in Qianning Shuang. Although Bibi Dong was uncertain of Qianning Shuang's precise abilities, she could deduce that if someone could suppress the heavenly key, Hulaina's chances of victory were slim. But the thought of Qianning Shuang being appointed as the saintess filled her with revulsion. Despite the sisterly bond between Qianning Shuang and Qian Rinchue, Bibi Dong's sentiments toward the two were entirely different. If Qian Rinchue was akin to flesh torn from her own body, her feelings were complex and filled with uncertainty. Bibi Dong harbored an intense disdain for Qianning Shuang. Did the Qian family truly believe they could compare her to Bai Dong as if she were a fool? When Qian Sunji was on the brink of death, he brought her back, and she bore the same golden hair as the Qian family. Upon entering the martial Soul City, she received treatment akin to that of Qian Rinchue. Subsequently, Qian Daolu approached Bai Dong, informing her that this was his adopted granddaughter. Indeed, in her eyes, Qianning Shuang was nothing more than Qian Sunji's illegitimate daughter, and apart from Qian Rinchue, the only daughter she shared blood ties with, she wished nothing more than to devour the others. More significantly, alongside her aversion, Bai Dong felt an inexplicable fear towards Qianning Shuang, a sentiment she dared not voice to others. Ever since Qianning Shuang had, at the tender age of 2 or 3, approached Bai Dong with an innocent desire for closeness, Bai Dong had met her twice. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Bai Dong's gaze, Qianning Shuang never sought her out again. Yet, while Qianning Shuang refrained from seeking her, Bai Dong found herself increasingly intrigued by the girl. The sentiment remained. Bai Dong wished to consume the members of the Qian family. In the absence of a means to confront Qian Dao Lu and her reluctance to harm Qian Rinchue, the young Qianning Shuang naturally became her target. To act against Qianning Shuang within Martial Soul City necessitated evading Qian Dao Lu's watchful eyes, a feat no one on the continent could accomplish. However, Bai Bai Dong could, for she was the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. By wielding the power of the Rakshasa god, it was effortless for her to avoid Qian Dao Lu's gaze while targeting Qian Ning Shuang. On the day Bai Bai Dong had prepared to strike, she found herself unable to locate Qian Ning Shuang. She was certain Qian Ning Shuang was within the Qian family estate, yet she could not find her, or rather, she could not see her. The entire Qian estate bore no trace of Qian Ning Shuang's existence. It was as if the Qian Ning Shuang she had previously seen was merely a figment of her imagination, as if this person did not exist in the world. It felt as though the inhabitants of Martial Soul City were weaving a grand deception, one that denied the existence of Qian Ning Shuang. However, days later, when she encountered Qian Ning Shuang once more, she could see her again. After several such encounters, Bai Bai Dong discerned that whenever the power of the Rakshasa god within her stirred, she could not perceive Qian Ning Shuang or anything related to her. Conversely, when the power subsided, Qian Ning Shuang reappeared in her sight. Most importantly, prior to the sixth trial of the Rakshasa god, as long as the power within her remained dormant, Bai Bai Dong could see Qian Ning Shuang. However, since that trial, Qian Ning Shuang had become but a blurred shadow in Bai Bai Dong's eyes. Even the very essence of Qian Ning Shuang required conscious thought for her to recall. Otherwise, she would overlook the girl entirely. "Teacher, are you all right?" Hulaina, who had been standing in the hall of the Pope for a while, could not help but speak upon noticing Bai Bai Dong's trembling left hand. Hearing her disciple's call, Bai Bai Dong opened her eyes and gathered her wandering thoughts. "Nana, when did you arrive?" "I've been here for a while, teacher. I just saw you resting and did not wish to disturb you." Hulaina's gaze was filled with admiration. She was profoundly grateful to Bai Bai Dong for rescuing her from the orphanage. "Next time, just call me directly. You know, although we are teacher and disciple in name, I have always regarded you as my daughter. Do not feel the need to hold me in all like others do." Bai Bai Dong descended from her throne and affectionately ruffled Hulaina's hair. "Yes, teacher." Nodding earnestly, Hulaina continued, "Did you summon me for something specific?" "I have discussed with the second elder. Tomorrow we will determine the rightful holder of the saintess position in the training arena." "Ah, is it to be decided tomorrow?" Hulaina exclaimed in surprise, her face alight with excitement. "It has been 3 years. Initially, you assured me that the position was mine, yet it has dragged on for so long that I thought it would continue indefinitely." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Bai Dong's face. She understood Hulaina's excitement and surprise. At first, she had thought the Elder Hall would behave as it always had, indifferent to the affairs of the Hall of the Pope, which is why she had confidently assured Hulaina that this matter was settled. Little did she anticipate the emergence of the sky crocodile, which had stalled the process for 3 years. However, this was not the time for such concerns. Bai Bai Dong solemnly addressed Hulaina. "Nana, you know what the training arena entails. This means you must compete in several matches tomorrow to secure the position of saintess. Of course, this is assuming you achieve victory. If you lose, you must understand that the saintess position will be forever out of your reach. It's merely a competition. Even against Tian Yao, I am confident I will prevail." Hulaina's face radiated confidence. Over the past 3 years, she had been tirelessly preparing, constantly contemplating how to defeat Tian Yao. Given Tian Yao's entitled demeanor at the academy, how could she possibly compete with someone as diligent as Hulaina? Yet, now the Elder Hall had more than just Tian Yao. There was also Qian Ning Shuang. Observing Hulaina's self-assured expression, Bai Bai Dong felt compelled to issue a warning. "Qian Ning Shuang, who is she?" Hulaina genuinely had not heard of this individual. This was not surprising. The information surrounding Qian Ning Shuang was meticulously protected by the Elder Hall. Apart from the core leadership of the Martial Soul Hall and those familiar with Qian Ning Shuang, few knew of her existence. Even the prominent powers only learned of the second young lady of the Qian family at great cost. Furthermore, since Qian Ning Shuang had not attended the Martial Soul Academy, Bai Bai Dong, due to specific circumstances, could not bring up Qian Ning Shuang with Hulaina, and with Hulaina's close relationship with Tian Yao, she would not disclose it either. Qian Ning Shuang, the second granddaughter of the Grand Elder, Martial Soul unknown, rank unknown. The only certainty is that Tian Yao is no match for her. Moreover, tomorrow, the Elder Hall would undoubtedly permit Qian Ning Shuang to compete. Therefore, Nana, you must exercise utmost caution. To be frank, The odds of you defeating Qianning Shuang are not in your favor. Thus, I have prepared this for you. In Bai Bai Dong's hand appeared a shimmering soul bone radiating a pale blue light. Before Hulaina could inquire, Bai Bai Dong continued. This is the wisdom skull bone of spirit condensation, a head soul bone over 60,000 years old. If you absorb it, victory will be within your grasp tomorrow. Teacher, this is far too precious. Hulaina hastily declined. With the knowledge she had acquired at the Martial Soul Academy, coupled with Bai Dong's guidance, she understood the immense value of this soul bone. What does that matter? Given the bond between you and me, anything more valuable is worth it. But, enough. Do not refuse any longer, Nana. I now command you as your teacher. Absorb this soul bone, and I will protect you. Understand that tomorrow you are not merely competing for the saint's position. You also represent the dignity of the Hall of the Pope. If you lose, it will not only cost you the saint's title, but our hall's reputation will also be tarnished. Seeing the seriousness in Bai Bai Dong's expression, Hulaina ultimately accepted the soul bone. Yes, teacher. Chapter 28. Guqiu Air the following day, with the sun high in the sky. The training arena in Martial Soul City was bustling. Surrounding the arena were not only the Elder Hall's elders, but also their accompanying family members and disciples. No outsiders were permitted. This was a measure taken by the Elder Hall, while the battle for the saint's position was of little consequence to the broader continent. The involvement of Qianning Shuang necessitated utmost secrecy. With the Elder Hall now aware of Qianning Shuang's impending journey to Tiando City, maintaining this secrecy became even more imperative. Those who were able to attend, even those aligned with the Pope, would not dare to speak freely. Anyone with such a loose tongue would be sternly warned by the Hall of Worship. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Tian Yi arrived with 4 children, Qianning Shuang, Tian Yao, Guyuna, and a similarly golden-haired young girl. I remarked, Great Uncle, is this truly necessary? Have I not already expressed my disinterest in the position of the Holy Maiden? Moreover, I am preparing to head to Tiando to find Sister Shuer. What use is there in claiming this title? Qianning Shuang wore an unwilling expression, reiterating her lack of interest in the Holy Maiden's role. Before Tian Yi could respond, Tian Yao interjected, Grandfather, I too wish to accompany Xiao Shuang to Tiando City. What purpose does the Holy Maiden's title serve? Last night, Qianning Shuang had sought out Qian Chongling to inform him of Tian Yao's desire to join her in Tiando City. Qian Chongling simply replied, Go. You may both go. As for the martial soul issue, I will handle it. A former level 1 deity, even if now merely condensed into a physical form with his powers not fully restored, could easily conceal a martial soul. You two, be silent. This matter is not only about the Holy Maiden's position, but also about the dignity of the Hall of Worship. If I do not summon you two, whom shall I call? Tian Yi glared fiercely at his 2 granddaughters. The 2 golden-haired girls reluctantly lowered their heads in response. Fine, it's merely a sparring match. Surely, Xiao Shuang and Xiao Yao, you are not afraid of losing? Guyuna said with a smile, merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Indeed, Sister Na speaks the truth, chimed in another golden-haired girl following Qianning Shuang and Tian Yao. The reason for her unclear response was that she was still munching on a piece of bread and holding a bag pilfered from Qianning Shuang's kitchen. Her name was Guqiu Air, a 3-eyed golden beast from the Stardow Forest. Her presence in the Martial Soul City is a lengthy tale. When Qianning Shuang first visited the Stardow Forest, she happened to be out hunting. Upon returning to the Lake of Life, she found both Guyuna and Tian missing. Later, from Baiji, the Emerald Swan Qianning Shuang encountered at the Lake of Life, she learned that Guyuna and Tian had left the Stardow Forest to venture into the human world of Martial Soul City. This left the lively 3-eyed golden beast in a state of unrest. If everyone remained in the Lake of Life as recluses, it would be acceptable. But now that others were venturing out without her, it was intolerable. The 3-eyed golden beast immediately clamored to leave the Stardow Forest to find Tian and Guyuna. However, aside from Tian and Guyuna, no other ferocious beasts dared to allow the royal beast to leave, resorting to deception and blocking her path. Naturally, the 3-eyed golden beast understood that without Tian and Guyuna's permission, it would be best not to wander outside the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, if she truly decided to flee, the other ferocious beasts could not stop her. So what was to be done? Only to create a ruckus. And thus the 3-eyed golden beast caused minor disturbances every 3 days and major upheavals every 5 days. turning the entire Star Doe forest into chaos. It wasn't until recently, when Qianning Shuang acquired her second soul ring and returned to the Star Doe forest with Gu Yuna, that the three-eyed golden beast sensed Gu Yuna's aura and immediately rushed over, demanding to accompany them to Martial Soul City. Observing the tantrums of the three-eyed golden beast and the turmoil in the Star Doe forest, Gu Yuna contemplated that having one more companion would not pose a significant issue. After allowing the three-eyed golden beast to transform into human form and take on the name Gu Qiao, Gu Yuna brought her along with Qianning Shuang to Martial Soul City. Thus, the sequence followed, Qianning Shuang in front, Gu Yuna behind her, and Gu Qiao trailing after Gu Yuna. Upon arriving in Martial Soul City, Gu Qiao fully embraced her identity as a foodie, particularly wreaking havoc in Qianning Shuang's kitchen. Defeat? Don't be absurd. The Hall of Worship can only muster that flirtatious fox. Tian Yao scoffed. If I were to lose to that fox, I would rather find a block of tofu and end it all. So today, Sister Yao, you need not intervene. I shall handle it. As the group halted at the foot of the competition stage, Qianning Shuang suddenly remarked, stroking her chin. Why? Because fighting you all daily is dull. It's a rare opportunity to face a new opponent. Let me relish the thrill. Boredom was merely an excuse. Qianning Shuang was simply eager to witness the true strength of the leader of the Golden Generation from the original narrative. Suit yourself. After all, victory is assured. So who participates is of little consequence. Tian Yao nonchalantly snatched a piece of bread from the bag Gu Qiao was holding, indifferent to the situation. My bread. Gu Qiao cried out, belatedly realizing her loss. But alas, she could not free her hands. Otherwise, she would have pounced immediately. What do you mean your bread? Did you not also take it from Xiao Shuang's home? This rightfully belongs to Xiao Shuang, and what belongs to her is mine. I am merely consuming my own bread. Tian Yao feigned confusion as she looked at Gu Qiao. Perhaps that is true. Watching Gu Qiao seemingly convinced, Gu Yuna face-bombed, feeling embarrassed. No, rather, feeling beastly. Ouch, ouch, Xiao Shuang, what are you doing? Teasing Qiao is amusing, isn't it? And what do you mean by what's yours is mine? Aren't you the one always mooching off my food? Qianning Shuang pinched Tian Yao's soft flesh at her waist, as if avenging Gu Qiao. She genuinely felt for Gu Qiao, who had been wronged by the pure and virtuous Tang San in the original narrative. More importantly, this gluttonous Gu Qiao, who was always carefree, truly tugged at her heartstrings. As for Tian Yao, she had been cast aside. Qianning Shuang was a woman who favored novelty and despised the stale, straightforward in her affections. Observing the playful banter among the group, Tian standing behind them, rubbed his forehead. It is time for the competition. Could we not be a bit more serious? The four worshippers in the stands, Qing Yu, remarked with a sigh. Old Fourth, who do you think will win? The seventh worshipper, the demon-slaying Da, inquired. Old Seventh, are you still half asleep? Is there any need to ask? Tell me, how could Xiao Yao or Xiao Shuang possibly lose? Of course, it will be either Xiao Shuang or Xiao Yao who triumphs. I am merely engaging in idle chatter. By the way, where is the Pope? Clearly, the demon-slaying Da did not believe that Qianning Shuang or Tian Yao would lose, swiftly changing the topic of conversation. She has just arrived. Following Qing Yu's gesture, they turned to see Bai Bai Dong approaching the arena, accompanied by Hulai Na and Xie. The first round of recommendations has begun. Thank you for the support. The first round of recommendations on the 31st has arrived. I seek your recommendations and subscriptions. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the lovely readers. Chapter 29, Asymmetrical Battle on the Competition Stage. Qianning Shuang gazed at Hulai Na across from her. Perhaps it was true that individuals from Doa developed early. This girl, likely 5 years her senior, had already begun to mature, her long black hair cascading down. At first glance, she did not appear particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could sense a unique charm emanating from her. Hulai Na was also scrutinizing Qianning Shuang. Due to certain circumstances, Bai Bai Dong had not described Qianning Shuang's appearance to Hulai Na the previous day, only mentioning that Qianning Shuang was stronger than Tian Yao, with hair the same golden hue as Tian Yao's, but styled differently. Qianning Shuang's dazzling golden locks were tied into a high ponytail, while Tian Yao's fell over her shoulders. Her attire was rather peculiar, featuring a long-sleeved white top that exposed her entire waist. The lower half of her figure was adorned with black, form-fitting shorts that revealed her thighs. exuding an air of competence and vigor. However, compared to the battle-skirt-clad Hulaina, Qianning Shuang appeared more like someone out for a leisurely excursion. Of course, Hulaina dared not underestimate Qianning Shuang, whom Bibi Dong had described as significantly stronger than Tian Yao. That would not be confidence, but rather arrogance. Both parties exchanged formalities, and the match commenced. Without allowing the two to further assess one another, Tian Yi announced the beginning of the battle. With a spirited cry, Hulaina summoned her martial spirit. In an instant, her entire demeanor transformed. The unique allure that one could only perceive upon closer inspection suddenly magnified to the point that merely gazing at her sent ripples through the hearts and minds of onlookers. Her beauty intensified, and a fluffy tail sprouted from her back. The yellow and purple soul rings, along with the pulsating aura of soul power, unmistakably indicated her status as a level 32 soul master. Meanwhile, a collective gasp resonated throughout the arena, save for a few. Do not be misled. It was not solely due to Hulaina's presence. While it is rare for a soul master of her age to reach level 32, it was not without precedent. The cause for astonishment lay primarily in the two soul rings adorning Qianning Shuang, which captivated Hulaina in a trance, momentarily forgetting they were in a competition. Though Qianning Shuang exhibited only two soul rings, the purple and black rings radiated an extraordinary brilliance. This configuration of soul rings transcended rarity. It was unprecedented. Bibi Dong gripped her scepter tightly. Although Qianning Shuang appeared to her as a mere silhouette, she could discern from the expressions of the audience and Hulaina's state that the situation was not favorable for Hulaina. Realizing the gravity of the competition, Qianning Shuang said to Hulaina with a hint of resignation that she had anticipated this day. In the past, her martial spirit and soul ring configuration were known only to a select few. Now, she had drawn the astonished gazes of many. And surely there would be more in the future. She would have to acclimatize to it. Having regained her focus, Hulaina bit her lip, feeling less assured at the sight of Qianning Shuang's purple-black soul ring configuration. However, she consoled herself with the notion that there was still a chance of victory. After all, the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Qianning Shuang indicated she was merely a level 24 Grand Soul Master. An 8-level disparity in soul power should not render her vulnerable to the disparity in soul rings. Taking a deep breath, Hulaina activated her 3 soul rings sequentially, her eyes transforming to a crimson hue. Enchantment, activate. Is that all? Qianning Shuang regarded Hulaina with an impassive expression, feeling no effect whatsoever. If it weren't for the flickering of Hulaina's soul rings, she might have believed Hulaina remained stationary, making no move at all. Oh, perhaps there was a slight effect. Hulaina seemed even more alluring. But to one who had traversed dimensions and was accustomed to the risku, it was merely that. Observing Qianning Shuang, who remained utterly unperturbed, Hulaina bit her lip once more. She realized she had underestimated her opponent. How could Qianning Shuang, capable of defeating Tian Yao, possibly succumb to her allure? Yet, all 3 of her soul skills were acquired at Bibi Dong's council, each associated with enchantment. Thankfully, she had not spent the last 3 years merely enduring beatings from Tian Yao. She had contemplated how to deal with situations where enchantment failed. Under Bibi Dong's guidance, she had diligently honed her close combat skills, not to defeat her opponent, but to buy time until her adversary's concentration faltered. Furthermore, she possessed a hidden trump card bestowed by Bibi Dong just yesterday. Without hesitation, Hulaina propelled herself toward Qianning Shuang, employing every close combat technique at her disposal, grabs, kicks, and strikes with her tail, engaging in a relentless dance of combat. Qianning Shuang's response was straightforward: retreat and sidestep, effortlessly evading Hulaina's assaults. If an attack was unavoidable, she would simply parry with her black and white weapon and continue to evade. Despite the evasive maneuvers, she exhibited no hint of clumsiness, resembling a golden butterfly fluttering through a garden of flowers. Remarkable, this cunning vixen had indeed reached level 32 and had devised strategies for when her enchantment failed. Unfortunately for her, today she faced the formidable Xiao Shuang. Observing from the stands, Tian Yao was astonished. He had expected Hulaina, even at level 32, to struggle. But Qianning Shuang's progress had never followed a normal trajectory. The other spectators shook their heads in agreement. as it was evident that unless Qianning Shuang made a mistake, Hulaina stood no chance of victory. Intriguing. What is it, Sistana? It's nothing, responded Gu Yuna, shaking her head as she glanced at Tian Yao. She had sensed a divine aura, distinct from the angelic and blood god energies. A wholly sinister and malevolent essence. If her intuition was correct, it belonged to the one mentioned by Mr. Tian Chongling, the dark hand extending from the divine realm to the spear hall. It seemed you were employing divine power to observe Shuang Air. However, your ability to see her is questionable. Gu Yunan narrowed her eyes, directing her gaze toward Bibi Dong, who had indeed utilized the power of the Rakshasa god, not to eliminate anyone, but to reaffirm a singular truth. As anticipated, the normally indistinct silhouette of Qianning Shuang vanished from her sight upon the activation of Rakshas's divine power, and, in its place, the figure battling Hulaina appeared as Tian Yao. Moreover, it seemed Tian Yao was on the verge of defeat, an entirely different scenario from the one perceived by others, where Hulaina was at a disadvantage. I must say, should you continue to merely attempt to prolong the fight up close, you may as well concede. The Spirit Research Institute possesses ample records of spirit masters specializing in mental domains, and I am well aware of your intentions. Frankly, unless you possess any exceptional methods, it would be wise to forfeit gracefully. Having dodged one of Hulaina's tail strikes, Qianning Shuang fixed her gaze on Hulaina. She bore no malice. This was simply a futile endeavor. In such a clearly disadvantageous position, a graceful exit would be preferable for all involved. As for her reluctance to counterattack, it was merely to illustrate the vast chasm separating them. Hulaina remained silent, determinedly pressing forward. It was not yet time to reveal her hand. Patience was essential. You may understand my intentions, but you remain oblivious to my possession of soul bones. When a moment is right, it shall be your downfall. As she charged ahead, Hulaina thought to herself. Chapter 30. Unnamed Fury and Fear. Sighing lightly, Qianning Shuang observed the advancing Hulaina and resolved to hold nothing back. I wonder what the Pope's Hall is thinking, neglecting the wealth of theoretical material at the Spirit Research Institute. Nonchalantly sweeping her black and white weapon, Hulaina was sent hurtling away. Why cling to the fallacies of charlatan? I have reviewed his theories. Are the people of your Pope's Hall truly blind? Standing firm with her weapon, Qianning Shuang addressed the groaning Hulaina, who struggled to rise, her expression devoid of empathy. Let us not discuss others. As a spirit master specializing in the mental domain, why have you not acquired any offensive soul skills, opting solely for enchantment? With that, she delivered another swift kick, sending Hulaina sprawling once more. Indeed, specializing in a single aspect is commendable, and possessing soul skills related to both the soul and charm can render you an indispensable leader in team competitions. Yet, have you ever pondered the reality that your life cannot solely revolve around contests? Ultimately, you will face moments of solitary struggle. This time, there was no waiting for that figure to charge forward. Qianning Shuang had already dashed ahead, striking her down with a single thrust. I believe you are not an intellectually underdeveloped fool. You should be able to comprehend this. As you watch the figure beneath you still striving to rise, you must ask yourself, why cling to those misguided theories, and why put yourself at such risk? Initially, Qianning Shuang had intended to make Hulaina aware of the gap between them. Yet now, witnessing Hulaina's relentless desire to rise and continue fighting, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within her. Why? With such unwavering determination, and being a perfectly decent girl, why must you transform into the lovesick character from the original tale? Why must you believe in the foolish theories of Yu Shaojiang? Is it not enough that you are a student of the Martial Soul Academy? Standing over Hulaina, Qianning Shuang cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong in the stands. In you, Bibi Dong, I recognize your deep-seated hatred for the Martial Soul Hall. If your only aim is revenge, I have no objections, but why must you repeatedly present yourself as enamored? As if love is the essence of existence. And love, of all things, for someone as foolish as that. Love is but an embellishment in life. It should never become one's singular objective or entirety. Today I, Qianning Shuang, shall vociferously denounce your so-called Prince Charming, that white moonlight, Yu Shaojiang. For the first time, Bibi Dong clearly discerned Qianning Shuang after her success in the sixth trial of the Rakshasa. However, the gaze that now met her was filled with fury. akin to an inferno bent on incinerating all in its path. No longer did it resemble the innocent gaze of a young beast approaching its mother. As she looked upon Qianning Shuang, Bibi Dong was not surprised by the anger directed at her. She should have been enraged by Qianning Shuang's lineage and her act of trampling Hulaina. Yet, she felt none of that, only an overwhelming sense of dread. It was not the wrath of a formidable soul master that frightened her, for even the most incensed could not pose a threat to a super Delaw. What terrified her was how much Qianning Shuang resembled Qian Renxue. The same golden hair, the same breathtaking beauty, and an angelic aura that descended upon the earth. She feared the anger emanating from that golden-haired figure. She feared whether Qian Renxue looked upon her now with a similar ire. She was terrified, having relegated Qian Renxue to an unknown corner of her mind, deliberately avoiding all thoughts of her. But now, witnessing the fury of Qianning Shuang, she could not help but draw parallels to Qian Renxue and realize the truth. Some matters cannot simply be ignored into non-existence. After all these years of avoidance, would Qian Renxue harbor the same resentment and hatred towards her as Qianning Shuang did? Why? Because my teacher believes in his theories, I believe in my teacher. After much struggle, Hulaina, still unable to rise from beneath Qianning Shuang's foot, spoke. I am also a student at the Martial Soul Academy. I may not attend the Martial Soul Research Institute, but I do frequent the library in Martial Soul City. Of course, I am aware. I know those theories are nothing but a hodgepodge of borrowed ideas. Yet, it is what my teacher believes. My teacher instructed me to follow this path. Do you understand what my teacher means to me? She is like a mother. She rescued my brother and me from the abyss of the orphanage. Yes, I am acutely aware that the Martial Soul Hall is the only institution on the continent with such an orphanage. Growing up, there is already a significant blessing, and I am grateful to the Martial Soul Hall. I have vowed to dedicate everything to it. Yet, the orphanage still symbolizes a chasm to me. Meager meals, tattered clothing, a bed where my brother and I huddled together for warmth during winter, adults who might strike us at any moment, and the disdainful glances from children with parents. The memory of my brother, always bruised from defending me, haunts me. But when my teacher took me out of that orphanage, all of that vanished. The exquisite food I had never encountered, warm and beautiful garments, a comfortable bed that was entirely my own, and the admiration of others. It felt as though I had stepped into another realm, a paradise as described in books. Do you grasp this feeling? Do you understand the sensation of ascending from the abyss to the heavens? It is only natural that I trust the teacher who pulled my brother and me from the depths to the heights. Even if I know a precipice lies ahead, as long as my teacher tells me to leap, I shall leap. Oh, I almost forgot. You are the granddaughter of the Grand Offerer, the cherished jewel of the Offerer Hall, the second lady of the entire Martial Soul Hall. How could you possibly comprehend this? You can only exhibit arrogance, a pride akin to that of a heavenly key. You tread upon me with haughty disdain, scornfully critiquing my every action, and you dare to criticize my teacher, secure in the knowledge that none would challenge you. You stand before me as haughty as a celestial key, as if bestowing upon me the privilege of joining your ranks. But why? Why do you possess the audacity to utter such words? What gives you the right to judge my experiences, having never traversed the paths I have walked? As she observed Hulaina, whose face was now streaked with tears, Qianning Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her foot off Hulaina. Indeed, what gave her the right? Is it merely her status as a transmigrator? Is it her knowledge of the original plot? Is it her understanding of the fates of the characters within? Is it her past life education? Yet, everything learned in her previous life did not grant her the license to speak ill of others or to freely criticize them. Instead, it taught her that one should not advise others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering. She realized she was indeed arrogant. Is this the hubris of a transmigrator? Sighing once more, Qianning Shuang turned to leave the arena. Her outburst today was unwarranted. It seemed she ought to reflect more before acting. The arrogance of a transmigrator should be tempered. Announce the results, Grand Uncle. With little interest remaining, Qianning Shuang called out to the stands. Yet, Tian Yi showed no reaction, his gaze still fixed on the arena. Qianning Shuang sensed something amiss and turned around. That figure had risen once more. She should have been gravely injured. Blood trickled from her mouth as Hulaina wiped away her tears and the blood at the corner of her lips. Second miss. This match is far from over. The second round begins now. Chapter 31. A foolish individual. No one understood why Hulaina, in such a clearly disadvantaged and injured state, persisted in standing. Was it an unwavering determination for the title of saintess? Or perhaps a desire to meet Bibi Dong's expectations? No one knew, and neither did Qianning Shuang, but she was indifferent. I do not know why you continue to stand, nor do I wish to speculate. However, I can tell you that I have no need for the title of saintess. My participation in today, as competition, was merely at the behest of Grand Uncle, as well as to gauge the caliber of the Pope's favored disciple. Frankly, I am quite disappointed. I expected you to possess some remarkable trait that would leave me in awe. Yet, I have seen nothing but a typical mental control soul master. Indeed, a misguided one at that. Indeed, is quite disappointing. The legendary golden generation of the Spirit Hall, so highly praised in the original work, seems to be reduced to a mere figure in Qian Rinxue's eyes. How could Qianning Shuang possibly be seen as a substitute for her? At first, she longed to unleash her fury upon Hulaina to avenge Qian Rinxue, and the earlier surge of unbridled anger surely contained that intention. However, upon witnessing the figure writhing and weeping beneath her feet, she suddenly felt a sense of futility. When Qianning Shuang contemplated striking Hulaina for Qian Rinxue's sake, she had already elevated Hulaina to the same level as Qian Rinxue in her mind. Yet, Qian Rinxue would never so easily shed tears, nor could she be reduced to merely struggling on the ground under Qianning Shuang's hand. If Bibi Dong is blind to this, what can be done? Let her be. Simultaneously, while your childhood may have been tragic, countless others have endured far worse. You and your brother have Bibi Dong to lend a hand, while many remain trapped in the abyss, forever yearning for what they cannot attain. To be grateful for ascending from the abyss to heaven, to willingly tread a path one knows to be misguided, to offer one's life in such a gamble. You may indeed express gratitude, stake your future, and even sacrifice your life. That is your choice. Your life, your path, is yours to determine. However, I must emphasize that you cannot forever remain sheltered under your teacher's wing. She cannot protect you indefinitely. Ultimately, you must forge your own path. One day, your teacher may find herself in need of your support. What then will you do if you have strayed down a misguided road? It is indeed disappointing. Whether in heaven or the abyss, it is your life to live, regardless of whether the hand you have been dealt is favorable or unfavorable. You must play to the fullest. Yet here you are, determined to pursue a path of a soul master that is nothing more than a figment of imagination. A path designed solely to showcase your extraordinary nature. Knowing it to be wrong, yet pressing on, is this truly gratitude? It is merely a lack of responsibility to oneself and to loved ones. Of course, your willpower is commendable, but that is where it ends. Indeed, there are countless individuals in the annals of history who possessed a will stronger than Hulaina's, so this is hardly remarkable. On the spectator's stand, Gu Yana observed the unfolding drama with an inscrutable expression, listening intently to Qianning Shuang's relentless discourse. It appears that this girl named Hulaina has stirred certain emotions within Shuanger. Otherwise, given Shuanger's disposition, she would not have spoken so extensively to a stranger. Yet, this is inconsequential. Gu Yana merely reflects that as long as Qianning Shuang's life is not threatened, she will support whatever Shuanger wishes to do. The position of a saintess within our halls is not a role anyone aspires to. It will ultimately be determined by your pope. I could even petition the elders to support you, allowing you to become the true saintess. I guarantee this in the name of Qianning Shuang, but I cannot concede. The elders shall not wish to witness my defeat, and my strong-willed sister would certainly not want to see me capitulate for no reason. If she were to learn of it, while she may not take direct action, her incessant lecturing would be inevitable. Therefore, for now, you should lie still. Leaping into the air, the spear ignited in a blazing flame, and with a swift motion, it was hurled towards Hulaina. Divine judgment. This marked the first time Qianning Shuang unleashed her soul skill in this match, the skill from her first soul ring. Unlike typical soul masters, who possess only one soul skill per soul ring, Qianning Shuang possesses a set of soul skills. Divine judgment is the most powerful move within her Radiant series. Naturally, she is aware that this is a competition, and thus the flaming spear was aimed at the ground 4 meters away from Hulaina. Yet, even that proximity was sufficient to send Hulaina crashing down once more. As she reclaimed her spear, Qianning Shuang fixed her gaze upon her opponent. The ground around Hulaina was scorched, and without a doubt, she had collapsed at the edge of a deep crater. Yet, in a surprising turn, the figure, now marred with burn marks, struggled to rise once more. Perhaps her vision was impaired, for as she stood, she stumbled and fell back into the pit created by Qian Ningxuang's attack. Once again, she fought to climb out of the hole, straining to open her eyes and gaze at Qian Ningxuang. Qian Ningxuang was left speechless. How could she still be standing? Is it true that soul masters cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary people? How vexing. Could she not simply lie down in peace? What a display of fervor. But for whom is it intended? Does she not realize it casts me as the malevolent villain? Remarkably, within a single day, Qian Ningxuang found herself incited to anger twice. Yet simultaneously, a flicker of excitement began to stir within her, an excitement born of battle, though her opponent's willpower may be the only commendable trait. Achieving excellence in that alone is not without merit, is it? While this adversary pales in comparison to herself and has spent the entirety of the contest merely enduring blows. Such unwavering resolve, the determination to rise after countless defeats, is undeniably stirring. Hulaina, you truly are a fool, and a rather foolish one at that. Next, I shall ensure your defeat is unquestionable. The spectators observed as well, witnessing the relentless struggle of Hulaina, who continued to rise despite repeated setbacks. Was this inspiring? Shocking? Certainly, these emotions were present, but more so, there was a complex array of feelings difficult to articulate. The determination to rise time and again, despite defeat, is a rare sight in the lives of soul masters. While such individuals are not unheard of, they remain scarce, and among the onlookers, there are even a few who fit this description. However, the resilience to rise repeatedly must be rooted in a visible hope of victory, not in a disparity so vast that hope becomes obscured. The audience clearly recognized Qian Ningxuang's overwhelming strength. The chasm between her and Hulaina was of an entirely different dimension. They could not conceive of strategies to triumph over Qian Ningxuang, even if armed with a formidable attack-type martial spirit. Yet, Hulaina, in the face of such insurmountable odds and without a glimmer of hope, continued to force herself to stand. Is this not foolish? Indeed, it is foolish, yet is also profoundly moving, stirring the blood. Second brother, you see, Shuer is absent from the Spear Hall due to her mission, and neither Shuanger nor Yao have any intention of assuming the role of Saintess. Perhaps this title should be bestowed upon Hulaina. The third elder, Hidden Dragon, approached Tian Yi and spoke softly. Alas, once the competition concludes, she will indeed become the Saintess of our Spirit Hall, recognized by both the elders and the Pope. Tiane regarded Uliena, who had previously been dismissed by him as lacking a promising future. However, witnessing her indomitable spirit now compelled him to concede that, barring unforeseen circumstances, if she could navigate her way back to the proper path of a soul master, such tenacity would surely lead her to a bright future. Of course, becoming merely a saintess is one thing. Aspiring for the title of Pope is an entirely different matter. Chapter 32. Moonlight Soul, I in the darkness from the abyss. I am the light descending from the heavens. Born before creation, existing beyond annihilation, I shall freely bestow the waters of life as spring to the thirsty. Hulaina stumbled forward a step toward Qian Ningxuang before once more collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Qian Ningxuang unleashed the healing powers of the white flower. Indeed, to treat this fool, one must first restore her to health, and then overpower her with unparalleled strength. How could one strike down a person who is already gravely injured and still attempting to rise? Qian Ningxuang would never stoop to such a level. However, with the infusion of the white floral life energy in the blink of an eye, Hulaina was completely restored to her former self. She casually retrieved a cloak from her spatial soul guide and tossed it to Hulaina, as the recent flames had left her attire barely sufficient to preserve her modesty. Standing at the edge of a half-meter deep pit, Qian Ningxuang looked down upon Hulaina from her elevated position. Don't be dazed. Rise up. Weren't you clamoring for a second round? I now grant you the opportunity for a third round. Yet, as a control-type spiritual soul master, you have strayed from the path and cannot withstand a single blow from me, as you should have just realized. I have heard that you and your brother possess a martial soul fusion technique. Summon him forth now. Additionally, You have a little brother named Yen, whom you extracted from Tian Yao's side. Call him up as well. Who else from your Hall of the Pope will join? Since your soul skills are all tailored for team competitions, bring your team forward. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that strength is strength. It cannot simply be compensated for by a so-called team. This is the law, not the blue star of my past life, where a small team can triumph over the powerful. That only occurs when they have yet to encounter true strength. Soul masters, after all, are a violent profession that relies on individual prowess, not the supposed strength of team. What is Xiao Shuang doing? I cannot allow this. I must go help her. Sister Na, Chioer, come with me. Upon hearing Qianning Shuang's fierce words, Tian Yao in the stands was instantly anxious to leap down, only to be restrained by Gu Yuna. Xiao Shuang speaks with conviction. Are you certain she has unleashed all her power against us? As the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna perceived that Qianning Shuang had been holding back her strength in every encounter with him. Witnessing her now ignited with passion and combat spirit, perhaps it was time to let her unleash her full potential. It was indeed unpleasant for Hulaina to be looked down upon from such a height. Upon hearing Qianning Shuang's demands, the slight affinity she had begun to feel for her due to the healing quickly transformed into indignation. Of course I am angry. What does it say when a group attacks a single individual? Yet, almost immediately, the fury on Hulaina's face shifted to a bitter smile. Yes, she could indeed make such demands. Qianning Shuang could at any moment kick her off the stage, which would count as a loss, yet she chose not to, instead healing her and allowing her to stand vibrant on the stage, ready to call for others to challenge her again. That was already generous enough. Perhaps it would be better to concede gracefully. However, Bibi Dong in the stands would not grant Hulaina that opportunity, as Xie and Yin had already arrived on the stage. Bibi Dong understood that conceding gracefully would be best. Yet seeing Hulaina repeatedly injured and rising again ignited her own fury. This anger reached its peak when Qianning Shuang demanded Hulaina to call for reinforcements. Since you insist, then let us satisfy your request. We shall see who faces the more humiliating defeat. Of course, Bibi Dong would never truly send 7 individuals to face Qianning Shuang alone. 3 could be justified due to Qianning Shuang's overwhelming strength, but 7 would be utterly disgraceful. Greetings, Second Mississippi. A man with short black-red hair and a handsome face, alongside a muscular man with fiery red hair, bowed to Qianning Shuang. They were none other than Xie and Yan. Regardless of their feelings towards Qianning Shuang, etiquette must be upheld on the stage. No more idle chatter. Let us begin. Then, I must apologize, Second Mississippi. As the words fell, Xie activated his martial soul, and red light began to emanate from Hulaina. Yin, enveloped in molten lava, charged towards Qianning Shuang. Hell's lava charge. As Yin approached, Qianning Shuang took a deep breath. Glory be with me. Boom! Yin did not collide with Qianning Shuang. Instead, he struck against a slightly ethereal shield, while a massive greatsword without a blade plunged down towards Yin from above. Hastily activating his second soul skill, Granite Rock, Yin was sent flying backward, desperately suppressing the blood rising in his throat as he gazed up at Qianning Shuang. Qianning Shuang now floated a meter above the ground, her appearance transformed. Her original attire had morphed into a blue and white knight's battle skirt. Her golden hair, previously tied in a high ponytail, cascaded down her back. Most strikingly, 2 somewhat ethereal blue figures appear behind her, both clad in blue and white armor and masks. One male figure wielded a massive great sword without a blade, while the female figure held a gigantic blue and white shield. They were none other than the Radiant Knight, Moon Phantom, an incarnation of Qianning Shuang's second Valkyrie armor from her past life. The phantom figures behind Qianning Shuang represented the Illusion Spirit King and the Phantom. Thus, Qianning Shuang's soul skills not only exceeded those of a typical soul master, but also came with an instant wardrobe change and even a stand-in. Is this truly absurd? Yin thought bitterly, recognizing that this form and aura were not to be trifled with. He turned to look at his companions. The positions once occupied by Hulaina and Xie were now replaced by a cloud of red mist. As Yin glanced over, that layer of red light suddenly erupted, expanding like a ball of light, engulfing nearly half the arena. Qianning Shuang found herself enveloped in the crimson glow, feeling her senses and soul power diminish. her movements beginning to slow. Was that all? Transformation. The red light on the field was driven back by waves of blue light radiating outward from Qianning Shuang. Like ripples on water. Clang. A strike was deflected by her shield against an attack from a long-haired figure, whose gender was indistinguishable. Seeing the red mist dissipate, the elusive figure was forced to confront the situation head-on, while Yin charged once more. With another slash from behind, the elusive figure parried the blow, retreating a short distance, while Yin was sent flying again, his fate uncertain. Following this, countless slashes surged towards the elusive figure. Not bad. Qianning Shuang observed the androgynous figure struggling to hold their ground and could not help but express her admiration. However, it is time to conclude. After exchanging several hundred blows, Qianning Shuang suddenly withdrew, taking a deep breath. The formidable cost of Moon Phantom had manifested here. Her soul power was depleting rapidly. In such a brief period, she had less than half remaining. While the white floral life force was vast, converting it into soul power required time. And Qianning Shuang had now regained her composure. She did not wish to squander more time here. Let's create a grand finale. Without waiting for Hu Laina or Xieyu to respond, two luminous wings burst forth from her waist, propelling her skyward. The moment had arrived. She descended from the heavens, wielding a colossal knight's lance, her golden hair billowing behind her, resembling a soaring golden eagle, ravenous and gluttonous, fixating on its prey. I am the embodiment of all-consuming darkness, and the essence of all-encompassing light, born before creation and existing beyond annihilation. The divine key of black abyss and white flower. The first regulated power of the Holy Lance, unleashed. A blue beam of light descended from the sky, striking the ground with a fierce impact, revealing a captivating demon. Chapter 33, The Puppet. Alas, I have lost. The sunlight illuminated the arena, which had been largely destroyed by Qianning Shuang's strike, as Hu Laina lay amidst the rubble. Gazing up at the sky, turning her head, she looked at the unconscious Xieyu beside her, the brother who had dispelled their soul fusion technique at the last moment. Not far away, Yin lay in a similar state of unconsciousness. Once more, she turned her gaze toward the golden-haired figure hovering above, who exuded an incredible power. Truly formidable, astonishingly powerful. She had no time to employ her soul-bone abilities. Is this the second young lady of the Qian family? The prize jewel of the Hall of Worship? If the second young lady is this strong, how powerful must the eldest be? It is no wonder that such a formidable individual would dismiss the title of saintess. Does one as powerful as she truly need a mere title to embellish themselves? Hovering a meter above the ground, Qianning Shuang observed Hu Laina. Will you concede? Should you wish to continue, you may. The words reached Hu Laina's ears. What a relentless second young lady she is, clearly concerned for her well-being. Yet she insists on speaking condescendingly. I am not foolish. I can discern the disappointment hidden within your words. I concede. Lying on the ground, Hu Laina proclaimed the words she ought to have uttered earlier. Just as Qianning Shuang prepared to unleash another verbal jab, she was taken aback. I thought you were too stubborn to admit defeat. Sensing Qianning Shuang's confusion, Hu Laina continued, still reclining. I am not ungrateful. The second young lady held back at the last moment, did she not? Otherwise, I would be lying here among a pile of corpses. Qianning Shuang rolled her eyes. Of course, if I had truly killed you, the interior of the spirit hall would be preparing for a bloody conflict. I am certain that Bibi Dong would do so without hesitation. Moreover, you, second young lady, have healed us once more. I, Hu Laina, acknowledge my defeat with sincerity. As she spoke, Hu Laina's gaze towards Qianning Shuang softened. Qianning Shuang instinctively floated back a few steps, startled by the intensity of that look. Could it be true, as the elders in my past life suggested, that the women of Doluo continent are so easily swayed? A beating is all it takes for them to submit? Shaking her head, she discarded the odd thoughts swirling in her mind. Qianning Shuang landed gracefully on the ground and approached Hu Laina, extending her hand. Since she had shown kindness, it would be inappropriate to maintain a villainous demeanor. Can you stand? Do not tell me that after enduring such injuries, you cannot rise now. The brilliant sunlight illuminated Qianning Shuang's blue and white knight's dress, casting a radiant glow upon her golden hair. Hu Laina's heart suddenly raced. She admitted that, for a fleeting moment, she felt a stirring within her. Amidst howling winds and torrential rain, She fled for her life from countless black-clad pursuers. Then, sunlight broke through, and a golden-haired knight emerged slowly from the radiance, extending a hand toward her with a smile. This was a scene Hulaina had once dreamt of, envisioning an encounter with her one true love. The resemblance between her past fantasies and the current reality was striking. She is female. She is female, suppressing the flutter of her heart. Hulaina grasped Qianning Shuang's hand and stood up, her fox-like smile returning to her face. It was merely a moment of infatuation. Let us not dwell on the knight's gender, nor the fact that she lay on the ground due to this knight's actions. What Hulaina was thinking remained a mystery to Qianning Shuang, who merely observed as Hulaina regained her composure. Satisfied with her return to poise, Qianning Shuang turned to leave the arena, her voice drifting back to Hulaina. If all is well, prepare to fulfill your role as the saintess. As for the feeling of ascending from the abyss to heaven, I cannot claim to understand it. However, I have witnessed a group of individuals struggling to rise from hell, determined to pull others from the depths alongside them. Although I do not know whether they ultimately succeeded, I am certain that their efforts allowed a number of people to stand once more upon the earth. They do not yearn for heaven, nor do they fear hell and the abyss. Their sole desire is to help others rise. I aspire to be such a person, and I am already on that path. I hope you will become one as well. Hulaina stared blankly at Qianning Shuang's retreating figure. Could such individuals truly exist? Why had she never heard of them? Nevertheless, regardless of their existence, becoming such a person does seem appealing. Qianning Shuang has triumphed. The announcer, the heavenly crocodile, finally declared the battle's outcome, a result that had long been evident. Furthermore, I must announce another matter. Hulaina shall become the saintess of our spirit hall, a saintess recognized by both the Hall of Pope and the Hall of Worship. Since the decision has been made, let us do this favor effortlessly. Congratulations, Your Highness. The saintess. We have witnessed the saintess. Waves of congratulations and greetings surged toward Hulaina on the arena stage. Simultaneously, the majority of the audience turned their gaze toward Qianning Shuang, who was playfully sparring with Tian Yaoguyuna. While Hulaina's performance had been shocking, even more so was Qianning Shuang. The age, the talent, the combat prowess. Could the Spirit Hall achieve its long-cherished dreams in this era? Yes, undoubtedly. Excitement surged within them, and their previously cooled blood began to boil anew, their gazes toward Qianning Shuang growing ever more fervent. Hulaina smiled and waved at the crowd, elated not solely for achieving the coveted saintess position she had awaited for 3 long years, nor for meeting Bibi Dong's expectations. Rather, she had suddenly discovered her purpose and understood what she was meant to do. As she watched Qianning Shuang depart the training ground alongside Tian Yao and the others, she longed for the day she could truly stand before her, walking side by side rather than resorting to desperate measures, unable to even grasp the hem of her garment. Silently vowing in her heart, Hulaina raised her gaze to the figure that had approached the arena, a regal silhouette, none other than her mentor, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Without any further ado, Bibi Dong embraced Hulaina tightly. Nana, you performed splendidly, far exceeding my expectations. But I lost. That matters not. After all, you have finally attained the title of saintess, have you not? Observing the tear stains at the corners of Bibi Dong's eyes, Hulaina fell silent, choosing not to respond. The silence lingered until Bibi Dong seemed to notice Hulaina's unusual demeanor. Nana, what is the matter? Is it the injuries from the match that have yet to heal? No, the second young lady has healed me completely. I feel quite well now. However, teacher, there is something I wish to discuss. As if having made a decision, Hulaina's gaze met Bibi Dong's with newfound determination. I hope that our faction can set aside the grudges with the Hall of Worship and take a closer look at the theories and materials within the Spirit Research Institute. I also wish for my future soul techniques to include 2 active attack abilities, rather than solely enhancing charm. While enhancing charm or soul techniques related to it would undoubtedly make her an indispensable core in team competitions, she sought a broader range of abilities. However, dear teacher, my life cannot solely revolve around competitions, nor can I always have a team by my side. Ultimately, there will be times when I must walk alone. Simultaneously, I hope my teammates will consider their own growth while acquiring soul skills, rather than centering all their efforts around securing victories for the team. While teamwork is undeniably vital, the strength of an individual remains the truest form of power. It is unwise to rely on a team or companions for a lifetime. Such individuals are less companions and more akin to parasites. Once Hulaina concluded her statement, Bibi Dong squinted her eyes, gazing towards the direction from which Qianning Shuang had departed. Did Qianning Shuang's words have such a profound impact on Nana? In her eyes, Qianning Shuang had once again transformed into a nebulous light. Teacher? Hulaina asked cautiously, bracing herself for an outburst from Bibi Dong, as she had prepared to withstand any fury directed at her. Regardless of Bibi Dong's temper today, she was determined to persist. For this endeavor was not only for her own benefit, but also for that of her companions. More importantly, how could one who has risen stand idly by and allow emotional factors to lead them astray? Hulaina aspired to become the person Qianning Shuang envisioned. And the first step was to assert herself before Bibi Dong, rather than remaining the person who merely followed her every word. She still regarded Bibi Dong as a mother and a benefactor, but she had her own path to tread. A fledgling under the eagle's wing must eventually learn to soar independently. Well, Nana, pursue whatever you desire, Bibi Dong said, offering no opposition to Hulaina's proposal. After all, Bibi Dong was not blind. Although she could not discern Qianning Shuang's actions during the match, she clearly witnessed Hulaina's descent. Soul Masters, forged for the sake of team battles, often found themselves powerless when confronted with certain circumstances. Ultimately, a Soul Master is a profession defined by individual strength, rather than the so-called strength of a team. It appeared that Xiao Gang was not infallible. His theories contained flaws. Bibi Dong mused internally, yet as this thought surfaced, a surge of power within her stirred. No, how could I think such a thing? Xiao Gang is perfect, and all his theories are flawless. They are simply misunderstood by the mundane world. Xiao Gang is a genius unappreciated by society. As her thoughts shifted once more, the hidden malevolence within Bibi Dong deepened, and her Rakshasa divine power seemed to resonate more closely with her. Meanwhile, far atop the mountain at Doa Hall, Qian Chongling, alongside Guyuna, cast their gazes towards Bibi Dong's direction. What a pitiable individual, Guyuna reflected. It seems the divine realm has further refined its puppet manipulation techniques, thought Qian Chongling with a cold smile. Chapter 34. Tang, how you are, you are. A bloodied figure was hurled into the Soul Hall branch of Sandy City. As the figure crashed through the wall, it rendered the once magnificent Soul Hall branch in ruins. I come to collect interest from your Soul Hall. A massive hammer descended, obliterating the individual who had only moments ago been able to speak into a mere puddle of flesh. Following this, a disheveled middle-aged man, clad in tattered robes, emerged from the Soul Hall. He then turned and enlarged the hammer, bringing it down once more, reducing the entire structure to dust. The middle-aged man coldly surveyed the aftermath of his actions, leaving no words behind as he soared away from Sandy City. The Soul Hall remained the same as the elders convened. This was already the third incident this month. The cumulative destruction of branches had reached 21. Do any of you, who reside year-round in the Soul Hall, have anything to say? Bibi Dong appeared to be in a furious rage, yet inwardly, she relished the opportunity to confront these elders. Particularly as it was the Soul Hall that had suffered the damage, she felt a sense of satisfaction. This matter need not trouble His Holiness. We shall handle it ourselves. Tiani's expression darkened as he glared at Bibi Dong, both because she had rebuked him and because he had no real grounds to blame the Pope's Hall. Moreover, the destruction of the Soul Hall branch had not occurred in many years. No one had dared to act so brazenly before him. It was, after all, Tang Hao, who once fled from a Soul Hall. Dismissed. All elders, follow me. Tian bellowed, shaking his sleeve as he stormed out of the elders' hall, accompanied by the disgruntled elders. As Bibi Dong observed their departure, a satisfied smile graced her lips, and she too exited the elders' hall. However, upon returning to the Pope's hall, her smile vanished. Where's Nana? I do not need to worry about where Hulaina has gone, but I can surmise where she might be. Your Holiness, after you left, Her Highness the Saintess also departed, claiming she was going to seek out friends, a knight reluctantly reported. As expected, she has gone to the residential area of the elders. Bibi Dong nearly lost her temper, kicking the knight away. Her chest heaved with indignation, yet she restrained herself, allowing the knight to retreat. She reassured herself that at least Hulaina still regarded her with respect, still viewed her as a mother. Children, after all, must have their own thoughts. Let her be. However, after a moment of reflection, she found herself incensed once more. As a result, the documents and ornaments on her desk bore the brunt of her frustration. Upon hearing the sounds of destruction emanating from the Pope's hall, two knights exchanged glances, silently lamenting that ever since Miss Hulaina became the saintess, the Pope's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Bibi Dong's anger was not unfounded. It was not merely Hulaina's associations with the elders that riled her. Since that day at the competition, a month had passed, and Hulaina had developed an inexplicable obsession with frequenting the elders' residential area. The seven elders, being the highest-ranking members of the Soul Hall, naturally had their own residences within the Soul City, unlike the likes of Qian Daolu, who remained confined to Doluo Hall. They resided within a secluded area, difficult for outsiders to access. Previously, Hulaina had not been permitted entry, but now, as the recognized saintess, the elders welcomed her. The elders had no objections to Hulaina visiting their homes, as she was indeed the recognized saintess, and it was their duty to guide the heirs of the Soul Hall. Of course, that was not the sole reason for Bibi Dong's fury. What truly infuriated her was Hulaina's insistence on balancing her development of soul skills rather than solely enhancing her charm for the team. Furthermore, Hulaina frequently challenged or criticized Xiao Gang's theories in Bibi Dong's presence. Consequently, it had become commonplace for the two to argue whenever they met, especially whenever their discussions turned to Xiao Gang. However, now that Hulaina was a saintess acknowledged by the elders, Bibi Dong could no longer dictate her future path as a teacher. The position of saintess, a potential future pope, could not be entirely determined by the pope, even though traditionally, the saintesses and saints were disciples of the pope. While the pope's opinions held great weight, they were not absolute. The devotees will also offer their opinions on the growth journey of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, as one of them may eventually become the future pope. Although the devotees do not intend to prepare Hulaina for the papacy, she is still a recognized Holy Maiden by the Hall of Devotion, and they will certainly express their thoughts. She is far more influential than Bibi Dong in determining Hulaina's future path. The devotees can easily counter her, and she cannot retort. In truth, Hulaina feels quite aggrieved. At first, Bibi Dong had promised her well, but upon returning to the papal hall, when she eagerly mentioned her desire for a particular soul skill, Bibi Dong seemed to forget her earlier words and began to rage. This matter concerns Hulaina's future and her aspirations. She cannot yield, leaving the two of them in a stalemate day after day. As Bibi Dong slammed the table in the papal hall within the Doluo Hall, the atmosphere was charged. "Brother, this time you must not stop us," exclaimed Tang Hao. "He has already stepped on the face of our spirit hall." "Indeed, brother. Allowing that incident with Jierer to pass was already enough to honor the friendship between you and Tang Shun." Observing the fervent devotees, Qian Daolu felt quite troubled. Why can't Tang Hao remain peaceful? Initially, he had considered his friendship with Tang Shun and let Tang Hao off the hook. But that was not an invitation for him to continue his reckless behavior. Once hailed as the next Tang Shun, how could he now be so diminished compared to his old friend? "Speak up. What exactly is going on?" Qian Chongling stepped out from behind the angelic statue. "Greetings, ancestor." The devotees first paid their respects, having learned of Qian Chongling's existence a year after Qian Ningxuang returned from the Stardow Forest. "Enough with the formalities. Get to the point. I have been awake for nearly 2 years, and only know that our Spirit Hall's relationship with the so-called top 3 sects is rather poor. What exactly caused this animosity? I have heard of the Haotian sect, but what are the specifics?" Qian Daolu smiled wryly and began to speak. "Ancestor, this matter." "Shaolu, be quiet." Qian Daolu was interrupted by Qian Chongling. Then, with irritation, Qian Chongling continued, "I am unaware of the depth of your friendship with Tang Shun. But you must remember, you are the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Since you hold this position, your every action must consider the Spirit Hall's interests, rather than prioritizing personal sentiments over the Hall's well-being. With great power comes great responsibility. Even a 10-year-old like Schwanger understands this. How could someone of your age fail to grasp it? I will discuss this issue with you later. For now, little crocodile, speak." Chapter 35, Haotian Sect, Part 1, Yes. Ancestor. Tian Yi disregarded the struggle evident in Qian Doliu's gaze. He held great respect for his elder brother, yet the Spirit Hall held greater significance in his heart. Initially, our Spirit Hall had no significant grievances with the top 3 sects. In fact, our relations were rather amicable. Let us not even mention the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which has a legacy spanning countless years. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect was even nurtured by our spirit hall. Otherwise, a group of support-type soul masters would have long been overwhelmed and consumed. However, this situation changed with the rise of the Haotian sect, which defeated one of the original top 3 sects, the Earth Dragon sect. The Haotian sect was once just an ordinary sect among many on the continent, lacking any remarkable features. It was not until a genius soul master named Tang San emerged from the Haotian sect, rising from obscurity to become the renowned Haotian de Luo in just a few decades. As Tang San's sect flourished, it ascended to become the foremost among the top 3 sects on the continent. Originally, our spirit hall did not regard the Haotian sect with much concern. After all, our spirit hall has weathered countless ups and downs over its nearly 10,000-year history. The only factor worth noting was that the sect leader, Tang San, was a close friend to my elder brother, the then Pope, which led us to believe that our spirit hall would maintain a good relationship with this newly risen Haotian sect. However, the subsequent developments took our spirit hall by surprise. After the rise of the Haotian sect, it abandoned its previous low-profile approach and became increasingly domineering and aggressive. Of course, being domineering is not inherently wrong. Many powerful forces on the continent exhibit similar traits. Our spirit hall has acted forcefully at times as well. Yet, how can we describe the Haotian sect's aggressive demeanor? It resembled a pack of rabid dogs, attacking indiscriminately without regard for righteousness, regardless of the circumstances or the justification. Any incident involving a disciple of the Haotian sect would result in their unwavering support for their own, often leading to the complete annihilation of their adversaries. This reckless behavior tarnished the Haotian sect's reputation across the continent in just a few short years. As the Spirit Hall, the governing body of soul masters, and the faction with the highest number of soul masters on the continent, we inevitably clashed with the Haotian sect. Each time we confronted them, our Spirit Hall would relent due to the friendship between my elder brother and Tang San. Yet, the Haotian sect remained utterly ungrateful, becoming increasingly brazen on the continent. Over time, our grievances against the Haotian sect grew more pronounced. Ultimately, a particular incident ignited the collective resentment within our spirit hall. The incident began when a Haotian sect disciple, Tang Bing, fell in love with a female soul master named Guan Yun. Due to their training, they agreed to part ways for a while, planning to reunite after a year. When Tang Bing arrived at their designated meeting place a year later, he found Guan Yun laughing and conversing with another man. In a fit of rage, Tang Bing unleashed his martial soul, and before the man could react, struck him dead. The deceased was Guan Yun's brother, Guan Feng, a knight of the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing her brother's tragic fate, Guan Yun, consumed by grief and fury, retaliated against Tang Bing. However, as a female soul master, she lacked the combat prowess to defeat him and was subsequently captured and taken back to the Haotian sect. What transpired afterward within the Haotian sect remains unknown to our Spirit Hall, but it was eventually reported that on her wedding night, Guan Yun killed Tang Bing and then took her own life. The situation did not end there. In retaliation for Tang Bing's death, the Haotian sect annihilated Guan Yun's family, leaving only her mother, who happened to be in Spirit City at the time, to escape. Upon learning of the events, Guan Yun's mother tragically met her end outside the papal hall, pleading for our Spirit Hall to deliver justice. Our Spirit Hall could not ignore such matters. Aside from our inherent duty to manage all soul masters, Guan Feng was one of our own, and coupled with a long-standing resentment towards the Haotian sect, the consensus within the Spirit Hall was to demand severe punishment for the Haotian sect. Ultimately, my elder brother could not disregard the opinions of all the soul masters within the Spirit Hall and agreed to a duel with Tang San. As Tian recounted this, anger flickered in his eyes, while the other devotees either bowed their heads or glanced at Qian Daolu, their expressions far removed from the usual reverence. Some were filled with pain, others disappointment, and like Tian, simmering fury. I do not know the depth of your bond with Tang San, brother. How could you lose to him? You, with an angelic martial soul, defeated by a Haotian hammer. Indeed, Tang San possesses an unparalleled talent and wields the fearsome Great Sumi hammer among his self-created soul skills. But does our Spirit Hall lack self-created soul skills? Or is it that you, Qian Daolu, have not trained them? Have you considered the ramifications of your defeat? The Soul Palace has nearly lost all the prestige it has accumulated over thousands of years on the continent. In the past, as the second brother, My strength was inferior to yours, and I hesitated to comment on your actions in this matter. However, today, with our esteemed ancestor present, I shall wield the authority of the tiger and request an explanation from you, dear brother." Qian Chongling sighed deeply and turned his gaze toward Qian Daolu. "Speak, little Lu. In any organization, disagreements and disputes are commonplace, but it is essential to clarify the reasons behind our actions. Otherwise, the hearts of the people will scatter." Qian Daolu raised his head, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists tightly. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the esteemed members present. "Why do we lose to Tang San? Why do we repeatedly concede to the Haoyan sect? Part of the reason is my lingering friendship with Tang San, but another part is that I am the leader of the Soul Palace. Indeed, if it came to a life-and-death battle, it would ultimately be him, Tang San, who would lie down. Yet, I cannot proceed in such a manner, for victory would only result in my grievous injury. Even if I managed to survive, I would suffer a significant decline in my cultivation. The consequences of my potential death or severe decline are unbearable, for I bear the responsibility of the hundreds of thousands behind me, along with the countless civilians managed by the Soul Palace. I'm not like Tang San, who acts recklessly, driven solely by his own power and enjoyment. Even if he cares about the insignificant Haoyan sect, does the continent truly lose anything without it? However, the continent cannot afford to be without the Soul Palace. Yes, the evil soul masters are a thing of the past. Yet, the reasons for their emergence are well known to you all. Should the Soul Palace fall, evil soul masters could quickly proliferate. Moreover, at that time, we had not yet allied with the Stardoe Forest, and faced with a beast tide that might erupt at any moment. Who would stand against the Black Dragon Emperor? Most crucially, I was not aware that the divine position had encountered issues. I still needed to preserve my life and cultivation to unlock the legacy of the angel god. Perhaps this sounds like an excuse. The Soul Palace could survive without me, but the legacy of the angel god is of utmost importance. The prestige and reputation of the Soul Palace can be regained in an instant, should another deity emerge. Thus, I conceded and retreated. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's heartfelt confession, the esteemed members felt a mix of emotions. Qian Daoliu's choice could not be deemed wrong. It merely reflected that they were not the bearers of the angel martial soul, and thus could not comprehend his aspirations for the divine legacy. Yet, it would not be fair to say the esteemed members were incorrect. In their hearts, the power of the Soul Palace was paramount. Little Lu has already explained the reasons for his actions. Do you have any further inquiries, little crocodile? Qian Chongling directed his gaze toward Tian Yi. As the Blood Pope who led the Soul Palace to greatness, he had witnessed many disagreements. Everyone had their own reasons and motivations. There is no absolute right or wrong. In this world, only suitable choices exist, and there is no choice that is entirely correct. Once a choice is made, one must inevitably pay a price in certain aspects. I understand my brother's choice, Tian Yi sighed, choosing not to pursue Qian Daolu any further. Once again, Qian Daoliu's decision wasn't wrong. It merely emphasized different priorities. With no objections remaining, this matter was put to rest. In the future, it would be best to clarify the reasons behind our actions among ourselves. We are all esteemed members, the very foundation of the Soul Palace on the continent. Disagreements and differing opinions are natural. As long as the goals are aligned, these issues are not problematic. Qian Chongling surveyed everyone present, affirming that a degree of divergence and discord is essential for an organization's growth and development, provided that it is not for the sake of opposition alone. Indeed, revered ancestor, all the esteemed members, including Qian Daolu, nodded in agreement. They understood the essence of Qian Chongling's words. Grievances and complaints can be voiced, but after airing them, everyone remains dedicated to the strength of the Soul Palace. There is no need for Qian Chongling to reiterate. The esteemed members were already aware that after their disputes, they are still brothers. They are not black and white dichotomies, incapable of tolerating differing opinions. They are seasoned individuals who understand these nuances well. Now, little crocodile, please continue. What transpired next? After my brother's defeat to Tang San, the Haoyan sect became increasingly audacious. Previously, one could argue that the Haoyan sect, despite its arrogance, would still weigh its actions against our Soul Palace. However, since then, the Haoyan sect has completely disregarded us, engaging in frequent bloody conflicts. Yet, we are largely powerless against the Haoyan sect, as they possess the invincible Tang San, We could only limit the conflict to small-scale skirmishes to avoid a full-blown war. Simultaneously, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which had previously maintained a cordial relationship with our Soul Palace, began to reduce its interactions and adopted a wait-and-see approach to the continental situation. The Earth Dragon sect, originally one of the top 3 sects, harbored resentment towards the Haotian sect for usurping its position and eventually chose to join our Soul Palace in the face of increasing oppression from the Haotian sect. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which our Soul Palace had nurtured, engaged in numerous underhanded maneuvers. After recruiting the Swordbone, they expelled the 2 titled Luos stationed in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect by our Soul Palace, who served both as protectors and monitors. Furthermore, the sect leader, Ning Fengji, shamelessly proclaimed the unity of the top 3 sections. At this point, Tian Yi paused, clearly agitated by the fickle behavior of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, prompting a remark from the 4th esteemed member, Qingyu. That capricious little man truly believes that the title of the continent's greatest strategist is a compliment to Ning Fengji. In truth, it was merely our Soul Palace's mockery of him, yet he shamelessly accepted it. Regaining his composure, Tian Yi continued to recount the events to Qian Chongling. This chaotic situation persisted until 9 years ago. 9 years ago, our Soul Palace suddenly received an anonymous letter stating that the next leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao, was traveling across the continent. During his travels, he had married a woman who was, astonishingly, a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Naturally, at first, we dismissed this letter as the work of the Haotian sect's enemies attempting to incite a conflict between the Soul Palace and the Haotian sect. However, in the following period, Tang Hao and his wife frequently appeared within our purview, even engaging in provocative actions against the Soul Palace. This perplexed us. Although the Haotian sect was composed of a band of reckless individuals, it was hard to fathom why the heir of their sect would dare to provoke the Soul Palace, especially considering that a conflict would not bode well for them. Moreover, he brought along his wife, who was merely a soul sage. What would he do if something unfortunate happened to her? This prompted us to recall that initial anonymous letter and send a titled Delaw to investigate Tang Hao's wife. Initially, we found nothing amiss, and the returning Delaw informed us that Tang Hao's wife was human, albeit with a peculiar martial soul, a blue-silver grass soul sage. We brushed it off, but then an unexpected revelation occurred during the blacksmith competition held in Gungjin City. The soul Delaw who attended the event returned to tell us that Tang Hao's wife exuded the aura of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Once again, we dispatched a titled Delaw to investigate, and discovered that Tang Hao's wife was pregnant. Alongside this revelation, we stumbled upon the existence of Soul Beast, a truly remarkable one. At this juncture, even a fool could deduce that the anonymous letter originated from the Haotian clan, quite possibly penned by Tang Hao himself. Perhaps Tang Hao still clung to some semblance of dignity or harbored ulterior motives, refraining from directly harming his own wife, hence the thought of involving our spirit hall. To our surprise, our spirit hall chose to ignore him, prompting him to appear frequently before us, even daring to provoke our hall into action against him. At that time, we merely regarded Tang Hao with disdain, yet we recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity, for the Soul Beast was a rare find, a 100,000-year-old entity. Subsequently, we covertly engaged with the Haotian clan, reaching an agreement wherein our spirit hall would take action. Tang Hao would obtain a soul ring, and we would procure a soul bone. On the day of the transaction, Ji departed from Spirit City with his entourage. However, 2 days later, a gravely injured Ji returned, carrying with him Shuang. According to Ji's account, as they initiated their attack, the Soul Beast unexpectedly activated a sacrificial rite, offering itself to Tang Hao. Once the sacrifice was completed, just as Ji and his team were preparing to collect the soul bone, Tang Hao launched a surprise attack and made off with the soul bone. Ji, who returned severely wounded, passed away shortly thereafter, and the reason for his demise requires no elaboration. We had no choice but to place the blame squarely on the Haotian clan. Tian Yi, casting a glance at the gathered individuals. Indeed, the circumstances surrounding Qian Sunji's death were well known among the clan's elders. Yet such family disgrace should not be aired publicly. However, many witnessed Ji's grievous return, and the death of the Pope could not be concealed from the world. Thus, the Haotian clan had to bear the brunt of this calamity. Chapter 37. The Haotian Clan, Part 3, the current pope's demise, instigated by Tang Hao, could no longer be suppressed as in the past. Even with Tang Chun and the Haotian clan, this conflict had to be confronted. At the time, Tang Zhan, the clan leader of the Haotian clan, understood that with the death of a pope, our spirit hall would not retreat as it once did. While our spirit hall was mobilizing forces in preparation for battle, the Haotian clan began recalling disciples across the continent, seeking allies. After a month of mutual probing skirmishes, Tang Zhan realized the Haotian clan's reputation was too tarnished. No one was willing to assist them, not even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which merely offered token support. Ultimately, our spirit hall received the corpse of Tang Zhan, the Haotian clan leader, accompanied by a letter. The letter conveyed that Tang Hao was to be expelled from the clan, with Tang Zhan offering his life in compensation and the Haotian clan opting for closure, hoping our spirit hall would cease further pursuit. Upon reading the letter, we surmised that Tang Chun must have perished. Otherwise, the Haotian clan would not have adopted such a humble stance. At that moment, we felt it prudent to take advantage of this opportunity to obliterate the Haotian clan. But my elder brother's nostalgic tendencies resurfaced, leading him to acquiesce to the Haotian clan's request. Qian Daolu sighed with a bittersweet smile, then spoke this time. It is truly a matter of sentiment. I believe Tang Chun was dead, and his son was willing to exchange his life for my son's. The price paid by the Haotian clan was substantial, and without Tang Chun, they were merely a group of insignificant miscreants destined to fade from history. No cause for concern. Thus, it was unnecessary to eradicate the descendants of these old friends entirely. Tian remained expressionless, contemplating the fact that the Haotian clan had cunningly played a trick on my elder brother. The letter's assertion that Tang Hao was expelled transformed into a narrative where he voluntarily withdrew from the clan. What was clearly a life-for-life exchange was twisted by the Haotian clan's words to suggest that Tang Zhan died out of anger at Tang Hao's actions. Did they even think through their statements? Would a titled Doluo truly be driven to death by his own son? Such words, as Shuang Er would say, would provide enough laughter for the continent for a year. Yet, the closure of the clan was genuine. They retreated to their secluded mountains. Qian Daolu, resigned, remarked, "You need not dwell on these minor details, second brother. In any case, once they are sealed away in the depths of the forest, within 300 years, the Haotian clan will indeed vanish from the annals of history." Tiani did not focus on these particulars, but continued, "The Haotian clan may fade, yet Tang Hao remains alive and vibrant, frequently causing us trouble. This time, my elder brother, you should not hinder our pursuit of Tang Hao, should you?" Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling appeared perplexed, wondering if what Qian Shuang said was indeed accurate, that the average intelligence of our spirit hall was in need of improvement. Setting aside whether Xiao Lu would obstruct them, one must consider the vastness of the continent. What likelihood was there that a handful of individuals could capture a mere mouse? Yet, we had no choice. We could not simply allow Tang Hao to continue his antics unchallenged. The bitter smile now shifted to Tiani, who understood that capturing Tang Hao on such a vast continent was indeed difficult, yet it was the only feasible solution. It seemed that Shuang Er's observations were not without merit. Our spirit hall's political education was indeed lacking. Qian Chongling could not contain his anger any longer, exclaiming, "Have you all been sheltered in this stable continental situation for too long? But Tang Hao has withdrawn from the Haotian clan, and this is fundamentally illogical." He could not help but strike Tian on the head. "You claim Xiao Lu lacks adaptability, yet you are not much different. When I was pope, I did not care whether one withdrew from the clan. When trouble arose, one could not simply relinquish responsibility. You may cherish your reputation, but what are the lives lost beneath our spirit hall due to the Haotian clan? What of those whose families were exterminated and oppressed? Do not forget why our spirit hall has always yearned for unity. Do not lose sight of the essentials." As Qian Chongling's outburst echoed through the hall, the group of elders lowered their heads in shame. They were all well acquainted with the historical records of the spirit hall, perhaps even memorizing them. The spirit hall was originally established by soul masters following the angel god, initially tasked with apprehending evil soul masters. During Qian Chongling's tenure as pope, an additional mandate emerged to oversee all soul masters, ensuring that those wielding the continent's greatest power would act with restraint and not indulge in reckless behavior. Your words hold truth. Qian Chongling surveyed all present. What we should do next requires no guidance from me, correct? Tian cautiously inquired. Shall we gather our forces and eradicate the Haotian clan? What else? Responded Qian Chongling. Indeed, elder ancestor, Tian Yi replied with excitement. Having long harbored grievances against the Haotian clan, finally, we can unleash years of pent-up frustration. I will also join this time. It has been millennia since I last fought. I wish to see what is so extraordinary about this Haotian clan that they have stirred the continent into chaos since their emergence, Qian Chongling said, narrowing his eyes. The behavior of the Haotian clan and their myriad actions since their rise reminded him of the gods' interference in mortal affairs during his time in the divine realm. Yes, upon hearing that Qian Chongling would also participate, Tian Yi's joy was palpable. This time, Tang Chen's revival would not spare the Haotian clan from annihilation. Prepare yourselves. By the way, this time, bring Frost along so she can broaden her horizons. While gaining experience is one aspect, Qian Chongling suddenly recalled the inexplicable inquiries posed by Qian Ningxuang regarding the Xiantian sect when she first encountered Guyu Na in the Stardew Forest. If the Haotian sect truly serves as a pawn of the divine realm to disrupt the continent's stability, then Qian Chongling should discern that. Yet, it seems that Guyu Na, who constantly follows Qian Ningxuang, possesses more insights about the Xiantian sect. Yes, ancestor, I shall inform Frost immediately. The seventh elder of demon suppression acknowledged, harboring no objections to bringing Qian Ningxuang along. As for safety, without Tang Chen's presence, the Haotian sect, bolstered by a cadre of super Duos and Qian Chongling himself, should be more than capable of ensuring Qian Ningxuang's security. If they cannot protect her, it will be better to find a block of tofu to end it all. Oh, and not merely one super Duo. If Qian Ningxuang goes, Guyana will surely accompany her, which means Di Tian will follow as well. After watching several brothers depart from the Doloa Hall, Qian Daolu could not refrain from stepping forward. Ancestor, the sealed land of the Haotian sect is the site of my decisive battle with Tang Chun. He had promised Tang Chun the entirety of the Spear Hall. Noticing Qian Chongling's indifferent gaze, Qian Daolu refrained from completing his thought. He understood that promises can sometimes be as fragile as a sheet of tissue paper. For instance, during his relentless pursuit of Tang Hao, the latter had pledged that if Qian Daolu spared his life, he would cease his vendetta against the Spirit Hall. A wild tidal law unleashed for revenge could create significant turmoil, and Qian Daolu knew that without that promise, he would have to eliminate Tang Hao, even out of nostalgia. Yet at present, Tang Hao showed no signs of adhering to any promises, and it was the Haotian sect that had broken faith first. Chapter 38. Haotian Sect, Part 4. 300 miles east of Tiando City, nestled among the mountains, stood a colossal stone structure resembling a fortress. Its main entrance towered 5 meters high, adorned with 3 powerful characters skillfully carved, exuding a majestic aura that could rival the surrounding peaks. Haotian Sect. No one knew why the Haotian Sect, under duress to seal itself, still maintained such an imposing facade of being the strongest in the world. Nevertheless, since it was already sealed, no one could witness the sect's impoverished attempts at pretension, so they let them be. Within the Haotian sect, the current sect master, Tang Xiao, was sharing a drink with an elderly man. Ha ha ha, delightful. Brother Hao's actions are truly exhilarating. If I were not the sect master, I would also withdraw from the sect to wreak havoc on the Spear Hall, he exclaimed, raising his cup with a boisterous demeanor. Clearly, the news of Tang Hao's rampage against the Spirit Hall had reached the Haotian sect. Indeed, although Tang Hao had left the sect, his actions resonated deeply with the elder's sentiments. The elderly man across from Tang Xiao was none other than the current second elder of the Haotian sect, Tang Jin. At that moment, he stroked his long beard, wearing a cheerful smile. Since Brother Hao's deeds align with my preferences, what of his potential return to the sect? Tang Xiao inquired cautiously. Let us postpone discussions on Brother Hao's return. Now is not the appropriate time. Not only do some within the sect oppose it, but should he return now, it would undoubtedly attract the Spirit Hall's attention, Tang Jin replied. Hearing this, Tang Xiao ceased his laughter and took a hearty gulp of his drink. The main concern lies with the Spirit Hall. If it were to be vanquished, the opposition to Brother Hao's return would likely dissipate. Indeed, you are correct. The dissent within the sect is a mere trifle. The paramount issue remains the Spirit Hall. As the two men spoke of the Spirit Hall, silence enveloped them, both continuing to drink deeply. I truly wonder when the Haotian sect will reopen its doors and restore its former glory as the preeminent sect in the world. Observing that the topic of Tang Hao's return had reached a standstill, Tang Xiao shifted to another subject. Soon, our Haotian sect already boasts 7 titled Doluos. Within a century, we shall have dozens. At that point, once Qian Daolu has perished and the elders of the Spirit Hall have passed on, it will be time for the Haotian sect to re-emerge. Alas, I fear I may not witness it. Dan Xin Gonson Tang Xiao. His words tinged with regret at not being able to see the Haotian sect's resurgence. Indeed, the Haotian sect had not succumbed to the silence predicted by Qian Daolu. Rather, it had cultivated 7 titled Doluos in its secluded mountain hideaway. One could not say that Qian Daolu was blind to the Haotian sect's potential. Rather, under normal circumstances, a sealed sect in a remote location would struggle to amass the resources necessary for breakthroughs. If ascension were merely a matter of talent, why would the various powers on the continent engage in fierce competition for resources? Everyone could simply retreat into the deep mountains, relying solely on talent, avoiding conflict and worldly concerns. The fact that the Haotian sect could cultivate 7 titled Doluos in isolation is a mystery. It is improbable that all members of the Haotian sect possess extraordinary gifts, capable of reaching such heights without resource consumption. If they truly had such innate talent, they would not be forced into seclusion. As Tang Xiao and Tang Jin shared drinks and reflected on the future outside the Haotian sect, a small village comparable in size to Holy Spirit Village served as a forward outpost for the sect. This is the Haotian sect? Not impressive at all. Fighting here is truly uninteresting. A girl with golden shoulder-length hair and a spirited countenance withdrew a short spear from the body of a middle-aged man lying on the ground, commenting on the combat prowess of the Haotian sect disciples to her companion. The fallen man's chest was caved in, and his lifeless face bore an expression of disbelief. Perhaps he could not fathom that he had been slain by a girl of merely 13 or 14 years. Or perhaps he was incredulous that anyone dared to attack the Haotian sect. This is merely the outer perimeter of the Haotian sect. My great-uncle sent us here to hone our skills. The troublesome tasks were left to Uncle Tion. If we're to fight, we can wait until we enter the Haotian sect. You can take the lead then, Jia. The girl in a knight's dress, speaking to her companion, dismissed the notion of the outer disciples being weak. The 2 girls conversing were Tian Yao and Qian Shuang. Qian Shuang held no discomfort regarding the matter of death, or even killing. The records in the Spirit Hall's archives detailed the blood debts amassed by the Haotian sect before its sealing, filling numerous shelves. Each entry revealed, on this date, disciples of the Haotian sect extinguished an entire family for insulting the sect. Disciples of the Haotian sect killed without hesitation for a mere lack of respect. While soul masters are inherently prone to violence, the Haotian sect's reckless, indiscriminate aggression truly stands out as unparalleled. For Qian Shuang, there was no psychological burden in taking the lives of those from the Haotian sect if they had acted without restraint during their peak. They should not blame others for collecting debts during their decline. Miss, it has been taken care of. A middle-aged man with black hair approached Qian Shuang, carrying a corpse. He was Tion. Since Qian Shuang had healed Tion's injuries and learned certain matters from Guyuna, Tion's attitude toward her had become fervent, treating her every word as divine decree. However, despite Qian Shuang's bemusement at Tion's actions, she found herself unable to refuse him and could only allow him to proceed with his antics. The corpse that Tion held was the sole soul sage from the Haotian sect stationed at this alert point. For someone at the outer realm, the strength of a soul sage was typically sufficient, but unfortunately for him, he encountered Tion, a formidable beast whose power could rival or even surpass that of an ultimate Doloa. The result was that this soul sage perished without even being able to send a warning. Whether or not he managed to transmit a warning before his demise, or if he harbored any regrets, was of no concern to Qian Shuang. After all, the Spirit Hall had already blocked their door. Even if the Haotian sect were aware that their foes had arrived at their doorstep, what could they possibly do? Ancestor, the area is cleared, she called towards the sky, reporting the task status to the hovering Qian Chongling and the other elders, also notifying Gu Yuna and Gu Qiao, who were clearing the area on the other side. You handled it quite well, Shuang Air. Qian Chongling descended gracefully from the air, surveying the situation around him before looking at Qian Shuang and nodding in satisfaction. The reason for assigning the task of clearing the area to Qian Shuang and the younger generation, rather than directly flattening the Haotian sect's outer alert point with their own might, was rooted in the desire to allow these younger individuals to witness the harsh realities of battle. After all, in the Spirit City, the actions and thoughts of Qianning Shuang often appeared peculiar, even overly compassionate, to the seasoned veterans who had survived countless life and death struggles. Qian Chongling feared that Qianning Shuang, the promising junior he had high hopes for, might turn out to be a naive moralist, which led to his decision to let her handle the alert point. Fortunately, even when dealing with the ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect, who lacked cultivation, Qianning Shuang did not hesitate to take decisive action. Now, the main course awaits. I will trouble you, Lord D. Tian, to ensure the safety of Shuang Heir and the other juniors. As he gazed at the towering peaks in the distance, Qian Chongling's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Chapter 39. Annihilation of a sect. Is this truly the once greatest sect in the world? Even in this remote mountain corner, they maintained their former grandeur. Observing the imposing 5-meter-tall stone gate of the Haotian sect, along with the 3 grand inscriptions, Qianning Shuang could not help but scoff. In the past, their style went unappreciated by anyone other than the disciples of the Haotian sect, but today, it finally received external commentary, a cause for celebration indeed. A bunch of mice huddled in a mountain crevice. No amount of grandiosity can alter this fact. Upon hearing Qianning Shuang's remarks, Tian Yi's face curled into a cold smirk. The so-called number 1 sect in the world? Merely a group of cowards. Let their pretentiousness be consigned to history today. Without hesitation, Tian Yi unleashed a punch, instantly reducing the gate, which likely consumed a portion of the Haotian sect's resources to construct, to mere dust. Who dares to offend the Haotian sect? As the sect's gate was destroyed, several figures shot out from within. Upon seeing Tian, who was adorned in a robe embroidered with golden crocodiles, these figures halted their cries. May I inquire why the second elder of the Spirit Hall has come to our Haotian sect? And why have you destroyed our sect's gate? A middle-aged man stepped forward. It was Tang Xiao. His face, once jovial from drinking with Tang Jin, now bore a grave expression as he questioned Tian Yi. Why? I believe you. Sect Master Tang Xiao should already be aware of my purpose. Tian Yi's smile was tinged with mockery. What should I be aware of? Yet you, Lord Jin Yi, have recklessly destroyed my sect's gate. Have you forgotten the pact established between our ancestor Tang Chun and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall? Tang Xiao's face darkened as he glared at Tian Yi. He suspected the reason was Tang Hao's wanton destruction of the Spirit Hall's branches and the massacre of its affiliated soul masters. But since Tang Hao had already left the sect, what did his actions have to do with the Haotian sect? Since Sect Master Tang Xiao does not comprehend the situation, the Spirit Hall shall enlighten you today. Attack. As the command was given, powerful auras erupted around the Haotian sect, with 3 of them reaching the level of ultimate Dolaw at rank 99. As the auras surged, a torrent of soul skills descended upon the entire Haotian sect. Realizing the impending disaster, the members of the Haotian sect hastily activated their martial spirits, their various colored soul rings flashing as they scrambled to defend against the aerial assault. However, it was futile. The attacks from a group of at least super rank 96 were far beyond what a few low-rank titled WOs from the Haotian sect could withstand. Of course, the Haotian sect had Tang Xiao, a super Delaw at rank 97, but Tang Xiao was currently in no position to protect himself. He had already been sent flying by a strike from Tian Yi, blood spilling from his mouth without restraint. Does the Spirit Hall truly disregard the agreements of yesteryear? You, Qian Daolu, fickle as you are, how could our ancestor Tang Chun consider you a friend? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Xiao struggled to stand and shouted towards the sky. He could only hope that Qian Daolu had also come today. Relying on the bond between Tang Chun and Qian Daolu, at least the Haotian sect might have a glimmer of hope. Before Tang Xiao could continue his tirade, Tian Yi swiftly moved in front of him, delivering a high kick that pinned Tang Xiao to the ground. Thinking of summoning your elder brother? Dismiss that notion. Today, your elder brother may not be present, but he has consented to this operation. Any agreements of the past? After decades of struggle in the world of soul masters, do you truly believe in agreements, Tang Xiao? Moreover, your Haotian sect shows no signs of upholding any such commitments. Observing that Sect Master Tang Xiao was now devoid of any capacity for resistance, the 5th elder of the Haotian sect, Tang Gu, who had been beaten to the brink of collapse by the 7th elder, suddenly regained a flicker of resolve. Channeling his soul power, He shouted towards the ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect who were being slaughtered. Flee. Everyone, escape as best you can. Find Tang Hao and inform him that it is the spirit hall that seeks to annihilate the Haotian sect. Then, with the remnants of his soul power surging, it was clear he intended to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Dream on. The seventh elder struck Tang Gu at his dantian, causing him to spew blood as the gathered soul power dispersed. You shall not die a good death. Having his self-destruction interrupted, Tang Gu glared venomously at Tian Yi, cursing him. Tian Yi merely scratched his ear, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Gu. The lamentations of the vanquished will not alter the course of events. Save your strength. Otherwise, if your injuries worsen, it will take us considerable time to heal you. Then, Tian Yi turned to the fleeing disciples of the Haotian sect and called out to the fourth elder, Qing Yu, who was observing the situation from above. Fourth brother, wishing to escape? If even one of you manages to flee today, it would indeed be a joke. Qing Yu, fingers dancing across his zither, activated his sixth soul ring, which flickered ominously. Return to the dream. As the words fell, a greenish-blue circle enveloped the entirety of the Haotian sect. Those fleeing disciples found themselves inexplicably returned to their original positions. No matter how fervently they ran, they would always revert to their starting point upon reaching the edge of the circle. The fourth elder, Qing Yu, wielding the soul spirit of the green jade, a control-type soul master of rank 97, found his sixth soul skill, once dismissed as ineffective in competitions, to be a divine ability in life-and-death pursuits. Chaos Wolf. Observing that the disciples of the Haotian sect had nowhere left to run, the third elder, Yinglong, immediately unleashed his ninth soul skill. The crimson-black chain blade materialized from the void, followed by the anguished cries of the disciples of the Haotian sect. Observing from the sidelines, Qianning Shuang found the battle rather unremarkable and fleeting. The spirit hall had arrived, claimed victory, and the Haotian sect was no more. Subsequently, she joined the offerings of the hidden dragon to scavenge the spoils of war. On the other side, witnessing the fallen and kneeling 7 titled individuals of the Haotian sect, Qian Chongling let out a cold laugh. It appeared that summoning Gu Yuna had been a wise decision. 7 titled individuals cultivated in such a desolate region? The offerings of the spirit hall could very well meet their demise against a mere slab of tofu, although the 7 bore no discernible aura of evil soul masters. Something was evidently amiss. Qian Chongling turned his gaze towards Gu Yuna, inquiring, Miss Gu, do you perceive anything unusual? Initially, when he had brought Qianning Shuang and Gu Yuna to the Haotian sect, it had been with a mindset of mere experimentation. Yet, he now stood before 7 titled individuals from a forsaken land. Gu Yuna shook her head, her gaze fixed on the 7 titled figures. Clearly, something was amiss. The soul beast required a place of pure energy or extraordinary resources to cultivate. Otherwise, it would take an immense amount of time. Yet, this mountain held no such auspicious qualities. Upon hearing Gu Yuna mention the Xiantian sect, the previously listless second elder of the Haotian sect, Tang Jin, suddenly exhibited a look of panic and evasion. Tang Xiao, who had once held his head high, began to lower it, obscuring his gaze. The other titled members of the Haotian sect displayed expressions of alarm, exchanging worried glances. Witnessing this scene, Qian Chongling wore a smile that was more ironic than genuine. It seemed that the Haotian sect was indeed entangled with the Xiantian sect from a millennium ago. Gu Yuna's interest piqued. She had not anticipated that remnants of the Xiantian sect would still linger even after its obliteration. Speak, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Qian Chongling's expression darkened suddenly. The Xiantian sect and the evil soul masters, he had always pursued them to the ends of the earth to eradicate them. In his era, evil soul masters were nearly extinct. However, back then, while the Xiantian sect was no longer a formidable power, evil soul masters still occasionally resurfaced, wreaking havoc like pests that could not be exterminated. Tragically, Qian Chongling's beloved had fallen victim to an evil soul master. During his tenure as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, his primary objective had been to hunt down the evil soul masters across the continent. It was only after decades of relentless pursuit, encountering countless evil soul masters, that Qian Chongling grasped the origins and causes of their emergence. They stem from the countless commoners on the continent, those oppressed by powerful forces who could no longer survive. This was the initial impetus for many to become evil soul masters. Chapter 40. Evil soul masters. Why do evil soul masters exist on this continent? And why do they persist, as one batch is eradicated only for another to arise? Is it merely due to certain soul masters possessing inherently malevolent attributes? Or are some soul masters innately evil? These were the questions that plagued Qian Ling after 2 decades of pursuing evil soul masters, fueled by his hatred for them. The reason for these doubts was his overwhelming fatigue. When he ascended to the papacy, he vowed to eradicate all evil soul masters, yet despite the Spirit Hall's relentless efforts, the evil soul masters continued to proliferate, leaving Qian Ling unable to see an end in sight. When the Angel of God rose to power, he nearly exterminated the evil soul masters of that time. In the following 2 millennia, the entire continent descended into a frenzy of slaughter, targeting anyone or anything associated with the once mighty Xiantian sect. Yet, even so, evil soul masters remained capable of resurfacing, and by Qian Ling's time, signs of their resurgence were evident. Bearing such questions in mind, Qian Ling, throughout his subsequent life, began to seek understanding of the evil soul master community while continuing his pursuit. Rather than simply slaying them upon sight, he began to inquire of the evil soul masters. Why have you chosen this path? He started to investigate the backgrounds and histories of each slain evil soul master, eventually disguising himself as a low-grade soul master, aspiring to become an evil soul master himself, infiltrating a group of evil soul masters to engage with them and observe their lives. Thus, Qian Ling dedicated nearly a decade to comprehend the nature of evil soul masters, ultimately realizing that the true number of those who were wholly malevolent from the outset was exceedingly small, too negligible to account for. The majority of evil soul masters hailed from the countless commoners of the continent. Some awakened their soul powers by chance, lacking guidance, while others were driven by the desire for vengeance against the oppression of nobility and powerful factions. The latter group constituted the majority of those who became evil soul masters. What was the reality of the commoners' lives on the continent at that time? It cannot be described as harmonious. Rather, it was akin to a life worse than that of livestock. Soul masters would often kill a commoner on a whim, and nobles frequently slaughtered groups of commoners for amusement. Why do evil soul masters never cease to exist? Because the countless commoners are the ones who continue to be killed. As for awakening soul powers, let's not kid ourselves. The dominant factions of the continent only cared for their own, including the Spirit Hall, which was primarily composed of the angel lineage and a few minor families. Of course, commoners were not entirely incapable of awakening their soul powers. They could pay a noble or a soul master for assistance. But what if they lacked the funds? Then they would swiftly be dismissed. However, such details became irrelevant once Qian Ling understood the root causes and origins. He subsequently initiated extensive reforms within the Spirit Hall, such as aiding commoners in awakening their soul powers, establishing branches in every village, and implementing a system of educational apprenticeships. As expected, with the implementation of these policies benefiting the commoners, the number of evil soul masters began to visibly decline, while the Spirit Hall gradually grew stronger, becoming a true sanctuary for soul masters. Qian Ling then turned his attention to other factions on the continent, hoping they would adopt similar practices to benefit the commoners. As a reduction in evil soul masters would be advantageous for all. At the very least, the so-called sects should cease being mere family affairs and evolve into centers of excellence for soul masters akin to the Spirit Hall. However, the major factions of the time flatly rejected these ideas, citing ancestral traditions and the notion that commoners were also human. Damn it, a bunch of pests. How can we govern the continent alongside these vermin? Unity was imperative. He would have to deal with this disrespectful lot accordingly. Yet, before Qian Ling could realize his vision of unifying the continent, he was elevated to the divine realm by the angel of God. Nonetheless, the ambition of unification became deeply embedded in the legacy of the Spirit Hall for generations to come. Returning to the present, Qian Ling gazed at the 7 titled members of the Haotian sect, whose panic was evident. His internal fury reached a zenith. His willingness to understand evil soul masters did not equate to forgiveness. Speak. From whom did you learn about the Xiantian sect, and what knowledge did you gain from it? What are you talking about? What is the Xiantian sect? gazing upon the unfamiliar young man clad in a blood-red battle robe, whose face bore the imprint of a heavenly crocodile shoe. Tang Xiao spoke, his words betraying his alarm. Who is this young man, a figure of extreme prowess? I have yet to encounter anyone of such caliber within the Spirit Hall. And what of that silver-haired little girl? How does she possess knowledge of the Xintian sect? Surely, no one on the continent should be aware of its existence. My Haotian sect has diligently verified for nearly 1,000 years that no one knows of the Xintian sect, not even the Spirit Hall, which boasts a history spanning 10 millennia. How could someone suddenly appear, claiming to know of the Xintian sect? No one comprehends Tang Zhao's thoughts, nor would there be anyone to address his inquiries. Presently, Qian Chongling and Gu Yuna are solely intent on uncovering the connection between the Haotian sect and the Xintian sect. However, before Qian Chongling could employ his methods to further interrogate, Yin Long hastily approached him. Ancestor, we have discovered a cave at the back mountain of the Haotian sect. It's best if you see it for yourself. I cannot find the words to describe it. Qian Chongling cast a cold glance at Tang Xiao, whose complexion had turned a ghostly white, then surveyed the elder members of the Haotian sect, now drenched in cold sweat. Someone keep a close watch on them. Do not allow them the opportunity to take their own lives. Then, turning to Yin Long, he commanded, lead the way. I am eager to see the peculiarities the Haotian sect has conjured. With these words, Qian Chongling pivoted and departed with Yin Long, observing their retreat. Gu Yuna felt a wave of reflection. In the event that the Haotian sect truly has ties to the Xintian sect, it is evident that something significant lies within that cave. Why must he personally verify it? It seems he does not trust that the Spirit Hall has diligently suppressed the nearly extinct evil soul masters for millennia, only to have them resurface, possibly as former adversaries of the Spirit Hall. The thought is indeed tragic. The Spirit Hall has repeatedly yielded before the evil soul masters. But wait, isn't Shuang also over there? With this thought, Gu Yuna hurriedly pursued the direction in which Qian Chongling and Yin Long had departed. Upon reaching a concealed cave at the back mountain, Gu Yuna beheld the assembled members of the Spirit Hall standing outside. Yin Long, King Yu, Qian Yun, and the soul masters accompanying them from the Haotian sect all bowed their heads, their clenched fists revealing their inner turmoil. Qianning Shuang stood with her head tilted back, eyes closed, gripping the Heiyuan Baiwa tightly. Qian Chongling's expression was grim, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had never anticipated that the few remaining evil soul masters would resurface after millennia, and that they would manifest as a sect. Such a notion would have been unfathomable in his era. At the very least, during his time, while evil soul masters emerged intermittently, they merely formed small cliques, let alone establishing a sect that had once held the title of the world's foremost sect, the very sect that had compelled the Spirit Hall to retreat time and again. This was a profound disgrace to the ancestors of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 41. Corpses and terror corpses, all of them corpses. The cave was filled with the lifeless bodies of naked women, a sight that sent chills down the spine. It was a jarring spectacle, with at least several thousand female corpses densely piled together. Gu Yuna, upon entering the cave, was met with this horrifying scene. Indeed, she found herself at a loss for words to describe the sight before her. As a sovereign of soul beasts, Gu Yuna had witnessed death before. Each time the Star Doe Forest experienced a beast tide, the number of human lives lost far surpassed the count of corpses in this cave. Yet those deaths were random and dispersed, nowhere near the staggering impact of thousands of bodies huddled together. This scene reminded Gu Yuna of a time a millennium ago when the Xintian sect wreaked havoc, causing the soul beasts of the Star Doe Forest to perish in similar numbers. The difference, however, lay in the anguished expressions of the corpses from a millennium ago, which bore the marks of immense resentment. In contrast, the female corpses in the cave wore eerie smiles. So strange were these expressions that they appeared to be deranged, rendering the sight even more unsettling when viewed upon lifeless faces. The fact that thousands of corpses shared the same grotesque smile only intensified the eeriness. Taking a slow, deep breath, Gu Yuna withdrew from the cave. If she had previously felt a mere curiosity regarding the Haotian sect's connection to the Xintian sect, she now harbored a genuine intent for vengeance, regretting not having slain more individuals from the Haotian sect earlier. Outside the cave, Qianning Shuang shared similar sentiments, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate more scoundrels from the Haotian sect. In her past life, while reading the original text. She had not grasped the full extent of the evil soul masters' malevolence, only understanding them as a nefarious group. However, upon arriving in Luo continent, she had learned that evil soul masters were now merely legendary figures, with the present being populated by groups that could be classified as sinful soul masters, which she had never truly encountered. Now, she had witnessed the reality. Inhumane? Perhaps so. Qianning Shuang had no desire to gaze upon the scene within the cave any longer, nor did she require words to solidify her resolve. Opening her eyes, she steadied her emotions and turned her gaze toward the cave. Your enemies have been vanquished. May your souls find liberation. I hope my humble prayers may bring you peace. Following this, Qianning Shuang directed her attention toward Qian Chongling and Gu Yuna. Ancestor, have you uncovered anything? In the face of such evil soul masters, her only desire was to send them all to hell. Not yet, but it is certain that this so-called Haotian sect is connected to the Xintian sect of a millennium ago. Qian Chongling remained silent. As Gu Yuna responded to Qianning Shuang, the Xintian sect? How is it that this evil soul master sect is once again involved? Qianning Shuang questioned Gu Yuna, perplexed, as Qian Chongling had not mentioned inquiries pertaining to the Xintian sect when he had summoned her earlier. The precise nature of the connection between the Haotian sect and the Xintian sect remains unclear, but it is undoubtedly significant. I shall accompany you to see for myself. Qianning Shuang had not anticipated that her inquiries regarding the Xintian sect, which bore so many overlapping elements with Tang San, would lead her to discover that the Haotian sect shared a connection as well. Ancestor, Qianning Shuang looked toward the still grim-faced Qian Chongling. Let us proceed. Today I must truly uncover why this long-extinct Xintian sect has resurfaced after a millennium. Long, take the others and remove these women from here, then dress them. Once we return to the spirit hall, we will investigate their origins. After issuing these commands to the three offerings, Qian Chongling turned and departed the cave with the two girls. Long, Qin Yu, and Qian Jun exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. They were unaware of what the Xintian sect truly represented, nor had they encountered evil soul masters in person, having only seen them in the records of the Spirit Hall. Yet, this sect, which had once contended with the Spirit Hall and forced it to retreat, was now revealed to be an evil soul master sect, one that had vanished for nearly 3 to 4 millennia. They could only imagine the fury Qian Chongling would unleash upon returning to the Spirit City, as the one who had orchestrated the Spirit Hall's withdrawals, Qian Daolu, would likely not fare any better. After all, the chronicles of Qian Chongling's life were well documented within the Spirit Hall, and it was evident from those records how deeply he loathed and detested evil soul masters. Sigh, let us proceed. With a resigned sigh, Long led the way back into the cave. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly halted. What is it, third brother? Qin Yu inquired. Following closely behind, Long remained silent, gazing intently at the faces of the women within the cave. Observing his silence, Qin Yu stepped forward to stand alongside him, and he too fell into silence. The expressions on the women's faces had shifted from their previous eerie smiles to gentle, upturned lips, as if they had truly found release. Ah, may your souls find peace soon. Such a transformation did not frighten the formidable Luo, Long, and Qingyu. They understood the essence of the human soul. They merely echoed Qian Ningshuang's prayer for their swift repose. Since Qian Chongling's departure, the 7 titled Luo of the Haotian sect had attempted suicide several times, only to be thwarted by the Soul Hall's spirit masters. The result was not only failure, but also new marks of punishment upon their faces. Why resort to such drastic measures? They were acutely aware of what the Xintian sect represented and what the evil spirit masters entailed. They knew precisely what lurked within the cave of the back mountain, a consequence of their own misdeeds. As long as their secret remained undiscovered, they felt confident it would remain hidden. After all, it was merely a batch they had not managed to dispose of. If not for the Soul Hall's sudden intrusion, all traces would have vanished within days. However, the Haotian sect's secret, concealed for nearly a millennium, had been unveiled, and it was the Soul Hall that had uncovered it. They understood well the purpose of the Soul Hall's formation. Throughout history, the Soul Hall had prided itself on the eradication of evil spirit masters. They could only imagine the torment they would endure, given the Soul Hall's profound disdain for such beings. Of course, this was not the most horrifying aspect. The true terror lay in the fact that if the Haotian sect were merely an ordinary sect, the Soul Hall would annihilate it, and the matter would be settled without further ado. After all, the act of exterminating an entire clan carries a tarnished reputation. The issue was that the Haotian sect was not an ordinary sect. It was comprised of evil spirit masters. The Soul Hall would undoubtedly publicize the deeds of the Haotian sect across the continent, serving as a warning to all soul masters against associating with evil spirit masters. At that point, the Haotian sect's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, even though it had never been particularly pristine. However, after sealing their sect, they had come to understand the significance of reputation and had quietly cultivated an image of enduring humiliation and overwhelming dominance in preparation for a future resurgence. Yet now, all of that was lost. From now on, when the Haotian sect was mentioned, it would only be known as the despised sect of evil spirit masters. Those soul masters or sects that had once maintained cordial relations would hastily sever ties. This would inevitably turn Tang Hao, who had been active outside, into a figure reviled by all. Indeed, the elders of the Haotian sect had long harbored resentment towards Tang Hao regarding the sect's sealing. Yet they understood that a titled Law with 100,000 years of soul rings, who had once been valued by the ultimate Law Tang Chun, was their hope for the future revival of the Haotian sect. Now, rather than hope for revival, Tang Hao would simply become a true rat, a genuine evil spirit master in hiding. Although Tang Hao had never employed the methods of evil spirit masters, nor used their means to increase his soul power, who would care? Thus, rather than witnessing the once mighty Haotian sect descend in a true ruin, it would be better to perish early. At least that way, they would not have to witness it, would they? Unfortunately, the Soul Hall denied them this opportunity. Chapter 42. Inquiry and Response. It seems you wretches are aware of the gravity of your actions. Upon returning before the seven titled Law of the Haotian sect, Qian Chongling discerned the marks upon their faces, realizing they had attempted suicide. Your Excellency, in light of the friendship between our ancestor Tang Chun and Your Excellency, the Angel, and considering the former prestige of the Haotian sect, please refrain from publicizing what you have witnessed today. At the same time, grant us the dignity of a titled Law. We ask only for swift end. With hands bound behind him, Tang Xiao suddenly bowed his head to the ground, paying his respects to Qian Chongling, and the remaining titled Luo followed suit, each prostrating themselves. They still clung to a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Qian Ningxuang could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, delivering a kick to Tang Xiao's face. You know what it means to have shame. You desire dignity. Go ask the corpses in the back mountain if they would be willing to grant you that dignity. Friendship, prestige, title status. When you committed these heinous acts, did you consider your own face? A group of scoundrels who should have long been punished, yet you dare to seek dignity. Observing the battered Tang Xiao, who was struggling to draw breath, Gu Yuna hurried to restrain Qian Ningxuang, urging her to calm down. She was not particularly concerned about Tang Xiao's potential demise. After all, how could they extract information about the Xintian sect then? Meanwhile, Gu Yuna subtly gestured to Qian Chongling to hasten his inquiries. Understanding her intent, Qian Chongling approached the second elder of the Haotian sect, Tang Jin, placing his hand upon the elder's head. Tang Xiao's head was already bloodied from the beating. He recoiled at the thought of contact, deeming it unclean. Soul destruction technique. This method utterly obliterates a person's consciousness, rendering them a mere automaton, a tool for interrogation. It is a technique belonging to evil spirit masters after its use. The subject is left a fool. Qian Chongling, having delved deeply into the practices of evil spirit masters, possessed knowledge of certain techniques, though he typically refrained from employing them. However, in exceptional circumstances, he would resort to such means, as was the case now, as Qian Chongling's hand emitted a crimson glow upon Tang Jin's head. The former second elder of the Haotian sect began to roll his eyes upwards, drooling as his mouth hung open. What connection does your Haotian sect have with the Xintian sect? Our ancestor of the Haotian sect obtained an incomplete inheritance from the Xintian sect. What is contained within this inheritance? Explosive rings, the 9 absolute techniques of Xintian, and self-created soul skills such as the Great Sumeru Strike. Methods to rapidly enhance soul power levels while concealing the aura of evil spirit masters. When was this acquired? Approximately 900 years ago. How did you come upon it? Our ancestor, Go Lai, was originally a merchant. However, Due to poor judgment in choosing companions, he befriended a gambler, leading to his family's downfall due to gambling addiction. To survive, he became a bandit and acquired it in a small village. Having regained some composure, Qianning Shuang could not resist interjecting. "Aren't you surnamed Tang? Why is your ancestor's surname Go?" Because the descendants learned through the incomplete Xiantian sect inheritance that prior to entering the Xiantian sect, regardless of their original surname, all must adopt the surname Tang, as dictated by a certain ancestor who considered themselves a descendant of a Xiantian sect. Qian Chongling cast a glance at Qianning Shuang, noting her tendency to question the most perplexing details. Nonetheless, some of her inquiries proved invaluable, such as her question regarding the Xiantian sect, which had prompted him to contemplate certain matters before arriving at the Haotian sect. Similarly, her inquiry about soul cores had significantly enhanced the combat strength of the soul hall. With that in mind, now, my dear Frost, it is your turn to inquire. Qian Chongling stepped away from Tang Jin, as the soul destruction technique required only a single application. Without hesitation, Qian Ningxuang proceeded with her questioning. Why do the self-created soul skills acquired by your Haotian sect differ from your renowned signature techniques? Because Uncle Tang can improve them, making them more suitable for our martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Do you comprehend the significance of the evil soul master? Indeed, they are the malevolent soul masters that everyone on the continent seeks to eradicate. And what of the Xiantian sect? Are you aware of its meaning? Yes. Ever since our ancestors acquired the legacy, we have refrained from employing any of the Xiantian sect's teachings in public. So, what prompted the sudden usage decades ago? It was due to Uncle Tang Chen's enhancements, coupled with our repeated confirmations over nearly a millennium, establishing that the Spirit Hall had no knowledge of the Xiantian sect, nor any records of it. Have you continuously employed the methods of evil soul masters to augment your soul power? Not consistently. Only a scant few have done so over the past millennia. Did Tang Chun, or Tang, however utilize it? No, although Uncle Tang Chun believed that power is power, irrespective of its nature, he disdained the idea of enhancing oneself at the expense of others' lives. As for Hauer, aside from his self-created soul techniques, we have never divulged anything regarding the Xiantian sect to him. Why withhold such information? We hold Hauer, favored by the ancestor Tang Chun, in high regard and believe he does not require it. Why, then, are you now widely employing the methods of evil soul masters to enhance your soul power? We are compelled to seek vengeance due to the Spirit Hall's coercion to seal our sect. Here on this mountain, we harbor no fear of being observed by outsiders. At this juncture, Qianning Shuang inhaled deeply. A detail from her previous life while watching Duo suddenly resurfaced, along with an understanding. Why does Tang San resonate so harmoniously with the series of self-created soul techniques of the Haotian sect? It is because these techniques originally belonged to a sect, merely divided into two parts. Is the explosion ring detrimental to the body? The Xiantian art is perpetual and can be utilized with minimal harm. Is the power of the Haotian 9 absolutes too formidable to control? The dragon seizing and crane controlling techniques, along with the Xuanyu hand, ensure effortless mastery. Is the great Sumeru hammer prone to missing its target if not met with resistance? The purple extreme demon eye and ghost shadow displacement await you. Of course, it remains true that no matter how powerful the technique, once intertwined with the blue-silver bind, the atmosphere transforms into something delightful. Subsequently, Qianning Shuang shifted her inquiry to another matter, one that had sparked endless debates among her peers in her previous life. Are you aware of the identity of Tang Hao's wife? Yes, she is the blue-silver empress of 100,000 years, as Hauer and Shower have informed us. Were you aware that Tang Hao and his wife faced pursuit from the Spirit Hall? Yes, it was a plot we conspired with the Spirit Hall, and we had consulted with Hauer regarding it. The Spirit Hall sought soul bones, while we of the Haotian sect sought soul rings. But that was Tang Hao's wife, the dream lover of Tang Xiao. How could you bear to act against her? 100,000-year soul beast is a rare find, whereas a wife can be replaced at any time. Once lost, 100,000-year soul beast cannot be found again. The question was resolved, and Qianning Shuang could only click her tongue, marveling at the love that fans of Doluo had fervently extolled in her past life. It was indeed heartwarming. How could there be so many fools who elevate love to the essence of life? Observing the conclusion of the inquiry, Qian Chongling gazed at Qianning Shuang. wanting to suggest that she could easily inquire about this matter from any of the offerings, but thought better of it and decided to let Qianning Shuang be. Then, Qian Chongling lifted her gaze towards the sky, as if peering into the ethereal realm of the divine. How a bandit could stumble upon fragments of the once complete legacy of the Xintian sect, while our spirit hall, having existed for 10 millennia and having penetrated every village on the continent, has not discovered such treasures. The situation remains as distasteful as ever. Wait and see. Gods of the divine realm. In the spirit hall of the Soul Master City, a muffled sound echoed, the sound of flesh being struck, easily discernible to seasoned soul masters. Qian Daolu knelt, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his once ethereal demeanor now entirely dissipated. He rose once more, only to be met with a kick to the chest from Qian Chongling. The offerings standing by could only observe in silence. Unwilling to intervene for fear of incurring the same fate, the one who had dared to speak up moments ago still bore the marks of his folly. After several exchanges, Qian Chongling's anger was sated. The corpses returned must now be entrusted to you, little Luo, for proper identification and to be sent to their final resting places. Yes, ancestor. Though Qian Daolu had risen, his expression was devoid of defiance or resentment. Rather, it was filled with remorse. If the Haotian sect were merely an unremarkable sect, perhaps his yielding would have warranted only a few harsh words. Yet, the Haotian sect is a sect of evil soul masters. Not only did Qian Chongling have the right to strike him, but he could also render him powerless without a word of protest. The angelic ancestor led the continent's populace in overthrowing the oppression of evil soul masters, earning their gratitude and ascension to divinity. Yet, under Qian Daolu's stewardship, the evil soul masters, thought to have vanished for millennia, resurfaced, and he has repeatedly retreated before them in the presence of the spirit hall. Qian Daolu felt a deep sense of shame as he regarded the honored plaques and statues of angels within the spirit hall. Merely delivering a corpse that fell to the evil soul masters was a lenient punishment, at least in his eyes. Observing this scene, Qianning Shuang said nothing, nor did she attempt to persuade her ancestor, Qian Chongling, to grant Qian Daolu a modicum of dignity. She suspected her plea would likely fall on deaf ears. However, one must face the consequences of their actions, a universal truth that holds regardless of whether the transgression was intentional. The price must be paid. Indeed, Qianning Shuang was present in the spirit hall, having been there from the start, witnessing Qian Daolu's punishment in its entirety. Her presence was due to Qian Chongling's summons. Though she could visit the spirit hall at any time, a privilege shared with Qian Renxue, and the offerings had no objections. However, her visits were infrequent, as the climb was a waste of time, and direct flight was not permitted, further compounding the inefficiency. "Grandfather, are you well?" she quietly inquired, glancing at Qian Daolu, who had accepted his punishment and returned to her side. Although she believed Qian Daolu deserved the beating and punishment, as a granddaughter, it was only right to express concern. "I'm fine," Qian Daolu replied softly, acknowledging that Qian Chongling had held back, leaving only superficial wounds. Seeing that Qian Daolu bore no signs of internal injury, Qianning Shuang felt relief wash over her and resumed her attentive demeanor, while her mind wandered back to the events that transpired within the Haotian sect. The visit to the Haotian sect had concluded, yet Qianning Shuang had not succeeded in eliminating those 7 scoundrels. For Tang Hao yet lived, and he thrived across the continent, making capture difficult. The presence of those 7 scoundrels was necessary to keep Tang Hao in check. She discerned the distinction between her fleeting satisfaction and the countless branches of the spirit hall. Within the cave lay thousands of corpses, including the vengeful souls obliterated by the Haotian sect, which, when juxtaposed with the living, rendered the quest for revenge seemingly unnecessary. Is it cold-hearted? Perhaps, but such is the nature of reality. As a soul nurtured by the spirit hall, Qianning Shuang could hardly disregard the souls belonging to it. Moreover, while she continuously urged Qian Renxue to remain rational and detached, it would be hypocritical for her to succumb to emotional impulses in her own case. In any event, the survival of those wretches posed no great concern. The spirit hall possessed numerous methods at its disposal. Despite its relative advancements, the spirit hall remained a feudal organization, fully equipped with the necessary means. The lives awaiting those wretches would be akin to living hell. As for the Haotian sect's fate, whatever could be salvaged would be taken. to be converted into wealth as compensation for the families of the women who perished at the hands of the Haotian sect, provided their families could be located. Regarding the purportedly incomplete inheritance of the Xiantian sect, it had been discovered within the secret chambers of the Haotian sect. The methods of yin-yang supplementation were incinerated into ashes by Qian Chongling, but the self-created soul techniques remained. Though he had no use for them, they would surely find utility among the vast number of individuals within the spirit hall. Qian Chongling had an abundance of sinister techniques and was not particularly concerned about retaining one or two. His perspective was that power was devoid of morality, wholly dependent on the wielder. If one were to commit evil, even an angelic spirit would not prevent them from malevolence. Furthermore, the self-created soul techniques were merely skills devoid of any malevolent essence. It was perplexing how the Xiantian sect, a sect of evil soul masters, had produced them. Qianning Shuang had also observed the famed ultimate techniques of the Haotian sect from the original work, unmodified by Tang Chun. After a brief glance and taking note, she tossed them to Gu Yuna beside her. She had an abundance of skills at her disposal and wrote them down solely to understand the thought processes behind these self-created techniques and how they achieve the unparalleled destructive power depicted in the original Dolaw. Qianning Shuang had always harbored aspirations to create her own soul techniques. She could not merely scorn the blue-silver emperor, which had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years, nor could she rely solely on a handful of skills to remain stagnant for millennia. However, the trouble lay in her overwhelming external advantages. The minor skills she had painstakingly devised paled in comparison to the direct damage inflicted by the Black Abyss and White Flower. Therefore, devising powerful self-created soul techniques would likely take considerable time, necessitating the borrowing of ideas. Gu Yuna, however, showed no interest and tossed them to Di Tian. Like Qian Chongling, as a former first-level deity, she lacked any deficiency in methods. After Di Tian perused them, they found their way to Qian Chongling, who recognized their potential once the soul beast transformed into humanoid forms. Upon returning to the spirit city, under Qian Ning Shuang's suggestion, all the offerings began to study this skill. It was not that the offerings truly required these self-created soul techniques. Rather, it was Qian Ning Shuang's mischievous nature at play. She imagined how Tang San and Tang Hao would present themselves before the spirit hall in the future. At that moment, while the spirit hall unleashed explosive rings, she would utilize the Great Sumeru Strike. Surely, the expressions on the faces of the Tang family would be quite remarkable. Although Tang Chun had modified these self-created soul techniques, he had merely adjusted them to better suit the Haotian hammer, leaving their essence unchanged, still bearing the shadow of the Haotian sect's ultimate skills. While Qianning Shuang's thoughts drifted, Qian Chongling spoke once more. Next, we shall issue a proclamation across the continent. Announce that due to Tang Hao's destruction of our Spirit Hall branch, we demand an explanation from the Haotian sect. By a twist of fate, we have uncovered the fact that the Haotian sect is comprised entirely of evil soul masters, upholding the founding principle of the Spirit Hall to suppress evil soul masters. We have eradicated this band of evil soul from the Haotian sect, serving as a warning to all soul masters. Lastly, due to the lingering remnants of the evil soul master sect, with Tang Hao still at large, we have apprehended the principal offender, Tang Xiao, to instill caution in the evil soul master Tang Hao. Upon Tang Hao's surrender, we shall execute this band of evil soul masters together. Indeed, it was a fact that the Haotian sect was an evil soul master sect. Whether the spirit hall sought justice or destruction was a minor detail. Naturally, they would choose a narrative advantageous to themselves. After all, their initial intent was to annihilate the entire clan, and such an omission would not be palatable. As for whether Tang Hao had ever employed evil soul master techniques to enhance his soul power, who cared? The Haotian sect was entirely comprised of evil soul masters. And naturally, Tang Hao could not be an exception. Chapter 44, Proclamation and Reactions Ancestor. Ancestor, could we possibly add another line to the proclamation? Qianning Shuang raised her hand and called out, capturing the attention of everyone in the Doluo Hall. Frost, what do you wish to say? Speak freely. Qian Chongling's tone softened. Let us also announce the matter concerning Tang Hao and his wife. State that upon discovering his wife was a spirit beast of 100,000 years, Tang Hao became consumed by greed, ignoring that she was already carrying his bloodline. He feared her potential for resistance, and conspired with the spirit hall to act against her using the soul bone of the 100,000-year spirit beast. However, the spirit hall, considering the unborn child, refrained from action, intending to wait until after the child was born before proceeding. Throughout this time, Tang Hao urged us relentlessly, causing us great annoyance. Yet heaven, in its mercy, allowed us to remain inactive. Only after the 100,000-year spirit beast gave birth to the spirit hall, under the leadership of Pope Qian Xuanji, finally take action. Then, after obtaining the 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao's covetousness for the soul bone surged, and he launched a surprise attack to seize it, resulting in the previous Pope Qian Xuanji being caught off guard and grievously wounded, ultimately leading to his demise months later. Most of what was said was factual, albeit slightly whitewashing the spirit hall. Qian Ningxuang had long wished to undertake this endeavor upon learning the full sequence of events surrounding Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul ring. And finally, as Qian Chongling prepared to issue the announcement, she voiced her thoughts. Such a heart-wrenching romance. I cannot care less. It is utterly nauseating. Parading around with his wife's soul ring while lamenting his love for her and expressing regret. What a pitiful display. Let us dismantle the image of this sentimental Haotian de la. As for whether Qian Xuanji had truly been gravely injured in a surprise attack, Qian Ningxuang estimated that the likelihood was high. However, whether it was indeed a surprise attack was inconsequential. What mattered was that he was Qian Rinchue's father, rounding out the image of a potential benefactor for Qian Ningxuang. A slight effort to redeem him from the title of the weakest in the angel lineage was in order. Then let us add this to the proclamation. After all, whether it is one or two announcements, it matters not. Qian Chongling squinted, acknowledging that Qian Ningxuang's words contained a kernel of truth, and he was more than willing to enhance the spirit hall's image. The offerings naturally had no objections. They were eager to regain the reputation lost when the previous pope was slain by Tang Hao's hand. The fact that they had postponed action due to uncertainty regarding the veracity of the information had seamlessly morphed in their collective memory into a narrative that they refrained from acting due to the child within the 100,000-year spirit beast. What? Someone claims otherwise? Let Tang Hao himself come forth to explain. If he does, this group of offerings would be even more delighted. A month hence, I shall journey to Tiando with Frost. Does anyone among you hold a differing opinion? Qian Chongling inquired of the gathered individuals once more. None. The offerings had long since reached a consensus. After all, Qian Rinchue was also in Tiando City, and whether they went one or two at a time, it mattered little. It was unexpected that the venerable Qian Chongling would be the one to protect Qian Ningxuang by going to the Luo Empire, but upon reflection, it seems rather fitting. Firstly, in terms of strength, although it is uncertain to what extent this former deity has regained their power, it is undoubtedly far beyond the pinnacle of level 99. Such prowess would enable them to traverse the continent with ease, not just the Luo Empire. Secondly, no one in Luo City recognizes Qian Chongling. During the time of their activity, the empire was not even established, and the ancestors of the Shui family were likely unknown even then. While this group of offerings has resided in the martial Soul City for decades, they were once active on the continent, and it is possible that some old acquaintances might recognize them. As for whether Qian Ningxuang's journey to Heaven-Do would interfere with the so-called coup plan, to be frank, this group of offerings did not concern themselves with such matters. Even the executor of the plan, Qian Rinchue, did not take it to heart. If it were not to evade the Pope Bibi Dong, who would allow Qian Rinchue, a genius of innate level 20, to waste time on frivolities? Well, since there are no objections, it is time to attend to our respective duties. Dismissed. As you command, venerable ancestor. The offerings, upon receiving their orders, began to prepare to leave the Doluo Palace. Oh, and Xiao Luer, do not forget your punishment. Qian Daolu, who had just reached the entrance, stumbled and cast a resentful glance back at the Doluo Palace. Do I appear to be such a forgetful person? A chuckle escaped Qian Ningxuang, who was leisurely exiting the palace, nearly bursting into laughter at the scene. After leaving the Doluo Palace, Qian Ningxuang naturally returned to the simulated training ground designated for the offerings, diligently engaging in her cultivation. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu and his group were tirelessly pursuing information regarding the women who had perished at the hands of the Haotian sect. The Tianyi began to arrange for the announcement of the Haotian sect's misdeeds across the continent. Indeed, only Tianyi and Qian Daolu had the luxury of leisure. After all, they had reached level 99 and aside from breaking through to level 100 to attain divinity, further efforts would yield little benefit. Achieving divinity is not something that can be accomplished merely by meditating in seclusion, even with Qian Chongling's guidance. They both estimated that it would be an unattainable feat in their lifetimes. The members of the Martial Soul Hall were now free to pursue their respective tasks, and the storm they had stirred was gradually spreading across the continent, following the announcements made by the Martial Soul Hall. Within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong gazed at the announcement sent from the Offerings Hall, her expression impassive, to disseminate the announcement to every village across the continent. Relying solely on the Offerings Hall would be insufficient. Collaboration with the Pope's Hall was imperative. Bibi Dong was not one to hinder the Offerings Hall in matters that had already been set in motion. Had the Haotian sect been eradicated so swiftly? Their actions were indeed rapid. The Offerings Hall had not notified the Pope's Hall of their initiative, and the personnel involved were entirely from the Offerings Hall. However, from the behavior of the offerings, Bibi Dong could surmise that they were up to something significant. Initially, she had thought they were mobilizing to capture Tang Hao, but it turned out they had directly targeted the destruction of the Haotian sect. But if it has been destroyed, then so be it. A group of evil soul masters deserved their demise. Bibi Dong harbored no fondness for the legendary evil soul masters, even feeling a sense of aversion. Her own martial soul was deemed an evil martial soul, yet it was precisely because of this that she loathed the so-called evil soul masters. In her eyes, they were merely a collection of incompetent soul masters who could not control themselves. She, Bibi Dong, possessed an evil martial soul and could elevate herself without the cumbersome methods employed by evil soul masters, simply by consuming souls. Yet, she had only consumed the soul of Qian Xuanji once since becoming a soul master. Thus, she looked down upon those evil soul masters. Nevertheless, regarding the Haotian sect, Tang Hao and Tang San, she mused, I hope you can genuinely realize Xiao Gang's theory and make everyone comprehend that Xiao Gang is not a failure. Beside the announcement lay 2 documents, which Bibi Dong picked up, reading, Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass. Registered as a Great Soul Master at the Nodding City branch on date, having advanced rapidly within less than 3 years since his last registration as a Soul Master. It is recommended that the main hall absorb this Soul Master. Angela, Martial Soul Radiant Light, possibly belonging to a Super Martial Soul. Registered as a Great Soul Master at the Nodding City branch on date, having progressed rapidly within less than 2.5 years since her last registration as a Soul Master. It is strongly recommended that the main hall absorb this Soul Master. Note, this Soul Master has repeatedly hinted at a desire to join our Martial Soul Hall, but has not proactively requested admission, consistently declining invitations. It is suggested that the main hall send someone to investigate. With a surge of soul power, the 2 documents were reduced to ashes. However, it seems that this Angela is rather unruly. Should someone be dispatched to issue a warning? No, perhaps not. That group of ancient beings is watching closely. I can only hope that Xiao Gang can subdue this prodigy, and that she may come to recognize Xiao Gang's strength sooner rather than later. Chapter 45. Angela Make Way. Make way. In front of the bulletin board of the Nodding City Martial Soul Branch, a girl with black hair was striving to carve a path through the crowd. Upon noticing a cute little girl attempting to squeeze through, the crowd made an effort to create some space. Due to her petite stature, she quickly reached the front of the throng, gaining a glimpse of the much-discussed announcement. As she scanned the beginnings of the 2 notices, her pupils contracted in shock. She admitted she was taken aback. The Haotian sect was comprised entirely of evil soul masters. This girl was none other than Angela, the individual mentioned in the reports on Bibidong's desk. As a transmigrator, she naturally understood the significance of the Haotian sect, but was astounded to discover that this source of the Tang God King's later power was entirely composed of evil soul masters. Angela was well aware of what evil soul masters represented, having encountered them as the antagonists in the latter parts of the original story. After arriving in this world and commencing her studies at Nodding Academy, Angela gained further insight into why there was a noticeable absence of evil soul masters during the timeline of Luo Empire, aside from the overtly villainous Tang God King. Nodding Academy not only imparted knowledge of soul masters, but also taught a modicum of history, albeit not as detailed as the records from the Martial Soul City headquarters. Even with this limited historical context, it was mentioned that evil soul masters were a group that had plagued the continent millennia ago, and that they had faded into obscurity due to the suppression by the martial soul hall. Upon learning this, Angela's initial thought was that her resolve to support the martial soul hall had only intensified. The martial soul hall, which had effectively silenced the menace of evil soul masters, stood in stark contrast to Shrek Academy, which professed to uphold peace on the continent, yet allowed evil soul masters to run rampant. The disparity was glaringly evident. Angela had never given up on her desire to support the martial soul hall, seeking opportunities to do so several times, but to no avail. She could only wait and hope that the martial soul city would take notice of her. Of course, how to support the martial soul hall was a matter for the future. For now, she redirected her attention back to the bulletin. Goodness, Angela exclaimed, astonished that the Hautian sect was comprised of long-extinct evil soul masters. This revelation was indeed shocking, but considering the so-called actions of the Tang God King, it began to make sense. After all, the student often surpasses the master. Perhaps it was precisely because the Hautian sect was filled with evil soul masters that the Tang God King, upon achieving divinity, deliberately allowed their unchecked growth. After all, one could say they were all part of the same family. Angela then noted the eradication of the Hautian sect. She found nothing strange about this. It would have been odd if the Hautian sect had not been extinguished. Based on the logic of normal development, how could the Hautian sect, which had previously ridiculed the martial soul hall, not face consequences upon its closure? Such a notion was far too naive. Having retreated into the depths of the mountains, the spirit hall, if not utterly foolish, could easily deduce that the support from Tang Chun, the ally of the Hautian sect, was no more. Given the formidable strength of the spirit hall, annihilating the Hautian sect would be a trivial task. The notion that they refrained from acting out of fear of Tang Chun, as suggested in the original narrative, would indeed render the leaders of the spirit hall utterly senseless. Regardless of the rationale, it was inconceivable that the spirit hall would allow the Hautian sect to remain unscathed, especially with Tang, how brazenly challenging the spirit hall, wreaking havoc upon its branches with unabashed delight. It was only logical for the higher-ups of the spirit hall to demand an explanation from the Hautian sect, as they were undoubtedly aware of its hidden location. So Tang Hao has withdrawn from the sect, and his actions bear no consequence for the Hautian sect? Such naivety! Surely, the Hautian hammer in his possession cannot be a mere illusion. To declare a withdrawal so casually. If he could do this, then the formidable level 98 Sky Crocodile could just as easily proclaim, "I renounce the Spirit Hall," and thereafter obliterate the Hautian sect before rejoining the Spirit Hall. Yet, considering the Spirit Hall's reputation for maintaining decorum, such an act would be improbable, particularly in contrast to the shamelessness of the Hautian sect. Now, with the added stigma of the Hautian sect being comprised of evil spirit masters, their annihilation seems all the more imperative. Refocusing her wandering thoughts, Angela turned her attention to the second announcement. This pertains to the circumstances surrounding the demise of Tang Hao's wife, specifically how a transformed soul beast, having attained soul sage status, was discovered. Angela had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter. Now, it merely serves as confirmation. However, contemplating the collapse of Tang Hao's devoted and chivalrous persona due to love is rather amusing. Having perused the announcement, Angela prepared to depart and continue her training at Notting Academy. Her excursion from the academy today was prompted by the unbearable display of affection between King Tang and his beloved Xiao Wu, which had compelled Angela to seek fresh air. If they were merely two ordinary children expressing innocent affection, it could be dismissed as childhood camaraderie. Yet, Angela was acutely aware that those two were anything but ordinary. One was likely a reincarnated elder of several millennia, while the other was a rabbit spirit of no less than 100,000 years, utterly grotesque. Indeed, the reincarnated Tang San's peculiarities had not escaped Angela's scrutiny. She had recognized them upon her arrival at the academy. Xiao Wu, the rabbit spirit, had not brought bedding, and before she could even voice a complaint, Tang San, with an impatient demeanor, suggested they share a bed. The most shocking part was that the rabbit spirit agreed. Of course, the rabbit spirit's lack of propriety was of no concern to Angela, yet she began to take note of Tang San's oddities. In the days that followed, it became clear that Tang San did not conform to the norms of an average individual. Indeed, he had never been ordinary. His behavior often contradicted the established narrative. He possessed an understanding of many matters that was far beyond that of a supposed traveler from the Tang sect. displaying knowledge of Doluo that rivaled that of a native. Moreover, he would occasionally let slip insights about events that would only transpire in the later volumes of Doluo, suggesting a familiarity that was disconcerting. Tang San likely believed his extensive knowledge made him impressive, but Angela realized that this Tang San was not the authentic article. After several unintentional tests, she discovered that he was woefully ignorant of many commonplace aspects of modern society. From that moment, Angela's internal alarm bells rang. He was neither the original nor a true traveler from Blue Star, yet he possessed foreknowledge of events that lay ahead in Doluo's timeline, indicating he must be a reincarnated entity from Doluo's future. As for the specifics of when he had been reincarnated or who he had been, Angela had no inkling. She had no desire to probe further. Based on her 3 years of acquaintance with this Tang San, she could only conclude that in her eyes, he was akin to a brain-damaged neurotic. He would react violently to even the slightest provocation, often resorting to excessive force, while professing affection for Xiao Wu, viewing other girls as mere accessories in his life, as if granting them the privilege of his attention. One day, when Wang Sheng, their roommate, carelessly left the towel out, causing Xiao Wu to stumble, she had not even fallen. Tang San immediately resorted to any means necessary to confront Wang Sheng, and had Angela not intervened, Wang Sheng's life might have been forfeit that very day. In the subsequent days, the previously amiable King Tang regarded Angela with the intensity of an adversary, until, for reasons unknown, he returned to his previous demeanor. Therefore, she would never risk her life to test King Tang. To unwittingly probe with modern societal perceptions was already a reckless endeavor. To employ tactics that Tang San was already capable of would be tantamount to courting death. Although she had no choice but to remain close to King Tang due to unforeseen circumstances, the clash between her normal modern sensibilities and Tang San's peculiar worldview, which could be deemed eccentric even in a feudal society, made it impossible for them to forge a friendship. The divide would only widen. Thus, the relationship among Angela, Tang San, and the rabbit spirit could not be described as harmonious. It was rather superficial, with Angela daring not to reveal her full strength, relegating herself to the role of a mere follower. This was precisely why, after 3 years of lingering around Tang San, Angela's resolve to ally with the Spirit Hall grew ever stronger. Otherwise, in the absence of alternatives, following Shrek Academy would at least secure a divine position, which was not insignificant. Yet, in comparison to the torment of her internal struggles, freedom was worth far more than any divine title. Chapter 46. Tang San having consumed the latest gossip, Angela strolled through the bustling streets of Notting City, where conversations regarding today's announcement from the Spirit Hall were rampant. Old Wang, I know about evil spirit masters. I even frightened my child with tales of them yesterday. But what exactly is this Haotian sect? Well, I'm not entirely sure either. I only know it was a formidable spirit master sect, but I never expected it to be filled with those legendary evil spirit masters. Hiss, do you think all powerful spirit master sects are comprised of evil spirit masters? Old Sangji, are you courting death? The Haotian sect has already been eradicated by the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall. We can speak freely, but those sects are not to be trifled with. My mouth. Did anyone hear that? We're all from the same village. Let us pretend we didn't hear anything. Indeed. I know your mouth all too well. Old Sangji, what did you just say? Nevertheless, the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall are truly commendable, unlike those who bully others with their power. Who can argue with that? Fortunately, the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall eliminated this so-called sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have slept peacefully tonight, knowing they were evil spirit masters. Thinking about it, the Haotian sect must have had hundreds of people, so many evil spirit masters. Oh dear, that gives me the creeps. Indeed, who wouldn't feel uneasy? Remember what the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall said about thousands of female corpses? Speaking of which, didn't that pretty daughter of Toby's go missing half a year ago? The family of her intended even came to inquire. Toby must have been searching for his daughter for quite a while. Should we suggest he consult the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall when he returns? Let us hope that's not the case. Toby only has those 2 children. He was counting on his daughter's dowry to teach his younger son a trade. Listening to the cacophony of discussions around her, a subtle smile graced Angela's lips. The news of the Haotian sect destruction had spread, and Tang San, the reincarnated one, must be experiencing quite the spectacle now. Angela could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of witnessing that captivating expression. It was such a delight. With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace back to the academy. After 3 years of living behind a mask, possibly enduring this for a long time to come, she had to navigate the nauseating company of Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, and the rabbit spirit with extreme caution. Not succumbing to madness or completely giving up was a testament to Angela's resilience. Yet some minor quirks had inevitably developed, such as her enjoyment in internal monologue and witty banter. Upon returning to the academy, Angela found it unsurprising that the news of the Haotian sect's demise was spreading like wildfire. There, on the playground, she spotted Tang San seated beneath a tree, his face resembling that of one who had just lost his mother. Ha ha ha! Hold it together, Angela. You must not laugh, for if you do, your day will be ruined. Suppressing her urge to burst into laughter, Angela approached Tang San, adopting a facade of curiosity. Brother San, what troubles you today? You look rather unwell. Tang San took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. He lifted his gaze to meet Angela's, a fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flashing across his eyes. I'm fine. It's just matters concerning cultivation. I must find a teacher. With that, Tang San rose from his seat under the tree and walked away from the playground, fearing that he might inadvertently harm Angela. Although he understood that Angela's unpredictability was likely unrelated to the fall of the Haotian sect, the thought of losing one of his pillars of support incited an uncontrollable rage within him. With the Haotian sect's downfall, the need for allies capable of opposing the Spirit Hall grew even more pressing, compelling him to endure. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, Angela couldn't help but smirk. Did he truly believe she couldn't recognize the murderous intent in his eyes? Did he think she could only match him evenly? In a confrontation, even as a reincarnator, Tang San would be nothing but a feeble opponent. Were it not for his loathsome status, he would be insignificant. The blue-silver grass entangled him. It was laughable. At most, she could reduce him to a cripple with a couple of strikes. After leaving the playground, Tang San hurried to Yu Xiaojiang's residence, his expression darkening with each step. He had initially thought that aside from Angela, everything else in his life was proceeding normally. Even with Angela now by his side, he was confident that his charm would eventually win her heart. The notion that his allure might not affect her was inconceivable. He had faith in his own charisma. In his previous life, even his enemies, such as Qian Rinxue and Hulaina, had succumbed to it, let alone a mere Angela. Of course, the admiration these women had for him stemmed from his strength and excellence. But in his heart, he believed he loved only Xiao Wu, choosing her alone from the vast sea of admirers. However, with the Haotian sect's obliteration, things had changed dramatically. Such a formidable sect, with its 7 titled Duluos, including Tang Xiao, a 97th level super Deluo, had been vanquished, while Tang San himself felt little sorrow over the sect's demise. After all, Tang Hao would still impart the knowledge of explosive rings. His support system had vanished. How devastated his father, who regarded the sect as everything, must be. To complicate matters further, the Spirit Hall had broadcasted the claim that the Haotian sect was comprised of evil soul masters throughout the continent. Tang San was well aware of the methods employed by the Haotian sect to enhance their soul power through evil soul masters. He had known this from his past life. As a god king, he viewed everything from a divine perspective. Was the life of an evil soul master not a life at all? It was merely a different means of acquiring power. Surely, those who perished at the hands of the Haotian sect would understand the necessity of resisting the malevolent Spirit Hall. Yet, the ordinary folk of the continent would never grasp the greatness of a god king, his compassion, or his perspective. How could he dare to wield his prized twin martial soul, the Haotian hammer, in public again? Tang San could envision the relentless pursuit he would face once soul masters across the continent discovered his possession of the Haotian hammer. Without being able to use it, how could he rally allies? How could he overthrow the Spirit Hall? In his previous life, he had successfully garnered numerous allies, partly due to his affiliation with the Haotian sect and his dual martial souls, which promised boundless potential. Of course, a touch of his charisma had also played a role. As for the rumors regarding Tang Hao, he was not particularly concerned. Let them speak. The profound love between his parents was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Their slander could not alter the depth of his father's affection for his mother. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang San arrived at Yu Xiaojiang's door. He knocked gently, and after a moment, the sounds of someone tidying up could be heard before the door creaked open to reveal a disheveled yet ordinary face. Yu Xiaojang. Little San, come in, Yu Xiaojang said, immediately stepping aside to welcome him inside. The room was in disarray, but Tang San remained composed as he took a seat. After all, he was accustomed to far greater chaos in his home in Holy Soul Village. Glancing up at Yu Xiaojang, he noticed his mentor's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly having cried moments before. Tang San could easily surmise the cause of Yu Xiaojang's tears. He knew that his mentor idolized his father, Tang Hao. Now, with the Haoyan sect destroyed and labeled as evil soul masters by the continent, Tang Hao was no exception to the fallout. Furthermore, the most notorious of Tang Hao's achievements, wounding the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, to the point of death, was now being distorted by the Spirit Hall into slanderous rumors. Such treachery, striking when one is unprepared, was universally scorned. Even though Tang San prided himself on being a disciple of the Tang sect, he understood this principle. Thus, it was not surprising for Yu Xiaojang to grieve. His idol had fallen from grace. Tang San's primary purpose in visiting Yu Xiaojang today was to observe how his mentor would react to the news of the Haoyan sect's fate. After all, only Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojang were aware of his dual martial soul, one of which was the Haoyan hammer. Should Yu Xiaojang choose to distance himself, like the rest of the common folk, and report his existence, Tang San would not hesitate to end his life. Now, a formidable soul master himself, he could easily eliminate Yu Xiaojang, even if his teacher had guided him through 2 lifetimes. For the sake of survival, killing him was not out of the question. He could resurrect him once he ascended to godhood. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojang's attitude thus far, allowing Tang San to enter, indicated that he still regarded him as a disciple. Little San, what brings you here today? Yu Xiaojang inquired. He was, of course, already aware of the Haoyan sect's downfall. Tang San's assumptions were correct. He had been crying for Tang Hao. However, instead of turning against his idol after this revelation, Yu Xiaojang's support for Tang Hao had only intensified. The Spirit Hall's claims were mere fabrications, slander, and misrepresentation. Yu Xiaojang had not abandoned his loyalty. In fact, his admiration had grown stronger. He understood the implications of being associated with evil soul masters, yet he was unperturbed. Were it not for the Spirit Hall's ruthless extermination of evil soul masters and the pervasive propaganda that had incited the continent's disdain for them, he would willingly embrace the title of an infamous evil soul master rather than remain a lifelong failure unable to surpass the 29th rank. In his eyes, any method of gaining power was a valid one. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojang, despite his exhaustive search through the archives of the Spirit Hall, could not uncover the means to ascend to the rank of a sinister soul master. Indeed, if the martial spirit were not innately capable of siphoning the life force and soul power of others, one would still require certain methods to achieve such a transformation. Methods for consuming the life and souls of others were once abundant millennia ago, yet as the relentless wheel of history turned, the Spirit Hall systematically eradicated all records of such self-created soul techniques from the continent, leaving behind only accounts of the actions and classifications of sinister soul masters. Tang San's apprehensions were unfounded. On the contrary, Yu Xiaojang was now more intent on safeguarding the son of his idol, Tang San. The Haoyan sect was renowned for its formidable sinister soul masters. Surely, an idol would possess methods to become one himself. Teacher, have you heard? Tang San inquired. Regarding the Haoyan sect and that Tang Hao, why does his name mirror my father's? As Yu Xiaojang had no intent of revealing Tang San's lineage, Tang San was naturally inclined to be a dutiful disciple. The information circulating was too widespread for Yu Xiaojang to remain oblivious. Since you have also heard, I shall now disclose this to you. The Tang Hao that the Spirit Hall is pursuing is none other than your father, Tang Hao. Furthermore, your other martial spirit is named the Haoyan hammer, derived from the Haoyan sect. Yu Xiaojang first stepped outside to ensure no one was around before returning to solemnly advise Tang San. But father, Tang San was acutely aware that the wanted Tang Hao was indeed his father and that his martial spirit was the Haoyan hammer. Yet at this moment, he was not meant to know, and Yu Xiaojang believed he remained unaware. Yu Xiaojang then took a seat, placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, and earnestly said, Little San, do not believe the slanders of the Spirit Hall. You know what kind of person your father truly is, do you not? As for the Haoyan sect, that too is mere fabrication by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has always acted tyrannically across the continent, capable of turning white into black. However, due to their overwhelming power, soul masters across the continent dare not voice their outrage and can only endure their words. After a pause, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze bore into Tang San's eyes. Thus, little San, do you now understand why I do not permit you to use your second martial spear in public? Your enemy is the Spirit Hall, the mightiest and most tyrannical force on the continent. You must conceal your identity until you possess the strength to exact your revenge. Of course, with your dual martial spirit's innate talent, I trust that day shall not be far off. Faced with Yu Xiaojiang's earnest counsel, Tang San's face reflected his hatred as he clenched his fists. The teacher speaks true. I am currently too weak, and the situation is dictated by the Spirit Hall. Observing Tang San's demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang nodded with relief and proceeded to recount the illustrious achievements of Tang San's father, Tang Hao, his idol. The bond of mentorship and mutual comfort share between Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily set aside, for the storm unleashed by the annihilation of the Haotian sect would resonate beyond just the two of them. Meanwhile, somewhere on the continent, Tang Hao, en route to the next Spirit Hall branch, glared at the notice in his hand with a countenance filled with anger and a hint of fear. Spirit Hall, you treacherous scoundrels, how ruthless you are! I, Tang Hao, have marked down the debt of hundreds of lives from the Haotian sect. Yet, he could only jot it down. He was too afraid to confront the Spirit Hall directly, for Tang Xiao and a faction of the Haotian sect still remained under their control. Tang Hao dared not gamble on whether the Spirit Hall would indeed execute Tang Xiao and his group, fearing a departure from their previous decorum. If the Spirit Hall maintained its usual pride and reputation, he would only continue to lash out at branch halls in frustration. Yet now, he could not afford such a luxury. Even the fury stemming from the destruction of the Haotian sect had to be suppressed within him. As for the other two significant pieces of information within the notice, one pertaining to the sinister soul masters of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao chose to remain silent. He was no fool, even if the elders of the sect had never confided in him, having been part of the Haotian sect for over 30 years. He could surmise certain truths. The Haotian sect had only begun extensive training in the ways of sinister soul masters after sealing itself. Yet that did not imply that no one had practiced such arts prior. Moreover, his grandfather, Tang Chun, had once specifically cautioned him against studying a certain secret technique within the sect scriptures. The second matter concerned Tang Hao's past with his wife, Ain. In response, Tang Hao did not scream or express outrage. Instead, fear and regret began to wash over him. He had fled for 9 years, desperately wishing to escape that day, longing to flee the haunting scene etched in his mind. He was so close to success, successfully convincing himself that it was the Spirit Hall that had driven Ain to her demise. He was nearly able to deceive himself. Yet now, the Spirit Hall had ripped open that gaping wound once more, plunging him into a vortex of fear and regret. Silently, he continued to scrutinize the notice over and over again. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Tang Hao turned in terror and sped towards Heavendo City. Chapter 48. 7 Treasures. As Tang Hao rushed toward Heavendo City, at the same time, outside the city, the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect had already deduced that the Haotian sect was in dire straits even before the Spirit Hall's announcement could be disseminated across the continent. After all, being located near Heavendo City, the movements of the Spirit Hall personnel as they transported goods from the Haotian sect could hardly go unnoticed. However, due to the Spirit Hall's persistent presence around the Haotian sect, they dared not send anyone to investigate, leaving them without precise information. But now they were informed. Ning Fenghe, the leader of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, known as the wisest man in the world, held 2 letters in his hand, his expression dark and devoid of his usual scholarly demeanor. If anyone were present at that moment, they would notice not only his grim visage but also a flicker of fear in his eyes. He was indeed terrified. Having once witnessed Qian Oliu's defeat at the hands of Tang Chun, he had immediately expelled the 2 titled Duluos sent by the Spirit Hall to the 7 Treasures, thereby seceding. The reason for this rebellion was not complex. It was the desire to be the head rather than the tail. The Spirit Hall had supported the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, elevating them to prominence among the upper 3 sections. Yet, that was merely dependence, and ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Moreover, at the time, the Spirit Hall had shown signs of decline before the Haotian sect, with their strongest member, Qian Daolu, having been defeated by Tang Chun. With the prospect of a regime change looming, What better time to rebel? Yet now, who could inform Ning Fengji why the once mighty Haotian sect had suddenly vanished? What had become of the invincible Tang Chun? When the Haotian sect sealed itself, Ning Fengji's heart nearly leapt from his chest, and now this again? The disappearance of the Haotian sect was of little concern to him. He had always found the brashness of their demeanor rather distasteful. Furthermore, the sight of thousands of corpses now laid bare, confirming the Haotian sect's affiliation with sinister soul masters, was disturbing. The problem lay in the absence of the Haotian sect. What would become of the seven treasures glazed tile sect? It was one thing to expect the spirit hall to show leniency. The seven treasures were not like the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, which had maintained its independence and never aligned with anyone. The blue lightning had simply observed from the sidelines, bowing to the spirit hall when it was strong. But the spirit hall had never retaliated against them. However, the seven treasures had been supported by the spirit hall and had now rebelled. Traitors are never welcomed anywhere. And as the leader of a sect, Ning Fengji understood all too well how much disdain traitors attract. How then could he plot a course for the survival of the seven treasures? Should he realign with the spirit hall? That was not feasible. Even if the seven treasures were to return to the spirit hall, acceptance was not guaranteed. Should he unite all available forces to resist the spirit hall? This is unacceptable. Setting aside whether the spirit hall will allow this alliance to form, such a union would likely be inconsequential to the spirit hall. Just as Ning Fengji was deeply contemplating the future of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, a tall, emaciated elder resembling a skeleton hurriedly entered the hall where he resided. Fengji, we have a crisis. Ning Fengji collected his thoughts and donned a gentle and refined smile. Uncle Gu, what troubles you? If it pertains to the Haotian sect, I'm already aware. As he spoke, Ning Fengji waved the letter in his hand. The visitor was none other than Gu Rong, one of the titled Delaw of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Gu Rong merely shook his head and replied, "It is not news already announced by the Spirit Hall. Rather, there's been an incident within Heavendo City. The Spirit Hall has surrounded the Yue Xian and the Li family." He sought Fengji's counsel, asking whether he wished to assist. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ning Fengji could only manage a wry smile. The Spirit Hall is indeed swift in their actions. However, Uncle Gu, we, the seven treasures, can barely protect ourselves, let alone intervene in their matters. Let the Spirit Hall deal with this. We shall see if Tang Hao takes any action. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Gu Rong let out a sigh of relief. He had not come to persuade Ning Fengji to intervene. Rather, he feared that Ning Fengji, upon learning of the incident, might feel compelled to act on behalf of the allied sects, thus stirring up unnecessary trouble. What could a group of evil spirit masters from the Haotian sect do besides create chaos? Gu Rong, like many others, held a deep disdain for evil spirit masters. Indeed, save for a few exceptions, no one on the continent harbored any fondness for them. Ning Fengji did not question Gu Rong's intentions. Instead, he seemed to be lost in thought. Tang Hao, the one who left the sect? Realizing Ning Fengji was becoming distracted, Gu Rong felt compelled to interrupt his contemplation again. Fengji, I came to remind you that the Haotian sect is now a band of evil spirit masters. Be cautious not to get entangled with them. Once back to reality, Ning Feng Tismilet. Uncle Gu, what are you suggesting? Even if I were to consider an alliance with the other sects, I would never align with a group of evil spirit masters. That said, vigilance is essential. I would appreciate it if you and Uncle Jian could arrange defensive measures for the sect. Gu Rong's expression turned grave. Indeed, the eradication of evil spirit masters was imperative. Yet the sudden aggression of the Spirit Hall was quite alarming. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Gu Rong promptly turned and exited the hall, while Ning Fengji maintained his amiable demeanor. It was not until Gu Rong's figure had vanished from his perception that Ning Fengji's smile faded, revealing a look of inner turmoil. The mention of Tang Hao had sparked a new idea in his mind. Before the Spirit Hall's exposure, Tang Hao was most infamous for severely injuring Qian Xuanji and for relinquishing his position as the heir of the Haotian sect. Do not misunderstand. Ning Fengji had no sudden desire to follow Tang Hao's example of abandoning the sect. The departure of a sect leader would certainly raise eyebrows. However, the notion of placing the entirety of the responsibility upon Tang Hao is indeed worthy of contemplation. Perhaps the seven treasures could consider this path. After all, it was Ning Fengji who led the sect in rebellion, so he could bear the burden alone. As for his own survival, Ning Fengji was not particularly concerned. His only thoughts were for the prosperity and continuity of the seven treasures. However, while his own life was inconsequential, he worried that his two devoted friends, Jian and Gu, might also be dragged into peril. Given the Spirit Hall's tendencies towards their enemies, should they seek to reclaim the seven treasures, the two high-ranking fighters, Jian and Gu, would certainly be targeted. Were he in their position, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly do the same. Although he could accept his own demise, the thought of leading Jian and Gu, who had safeguarded the seven treasures for decades, to their doom troubled him greatly. In the end, Ning Fengji resolved that the survival of the sect was paramount. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a strategy to shoulder the entire responsibility himself while ensuring the Spirit Hall did not implicate the seven treasures. It would be unwise to simply approach the Spirit City, begging for mercy, especially considering the current Pope, Don, would likely annihilate the seven treasures as well. Thus, it was essential to forge connections. Don had once maintained a close rapport with Yu Shaojiang of the Blue Lightning clan and even now sought to uphold the so-called reputation of the master across the continent. Although Ning Fengji had often questioned how such a seemingly ineffectual individual as Yu Shaojiang garnered Bibidan's favor and became known as a master, such doubts were trivial in the current context. What mattered was the connection. Ning Fengji was aware that Yu Shaojiang's close friend, Flanders, had established the Shrek Academy outside of Soto City. Thus, a connection was readily available. When the time came, he could send the sect's heir, Ning Rongrong, to Shrek as a student, thereby creating a teacher-student relationship between Flanders and Yu Shaojiang. In that scenario, Ning Fengji would assume all responsibility for betraying the Spirit Hall, potentially leading Jian and Gu to their demise, and Don would likely spare the seven treasures for Yu Shaojiang's sake. As for the internal strife between the Pope's Hall and the Hall of Offering within the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji was confident that Don would ultimately prevail. After all, Don was still quite young, whereas the elders of the Hall of Offering were aging rapidly. It was clear who would emerge victorious in the long run. Chapter 49. Yuexian and the Li clan within Heavendo City. The once prestigious Yuexian, a ceremonial school of the former Heavendo Empire, was surrounded by a group of soul masters clad in the uniforms of the Spirit Hall. Do not question how the Spirit Hall became aware of the connection between Yuexian and the Haotian sect. Tang Yuehua, the former third miss of the Haotian sect, had made no effort to disguise her identity, parading her name openly throughout Heavendo City, fully aware that the Spirit Hall was neither blind nor deaf. Previously, they had chosen to ignore this mere level 9 soul master, but with the Haotian sect now eradicated and Tang Hao eluding capture, apprehending a level 9 soul master was a trivial task. Moreover, the numerous female corpses associated with the Haotian sect were inextricably linked to the so-called Noble Academy. Furthermore, within the Spirit Hall, Qianning Shuang was vocally demanding action, making it impossible to overlook her. Qianning Shuang, however, was not interested in the enchanting figure of Tang Yuehua from the original narrative. She was merely a level 9 novice, perhaps notable only for her domain ability. Yet Qianning Shuang had no intention of venturing into the City of Slaughter for the sake of domains. Capturing this assistant to the Tang God King was far more pressing. Once they captured Tang Hao, they could eliminate the problem entirely. Tang Yuehua offered no resistance, remaining within Yuexian, projecting an air of nobility as she awaited the arrival of the Spirit Hall's personnel. Subsequently, she was dragged into a room by two female soul masters, and anguished cries soon echoed from within. Following this, the populace of Heavendo City witnessed a spectacle they relished: a female prisoner, her head shaved and clad in a prison uniform, paraded through the streets. A large placard hung around her neck proclaiming her to be an accomplice of the evil spirit masters of the Haotian sect. Instantly, rotten eggs and vegetable scraps rained down upon her. Being labeled an accomplice of evil spirit masters, it was fortunate she was not executed on the spot. The guards of the Spirit Hall reveled in the spectacle, presenting a criminal for all to see. Simultaneously, the third and fourth offerings, Hidden Dragon and Xingyu, were covertly monitoring Tang Yuehua. Originally, they should not have been in Heavendo City, but when Qianning Shuang informed Qian Chongling not to forget to capture Tang Yuehua, Qian Chongling promptly recalled the situation. Tang Hao still has his younger sister frolicking outside. Once Tang Yuehua is captured, it may very well attract Tang Hao, which is precisely what one desires, as they have been vexed by the inability to apprehend him. Thus, the two elders, who were previously engrossed in their cultivation, exited the spirit city. Simultaneously, at the southern gate of Heaven-Do City, a mansion adorned with two stone statues of gorillas was encircled by a group of spirit masters from the spirit hall. Within, the air was filled with cries of battle and anguished screams. With a final strike, Ling Tian delivered a decisive blow, leaving the once mighty titan sprawled on the ground, clearly on the brink of death. A middle-aged man with black and white hair approached Titan, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. I ask you, what was the necessity of this? We were merely tasked with an investigation, yet you, great gorilla, are so stubborn. The speaker was the titled Duo of the Spirit Hall, known as Cloud Leopard, belonging to the Elder faction and ranked at level 93. Titan could only glare at Cloud Leopard, hoarsely roaring. Why? How could you possess the Haotian 9 absolutes? The Haotian 9 absolutes? Now, is the 9 absolutes of the spirit, Cloud Leopard replied. As for how it came to be, seeing as you are on the verge of death, I shall show you mercy and enlighten you. All members of the Spirit Hall now possess it. Would you like me to demonstrate a ring explosion for you? At this, Titan's fury ignited. During his time at the Haotian sect, the disciples were required to keep their distance whenever practicing the Haotian 9 absolutes. And now the Spirit Hall brazenly claimed that everyone had access to it. How dare you? With a swift motion, Cloud Leopard stepped upon Titan's chest and bent down, grinning as he gazed at Titan. Why should we fear? They are merely self-created soul techniques. What of it? The evil soul masters of the Haotian sect could not possibly harm the Spirit Hall. I only lament that I did not accompany the annihilation of the Haotian sect, to personally rid the world of a few of those scum. Cloud Leopard's foot ground down mercilessly, his face now filled with murderous intent. However, it would be quite satisfactory to personally eliminate you, the lapdog of those evil soul masters. I hope that the remaining single attribute clans remain as loyal to the evil soul master Tang, as your clan has been, so that I may stretch my limbs. You lie. The Spirit Hall lies. He is not an evil soul master. Titan shouted, disregarding the pain of his dying body. Ah yes, that is the spirit. I hope the remaining single attribute clans can maintain such fortitude. With Titan's soul power dissipating, he fell silent, his wide-open eyes a testament to his profound anger in his final moments. Glancing at the nearly concluded battle, Cloud Leopard shook his head. He was assigned by the elders to investigate whether the single attribute clans were involved with the evil soul master of the Haotian sect. Indeed, it was an investigation, not an outright extermination. Once more, it is reiterated that the Spirit Hall values its reputation. This is not merely a matter of pride, but a consideration based on reality. If the Spirit Hall were merely a typical soul master faction, reputation would be inconsequential. However, as an organization aspiring for unity, reputation holds significant importance. Though he outwardly exuded a murderous aura, Cloud Leopard remained restrained in his heart. The elders would not send a reckless madman to handle such matters. The extermination of the clan was an unfortunate necessity, as the group of muscle-bound gorillas had charged out in a fit of rage. Of course, their emergence did not provoke Cloud Leopard's wrath. Upon confronting him, Titan insisted that Tang Hao was neither an evil soul master nor a heartless individual, and demanded that the Spirit Hall retract its announcement and apologize. Cloud Leopard nearly displayed a look of incredulity. The Haotian sect was full of evil soul masters, and now Titan claimed that the former heir was not one? Absurd. As for whether Tang Hao was truly heartless, who could know? He was not present, and Titan's words were merely that. Words. With no common ground to be found, Cloud Leopard resigned himself to the unfortunate necessity of exterminating Titan's clan. He hoped that the remaining 3 clans would not be so foolish. While a few exterminations could be managed, too many would tarnish the Spirit Hall's image. With a sigh, Cloud Leopard gathered his men and prepared to move on to the next clan. At that moment, a flying spirit master adorned in Spirit Hall garb descended before him. Upon landing, the spirit master immediately produced a letter from within his garments and held it aloft. Elder Cloud Leopard, this letter is from Spirit City and is specifically addressed to you. Without hesitation, Cloud Leopard opened the letter right there. Moments later, he finished reading, destroyed the letter, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Why does the second young lady want me to capture the entire clan of the Broken One? What makes this clan so special? Moreover, the Crystal Dragonblood Ginseng? The Sensory clan possesses such a treasure? How did the second young lady know of this? With these questions lingering in his mind, Cloud Leopard commenced his investigation of the remaining 3 clans. Not long after Cloud Leopard departed Heavendo City, Tang Hao finally arrived outside the city. Fortunately, his previous location was not far from Heavendo City, allowing for his swift arrival. Upon entering Heavendo City, Tang Hao gazed longingly at the spirit hall within, lost in thought. Due to the presence of the 9th spirit ring, he excelled in concealing his aura, his perception extending far beyond many titled Doluos. He sensed the powerful aura of a super Duo emanating from within the spirit hall. After much internal struggle, Tang Hao finally turned to leave, a single tear falling in his wake. Third sister, I am sorry, but I have no choice. Little 3 is our hope for revenge against the Haotian sect. A brief note on the previous chapter concerning the Haotian sect's conclusion. I have decided to release it directly. The next volume will contain a portion of original plot. Some of the settings may not align entirely with the original text, and I hope my dear readers will enjoy it. Additionally, due to the need for groundwork in the early original chapters, I have decided to release the first of the more engaging chapters tomorrow, approximately 8 chapters. After tomorrow, I will continue with 2 updates, and I hope my beloved readers understand, as I am a working individual with limited stockpiles. Chapter 50, Reflections Time, is a remarkable entity, revealing the depths of human nature and the essence of humanity. It is impartial, indifferent to one's status, be it noble or common, and relentlessly moves forward. A month later, in the northern territory of the Luo Empire, in the province of Rochester, a humble horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way toward Ra City. Inside were members of the Spirit Hall, specifically Qian Ningxuang and her group. Initially, they planned to head directly to Heavendo City, but news from Qian Renshua indicated that she was currently not in Heavendo City, but rather in the northern region, overseeing disaster relief due to a drought that she had mentioned to Qian Ningxuang 6 months prior. Perhaps Qian Ningxuang's hunch was correct. There were too many insects. Or perhaps the drought's impact was extensive, or a combination of both. The Heavendo court could no longer treat this drought lightly, sending out Qian Renshua, the counterfeit prince, to manage the response. Of course, Qian Ningxuang could have waited in Heavendo City for Qian Renshua, but after some contemplation, she chose to head directly to the northern territory. This way, she could meet Qian Renshua earlier and assess the severity of the drought firsthand. Qian Ningxuang stood outside the carriage, gazing at the parched earth. As a traveler from another world, she had never witnessed a drought of such terrifying magnitude. The worst drought she had personally experienced merely required the foresight to store water in advance. The cracked earth resembled the weathered wrinkles etched upon the face of an elderly man, so vividly pronounced, so poignantly sorrowful. Along the roadside stood gnarled trees, their bark stripped away, accompanied by scattered groups of refugees. There were also lifeless bodies lying unclaimed at the roadside, a grim testament to the horrors wrought by the drought in this feudal society. Qian Chongling, acting as the coachman, noticed Qian Ningxuang's prolonged silence as she gazed at the desolate land. He too fell into a contemplative silence, only breaking it after a considerable time to say, "Shuang, let us board the carriage. We are nearing Rake City." After casting one last, profound glance at the harrowing scene, imprinting it firmly in her mind, Qian Ningxuang turned and returned to the carriage. Sighing, Qian Chongling observed her retreat into the vehicle. He had witnessed far more harrowing sights than this, and such scenes no longer stirred his heart. However, Qian Ningxuang was different, being a child with a heart so distinctly kind and innocent. This sight must have left a deep impression on her. Although he often regarded her as his ally in opposing the divine realm, believing in the necessity of her trials, perhaps it was best to take things slowly for now. Besides, the fact that Qian Ningxuang could retain this image in her heart was already a source of satisfaction for him. Inside the carriage, Tian Yao, Gu Yuna, and Gu Qiu'er were present. Yet, today, Qian Ningxuang was devoid of the playful spirit she usually shared with her companions. She simply closed her eyes and began to meditate. Tian Yao and the others understood her preoccupation and chose not to disturb her, opting instead to follow her lead in their own practice. After a couple of meals worth of time, they arrived at Rake City. The city gates were not as bustling as those of other cities. Only 2 guards leaned against the wall in the shade, resting. Hanging above the gate was the lifeless body of a young man, evidently deceased, with visible signs of injury, yet not a trace of decay despite the oppressive heat. No confrontations or demands for bribes ensued. The two guards merely stood up respectfully, saluted, and allowed the group to enter the city. Those arriving at Rake City during such times were primarily those traveling by carriage, and the attire of Qian Chongling, alongside the now slightly matured appearance of Qian Ningxuang, indicated that they were not individuals to be trifled with by the guards. Upon reaching the city gate, Qian Ningxuang stepped out of the carriage once more, observing Rake City without uttering a word, merely noting the young man's body hanging from the city wall. If her observations were accurate, he was a soul master, specifically a sole sovereign of the Third Ring. It was known that in Dolaw, the bodies of those hung on the city walls were typically reserved for individuals guilty of grave crimes, serving as warnings to the populace. The act of hanging a sole sovereign's body upon the wall suggested dire circumstances within Rake City. Upon entering the city, in order to conceal their identities, the group refrained from visiting the Spirit Hall and instead sought out a reasonably nice inn. The fact that guests still frequented the establishment in such times, coupled with their generous payment, brought great joy to the innkeeper, who eagerly arranged accommodations for them. Once the rooms were prepared, the innkeeper guided them to the dining area for a meal and even provided some ingredients for their use. Please hold on for a moment. I've already sent someone to inform the kitchen to prepare more dishes, the innkeeper said respectfully. You may simply order whatever you wish, and do not hesitate to call upon us if you require assistance. Observing the seemingly abundant meal before her, Qian Ningxuang curiously inquired, was it not said that the drought in the north is severe? Are you not concerned about your food supplies? My dear guest, you are misinformed. While other inns may fret over their provisions, my establishment has no such worries, the innkeeper replied, pride illuminating his expression. Why is that? Tian Yao could not help but ask. Let us not forget that in recent weeks, there have been hardly any guests. We've accumulated quite a stockpile of food. And even if the guests were numerous, the consumption would not be a concern, for my son works at the Spirit Hall. With a little extra expenditure, we can ensure a sufficient supply of provisions, the innkeeper continued, maintaining his proud demeanor. Is there an abundance of food at the Spirit Hall? Qian Ningxuang inquired once more. Her curiosity piqued, as Gina also looked on with intrigue. Qian Chongling, sensing something amiss, produced 5 gold soul coins and placed them on the table. Indeed, and as a gesture of appreciation for your generous patronage, I shall discreetly share this information with you, the innkeeper said, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to the table, seamlessly slipping the gold coins into his sleeve. The supply of food at the Spirit Hall is not merely ample. It is abundant enough to feed the surrounding disaster-stricken populace for half a month, and that is with full meals at each sitting. How could the Spirit Hall possess such a vast quantity of provisions? Qian Ningxuang questioned, though she suspected it might involve some unsavory dealings. The thought of having enough to sustain the afflicted outside the city was daunting, especially considering it was orchestrated under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. The innkeeper's expression turned troubled. This time, Qian Chongling placed a bag of coins directly onto the table. After inspecting the contents of the bag, the innkeeper swallowed hard and cautiously glanced around the dining area before returning to their table. The surplus is due to a portion of the disaster relief provisions being hidden away by the city lord, alongside reserves hoarded by the affluent families within the city. All of this is entrusted to the oversight of Lord Lu Jing, the most powerful figure in the city. I am revealing this to you today, at the risk of my life, solely because of your generous payment. Do not speak of this to others. Upon hearing this, the group, aside from Qian Chongling, exchanged glances, and Qian Ningxuang, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked again, was it not said that the Crown Prince of Tiando is responsible for the relief efforts? Is he not taking action? The innkeeper merely shook his head with a bitter smile. The Crown Prince is in Linshire City, far removed from here. How could he intervene? Furthermore, the provisions are stored within the Spirit Hall, and even if the Crown Prince were to discover this, he would have no means to investigate. Moreover, this is not an isolated occurrence. Many cities in the northern regions are engaging in similar practices. With so many involved, it would be unwise for the Crown Prince to take direct action. Qian Ningxuang fell silent, while Qian Chongling once again retrieved a bag of coins and handed it to the innkeeper. The child is merely curious. We assure you, good sir, that today's matters will remain confidential. Please, do attend to your duties. This time, the innkeeper declined the coins and departed. He sensed that this group was not ordinary. Initially drawn by the prospect of monetary gain, he now felt a surge of indignation at the sordid revelations, hoping that the powerful figures would indeed take action. For he too feared for the welfare of the afflicted beyond the city. The group, having lost their appetite for conversation, finished their meal in silence and retreated to their rooms to rest. Chapter 51. Enlightenment. The night sky was exquisitely beautiful, devoid of a single cloud. The deep blue canvas adorned with stars twinkling like diamonds. Truly, it was a splendid night. Yet, the inhabitants of this place might not share in the same sentiment. Qianning Shuang sat upon the rooftop, gazing up at the myriad stars, feeling a sense of disorientation. Everything she had witnessed today was overwhelming. While she had mentally prepared for the worst-case scenarios, the reality was still shocking when confronted directly. She had once believed that although Luo was a feudal society, it was still superior to her previous life, especially with the existence of soul masters. It could not possibly be that dire. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap. The oppressive forces remained unchanged, indifferent to situational shifts, only intensifying their grip in pursuit of greater gain. She once believed that the presence of pests was inconsequential. After all, the Luo continent was no longer under the tyrannical rule of the Tang God King. There was still hope, particularly in the form of the Spirit Hall, which appeared to be a relatively promising prospect. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow once more, revealing that the Spirit Hall remained a feudal entity. Outside of Spirit City, the moral integrity of the Spirit Hall's soul masters was entirely dependent on their own conscience. At least in the northern spirit branch of Tiando, the soul masters were mostly a despicable lot. It seemed that everyone was merely competing in a race to the bottom. Gazing at her own hands, she looked up at the moon, which resembled that of her former home. Qianning Shuang felt utterly lost. She suddenly found herself at a loss for what to do, where to go, or what she could accomplish. She had traversed into this world as the second daughter of the Spirit Hall, standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Unlike some other transmigrators, she did not need to struggle desperately. With numerous advantages, she commanded attention from the Spirit Hall akin to that of Qian Renshu, the heir of the angel god. The various opportunities in the original story, often regarded by many transmigrators as chances to defy fate, were unnecessary for her. She merely had to follow the established path to become the strongest. Indeed, everything she encountered after her arrival was at the apex, be it her identity, status, or innate talent. She was elevated above all, capable of arrogance, caprice, and contempt for everything around her. She believed that, like the characters in the novels of her previous life, she could simply eliminate Tang San, marry Qian Renshu, and reach the zenith of her life. After the appearance of Qian Chongling, she thought that as long as she grew steadily, she could overthrow the divine realm and become the next eternal god king, provided she did not treat Luo as a mere backyard garden, as Tang San did in the original text. She once held such beliefs, but the sights and sounds of today, the cracked earth, the fleeing crowds, the corpses left unattended, were all telling her that her notions were misguided. The education she had received in her previous life reminded her that merely achieving those goals was insufficient. The role template she had acquired, Yulan Dale, seemed to suggest that she could accomplish so much more. Yet, if she truly followed the path she envisioned, she could hardly fathom the arduous journey ahead, fraught with challenges. Just as Qianning Shuang was engulfed in her mental struggle, another sound echoed from the rooftop above. Looking up, she saw Qian Chongling approaching. He said nothing but gently patted her head before sitting beside her. Qian Chongling also gazed up at the stars and moon in the sky, then began to speak to himself. I once hunted evil soul masters across the continent for decades, only to realize that they sprouted like weeds, slay one batch, and another would emerge. Before I could achieve unification of the continent, the divine ancestor elevated me to the divine realm. You already know what happened next, Shuanger. He continued. Now, about what you witnessed today, was it tragic? Indeed, it was, yet compared to the era I lived in, at least some of these pests are aware of the need for disaster relief. However, we cannot simply disregard the plight of the common folk, just because their conditions are better than those of thousands of years ago. They still have not lived as human beings. Qianning Shuang listened silently to Qian Chongling recount his experiences, her gaze growing increasingly bright, as if flames were igniting within her. Do what you wish to do, Qian Chongling encouraged, patting her head once more. Indeed, thank you, old sir. Nodding vigorously, Qianning Shuang donned her moon spirit armor and soared into the night sky. The flames of determination erupted within her. She would no longer hesitate or be lost. Watching the blue glow fade into the distance, Qian Chongling chuckled softly. Ah, Has the ancestor transformed into an old man? Quite fitting, it seems more approachable. At the same time, a petite figure clad in white appeared on the rooftop. Miss Guyana, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much. I simply did not expect that His Excellency the Blood Pope's experiences extend beyond the divine realm to be so remarkable even in the lower realms. Guyana cast a deep glance at Qian Chongling. She had initially thought of him merely as someone with decent talent who had reached a comparable position in the divine realm. Yet, after hearing the full account of Qian Chongling's experiences, she realized that with his temperament, wisdom, and will, even without the lineage of the Qian family or the angel goddess favor, ascending to divinity was inevitable. A trivial matter, she remarked. Qian Chongling, however, appeared unfazed. He was neither the first to gaze upon the common masses of the continent, nor would he be the last. Noticing that Qian Chongling was unwilling to pursue the topic further, Gu Yuna redirected the conversation, reasoning that the stronger their alliance, the better. You are allowing Shuang'er to act recklessly? What if something goes awry? Moreover, if she decides to take action this time, it may involve the entire Spirit Hall. Let them fight. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall can remain pristine, but the lower echelons are as rotten as those pests I once scorned. It is only a matter of time before cleansing occurs. As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qian Chongling's eyes. He had already purged the Spirit Hall numerous times and was indifferent to adding a few more. The title of Blood Pope encompassed more than just the blood of enemies. As for permitting Shuang'er, no, that is not mere permission, it is support. Lady Gu Yuna, did you know that the two sisters of the Qian family bear a striking resemblance to the angel god? Gu Yuna's interest was piqued. Oh, how so? I have scarcely met Shuang'er. I do not know her character well, but merely judging by her appearance and soul aura, she is quite similar to the angel god. As for Shuang'er, her personality, thoughts, and approach are strikingly alike. Similar in appearance and soul aura? Could it be that the angel god did not perish but instead reincarnated? It is possible. Given the circumstances back then, I cannot be certain that I was the only remnant soul to escape the divine realm. Perhaps the angel god was too severely wounded and had no choice but to reincarnate. Gu Yuna nodded thoughtfully, considering that if the angel god were not foolish, she would have prepared contingencies upon realizing that the entire divine realm harbored hostility towards her. Another point caught Gu Yuna's attention. Having spent enough time with Qianning Shuang to learn to be observant, if the angel god has reincarnated as her own descendant, how will the relationship with your Qian family unfold? Qian Chongling shook his head. The angel god has no blood relation to our Qian family. Our first ancestor was merely one of her initial followers. It was only because our first ancestor fell in the final battle against the Xiantian sect that the angel god, in her compassion, granted us the lineage of the angel. Chapter 52. The peculiar now, soaring through the night sky, Qianning Shuang understood clearly what she needed to do. She was heading towards the spirit branch within the city. Do not misunderstand. She did not intend to dismantle the spirit branch, but rather to investigate. Destroying the spirit branch of Ra City and exterminating the pests within might be satisfying. But what would follow? Would she simply walk away, leaving behind grateful, disaster-stricken citizens, only for a new batch of pests to emerge? Thus, while Qianning Shuang was filled with fervor, she maintained a sense of rationality. She was determined to create a significant impact. There were numerous inquiries she needed to make at the spirit branch, the foremost being the whereabouts of food supplies. The provisions sufficient for the disaster victims outside the city for half a month could certainly not be concealed within a mere spirit branch. Upon arriving at the spirit branch, Qianning Shuang first looked up at the building, which was similar to others across the continent, adorned with the spirit hall's emblem and exuding solemnity. Unfortunately, the interior was rife with sordid affairs. Then, she retrieved a black cloak from the spatial soul guide and draped it over herself as she stealthily entered the soul hall. At such a late hour, it was unlikely there would be any guards, allowing Qianning Shuang to effortlessly locate the archives, where she began her search. Although the head of the branch, Lu Jing, would hardly be foolish enough to document such embezzlement, traces can often be found, even if she found nothing. Her primary purpose in perusing the archives was to understand the circumstances of this city and the surrounding villages near Lehi City, as it is typically the nearby rural areas that suffer first during natural disasters. The Soul Hall, responsible for assisting civilians in awakening their martial souls, would meticulously record such information, Regardless of whether this branch was virtuous or corrupt, it was a tradition that had become customary. After sifting through the records all night, Qian Ningxuang had nearly memorized the details about the villages surrounding Leihe City, the population within the city, and the locations of disaster relief camps. However, one point troubled her. Leihe City was not particularly large. Why were there so many disaster relief camps nearby? Yet, she could only wait to investigate further. Stretching her limbs, Qian Ningxuang estimated that dawn was approaching, and she prepared to organize the documents and devise her next course of action. But as she stretched, she froze, not because she encountered anything peculiar, but because her hand inadvertently knocked a stack of files to the ground. As the documents scattered, her gaze fell upon the top two files, one belonging to Lu Jing, the head of the branch, and the other to Wang Wen, the deputy head. Unlike the free soul masters who merely registered for their monthly stipends and needed only to provide their names and martial soul ranks, those affiliated with the soul hall at the levels of branch head and deputy head had their portraits included in their files. In addition to their names and martial soul ranks, a copy would be sent to the headquarters of the soul city, while another would be retained by the branch. Thanks to the martial souls and soul powers prevalent in the Dolo world, the portraits, while not as detailed as photographs, bore a striking resemblance to the individuals. This was something Qian Ningxuang, who had spent years in the archives and libraries of the Soul City, could attest to. Lu Jing's file depicted a somewhat portly middle-aged man with the martial soul of a greenwood vine, classified as a level 41 control-type battle soul master. Qian Ningxuang was not particularly surprised by him, as he was already on the assassination list and thus not worth her concern. It was the file of the deputy head, Wang Wen, that left her astounded. Wang Wen, a martial soul of the Scarlet Fire Dragon, was a level 39 assault-type battle soul master. While his martial soul was commendable, to one accustomed to super martial souls like Qian Ningxuang, it was merely average. However, it was his appearance, a young man, laughing heartily, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the figure she had seen hanging from the city wall during the day. That was truly shocking. The head of the Leihe City Soul Branch was embezzling funds, while the deputy had been murdered and displayed as a criminal on the city wall. What a monumental farce. If the hotel owner had spoken the truth, Lu Jing was the strongest soul master in Leihe City, but compared to Wang Wen, that was not necessarily the case. A fire attribute assault-type soul master would completely counter a control-type would attribute master like Lu Jing, especially when their levels were not vastly different. The circumstances surrounding Wang Wen's death raised suspicions. Perhaps there were even stronger soul masters in Leihe City? Of course, death was not uncommon. Several soul masters lost their lives each year due to conflicts within the soul hall, so it was understandable. However, the act of hanging him on the city wall carried an element of humiliation. Were there truly individuals bold enough to kill a soul hall master? Yes, many. But few would dare to do so and then further disgrace the deceased. Even if the soul city might not mobilize for a mere soul zone, the branch head would undeniably take some action. Yet, this head was currently engaged in embezzlement. Deeply noting the details of the deputy head's file, Qian Ningxuang secured the documents and retraced her steps out of the soul branch. She intended to find a lower-ranked soul master to inquire further, as the hotel owner, being an ordinary person, might not possess extensive knowledge about the soul masters in the city. Qian Ningxuang was confident she could defeat and even kill a soul master of that level. But if there were stronger individuals, it would be a different story. Given the minimal injuries visible on Wang Wen's body, if there were indeed stronger soul masters in the city, they would likely be at the level of soul kings or even soul emperors, an encounter she was not prepared to face alone. She would need to recruit a few companions to join her, although her grandfather and Emperor Tian would not allow her to come to harm. Losing would still be an undesirable outcome. In the early morning light, after a short search, Qian Ningxuang found a female soul master in Soul Hall, uniform staggering on the street, reeking of alcohol. Clearly, she had indulged the previous night. Glancing around, she noted the early hour. There were few people about. Without hesitation, Qian Ningxuang knocked the inebriated soul master unconscious and swiftly vanished into the sky with her. In the hotel room of Qian Chongling, dragging a drunken individual into her own quarters was acceptable if there were no alternatives, but since she had a choice, she decided to involve her grandfather. Qian Chongling expressed no opposition, allowing Qian Ningxuang to proceed. As long as he ensured her safety, he was curious to see how this promising disciple would handle the situation. Thus far, he was quite satisfied with her actions. At least she had not recklessly stormed the soul branch or slain any pests within the city. Instead, she had taken the time to gather information. Becoming a strong soul master required more than mere recklessness. Upon awakening the inebriated female soul master, Qianning Shuang prepared to interrogate her. The soul master, recognizing her predicament, refrained from screaming and instead assured that she would answer any questions. However, Qianning Shuang chose to ignore her subtle attempts to observe her surroundings and free herself. A rank 23 soul master would not escape, even if she managed to untie the ropes. What is your name, and what position do you hold within the soul branch? Yi Anshuan, external affairs attendant of the soul hall. Do you know the man who is hanging outside the city? Yes, he was our former deputy head, Wang Wen. Who killed him? And why is he displayed there? At this question, Yi Anshuan hesitated, her eyes reflecting a struggle and a hint of anguish. Observing her reaction, Qianning Shuang's expression hardened. Speak. If you do, I assure you that you will face no danger to your life. Not even in the entire Heaven Dome North will anyone dare to harm you. You know the consequences of silence, she added. Upon hearing Qianning Shuang's words, a glimmer of hope crossed Yi Anshuan's face. My lord, did you just say? I can guarantee your safety. Not that, but does your status truly hold such weight? Can you speak with authority throughout the entire Heaven Dome North? Qianning Shuang, puzzled, wondered why Yi Anshuan was more concerned about her status than her own life. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded. Indeed, my status is quite high. If I were to reveal my identity in the Heaven Dome North, no one would dare oppose my words. With this affirmation, Yi Anshuan's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Suddenly, she knelt before Qianning Shuang, discarding any semblance of feminine modesty, and repeatedly bowed her head to the ground. My lord, you must clear the deputy head's name. A person like him should not die in silence. As long as you can help clear Wang Wen's name, I, Yi Anshuan, swear by my martial soul that I will not hesitate to face any danger in the future. Perhaps my life is of little worth to you, but I implore you to show me some mercy. Chapter 53. Grievance. Qianning Shuang's expression darkened as she grappled with the perplexing news of the vice leader of the Spirit Hall S Division being brutally killed and publicly humiliated. Now, encountering an informant by the roadside who hinted at hidden truths only added to her bewilderment. She listened attentively as the division steward, Yi Anshuan, recounted that Wang Wen was not originally the vice leader promoted from local soul masters in Ra City, but rather had been transferred from another location a year prior. The promotion mechanism within the Spirit Hall primarily evaluates strength and contributions, with strength being the paramount criterion. Should a soul master have sufficient contributions to ascend to the position of hall master or vice master without being among the top in strength within their local division, they would be reassigned to another division with suitable strength if a vacancy existed. Otherwise, they would have to wait. Notably, the capital of Tiando and Xingluo were exceptions, as the highest rank for an externally dispatched division master was simply that of a soul doloa. Wang Wen had met the contribution requirements, but was not among the strongest in his original division, hence his arrival in Ra City. Upon his arrival, with a soul power level of 39 and a commendable martial soul, he emerged as the strongest in Ra City. In truth, there were no hidden soul masters. He was unequivocally the mightiest. Though on the surface, Hall Master Lu Jing held the highest rank, encounters in battle consistently ended with Lu Jing's defeat. To preserve Lu Jing's reputation, however, Wang Wen publicly proclaimed him as the strongest. Wang Wen was also esteemed for his character. He was generous, righteous, an adept in handling affairs, quickly earning the respect and affection of the soul masters and staff in the Ra Spirit Hall. His reputation among the local populace was commendable, and Yi Anshuan, who shadowed him daily, referred to him as Big Brother. Under ordinary circumstances, given Wang Wen's promising character and decent talent, it was likely he would be promoted to a position such as a Knight of the Spirit Hall or another esteemed role within a decade. However, an unexpected calamity struck, a devastating drought that affected the entire northern region of Tiando. In light of this disaster, Wang Wen took charge of disaster relief efforts, adopting a no-nonsense approach against any corruption concerning relief supplies, meting out severe punishments to violators. The wealthy and minor nobility of Ra City dared not oppose him and complied, knowing that they had little to lose. Yet, the issue extended beyond Ra City. The drought afflicted numerous areas, and, as the innkeeper had remarked, many were contemplating their own agendas amidst the disaster, with opportunists abounding. in contrast to other cities embroiled in self-serving agendas. Ra City's responsible approach to disaster relief stood out starkly. Consequently, refugees from surrounding areas flocked to Ra City. Wang welcomed all arrivals, and when funds dwindled, he simply turned to the local affluent and minor nobility for contributions. As for water scarcity, he enlisted water attribute sole masters, disregarding any notions of nobility. A good beating would suffice to rectify any reluctance. Nonetheless, the most pressing issue remained food. Ra City alone could not muster enough resources to alleviate the plight of the refugees. Wang then began demanding food supplies from neighboring cities, asserting, "I will assist you in managing the refugees you are responsible for, but you must provide food." Should they refuse, he would resort to his usual methods of coercion, with a threat of violence followed by a purchase at a slightly inflated price. Thus, the gathering of refugees outside Ra City was sustained while waiting for representatives from the Spirit Hall and the Luo Empire to arrive. However, things did not unfold as anticipated. About a month prior, Hall Master Lu Jing suddenly summoned Wang Wen, who had been overseeing the refugee camp, into the city, claiming that a new batch of relief supplies had arrived from the capital, requesting his presence for discussion. Trusting Lu Jing, Wang Wen returned to Ra City, leaving Yi Anshuan behind to maintain order among the refugees. Upon their next encounter, Wang Wen had become a lifeless corpse, marred with injuries, and displayed on the city wall, branded a criminal guilty of robbing disaster relief supplies. What happens next? Qian Ningxuang asked, struggling to suppress her urge to shatter something, her face contorted with fury. Next, Hall Master Lu Jing summoned those of us who once worked alongside Wang Wen, declaring that anyone who resisted would be killed, while those willing to kneel and heed his orders would receive 500 gold soul coins as hush money. I should have followed in my fallen brother's footsteps, cursing Lu Jing for his treachery and bravely facing death. But I cannot. I promised Wang Wen that if he perished, I would care for his elderly parents. I cannot die. I can only drown my sorrows each day until the scoundrels let their guard down, allowing me to escape Ra City. Yi Anshuan's voice broke as she spoke, tears flowing freely. Qian Ningxuang, observing Yi Anshuan's anguish, felt her own anger dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of desolation and sorrow. She was suddenly reminded of certain individuals from her past life, the dichotomy of heroes and villains, warriors and pests. Regardless of their circumstances, the world remained unchanged. The warrior perished while the pests thrived, buzzing incessantly around the fallen. Indeed, the deceased warrior was still a warrior, while the living pests remained pests. Yet, the warrior had died. Such a grand warrior, extinguished, unable to rid himself of the surrounding vermin. The pests continued to thrive, incessantly buzzing, even laying eggs upon the warrior's remains, birthing a new generation of pests. The great warrior lay dead, surrounded by undeserving pests. Why must these pests cling to him? Were they devoid of shame? Qian Ningxuang curled into herself, embracing her knees and burying her head between her legs, weeping. She had believed in her own strength, convinced that, given time, she would become unparalleled. Yet, she remained as feeble as in her previous life, merely a witness to the warrior's demise, powerless to prevent the encroachment of pests. Though she might be capable of eliminating the pests surrounding the warrior was still dead, such a magnificent warrior, snuffed out. Across from her, Yi Anshuan, who should have continued gnashing her teeth, now gazed at Qian Ningxuang, a figure of towering stature, someone she would likely never encounter again. She could not fathom why such a formidable person would weep, why she would adopt such a diminished posture. Yi Anshuan ceased her grimacing and cautiously observed Qian Ningxuang. Suddenly, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a pervasive sadness and lamentation. She began to sob softly, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably as she wept. Time passed slowly, enveloped in their shared sorrow, until the sound of a door creaking open echoed in the silence. Chapter 54. The refugees, a large hand, reminiscent of the previous night, rested gently upon Qian Ningxuang's head, caressing her golden hair. Qian Ningxuang lifted her head, glancing back at the dark red figure of Qian Chongling. Stop crying. You look like a weeping cat, and it is rather unbecoming. However, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. There is no need for hesitation. Remember, you are Qian Ningxuang, the hope of our spirit hall. Weren't you the one who advised Shui Air against crying so easily? Why then, Do you allow your tears to flow so freely? Just as you have said, sorrow changes nothing, and weeping does not alter circumstances. What can affect change is ultimately strength and wisdom. Qian Chongling gently stroked Qian Ning Shuang's head, crouching down to meet her gaze directly. Pursue what you desire. I repeat what I said last night. Additionally, strive to rectify what you perceive as wrong. The world is far from perfect, and your task is to transform this imperfect world. Therefore, do not succumb to sadness or fear. Take up your black abyss white flower, wield your intellect, and bolster your resolve. The most terrifying aspect of this world is not death, but the absence of anyone to carry on your path after you're gone. Is it truly the case that the soul master named Wang, when is most regrettable for having died? No, he was prepared long before. What is truly lamentable is that no one is left to assume his responsibilities and continue to aid the suffering. Indeed, the demise of a great warrior is worthy of sorrow, yet even more mournful is the sight of flies swarming around his lifeless form. Those flies that no one drives away. What use is crying? Should we not be helping to shoo away those flies instead? Wiping her tears, Qian Ning Shuang stood up and looked at Qian Chongling. Old man, can you disguise yourself? You know, the method that transforms one person entirely into another visage. Yes. Why do you ask? Once again, as someone who had previously infiltrated the ranks of the evil soul masters, Qian Chongling possessed many skills. Could you assist me? I wish to visit the disaster relief gathering point. The first impression Qian Ning Shuang had of the gathering point was one of filth and chaos. As a site devoid of management, it naturally lacked hygiene. The cries and shouts of anger echoed around, creating a sense of disorder. Qian Ning Shuang's appearance had transformed into that of a beggar girl, her once radiant golden hair now dull and tangled, her clothing tattered and dirty. Beside her was another girl of similar appearance, though slightly older, Tian Yao. Upon seeing Qian Ning Shuang's disheveled state, Tian Yao laughed foolishly. Then, she was pulled along as promised. Good sisters share both fortune and adversity. Tian Yao lowered her head, quietly surveying their surroundings. She bore no resentment towards Qian Ning Shuang for being dragged along. Rather, she felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of impersonating a disaster victim to expose the schemes of the vile. Qian Ning Shuang followed suit, lowering her head to observe the area. If only her disguise could alter her physique as well. She wished to appear even thinner to better resemble a victim of calamity. The unkind gazes that scrutinized them felt unbearable, as though they were mere merchandise on display. Unfortunately, those gazes dissipated upon noticing the hunched figure before the two girls, already claimed otherwise with such delicate skin. TSK. I recognize that old man, Old Li. I shall inquire if he is willing to sell them later. Surrounding whispers filled the air. Although they believed their voices to be low, the two soul masters heard them clearly. Grasping Tian Yao's clenched fist, Qian Ning Shuang gently shook her head. Understanding her unspoken message, Tian Yao calmed down. Qian Ning Shuang then turned her gaze back to the hunched figure, who was not a disguised Qian Chongling, but a genuine disaster victim. After entering the disaster relief gathering point, Qian Ning Shuang and Tian Yao found a secluded spot on the outskirts to feign unconsciousness. After a while, the old man approached them, first shaking them awake and offering them a small piece of flatbread, then gesturing for them to follow him. Although uncertain of his intentions, this was a fortuitous opportunity, and Qian Ning Shuang decided to accompany Tian Yao as they followed the old man deeper into the gathering point. Old Li eventually led them to a dilapidated tent, evident as his home. Inside were a dozen or so individuals, all looking as gaunt as him. A teenage boy rushed forward to assist Old Li upon his return, glancing at him with concern, yet he held back words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Old Li paid no mind to the two girls he brought back. Finding a place to sit, a thin middle-aged man within the tent noticed the girls' youth and guided them to a corner to sit. Uncle, how should I address you? Qian Ning Shuang timidly inquired. Tian Yao, with her brash nature, was unfit for such theatrics. Call me Uncle Gouda, came the reply. However, thereafter, Uncle Gouda ceased conversing with the two girls. Tian Yao pulet Tian Ning Shuang asite, hispering. Do not inquire further. They are clearly conserving energy and rations. Qian Ning Shuang swallowed her question regarding why they did not escape and instead chose to wait for death. Observing the dire state of the individuals around her, she understood that in such circumstances, how far could one truly flee? It was more sensible to await fate. Simultaneously, she felt an odd sensation. It seemed that this grandfather and grandson duo wished to keep their distance from her and Tian Yao. The others in the tent appeared similarly disinclined to engage with them, raising suspicions as to why they had brought the girls there in the first place. The remaining time in the tent was marked by silence, with the occupants lying about, offering no conversation. Qian Ning Shuang and Tian Yao were left to endure the quiet, exchanging no words. It wasn't until evening that someone finally rose to prepare food. 2 batter bowls were handed to Qianning Shuang and Tian Yao. Upon inspecting the contents, Qianning Shuang fought the impulse to hurl the bowl away. It contained nothing but tree bark, roots, and a jumble of raw plants. Encouraging herself inwardly, she closed her eyes and steeled her resolve, bringing the bowl to her lips, where an unfamiliar taste assaulted her senses, accompanied by a slick and gritty texture. What? Is it slimy? Qianning Shuang opened her eyes, suppressing the urge to smash the bowl or vomit. The bottom of the bowl was caked with yellowish-brown earth, something she recognized from her previous life, Guanyin soil. Turning to Tian Yao, she saw that her bowl was now devoid of any remnants. How is it that I cannot consume this? Yet you can devour it without a second thought? Tian Yao merely smiled at Qianning Shuang, then took her bowl and effortlessly emptied it. Sensing the fluctuations of spatial energy in Tian Yao's hand, Qianning Shuang's expression remained impassive, nearly forgetting that the golden crocodile king possessed some spatial abilities. Though their strength varied, Tian Yao was rather unfortunate. Her spatial powers could even serve as a primary means of survival. After this unprecedented meal, the occupants of the tent once again fell into a slumber. As night fell, Qianning Shuang quietly slipped out of the tent with Tian Yao. Then, she transformed into Yu Pe, lifting Tian Yao into the sky and heading directly toward the city of Lair. Chapter 55. Powerlessness. The purpose of entering the city was, of course, to observe. During the day, Yin had mentioned to Qianning Shuang that there would be a gathering of wealthy elites within the city that night. She was eager to witness the activities of this group of insects. Upon reaching a certain height within the city, Qianning Shuang floated in the air, while Tian Yao playfully draped her arms over Qianning Shuang's shoulders, whispering in her ear, "Stop it, or I'll drop you." Qianning Shuang retorted irritably, "Go ahead. If you dare, little Shuang," Tian Yao replied defiantly. Qianning Shuang chose not to respond, slowly descending instead. She could have plummeted rapidly, but she was concerned about the consequences for the fool behind her. At the same time, she intended to approach the gathering of insects stealthily, as a swift descent would attract unwanted attention. Not receiving a reply, Tian Yao shifted the conversation to another topic. "When can I fly like you, little Shuang? It's strange. How can your martial soul allow you to not only don magnificent armor, but also soar through the skies?" Tian Yao was not overly chatty. The unique circumstances of his flight made her feel compelled to engage. Previously, Qianning Shuang had seldom taken anyone with her while flying, making this her first experience with Tian Yao. Although Tian Yao had flown with others before, the disparity in their sizes, hers and Qianning Shuang's, made this flight particularly nerve-wracking. "Your ears are turning red, little Shuang," Tian Yao teased. In response, Qianning Shuang playfully tossed her off. "You're insufferable." However, Tian Yao, falling from the sky, did not scream but rather faced Qianning Shuang, seemingly saying something. Though she was nervous about the flight, she trusted that Qianning Shuang would not actually let her fall to her demise. Qianning Shuang could read her lips. Having learned a bit of lip reading from the elders, she clearly understood Tian Yao's words, murdering the husband. This time, Qianning Shuang genuinely contemplated turning her into a lifeless crocodile. Tian Yao, having descended halfway, was suddenly swept back into the air, this time cradled in Qianning Shuang's arms. "Little Shuang, is this a Princess Carrie? Do you truly have feelings for me? I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I fear Sister Shuet Air might not agree." "No, you are overthinking. It merely makes it easier to toss you out." With this banter, Qianning Shuang abandoned the idea of landing slowly and instead resolved to observe the gathering of insects from the air. As they approached their destination, Tian Yao, sensing the moment, quieted down. Her antics stemmed not only from nervousness but also from a desire to uplift Qianning Shuang's spirits. Since arriving in the Northern Territory, Qianning Shuang had been burdened with concerns. While it was natural to have worries, Tian Yao had refrained from prying, as she too had her own troubles. However, Witnessing Qianning Shuang's tear-streaked face from the previous day compelled her to act. It was evident that whatever had caused Qianning Shuang, who often claimed to dislike crying, to weep was significant, far beyond the trivial matters of a young girl. Thus, Tian Yao sought opportunities to encourage her friend, even willing to endure hardship alongside her in the refugee camps. After all, was that not the role of a true friend? Yet, as they neared their destination, Tian Yao understood that further attempts at encouragement could not interfere with Qianning Shuang's mission. Upon arrival, Qianning Shuang held Tian Yao aloft in the air. There was no need for further observation, nor was there any necessity to see too clearly. The radiant lights piercing the darkness, the intoxicating scent of wine wafting through the air, and the seductive melodies reverberating in the night already conveyed everything. Qianning Shuang felt a pang of incredulity. Knowing the gathering was composed of insects, what was there left to witness? Without casting another glance at the insects below, Qianning Shuang turned and flew away from the city, fearing that one more look might compel her to hurl her black, abyssal, white flower down upon them. Meanwhile, as she soared away from the city, a massive black dragon ascended to a higher altitude, also veering toward the outskirts. I wonder, old man D, after Miss has been wandering in Layer City for 2 days, what do you think her intentions are? In response to Emperor Tian's inquiry, a voice emerged from behind the black dragon. I do not know. Initially, I thought Shuang Air would directly eliminate that group of insects. Nonetheless, let her act as she wishes. Our only concern is ensuring her safety. The voice belonged to Qian Chongling. Indeed, Emperor Tian murmured, refocusing his attention on Qianning Shuang, who had returned to the refugee camp. With Tian Yao in tow, Qianning Shuang hovered before old Li's tent, taking a moment to survey the entire refugee gathering. The scene was shrouded in darkness, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. Although the city's inner and outer realms were not far apart, their circumstances were worlds apart. Turning her gaze, she beheld the opulence above, only to be met with despair, filth, and death below. It was an infuriating sight, yet simultaneously, it stirred a sense of unease within her. She was uncertain whether her intentions would bear fruit. While she had previously been filled with confidence in inciting a rebellion, the haunting images from the refugee camp lingered in her mind, causing her doubts to resurface. Could a group of refugees, their eyes dulled with apathy, truly ignite a significant uprising? Setting aside the fact that the Luo possessed extraordinary professions like soul masters, even a horde of refugees who could barely run would likely struggle against the city's regular soldiers. Qianning Shuang had spent the afternoon confined to the tent, longing to act but finding herself thwarted by their unwillingness to engage. Rather than waste time in futile attempts at communication, she concluded that it would be more effective to charge into the city, eliminate the insects, and distribute the spoils. In a moment of clarity, she realized that her past experiences did not apply to the law. After all, in her previous life, there were no soul masters. She longed to return immediately and unleash divine retribution upon the gathering of insects, simplifying matters for everyone. Yet, an inexplicable resolve urged her to remain calm. Let us wait for a month. After all, I'm not pressed for time. If there is no progress after a month, I will return to annihilate the insects and depart. Taking a deep breath, she descended once more with Tian Yao in her arms, fully committed to her decision. Restoring her guise as a little beggar, Qianning Shuang and Tian Yao stealthily re-entered the tent to rest. The following day was much like the last. The same food, the same indifference from those around her. The only difference was that someone would accompany her and Tian Yao to forage for roots before returning to the dilapidated tent to daze. By afternoon, unable to contain her restlessness, Qianning Shuang ventured out of the tent, attempting to engage with others. However, she had barely taken a few steps before being intercepted by a middle-aged man named Gouda from the tent. Return to the tent. As a little girl, it's best you don't wander off alone. After sizing up Qianning Shuang, the middle-aged man spoke again. Chapter 56. Sparks Qianning Shuang obediently returned. Yet she made a mental note of this man named Gouda. At least he was willing to communicate, unlike the other refugees who seemed unwilling to utter a word. Simultaneously, he was not entirely numb to his surroundings. Time passed gradually, and thus he spent a night and a day in waiting. On the evening of the third day, as Qianning Xiang and Tian Yao returned with someone who had taken them out in search of food, Qian Ningxiang was attempting to communicate with Guda. A relatively well-dressed young man, compared to the other disaster victims, approached the tent with a wooden stick, flanked by a few followers, and without uttering a word. He forcefully kicked the tent down. "Oldly, it's time to repay your debts." Witnessing this scene, the surrounding victims merely hid within their tents in silence. Those sharing a tent with Oldly retreated, their eyes filled with fear, and Qian Ningxiang and Tian Yao instinctively stepped back as well. Only Guda, a middle-aged man, remained still, rising as if to speak, but then restraining himself. Oldly faced the young man, his gaze reflecting sheer terror and pleading, while his grandson, Xiao Li, cowered behind him in fear. The young man surveyed the area, satisfied when he noticed that no one spoke or challenged him. He then turned his attention back to Oldly. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. You borrowed half a bag of rough rice half a month ago, and it is time to return it. Oldly, still fumbling for words, hesitated for a long moment. Seeing the young man's growing impatience, he hastily replied, "Master Huang, could you grant me a little more time? You've seen the situation. Where can I possibly find food?" Upon hearing Oldly's plea, the so-called Master Huang's face contorted with anger as he struck Oldly on the head with his stick. "Everyone wants more time, but who gives me time? Why borrow if you cannot repay?" Oldly fell to the ground, blood trickling from his head, and Xiao Li rushed forward, crying, attempting to lift his grandfather. "You're talking nonsense. Did Oldly only borrow half a bag of rough rice? A good portion of that is sand and stones. And yet you still demand a full bag of rice from him. Why don't you go rob someone?" Guda finally could not hold back and stepped forward. Qian Ningxiang observed the scene. After Wang Wen was killed, the absence of order among the victims made such occurrences unsurprising. She hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. "Oh, but what we lent was indeed rough rice, clearly documented in black and white. Yet you, so agitated, why don't you repay Oldly?" Master Zhou shifted his gaze to Guda suddenly found himself speechless. He was merely momentarily enraged. Repay Oldly? They shared the same plight. What could he possibly use to repay? Bang! A heavy blow struck Guda at the back of his head, and the middle-aged man who had just spoken out fell, a result of one of Master Zhou's followers. Subsequently, several followers surrounded Guda, raining blows upon him. Pretending to be a hero, acting like a big shot. Master Huang sneered, glancing at Guda before striding towards Oldly, who was now half sitting up. "You will repay this debt, Oldly, whether you want or not. Let me tell you, Oldly, those who could not repay before you have already been beaten to death and dragged out to feed the wild dogs. Think carefully." Master Huang seized Oldly by the hair, lifting him with malice. Then, Master Huang's eyes lit up as he noticed Qian Ningxiang and Tian Yao behind him. "I heard you picked up 2 girls the day before yesterday. These 2, right? TSK. They look quite promising. If sold to the nobility, they could fetch a pretty penny. How about this? You need not repay your debt, Oldly. Just hand over these 2 girls to me." As he spoke, he released Oldly and advanced towards Qian Ningxiang and Tian Yao. Bang! Before his hand could touch the 2 girls, Master Huang was sent flying by a kick from Tian Yao. Master Huang stared in horror at the transformed girls, realizing they were of high status. The soul rings appearing around Tian Yao filled him with dread. He understood the dire consequences of offending a soul master. "I'm a blind fool, not recognizing the 2 esteemed soul masters. Spare my life." Qian Ningxiang ignored the now submissive Master Huang, glancing around. Aside from Tian Yao, who had regained her composure and was throwing off Master Zhou's followers, the others remained unchanged. Those still within the tents had yet to emerge, and the fellow victims who had retreated in fear continued to do so. Perhaps the only difference was that they seemed more afraid of the soul master than of Master Zhou. Did you truly kill those who could not repay their debts? Upon hearing this, Master Huang seemed to grasp the implication of Qian Ningxiang's question and began to bang his head against the ground frantically. "I was merely momentarily blinded by greed. I am willing to erect a monument for them." Seeing the thug in such a state, Qian Ningxiang realized that his threats were not mere bravado. She continued, "We are all victims. Where did you acquire your grain?" "It was given by the gentleman within the city." "Understood. You exploit the very resources meant for the victims." Having lost her desire to speak further, Qian Ningxiang unsheathed her sword, and the once formidable Master Huang was reduced to mere ashes. Once again, she surveyed the ground where Guda lay, barely clinging to life. Oldly, bloodied and battered, and Xiao Li, kneeling in fear, too frightened to move. Sighing, she unleashed a wave of healing energy to tend to the wounded. They had crossed paths. If healing was within her means, she would do so. Concurrently, a radiant light began to envelop the area, as life energy spread alongside it, providing some sustenance to the victims. After incapacitating a few of Master Zhou's followers, Tian Yao returned to Qian Ningxiang's side, observing her as she healed the injured. Habitually, she surveyed their surroundings. Noticing no immediate danger, Tian Yao turned her gaze back. Was it an illusion? Or did the way these people looked at her and Qian Ningxiang seemed to change? The two injured individuals were now healed, and Gu De had awakened. However, upon seeing Qian Ningxiang, he instantly knelt, bowing his head deeply, observing the only man in this gathering of victims willing to communicate. Qian Ningxiang believed he was not entirely devoid of feeling. Would you be willing to follow me to the city and reclaim the grain that rightfully belongs to you? Qian Ningxiang spoke, harboring a glimmer of hope within her heart. The man remained kneeling, his head still bowed to the ground, without a hint of movement. Aren't you hungry? The same fearful gaze persisted. Aren't you afraid of death? Still, no one dared to move even a fraction. If you're not afraid of death, why not resist? After all, we are all destined to die. They maintained their timid demeanor. Given the current state of affairs, why do you not even consider resisting? There are so few people in the city. While you have so many, you could easily overwhelm them. Yet they remained as numb as ever. Disappointment finally surfaced on Qian Ningxiang's face. Indeed, what was she truly thinking? This was not Blue Star. It was not the country of her memories, nor the endearing people she had known. Here lies Luo, a realm where individual martial prowess reigns supreme, and its inhabitants have become accustomed to kneeling beneath the feet of soul masters and nobility, no longer resisting, but rather submitting to their fates. After wasting 5 days, wouldn't it have been more prudent to swiftly eliminate the vermin within the city and distribute the provisions? Not only did it bring suffering upon oneself, but it may have also worsened the plight of the refugees. Indeed, such actions should have been taken sooner. How could a congregation of puppets, merely waiting for the benevolence of others, ever be roused to action? Qian Ningxiang turned away, with Tian Yao silently following in her wake. She was uncertain of Qian Ningxiang's intentions, yet she sensed a profound disappointment emanating from her. However, just a few meters away, Qian Ningxiang took a deep breath and suddenly turned to look back. The middle-aged man named Gu De had picked up the stick that the ruffians had used to strike him and stood up. He remained silent, merely gazing at Qian Ningxiang, while the tightly shut tents began to open, revealing ragged individuals emerging from within. The fearful glances that once lingered had vanished. The dread was no more. They stood in silence, watching Qian Ningxiang, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Excellent, splendid. A wave of emotion surged through Qian Ningxiang, and she struggled to suppress the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Come, follow me. With determination, she turned once more and strode purposefully towards Ra City. The individuals who had risen merely followed her in silence, not uttering a word. They were unaware of the reasons why this little girl, glowing with a blue radiance, beckoned them to follow, nor did they comprehend her motives for aiding them, or whether her promise of reclaiming food would succeed. Yet, they recognized kindness, beauty, hope, and light. Following the light was never a misguided choice. Gradually, the number of followers swelled, transforming from a trickle into a mighty river, from a spark to an all-consuming blaze. Under the guidance of a singular light, the throng of people advanced towards Ra City, akin to grains of sand upon the shore. Chapter 57. Response within Ra City. A soldier clad in military garb rushed into the Lord's mansion. My lord, grave news. Lord Dode of Ra City, with an expression of annoyance, donned his attire and cast a lingering glance at his beautiful concubine by the bedside before stepping out of his chamber. Observing the breathless soldier, Dode impatiently inquired, "What is all this fuss about?" Outside the city, the refugees have gathered, seemingly intent on storming Ra City. The soldier, cautious and uncertain, struggled to articulate the unfolding chaos. Forgive me, my lord, but the soldiers are at a loss for words to describe the situation. So storming seems the most fitting term. Is it merely a mob of peasants causing a ruckus? A few executions should quell them. Must I be informed of such trivialities? Dode's impatience grew. Yet, the mob was rather large this time. The soldier, carefully gauging Dode's temperament, finally spoke. It appears that this group of peasants remains ungrateful, as if we have not provided them with provisions. Are we expected to sustain them like that fool Wang Wen, feeding them on fine rice? It's not as if we have boundless wealth at our disposal. Did Dode not feel any shame uttering such words? Was the sustenance provided to the refugees not even a fraction of what Wang Wen had given them? In another chamber of the Lord's mansion, a slightly rotund man, disheveled yet exuding the demeanor of high society while swirling a glass of red wine, emerged to taunt Dode. You, Lord Dode, have no ground to criticize me. Your son consumes in one meal what could sustain a refugee for an entire month. Dode, unyielding, retorted, and you, Lu Jing, have the audacity to speak, while the marks of your indulgences remain unaddressed. Lu Jing, the lord of the Ra City Spirit Hall, heard Dode's words but was unperturbed. If he could be angered by mere words, he would have suffered Wang Wen's tyranny for a year. After all, Wang Wen had initially oppressed him, even usurping much of Lu Jing's authority. Yet, he had maintained a facade of amiability until public outrage ultimately led to Wang Wen's demise. Lu Jing composed himself, recognizing that petty insults could wait. The current situation demanded resolution. Let us refrain from jesting. I suspect this uproar is incited by the remnants of Wang Wen's faction. It would be prudent for you, Lord Dode, to address this matter personally. And what shall you do, Lu Jing? Return to your pursuits of pleasure? Dode cast a scornful glance at Lu Jing, whose unkempt appearance betrayed his lack of decorum. I shall oversee the grain supplies. If indeed it is the remnants of Wang Wen causing this disturbance, they must know where the provisions are stored, Lu Jing replied. Very well. I shall proceed outside the city while you attend to the supplies at the Yi family estate. With that, Dode exited the Lord's mansion, rallying his men at the city gates. Lu Jing downed the last of his wine and swiftly mounted his horse, galloping towards the Yi estate in the eastern part of the city. As midnight approached, Dode arrived at the city gates, first accepting the whip handed to him by his subordinate, unleashing his fury upon Wang Wen's lifeless body as he struck and cursed. Even in death, you cannot rest. If you wish to be a savior, do not obstruct our prophet. Yet, amidst his wrath, a paralyzing fear gripped Dode each time he beheld Wang Wen's corpse. He felt as though the man were still alive, gazing at them, mocking their incompetence. Once his anger subsided, he glanced at the sky. The stars seemed particularly sparse that night. Shortly thereafter, Dode charged out of Ra City, intent on quelling the disturbances among the refugees, dismissing the notion of fearing a group of unarmed, starved individuals who had not eaten properly for over a month. However, not far from the city, Dode encountered a massive, silent throng, and at the forefront stood a figure clad in blue armor. Qian Ningxuang's approach was delayed, but it was understandable, given the multitude trailing behind her. Did any remnants of Wang Wen lurk among this crowd? Doubt gnawed at Dode's mind. Was there truly a soul master in Ra City who appeared so formidable? Who are you? Dode demanded, his caution heightened as a sense of danger crept into his heart. As the city lord, he was no match for Lu Jing or Wang Wen, yet he was a level 35 spirit master himself. Those who could evoke such trepidation in him were few. Awaken, O gloriose defendia. Qian Ningxuang did not respond, merely revealing her lance. Upon seeing the weapon in her grasp and the silent crowd behind her, Dode retreated behind his soldiers, activating his martial spirit, panic taking hold. He feared her, as did the soldiers, who hastily drew their bows. They were few in number and ill-prepared to face a soul master. I am the thunder that descends upon the world. Qian Ningxuang spoke slowly, facing the barrage of arrows directed at her without a glance, simply advancing forward. As she spoke, a flash of light illuminated the sky, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. In the next instant, the arrows hurtled towards her, only to shatter upon contact, severed and thwarted by the forces behind her. The enemy is formidable, exceedingly so. Quickly, alert the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Form ranks, form ranks. Soldiers wielding great shields hurriedly obstructed Qian Ningxuang's advance, their robust physiques standing before her like an iron wall. Yet, Qian Ningxuang merely raised her hand, declaring, I am the nascent light. The soldiers brandishing shields were cleaved in two, not by the lance in Qian Ningxuang's grasp, but by a black knight's sword. I am the flame, the sacred flame, the eternal flame, the flame of emotions, the flame that delivers retribution on behalf of the people. I return the wrath that you entrusted to me. The soldiers, armed with swords and intent on charging forward, fell one after another into the fierce flames. I am a harbinger. I behold God, who has awakened his martial spirit. It seeks not to fight, but to flee. I am the harbinger, sent by the heavens to punish your vile deeds. Before her lay a sea of corpses, a multitude of insect-like remains, save for the unknown soul master. The lance of flames was suddenly hurled forth. I am Qianning Shuang, observing the nameless soul master engulfed in flames. Qianning Shuang spoke indifferently. She then turned to the throng that followed her, some leaning on one another, others supporting themselves with sticks, while the stronger among them wielded makeshift weapons. Next, we shall enter the city and reclaim what is rightfully yours: health, life, dignity, and honor. Every individual in the crowd gazed at Qianning Shuang with hope illuminating their faces. Yes, perhaps due to hunger, or perhaps for the first time, their voices were not particularly loud or harmonious, yet some shouted, and others responded, did they not? Chapter 58, Revenge. Incredible, truly incredible. Was this what Frost had always desired? Qian Chongling, suspended in the sky, marveled, having witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Initially, he believed Qianning Shuang would merely investigate the situation, then return to eliminate the swarm of insects within Ra City, and finally, like the soul master named Wang Wan, begin to assist the victims. Truthfully, such actions would have sufficed to satisfy Qian Chongling. He would likely have acted similarly. However, he was taken aback when Qianning Shuang proposed to disguise herself and infiltrate the gathering of victims, a notion that perplexed this seasoned elder. Having confirmed the presence of a group of insects and acquired sufficient intelligence, why not simply eradicate them? What could a multitude of victims possibly accomplish? Could it be that Qianning Shuang was truly compassionate enough to repeatedly verify who ought to be slain? The following 3 days left him even more bewildered as he lingered in the camp of victims, doing nothing but attempting to communicate with others. Then, he beheld the scene before him, one that stirred the blood of this elder, who had experienced so much. Concurrently, Qian Chongling pondered that rallying the victims to procure food and directly slaying the insect for their rations yielded similar outcomes. The distinction lay in the process. And within that process, Qian Chongling seemed to grasp something elusive, an indistinct sensation that remained out of reach. Once a fervent adversary of evil soul masters, Qian Chongling had served as the Pope of the Spirit Hall across the continent. Upon realizing that the proliferation of evil soul masters stemmed from the nobility and powerful soul masters, he concluded that the best course of action was to restrict the nobility and soul masters. The Spirit Hall was to act as this enforcer and limiter, a solution he believed to be optimal. Yet thousands of years later, the system had not functioned as flawlessly as he envisioned. While the lives of the common folk had improved, they remained far from the ideal he imagined. As for the evil soul masters, Qian Chongling discerned that their current suppression by the Spirit Hall was tenuous. Should any misfortune befall the Hall, these malevolent beings could swiftly resurface. Their methods of siphoning talent, life, and souls not particularly difficult to conceive. However, today, witnessing all that Qianning Shuang had accomplished, he, the former Blood Pope, revered as a saint by the common people, seemed to grasp a profound truth. No organizational oversight could rival the tangible supervision of the most numerous common folk. Of course, he had yet to fully comprehend how to implement this realization. He would need to wait until Qianning Shuang completed her mission to inquire further. Meanwhile, Ditian, who hovered above in secret protection of Qianning Shuang, lacked such epiphanies and merely sighed inwardly, pondering how the once rampant spirit beasts across the continent had been driven to congregate solely in their sanctuaries by the relentless pursuit of once feeble humans. As Qianning Shuang led the throng into Ra City, another tale unfolded in the eastern part of the city. Lu Jing, the lord of the Lu Hall, who had just recently displayed a noble demeanor, was now hastily gathering his wealth in preparation to flee. A soul master capable of dispatching Dodd with a single strike would find it trivial to eliminate a decadent fool like him. If not now, then when? However, as he gazed upon the 2 carts laden with jewels and his son requiring transportation, Lu Jing found himself in a quandary. To take them along would likely hinder his escape from Ra City. But to leave them behind would mean relinquishing a portion of the wealth he had amassed over his tenure as hallmaster. This was money. Though he had more riches in his platinum card, every coin counted. Ultimately, Lu Jing resolved to painfully abandon the jewels and flee with his son. Akin to a plump pig. At that moment, a figure clad in the uniform of the Spirit Hall approached Lu Jing. "My lord, it seems difficult to exit the city with the young master and your treasures," the attendant remarked. "But I know a secret route that can swiftly lead you to the eastern city gate, ensuring both your safety and your valuables." Lu Jing scrutinized the attendant, recognizing him as his distant relative, Lu Qinyan, though they seldom interacted, and Lu Qinyan's cultivation, being merely a 20-something level soul master, left much to be desired. Family ties still warranted a degree of trust. "Lead the way." Yet at that moment, Lu Qinyan wore a troubled expression. "My lord, this." It appeared he had made a decision, his countenance hardening. "My lord, I shall speak plainly. This parting may be final, for I too intend to flee Ra City. Therefore, I hope you might grant me a token of appreciation." Lu Jing's slightly plump face suddenly brightened with a smile as he exhaled in relief. He had maintained a cautious attitude towards Lu Qinyan, aware of his own reputation after years as the hallmaster. If Lu Qinyan were to demand nothing in return, claiming loyalty to him, that would indeed raise alarm bells. He would have to eliminate Lu Qinyan at the first sign of trouble. However, if it was merely a matter of financial negotiation, that could be easily arranged. "Very well. Here are 200 gold soul coins. Upon exiting the city, I shall immediately provide you with 1,000 gold soul coins." "Thank you, my lord," Lu Qinyan exclaimed joyously, accepting the pouch of coins and immediately becoming eager to lead the way. Thus, Lu Qinyan guided ahead, with Lu Jing following closely behind, trailed by 2 large carts laden with goods and another cart carrying people, surrounded by several of Lu Jing's loyal subordinates. As they made their way towards the eastern city gate, as the city gate loomed ever closer, Lu Jing sighed in relief, believing he was truly on the verge of escape. The next consideration was how to discreetly eliminate Lu Qinyan. Should he spare Lu Qinyan's life? What if he were to report back to the soul master who had dispatched Odd after consuming the previous master? Suddenly, a blade pierced through his abdomen, and the one struck was not Lu Qinyan, but Lu Jing himself. Gazing down at the protruding dagger, Lu Jing activated his martial spirit, striking out with a vine towards the figure behind him. The silhouette recoiled from Lu Jing's action. "Yin Sun, how did you manage to approach me so closely?" Several of his loyal subordinates had already collapsed, and Lu Jing glared at the figure, rising once more. "TCH, the esteemed lord is quite the forgetful memory. My martial spirit is the rare phantom wolf, an agile and offensive soul master." With another thrust, the knife pierced through his thigh. Lu Jing turned to see Lu Qinyan as the treacherous plot against Brother Wang when unfolded. Lu Qinyan's countenance shifted from one of commercial shrewdness to a visage marked by hatred. With a swift motion, another blade descended, severing Lu Jing's right arm, wielded by one of Wang's former followers. Moments later, a dozen figures clad in the garb of the Spirit Hall, brandishing sharp weapons, emerged around them. "Speak. Who else is complicit in the murder of Brother Wang? They demanded. "With just you, the fat pig, and that fool Moda, you could never have slain Brother Wang. Knight Anshuan had already dragged Lu Jing's son, resembling a portly pig, from the carriage and thrust a knife into his leg. The anguished cries echoed through the night, accompanied by a messy outpouring of excrement. Disgusted, Knight Anshuan struck the pig-like mouth, transforming the howls into pitiful whimpers. Chapter 59. A wish Lu Jing no longer exuded his noble airs. Instead, he found himself prostrate on the ground, weeping and confessing, "I will speak. I will speak." There were several soul masters from neighboring cities who also came to take action. He named them, and Knight Anshuan and the others exchanged glances, committing these names to memory before unhesitatingly plunging their blades into Lu Jing's son, ending his life. Upon witnessing his son's demise, Lu Jing did not react with rage. Instead, he sank lower to the ground, consumed by fear. Even the anger of seeing his son slain could not overshadow this terror. He was no warrior like Wang, who could laugh in the face of death. He was merely a frightened insect, a slightly overweight fly. Today, the exterminators had come for him, and naturally he was terrified. "Please spare me. I possess great wealth. I'll give it all to you." The fat fly believed that offering what it deemed precious would save its life. revealing the sheer disgust it inspired. As Knight Anshuan beheld the bloodied creature pleading for mercy, she suddenly felt a wave of disinterest. She had countless methods to torment this murderer, often dreaming of how to inflict suffering upon him. Even after witnessing the commotion outside the city today, she had rallied her once subservient brothers to devise a plan for his execution, contemplating how best to exact their revenge. Yet, confronted with this pitiful sight, Knight Anshuan found the prospect of torturing such trash to be utterly unworthy. How could this worthless being have the audacity to kill Brother Wangwen? Grasping Lu Jing by the hair, she hoisted him up and severed his head with a single stroke. With a wave of her hand, the figures around her surged forward, each delivering their own blows, venting their hatred until the remains of the fly lay shattered upon the ground. Afterward, those willing to remain in Ra City could do so. Those unwilling could take their share of wealth and disappear into obscurity. Observing the brothers, some weeping, others lost in thought, Knight Anshuan spoke. The former followers of Wang, when exchanged glances, pondering their next steps now that their vengeance had been fulfilled and the threat to their lives had been eradicated. Ultimately, it was Lu Qingyan, the most powerful among them, who spoke up. Knight's sister, what shall we do now? I have pledged my loyalty to someone, and I shall follow her through fire and water. Though uncertain if this truly avenged Brother Wang, they recognized that their opportunity for revenge had been granted through her. And who is this person you follow? The one who leads us towards the light, Knight Anshuan replied, gazing at the distant blue radiance with longing. She was willing to follow this person, regardless of her status or promises, simply drawn by the allure of that light. Just as she had followed Wangwen, not for power or rank, but for the aspiration it inspired. Qianning Shuang, leading the crowd, arrived at the eastern part of the city where the grain was stored. Knight Anshuan had informed her of its location. Perhaps due to her remaining authority or some other reason, the crowd did not riot or disperse upon entering the city. They simply followed her, which relieved Qianning Shuang. Although leading a mob to storm the city had its thrill, if not managed properly, order would inevitably collapse. Suddenly, Knight Anshuan appeared before her, bowing her head respectfully. Miss, I am here to escort you to the Yi residence. Excellent, Knight's sister. Please assist in distributing the grain and maintaining order. Qianning Shuang wasted no time in assigning tasks. With just herself and Tian Yao, even with the addition of Gu Yuna and Gu Qiuer, it will be a challenge to maintain control. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, the doors swung open before Qianning Shuang could act, revealing several blood-stained individuals who bowed in greeting. Seemingly sensing Qianning Shuang's confusion, Knight Anshuan explained, they are followers of Brother Wang, who, after we executed Lu the thief, expressed their desire to continue following me. I had them clean up the Yi residence first. Lu Qingyan, displaying tact, led his people forward and bowed again. We have encountered Lady Yulan Daier. Henceforth, we wish to follow you into any peril. Please accept us, they implored, since they were merely seeking to survive. It was more pragmatic to follow this so-called significant figure. Knight Anshuan's name had been imparted to them by Qianning Shuang, of course, under an alias. For using her original name would be imprudent. Qianning Shuang was indifferent. Whether accepting one or a group made little difference, especially when she was in need of manpower. As for whether accepting members of the Spirit Hall would raise any issues, it was best to consult the elders at the Spirit City S Temple. Since you wish to follow me, then quickly assist in distributing the grain. Without hesitation, she began assigning tasks. Upon entering the Yi residence, they found it already teeming with corpses. Opening the granary, Tian Yao gasped, while Qianning Shuang was unfazed. After glancing at the grain, she turned to select 100 or so robust individuals from the disaster-stricken crowd to assist with distribution. Suddenly, Qianning Shuang felt a chill. Wiping her hand across her face, she realized it was rain. Looking up, she saw droplets beginning to fall. The crowd followed suit, exclaiming in joy, "It's raining." The jubilant cries reverberated throughout Ra City, shaking its very foundation. Observing the ecstatic faces, Qianning Shuang couldn't help but smile ruefully. But this rain won't change your plight tonight. Tian Yao, undeterred by such thoughts, seized Qianning Shuang and plunged into the jubilant throng. Surrounded by beaming faces, Qianning Shuang longed to shout, "This rain won't alter your current circumstances." However, upon reflection, considering the immense suffering caused by this drought, and the countless families torn apart, the sight of rain brings forth a glimmer of hope. Let them express their emotions freely. May this torrential downpour cleanse the grievances, sorrow, and hardships endured by the people of this land. Qianning Shuang earnestly wishes for the people to emerge from this storm renewed, akin to tender sprouts, ready to embark on a fresh chapter of their lives. Chapter 60. Panic a month later, within the Lord's Manor of Linshur City in the northern region of Tiando. A conference hall bustled with commotion. A refined young man seated at the head of the table was elegantly savoring a cup of tea, while below him, a dozen individuals clad in armor and silks were engaged in a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Observing this scene, unchanged from the usual, the young man, though appearing calm, felt a rising tide of agitation within. Just as Xiaoshuang has said, they are nothing but a swarm of pests, squabbling over trivial gains, wasting time that could have been spent alleviating the suffering. He longed to shed the guise of a prince and eliminate them all. As expected, after what seemed like enough bickering, the group pushed a portly elder to the forefront. Your Highness, the number of disaster victims is overwhelming. We have done our utmost. This refrain, merely a change of speaker, echoed as always. It was a perpetual lament of doing their best, having exhausted their resources and lamenting the multitude of victims. Qian Rinxue, the prince, though referred to as a false prince, stood, his expression morphing into one of anger. The assembly sensed the brewing storm and instinctively bowed their heads, awaiting his ire. A few scoldings would suffice. After all, they were untouchable nobles of the duchy. Qian Rinxue, well versed in the ritual, began reciting the usual platitudes of loyalty to the nation. Though he wished to assist the victims, after receiving a letter from Qianning Shuang, he recognized the gravity of the situation and volunteered to oversee disaster relief in the northern region, fearing that a mere confidant might not manage the chaos effectively. Upon arrival, he realized he had underestimated these so-called nobles and understood why the spirit hall remained obsessively fixated on unification for millennia. The meager provisions sent by the Tiando authorities were insufficient, leaving the burden to fall on local aristocrats. When pressed for supplies, these nobles would either offer a token gesture or claim they had already depleted their fortunes. Yet, as the Tiando prince, Qian Rinxue was bound by protocol and could not resort to forceful requisition. Negotiation was equally futile, as few nobles respected his title, forever deferring decisions. The system of the Tiando Empire, as Qianning Shuang once articulated, resembled a peculiar amalgamation. Although it claimed to be an empire, it lacked a centralized government, functioning more like a confederation of nobility. Numerous kingdoms and duchies existed alongside a plethora of lesser noble territories, each with its own domain, leaving them unafraid of the Tiando prince, as long as appearances were maintained. This unfortunate reality of the Tiando Empire fueled Qian Rinxue's desire for immediate unification. Unless unforeseen events occurred, today would follow the usual script. He would feign outrage, the nobles would pretend to apologize, and the farce would conclude. Meanwhile, he would discreetly inspect the situation, seeking opportunities to eliminate a few pests. By nightfall, he would shed his princely facade, enlisting his confidants to raid for supplies, distributing whatever they could acquire the following day. This was his only course of action. Outright military intervention in the northern region was unfeasible for a mere prince, especially one who prided himself on filial piety. Inciting noble infighting would only lead to the starvation of the common folk. As the so-called Tiando prince, Qian Rinxue found himself limited to this precarious stance. The nobles below were aware that the well-armed brigands roaming at night, many of whom were spirit masters, were likely affiliated with the prince. Yet, as long as they adhered to the superficial rules of nobility, they could employ whatever methods they deemed necessary. Moreover, as long as the brigands did not target their own lands, it was of little concern to them. However, today brought an unexpected turn of events. A soldier hurriedly entered the conference hall, kneeling before the assembly. Before Qian Rinxue or the nobles could speak, the soldier announced, "Your Highness, a rebellion has erupted in the Rhinoceros city region." Suddenly, Qian Rinxue was at a loss for words. If memory served him, Rhinoceros city, or Chaichong, was near Laha city, where his sister, Qianning Shuang, was reportedly heading. Panic surged within him. The rebellion was secondary. His sister was there. Had Laha city been caught in the turmoil? Your Highness, reports indicate that the rebellion originated from Laha city. By the heavens, this is disastrous. A noble, seeing the prince's expression shift to one of alarm. Seized the opportunity to interject, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, this minor rebellion warrants little concern. We should," before he could finish. The noble's perplexed gaze darted between the prince and the sword now embedded in his chest. His lips quivered as he collapsed to the floor of the hall. "Begone! All of you leave this place! Your Highness, Marquis Yalvis, he meant no harm." The white-haired elder, seeing the murderous intent in Qian Rinchua's eyes and the bloodied sword in his grasp, swiftly swallowed his words, bowed, and exited the hall. He had only wished to express camaraderie among nobility, but with the prince in such a fury, there was no need to court danger. After all, even if a few hundred nobles existed in the Tiando north, the loss of one was inconsequential. The remaining nobles hastily departed, aware that while today's spectacle was dramatic, it bore no relevance to them. The sword had not pierced their own flesh. In fact, several nobles congregated, whispering about how to divide the unfortunate noble's lands and wealth. As for the rebellion, who cared? The scale was minimal, and regardless of who emerged as the victor, they would still require these nobles to govern. Once the hall emptied, Qian Rinxua urgently summoned his secret protectors. "Uncle Yu, you must rush to Laha City. Xiao Shuang is still there." Seeing the prince's panicked expression, Yulong could only smile wryly. "My lady, you are letting your worries cloud your judgment. The second miss is accompanied by our ancestor. There is no need for my intervention." Qian Rinxua paused, realizing her emotions had spiraled out of control. When it came to matters concerning Qian Ning Shuang, she easily lost her composure, especially after enduring daily frustrations. "Then it is settled. You may continue to remain hidden." With a composed demeanor, Qian Rinxua returned to her seat. Resuming her tea, as her mind cleared, she began contemplating how to quell the impending rebellion. Rebellions were not surprising. Likely, yet another drunken noble felt emboldened and believed they could assert their prowess. A swift military maneuver around Checheng would resolve the issue, and these pests would eagerly seize the opportunity to share in the spoils and expand their territories. How should one arrange this? Is it possible to seize this opportunity to undermine a few noblemen whom one finds disagreeable, or perhaps even to discreetly eliminate a couple? No. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue realized something. Xiaoshuang, a month ago in Ra City, a rebellion, the uprising that began in Ra City. Reflecting on Qian Ningxuang's usual disdain for the so-called nobility and her constant emphasis on the lower class, a smile crept upon Qian Rinxue's lips. She had already surmised the true nature of the rebellion. From here on, there was nothing to concern herself with, nor any need to fret over eliminating pests. She could simply sit back and enjoy the spectacle. As for the corpse of the bleeding count lying in the hall, who cares? This count may have descended from a lineage of nobility for generations. Whether his martial soul was virtuous or vile mattered not a whit. The sovereign, revered as the emperor, is no more significant in death than a commoner. Chapter 61. Reactions from all sides hang them all. In the city, Qian Ningxuang surveyed the lifeless bodies with a hint of disdain and instructed her subordinates to carry out the same task they had been engaged in for the past month, to hang the corpses of the pests on the city walls, or to find a high place for them. The Doluo continent lacked streetlights, so using the city walls or a high vantage point would suffice. After all, this is a traditional craft that must not be forgotten. Following closely behind Qian Ningxuang, the armored Gouda, upon hearing her command, waved his hand. And soon there were cheerful individuals eager to drag the bodies of the lords away. A month prior, after settling the refugees of Ra City, Qian Ningxuang realized that her resources were running thin. Ra City had an abundance of food, but how long could this group of refugees sustain themselves? Would they be expected to farm? The sowing season had already passed, and if she simply left, many would inevitably starve. But why must she leave? Since a rebellion had already ignited in Ra City, she decided to escalate her endeavors. Qian Ningxuang resolutely consolidated the resources of Ra City, leading her followers to seize grain and territory from neighboring cities. If any soul masters were present, she would take her companions, including Tianyao, along. If it became too arduous, she would call upon Emperor Tian. Every issue must be addressed with utmost care. As for why she did not summon Qian Chongling, that elder had become ensnared in a philosophical quandary after hearing a few stories from Qian Ningxuang, and she did not wish to trouble him. After securing the territory, they commenced their traditional methods of disposing of the nobility and the wealthy. Any with a blemished reputation were all fair game. Subsequently, They began distributing wealth and sustenance to the entire populace, winning hearts as they prepared to assault the next city. Throughout this process, Qian Ningxuang's following grew increasingly larger. After all, at least there was food to eat. The number of soul masters gradually increased as well, to the point that it was no longer necessary for Qian Ningxuang and her companions to take action. They had amassed several hundred soul masters, ranging from novice to advanced levels, with some already attaining the rank of soul sect, while others were merely 10 levels deep. The soul masters were not all unwavering in their allegiance to Qian Ningxuang. Rather, Emperor Tian's soul rings were somewhat intimidating. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as they were not the tyrants of the past, Qian Ningxuang would accept them, expanding her forces. One cannot expect individuals raised in the deeply entrenched hierarchies of the Dolaw world to possess enlightened views. Even if their mindsets were to be transformed, it would require time. Miss, what are our next actions? Gouda, having witnessed the removal of the corpses, respectfully inquired of Qian Ningxuang. This middle-aged man, who had once endured beatings from ruffians, was now a commander of the new army. The term new army was what Qian Ningxuang had chosen, signifying a new life, a fresh outlook, and a new era. Of course, for impoverished individuals like Gouda, who had once been a refugee, the concept of a new era was foreign. They merely understood that following Qian Ningxuang was the right course of action. After all, was it not sufficient to be well fed? Qian Ningxuang turned to Gouda, observing this man, not a soul master, yet formidable enough to keep a dozen men at bay after having dined well. According to Gouda, he had been a hunter before his days as a refugee, which explained his strength. Uncle Gouda, did I not mention that we must conquer the entire northern region of Tiando? Gouda smiled at the sight of Qian Ningxuang's radiant golden hair and her sunny disposition. Indeed, was there any need to question further? Just follow the light. In Tiando City, within the imperial palace, Emperor Xia, though the title of emperor was somewhat dubious, was reclining in a chair adorned with snow fox fur, observing the performances before him. An elderly minister entered the grand hall, prompting the music and dance to cease. Shuya was not angered. He merely accepted the memorial presented by his attendant and began to read. What could be of such import as to warrant your presence, minister? Ah, it seems there is a minor rebellion in the northern region. Rebellions, of course, were not significant enough to trouble the emperor, but the crown prince remained in the north. What if he were affected? The old minister appeared concerned for the safety of Xue Qinghe. It is precisely because Qinghe is there that I am untroubled with his capabilities. Handling a rebellion is but a trifle. The minister seemed to realize his overzealousness, allowing himself a sigh of relief. With Xue Qinghe present, there was indeed less cause for concern. Noticing the chancellor's reaction, Shuya chuckled, savoring the grapes offered by a beautiful attendant, and then ordered, "Resume the music and dance." As the performance resumed, the chancellor, who had devoted his life to the affairs of the Tiando Empire, sighed, harboring an inexplicable apprehension that this rebellion would not be a simple affair. Yet, if the emperor was unconcerned, what use was it for an old man to fret? The scene shifted once more. In the hall of the Pope, within the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong gazed at the reports detailing the destruction of several branches in the northern Tiando region, her expression unchanged. As always, she welcomed the growing number of enemies of the Spirit Hall. If they were destroyed, so be it. In the Dolua Hall, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, facing away from all present beneath the statue of the angel. However, he was not clad in a simple robe, but rather in a ceremonial garb embroidered with golden crocodiles. It was Tian Yi, who was still busy delivering remains across the continent. He had no time to linger in the Dolua Hall. After concluding his daily tasks, Tian Yi found great pleasure in standing under the angel statue, lost in thought. It was not that he had acquired the angel's divine power or had passed any celestial trials. Rather, he simply understood why Qian Daolu so favored this pose. It was indeed impressive. In Qian Ningxuang's words, very cool. However, there was another sentiment Qian Ningxuang dared not voice. This was also somewhat pretentious. Second brother, something has happened. The sudden voice within the Dolua Hall interrupted Tian Yi's reverie. Nevertheless, he maintained his posture, hands clasped behind his back, facing away from the crowd. Upon entering the hall, Yinlong observed Tian Yi's stance and subtly curled his lip, internally scoffing. Is he just putting on a show now that elder brother is absent? Just wait until elder brother returns. We will see what happens. Yet, conversely, this posture, this demeanor of superiority was indeed impressive. It seemed worth enduring a beating to experience it oneself one day. There is no need for alarm. Third brother, you are a revered member of the Spirit Hall. Maintain your composure. Has he not only adopted the stance, but also the tone? Yin Long's lips curled further, wishing to strike him, but alas, he was no match for him. Several branches of our Spirit Hall in the northern Tiando region have been destroyed. Oh, it seems Tang Hao has found some courage again? No, it is a small rebellion that has occurred locally, and I suspect it is the doing of Shuang. Tian, it was taken aback. If one wishes to play outside, so be it, but why destroy one's own Spirit Hall? Did the ancestor not intervene? This time, Tian he no longer maintained his previous demeanor, turning to Yin Long with a puzzled inquiry. Why should he intervene? A drought has struck the northern lands of Tiando, and those distant branches have always operated on their own accord. Brother, you are well aware of this. Tian nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. The branches closer to Spirit City might still be managed, but those farther away truly depend on the personal integrity of their respective branch leaders. Spirit City did not neglect its duties. In the past, they would send people to eliminate a few every 5 or 6 years. However, since Bibi Dong took power, it seems they have genuinely ceased to care, focusing solely on suppressing various Soul Master sections. They aim to seize power gradually. Any abrupt actions could lead to the fragmentation of the Spirit Hall. As for deposing the Pope Bibi Dong, that is absurd. The worship hall possesses such authority, but it also hinges on the identity of the Pope. If Qian Chongling were to occupy that position, who would dare to act against him? Although Bibi Dong is not Qian Chongling, she is still a super Daw at level 98 and a divine tester, backed by divine forces. She cannot be dismissed so easily. Indeed, it was already known in the worship hall that Bibi Dong is a divine tester. Those who roam the Dolua Hall daily are certainly familiar with the aura of divine power. They even learned that she is backed by the Rakshasa god after Qian Chongling's awakening, thus realizing that the Pope, once elevated due to Qian Doliu's guilt, could now never be deposed. What to do about attracting the attention of the divine realm? Therefore, brother, what should we do in this situation? With the destruction of the spirit branches, we cannot simply pretend nothing has happened. We must take action. Yin Long's words snapped Tiani back to reality. This matter is indeed quite vexing. The second lady of the Spirit Hall has destroyed the spirit branches, and not just 1 or 2. How are we to manage this? Tiani surmised the reason for Qian Chongling's inaction. The Blood Pope, after all, was known for her ruthless ways. Not only did she slay enemies, but during reforms, the Spirit Hall also suffered significant losses. Ultimately, Tiani made a decision. It was just a beating, after all. With tough skin and flesh he would endure. I will journey to the northern lands of Tiando. Also, third brother, have the snow leopard accompany me to the northern lands. Did Schwanger not capture the entirety of the Broken Clan? Keeping them in Spirit City is a waste of resources. Let us take them to the northern lands of Tiando. He pondered what Schwanger intended to do with this obstinate group. 3 months later, what was initially perceived as a minor rebellion that warranted little concern had now compelled forces across the continent to focus their attention on the northern lands of Tiando. Half of the region had been seized by the so-called rebels, and news of the composition of these so-called rebels had spread throughout the continent. The various nobles on the continent, upon hearing this news, were filled with indignation. These self-proclaimed new army rebels were entirely different from historical rebels. They showed no respect for the noble lineage and, upon arrival at any location, would hang the nobles, subjecting those once of esteemed blood to further humiliation. Of course, the hanging of the nobles in the northern lands of Tiando primarily caused these nobles to feel a sense of shared grief rather than outright hatred. What truly incited their desire to rush to the northern lands and eradicate the rebels was the fact that these rebels not only hung nobles, but also redistributed the wealth accumulated over generations to the commoners. An act that was utterly intolerable. The hard-earned fortune of several generations, acquired through intelligence and effort, was thus given to the lazy and ignorant commoners. This was a disgrace to noble honor. Moreover, there were certain slogans emanating from the northern lands of Tiando that the nobles could only dismiss with disdain. Nonsense. How could commoners ever be of the same caliber as nobles? How could their spirits compare? Yet, in the end, these nobles could only harbor their bitterness in silence. They did not dare to march into the northern lands, for behind the rebels stood a limit de law who had effortlessly defeated the Spirit Hall's own limit de law. Upon his arrival in the northern lands of Tiando, His Excellency Tian, he found himself bloodied and battered at the hands of this limit Doloa, retreating in disgrace back to Spirit City. It is worth noting that His Excellency Tiani is also a limit Doloa. Thus, they could only curse the rebels in their hearts, too fearful to confront them in the northern lands. For at this moment, whether one was a commoner or a noble, death ultimately held the same meaning. Within the court of Tiando, Shui had lost all interest in enjoying songs and dances. Instead, his face reflected a palette of negative emotions, fear, anxiety, and anger intermingled. If the limit Doa named Ling Qinya, known as Eternal Night, were merely after territory, the solution would be simple. They could concede the throne of the Tiando Emperor to him, and Shui Yi could content himself with the life of a nobleman. However, the issue was that this new army aimed to eliminate the nobility, creating a conundrum. They were powerless to fight back and could not allow the so-called new army to invade Tiando City. The entire court of Tiando was left in a state of paralysis. Once again, it was the Seven Treasures glazed sect and still the world's foremost sage, Ning Fengji, though the setting had shifted to the sect's assembly hall. Ning Fengji was also feeling quite perplexed. Who could explain to him why the world was changing so rapidly? Originally, he had thought the Haotian sect, poised to become the next dominant power, had turned into an evil spirit master sect and faded away. He had resolved to risk his life and ally with the old dominant power, the Spirit Hall. Yet now there emerged another limit Doa capable of challenging the Spirit Hall. Is it truly so easy to attain the status of limit Doloa? It has only been a few decades. First Tang Chun and Qian Daolu, and now Tiani and this limit Doa named Ling Qinya, not to mention another named Poseidon overseas. Why is it that no limit Doloa has emerged from my Seven Treasures glazed sect? Of course, despite the confusion, life must go on. What direction should the Seven Treasures glazed sect take next? Ning Fengji fell into deep contemplation. The Luo Empire, a nation that grew from a small marquis to one of the two great empires of the continent, possesses a territory less than half that of the Tiando Empire. Though small in land, Xingluo's combat prowess is formidable. Had it not been for the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall, Tiando might have already been consumed by Xingluo. The strength of Xingluo can be attributed to several factors. Firstly, unlike Tiando, which is named an empire but is essentially a federation of nobles, Xingluo, in the words of Qian Ningxuang, is a true empire in the sense of Dolaw, an extremely centralized regime, a strong government, and rampant militarism. Secondly, the leaders of Xingluo throughout history have been ruthless, not only to others but also to themselves. At this moment, Dai Tianfeng, the contemporary leader of Xingluo, was perusing intelligence regarding the northern lands of Tiando, relishing the turmoil of the rebellion. The emergence of a new army was to his liking, and he even wished to compose a celebratory song. As for the new army's actions against the nobility, Dai Tianfeng was indifferent. To him, nobles were expendable. While governance may require their assistance, he could easily eliminate a few whenever he saw fit. He now hoped the new army would escalate their actions, ideally creating further chaos across the continent, allowing Xingluo to reap the benefits. A limit Doluo is sufficient to disrupt the continental balance. Of course, whether that limit Doluo is willing to stir the pot is beyond Dai Tianfeng's control. He is currently troubled by how to deal with his useless third son, who has fled from the heavenly. As a member of the Dai family, how could he be so afraid of death? This would surely provoke laughter from the various factions across the continent. Unless something unexpected occurs, Dai Tianfeng believes that his third son is indeed worthless, and he should focus on nurturing his eldest son. Chapter 63. Reform. The memories that bring tears to one's eyes are often akin to this moment. Qian Ningxuang's current thoughts are encapsulated within the walls of the former lord's mansion in Qikasheng, now transformed into the command center of the new army. She is bent over a table, her brow furrowed as she confronts a mountain of documents. The thrill of rebellion was exhilarating, and it felt good to challenge the nobility. But now the troublesome matters have arisen. She has not slept for 3 days and nights, and, by all accounts, rest will be elusive for the foreseeable future. Sooner or later, she will work herself to death. The new army has already captured half of the northern territories of Tiando, and with the expansion of their dominion comes a slew of administrative affairs. The detrimental effects of executing nearly all the nobles are now manifesting. As almost all governmental responsibilities have fallen upon the new army, which is predominantly composed of former commoners, most of whom are barely literate. Consequently, Qianning Shuang must handle these matters herself. Of course, if it were merely a matter of managing administrative duties, it would not be overly burdensome. She could simply replace the original management structures of Tiando with the Spirit Hall branches, which are designed to permeate every city across the continent. However, the crux of the issue lies in Qianning Shuang's desire to implement more advanced policies for agriculture, military, economy, livelihood, urban planning, and law, rather than adhering to the old methods of governance over the territories she has now claimed. Having read the original Law novels in her past life, Qianning Shuang believed that the existence of soul power and soul masters would suffice for productivity, provided that the right mindset was in place. Yet, upon arriving in this world and witnessing the reality of managing land firsthand, she realized she had been somewhat naive. Firstly, regarding soul masters in her previous life, Qianning Shuang thought of them as the bearers of advanced productivity. However, they are far fewer in number than she initially assumed. The original narrative is told from Tang San's perspective, surrounded by soul masters, which creates the illusion that they are plentiful, as if the entire continent were populated by them. Yet, through a modern lens, it becomes evident that soul masters are indeed rare. It is quite fortunate to find even one capable of cultivation among hundreds. Although no comprehensive census has been conducted, the Spirit Hall has registered merely over 20,000 soul masters. This is not a large number. In fact, it is minuscule, to the point where if these 20,000 were cast into the vast population of Doluo, they would barely make a ripple. While there are certainly unregistered hidden soul masters, their numbers would not exceed 20,000. Among this total, 3/4 are combat soul masters who consume resources without producing, while only 1/4 possess some productive capability as supportive soul masters. Moreover, thousands of soul masters perish annually due to conflicts. Furthermore, the profession of soul master has a lengthy growth cycle. Not everyone is a protagonist endowed with innate soul power. The majority are low-level soul masters, with only a select few reaching the pinnacle. Thus, the soul master community does not accurately represent Doluo's productivity. So, who then embodies the true productive force of Doluo? It remains the common people, countless in number. Be it through handicrafts or agriculture, these innumerable lower-class individuals are the true representatives of advanced productivity. However, it must be noted that the existence of martial spirits has indeed marginally enhanced Doluo's productivity. Without them, the population could not be sustained, especially when compared to the feudal societies of Qianning Shuang's past life. The second major factor is ideology. The quality of the populace mirrors that of a feudal society, with similar value systems. Thus, stubbornness equates to self-destruction, while dogma leads to demise. Adaptability to local conditions and responsiveness to circumstances is essential. One must pursue a path that aligns with national character and situational realities, progressing with caution. Many issues require a pragmatic approach, grounded in reality. Yet some aspects are simply outdated and necessitate reform. Clearly, such an immense undertaking would overwhelm even a multitude of shadow clones. Yet Qianning Shuang has managed to assemble a management team, albeit not entirely to her satisfaction. For instance, upon reviewing a report written by a Guiwen, she was immediately exasperated. Summon a Guiwen to me. After a short while, a young man in his 20s, with a sullen expression that suggested he was no paragon of virtue, entered the once grand conference hall of a former lord. Qianning Shuang scrutinized the Guiwen, whose name was peculiar and often left her feeling perplexed about the nature of humanity. To set aside the oddity of his name, a Guiwen was originally a count, a soul master of only level 20 with several brothers, and was expected to be part of the nobility. However, amidst a swarm of insects, he emerged as a rare beacon of compassion, having generously donated his wealth to aid disaster victims. Following the arrival of the new army, Qianning Shuang had an encounter with this unique noble. Her first question to him was, "You are a significant noble. You must understand that depleting your estate to aid the suffering will leave you vulnerable to being consumed by other so-called nobles. Why would you still choose to do so?" A Guiwen remained silent for a moment, for they lived in great hardship, as Qian Chongling had remarked. He was neither the first to gaze upon the common folk, nor would he be the last. There will always be those who look towards the masses. Ultimately, Qianning Shuang decided to keep a Guiwen by her side, as she was in dire need of assistance. Despite his good nature, he still exhibited certain noble flaws. For instance, the report Qianning Shuang was reviewing, authored by Guiwen, was filled with ornate language yet devoid of substance, failing to address the pertinent issues. This style of verbose writing, in noble parlance, would be termed noble elegance. Guiwen, I must reiterate, please refrain from writing such empty verbiage in the future. You are not writing solely for my eyes. Some reports and announcements must be displayed for all to see. Who will comprehend what you have penned? One of Qian Ningxuang's decisions upon her arrival was to ensure that certain policies affecting the common people would be publicly posted. Yes, I shall certainly amend my ways. My lady, Guiwen replied, lowering his head, for he had been chastised by her numerous times. Yet, every time he took up the pen, he found it hard to resist the urge to embellish his writing. Very well, return to your duties, she said. Everyone has their responsibilities, and a mere reprimand was sufficient. Watching Guiwen depart, Qian Ningxuang reclined at her seat, speechless and yearning for him to truly improve in the future. She longed for a versatile aide akin to Rita, much like the true Yulan dare. Meanwhile, a silent cry echoed within Qian Ningxuang's heart. Chapter 64, Rita Achu. At the Royal Academy of Tiando, a girl with ash-blonde hair and wine-red eyes sat beneath the competition stage, intently observing the sparring of the Sure brothers above. Suddenly, Rita sneezed inexplicably. What is wrong, Rita? Inquiringly approached her. Vivian expressed her concern upon witnessing her junior sister's sneeze. It's nothing, just a slight itch in my nose. The girl named Rita smiled reassuringly at Duguyen. Observing Rita's smile, Duguyen hesitated, reflecting on her junior sister's numerous admirable traits. Her culinary skills, extensive knowledge, and extraordinary prowess. Yet, the most perplexing aspect remained that Rita greeted everyone with the same graceful smile. It was not the act of smiling that posed a problem, but rather the fact that Rita smiled at everyone, whether it was the nobility or the multitude of suitors from the Martial Soul Academy. Her demeanor remained unchanged, leaving those young men deluded in their affections. Even when addressing common beggars, she maintained that same serene smile. It was as if a formidable wall encased her heart, keeping everyone at bay. Within this enclosure, Rita's perception of others remained uniformly indifferent. There were, however, two notable exceptions, one incident involving Shui Peng and another with Yu Qianheng. Shui Peng had recklessly trampled an elderly man while galloping through Tiando City, and upon learning of this, Rita had sought him out at the academy, enraged, and inflicted severe injuries upon him. It took 6 months for Shui Peng to recover and return to the Tiando Royal Academy, after which he never dared to appear before Rita again. The second incident involved Yu Qianheng, the original captain of the Tiando Royal team. At that time, it was common knowledge that Yu Qianheng was pursuing Rita, for reasons unknown. One day, she challenged him to a duel, resulting in the once proud Yu Qianheng resigning from his position and retreating in disgrace to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Consequently, Rita assumed the role of captain of the Tiando Royal team, while De Guyen contemplated ways to open her junior sister's heart. Rita was preoccupied with intelligence she had received from her mentor, De Gubo, regarding a rebellion in the northern border of Tiando. Rita had little interest in the details of the rebellion itself. Rather, she was intrigued by its leader, a golden-haired knight wielding a spear. This rebel leader, said to be named Bianca Yolandel, was perceived by others as likely a relative of the enigmatic knight monarch, merely stirring up trouble. While the real authority lay with the formidable Limit Dolaw, Rita was unconcerned with who held power. Upon hearing this information, she felt an irresistible urge to travel to the northern border of Tiando to discern whether this so-called new military leader was indeed the person she had been contemplating. Having resided in this world known as Dolaw for nearly a decade, Rita had little to boast about regarding her origins. Her parents were merely minor soul masters, and her name, Rita Rosewiser, echoed that of a character from a game in her previous life, perhaps hinting at a predestined connection. As a child, standing before a mirror, she often pondered why she increasingly resembled the character she had once portrayed. Tragically, her parents perished during a soul beast hunt when she was just 5 years old. Fortunately, her parents had garnered favorable connections, allowing her to survive on their friends' assistance and a small inheritance until the time of her martial soul awakening, where she discovered her extraordinary potential. Soon after, the Tiando Royal Academy welcomed her, offering comprehensive support, and she became the disciple of the royal family's esteemed Dagobah. The speed at which she was taken under their wing left the martial soul hall blindsided, and by the time they realized they had lost a prodigious talent, they could do little but accept the situation. Reporting this incident to the martial soul city, BB Dong, who handled the notification, merely glanced at the details. Innate full soul power and a super martial soul. What a plethora of geniuses in this era. However, upon noticing that Dugabo, the so-called shame of the title, had taken her as a disciple, she felt reassured, assuming that Rita's future would be inconsequential. Even if she were to flourish, it would not matter, as Dugabo's relationship with the martial soul hall was tenuous, and having another enemy in the future was preferable. Rita, for her part, felt indifferent about it all. She had heard of Doluo in her previous life, often listening to her unfortunate friend ranting about it, about the pure and pristine Tang San and a gaggle of love-struck fools. At the time, her responses had been mere affirmations, but she had little interest in the intricacies of Doluo. She was not like her friend, who drifted through life, occasionally venturing out for leisure, oblivious to the mundanities of existence. Aside from playing games together and occasionally seeking refuge from the pressures of marriage imposed by her friend, Rita led a busy life, leaving her little time or inclination to delve into the moral quandaries of an online novel. Upon arriving in Doluo, however, she found herself regretting not heeding her friend's rants. Yet, what did she do now? She had arrived and could not simply return to review the original text. All she could do was absorb knowledge as best as she could, taking each day as it came, and maintain her smile. Simultaneously, Rita harbored a lingering suspicion that she was not the only one to have traversed into Doluo. Just the night before, she had been sleeping in her friend's bed, and upon closing her eyes, she found herself awakening in a new world as an infant. Surely, the unfortunate soul lying beside her had also been swept away. This environment proved challenging for her to adapt to. Perhaps her friend's carefree heart was better suited for such a tumultuous existence. Of course, this was merely conjecture, and she hoped her friend had not followed her into this absurd world. Just navigating this realm had been overwhelming enough. The unfamiliar surroundings were genuinely disconcerting, and she could only find solace in reminiscing about her past life. She had resigned herself to the notion of quietly blending into this world for the remainder of her life, with the utmost attention paid to her friend's complaints about a certain character named Tang San. However, upon encountering the intelligence regarding the rebellion, she was struck by a wave of familiarity, familiar tactics, familiar slogans, and familiar characters, leading her to question her very existence. Surely, she could not have been dragged here too. Yet, if she had, she could not deny her excitement at the prospect of a familiar narrative guiding her through this adventure. Oh, how delightful. Unfortunately, the situation in the northern border was chaotic, and her mentor, Dugabo, was unwilling to venture into danger, nor would he permit her to roam the northern territories. Thus, she would have to wait a while longer. After all, it had already been nearly a decade of darkness. A little more time was of no consequence. Switching perspectives, Qian Ningxiang finally experienced a modicum of liberation. Qian Chongling had returned. This elderly man, who had recently triumphed over the heavenly crocodile, had vanished without a trace after his victory. Consequently, Qian Ningxiang could only watch helplessly as such a capable ally slipped away. The Blood Pope, after all, was well-versed in governance and reform. He had simply wandered off, leaving behind only a group of companions who were utterly inept. The brawny Emperor Tian, the perpetually entertaining Gu Yuna, the brash and reckless Tian Yao, and Gu Qiu'er, who could do little more than eat. Relying on these incapable comrades was less fruitful than depending on the foundation Qian Ningxiang had gathered from the northern border of Tiandou, although that group was hardly reliable either. Chapter 65. The broken Imperial Guard gazing at the handsome figure before her, Qian Ningxiang doubted her own perception. With golden hair cascading to his waist, clad in a fitted white outfit, and green eyes filled with melancholy, this striking individual stood before her, proclaiming himself to be Qian Chongling. Where was the elderly ancestor she had known, with his white hair and amiable demeanor? Qian Chongling, seemingly unfazed, lifted Qian Ningxiang from her chair and seated himself to begin reviewing documents. After scrutinizing him for some time, Qian Ningxiang could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked, "Old man, how have you transformed into this?" Casually placing aside several documents that had been signed and annotated, Qian Chongling resumed his corrections on the next file, not lifting his head as he remarked, What is so peculiar about this? I was once a supreme deity, and my appearance can be altered at my whim. So, have you regained your divine powers? Not quite. Restoring divine prowess is not the same as reconstructing a physical form. The Luo star, in comparison to the divine realm, is incomplete in certain aspects, making the restoration all the more challenging. And what stage do you currently occupy? In the past, I could easily dispatch a divine official. It would require some effort to contend with a triad deity, and a secondary deity was a struggle. As for a primary deity, it was best to flee. Now, however, I can effortlessly handle an extremist, barely manage a divine official, and still choose to retreat from a triad deity. Qian Ningxiang was perplexed. How can your cultivation seem to regress as you restore it? Why is that, Elder? I have fused my original divine position. Why would you do that? Because I have glimpsed another path, one that transcends the divine kings. Qian Ningxiang was now even more bewildered, setting down the documents. Qian Chongling raised his gaze and cast a glance at her. Telling you would be futile, you would not comprehend. Focus on your own cultivation. That is what you ought to be doing. Oh, so, Elder, you still haven't told me why you chose to appear youthful? My previous elderly visage was to better embody the identity of our ancestors. Now, however, I feel that my blood is still warm. A youthful form is more fitting as I embark on a new journey. What insights has this old man gleaned from those tales? Observing the increasingly confused expression on Qian Ningxiang's face, Qian Chongling stood up and approached her, lightly tapping her forehead. Do not overthink it. Your realm differs from mine, and thus, your perceptions are naturally distinct. Now, I have returned. You should attend to your own matters. If you do not wish to, then do not, Qian Ningxiang thought, covering her forehead in exasperation. Yet, upon hearing Qian Chongling's final words, she could not help but feel puzzled. After spending nearly half a month immersed in administrative duties, what matters could there possibly be? Noticing Qian Ningxiang's dazed expression, Qian Chongling returned to his seat, unable to suppress a sigh. This descendant possesses many admirable qualities, talent, capability, and a commendable disposition, yet she occasionally appears absent-minded. Ningxiang, were you not to send a letter to capture the members of the family before arriving at Tiando? The cloud leopard has been waiting outside with this group for 2 days. Also, you reached level 30 a month and a half ago. Why have you not sought a soul ring? Do not tell me you have begun to believe that theory you have long derided, that one can continue to cultivate soul power without obtaining a soul ring. Elder, I have simply been busy. There has been no time. To suggest I believe in some foolish theory is rather insulting to my intelligence, Qian Ningxiang retorted, her face contorted in disdain. She had genuinely forgotten. And as for believing in some foolish theory, please. The theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls is well known. Any soul master with a modicum of intelligence and education would not subscribe to such nonsense. Take, for instance, the idea that a soul ring bottleneck does not hinder the increase of a soul master's soul power. It merely means one cannot progress to the next level without a soul ring's guidance. Perhaps the teacher who copied from the text in the martial soul city did not complete the passage. For the text also states that such increases in soul power have limits and occur slowly, requiring several times the effort to achieve a mere 5 levels of soul power increase. Thereafter, obtaining a soul ring is essential to restore normal cultivation speed. If we were to follow the teacher's theory, soul masters would not need to toil and hunt soul beasts every 10 levels. They could simply meditate at home and eventually acquire multiple soul rings all at once. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Then I shall take my leave, Elder. With a wave, Qian Ningxiang dashed out of the hall, finally feeling liberated. Qian Chongling paid her no mind and continued to delve into the familiar administrative tasks. Ultimately, under the guidance of Gouda, Qian Ningxiang found Cloud Leopard Delois and a group of bound individuals at a manor in the eastern part of Che City. Surrounding these captives were several burly men standing guard. Having sent Gouda off to continue his studies, for he needed to learn, previously a mere hunter, he had now ascended to the rank of general overseeing thousands, and the few characters he knew were far from sufficient. While Gouda joyfully rushed off to his studies, Qian Ningxiang scrutinized the foremost individual among the bound captives. His expression was one of defiance, with 2 scars prominently displayed across his exposed chest. It was likely he was Yang Wudi, the leader of the family. Second, miss, this is Yang Wudi, the leader of the family, Cloud Leopard introduced. confirming Qian Ningxiang's suspicions. The reason Qian Ningxiang had specifically instructed Cloud Leopard Deluo to capture members of the family was similar to many predecessors who had traversed realms. This sect had left a relatively positive impression in the original narrative. Second miss, this is Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu family. Just as Qian Ningxiang contemplated how to subdue the resolute members of the family, Cloud Leopard introduction left her astonished. Was this a buy one get one free scenario? Niu Gao, leading the Yu family, had previously met with the second Mississippi, a robust man with a face resembling a heavy jujube and hair as short and spiky as steel needles bowed slightly towards Qian Ningxiang. Simultaneously, Niu Gao's gaze could not help but appraise the second miss of the martial soul hall, who, according to Cloud Leopard Daw, had spared the lives of his old friend Yang Wudi and his clan. Niu Gao had brought the Yu family to the northern border of Tiando alongside Cloud Leopard Deluo due to the family. When a martial soul hall was investigating the 4 single attribute families, Niu Gao had readily complied with all of Cloud Leopard's inquiries. He was not a titan and had over 100 clan members' lives to consider. Confronting them head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Niu Gao firmly believed that the Yu family had no ties to the evil soul masters of the Haotian sect. The submission to the Haotian sect had merely been due to their overwhelming strength, and now, once more yielding to a stronger force was not an issue. The martial soul hall had indeed found no evidence against them, and as Cloud Leopard Luo proceeded to his next target, Niu Gao felt a sense of relief. However, the next day, he realized that while he was willing to yield, it did not mean his old friend, with his stubborn nature, would do the same. Thus, Niu Gao hurriedly led the Yu family to the territory of the family, not to confront the martial soul hall, but rather to persuade his old friend to avoid conflict. He hoped that by bringing his clan, they could help the martial soul hall subdue the obstinate family and prevent unnecessary confrontation. Now, should something untoward occur, no one would speak out in your defense. Only the companions of evil soul masters would declare that the fallen deserved their fate. Upon his arrival, Niu Gao discovered that Cloud Leopard had successfully captured the entirety of the family. Seeing that none had perished, only a few severely injured, he breathed a sigh of relief, though a bitter taste began to settle in his heart. Now that a confrontation had occurred, it indicated that Yang Wudi had indeed resisted. The capture might merely serve as a prelude to a more dire fate. Consequently, Niu Gao proposed that the entire clan join the martial soul hall, pledging their loyalty to the martial soul hall, believing that a soul Daw and the Yu family would still hold some value for the martial soul hall. Cloud Leopard, however, responded, joining is one thing, but releasing the family is out of the question. Thus, Niu Gao, along with the Yu family, followed the family to Martial Soul City, arriving at the northern border of Tiando while simultaneously enjoying the hospitality of the Martial Soul Hall, all the while pondering the intentions of the second miss that Cloud Leopard had mentioned. Chapter 66. Yet she offered too much. The Yu clan's arrival was of little concern to Qian Ningxiang. She would have ample opportunity to inquire later. Her current preoccupation lay with subduing the clan. Observing Yang Wudi's expression, one that reflected a resignation to his potential demise, she felt genuinely perplexed about how to articulate her intentions. After much contemplation, she resolved to be forthright, realizing that negotiation was not her forte. Chief Yang Wudi, she began, I am not one for circumlocution, so I shall speak plainly. My aim is to bring your entire clan under my banner. Yang Wudi scoffed at her words, dismissing the notion of subjugating the clan as mere folly. Nevertheless, he found a certain charm in the directness of the second lady of the Spirit Hall. Undeterred by his derision, Qian Ningxiang continued, Of course, I do not expect to win you over without offering something of value. There are 3 benefits to consider. First, I can assist you, Chief Yang, in breaking through to the title Doloa rank. If you strive diligently, achieving the level of Super Doloa is not beyond the realm of possibility. With Baiwa at my side, I am essentially a walking cultivation cheat. Second, I possess knowledge of the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. In no more than 3 years, I shall make the journey. And while the ethereal treasures within will nominally belong to me, you, Chief Yang, will have the privilege of borrowing them at your leisure. And third, I will provide your clan with a set of self-created soul skills, tailored specifically for the clan's unique soul weaponry. Qian Ningxiang had experimented with crafting soul skills before. As a traveler from another world, she was not lacking in creativity. Although the skills she had developed might not rival the sheer destructive power of the black and white flowers, they still held considerable merit in a realm where innovation was scarce. Young Wudi swallowed at heart, realizing that even one of these offerings would compel sects akin to his own to seek admission into the spirit hall. To receive all three was astounding. He felt a surge of indignation at the implication that he was being insulted, yet he could not voice it, for the bounty was simply too generous. The members of the clan behind him swallowed nervously, their faces betraying a longing to kneel before the second lady of the spirit hall. The old grievances between the clan and the spirit hall were relics of a bygone era. It was time to look forward. After all, their conflict stemmed merely from differing allegiances. Niu Gao and the Yu clan members too felt a pang of envy. While they were unfamiliar with the Eye of Ice and Fire, the first and third conditions alone were enticing. What a privilege! Hurry and accept, Chief Yang Wudi, they urged internally. Amidst the mounting pressure from all directions, beads of sweat began to form on Yang Wudi's brow. Naturally, he wished to exclaim his willingness to join the spirit hall and serve as the second lady's loyal subject. However, as the clan leader, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum, to cultivate an image of reluctance before yielding. After a moment's pause, Yang Wudi finally succumbed to the overwhelming expectations surrounding him. I have encountered the second lady before. From this day forth, whatever she requires, even if it leads us to the depths of hell, the clan shall follow unconditionally. I, Yang Wudi, swear by my martial spirit. The oath by martial spirit was the most solemn commitment on Doloa continent, one that none dared to contravene, for the consequences of failing to uphold it were dire. Even a deity, before their ascendance, would not casually invoke such a vow. The generous terms offered by Qian Ningxuang indicated her genuine regard for the clan. Setting aside distractions, Yang Wudi felt a profound sense of gratitude and was willing to pledge his loyalty with the utmost gravity. He cunningly reframed his allegiance as loyalty to the second lady rather than the spirit hall itself, which would sound more palatable in the future. Shortly thereafter, the estate that had once imprisoned the clan resounded with the voices of oaths sworn by martial spirit. Qian Ningxuang remained indifferent. She understood the significance of such vows. But having heard countless pledges from Qian Renshua during her youth, she felt little emotional stir. From her bracelet, she produced 2 tomes, tossing one to Yang Wudi and the other to Niu Gao, ensuring fairness since the latter had also sworn allegiance. As Yang Wudi eagerly unbound the tome, he recognized the elegant script of a woman, confirming his suspicion that it was authored by the second lady herself. The other members of the clan, despite still being restrained, crowded around Yang Wudi to catch a glimpse of the self-created soul skills. They now possessed their own set of unique techniques, akin to the renowned Haoyan sect, which had once claimed the title of the world's foremost sect. With this newfound skill set, Yang Wudi felt compelled to bow before Qian Ningxuang once more. With these techniques, the Haoyan sect was insignificant. Had his father possessed such abilities in the past, the clan would never have needed to align with the nefarious Haoyan sect. As for the techniques held by Niu Gao, they were likely less impressive, given that Qian Ningxuang had crafted them without much concern for defense. He would need to consult the elder regarding compensation with the 9 extremes of martial spirits. Shaking her head, Qian Ningxuang clapped her hands to draw the attention of the 2 clans. Now, you may practice your newly acquired techniques at your leisure. However, the Northern Territories are currently in need of manpower. Seek out a man named Egu Weiwen at the Administrative Hall. He will assign you your duties. But let me make one thing clear. Abandon your pride as soul masters. Should you fail to adhere to the rules I establish, I will not show mercy simply because you have sworn loyalty to me. Yes, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao, recovering from their initial excitement, acknowledged her warning. After all, during their time under the Haoyan sect, they had not merely been bound by its chaotic regulations, but also forced to defend its unruly disciples, only to return as practice targets for the sect's students. At that time, dignity was a fleeting notion, yet they had still reaped some benefits as the Haoyan sect would indiscriminately support them in times of trouble. However, not everyone was a member of the Li clan. One must retain a semblance of conscience and dignity to live comfortably. Oh, one last thing, she added, as the members of both clans prepared to depart the estate. Do not reveal my affiliation with the Spirit Hall to outsiders. My name in public is Bianca Yulendel. You may address one another as you wish, but refrain from calling me Second Lady, As they prepared to exit the estate, Qianning Shuang reminded them of the importance of discretion. Establishing a faction in the northern territories alongside her grandfather was inconsequential. It would merely signify the emergence of a new force on the continent. However, should their connection to the Spirit Hall be unveiled, it would invite hostility and aggression from across the realm, given its formidable reputation. Although the Spirit Hall remains unafraid. Once that time arrives, there will fundamentally be only one path to take. With the divine realm watching closely, the chaotic situation on the continent may go unnoticed. But once unification occurs, they will inevitably detect any irregularities. After all, the name Spirit Hall is on the divine realm's blacklist, making it vulnerable to repercussions. Now is not the time to confront the divine realm. Chapter 67. Crystal Dragon Blood Ginseng Uncle Yunbao. The Force clan was annihilated and the Yu clan was subdued. What about the Sensitivity clan? Once the members of the two clans departed from the estate, Qianning Shuang felt free to pose her question, as it was inappropriate to ask while Li Yu was present. The flock of white birds initially displayed defiance, but after I eliminated a few of their kin, they ceased to resist and willingly submitted to the investigation. And here is the crystal dragon blood ginseng you requested, which I have brought with me, Yunbao said, retrieving a wooden box from his spatial soul guide. Qianning Shuang accepted the box and opened it to reveal a blood-red ginseng, crystalline and translucent in appearance. The surface of the ginseng displayed a distinct pattern resembling a five-clawed dragon soaring through the skies. As she sensed the energy within the crystal dragon blood ginseng, she determined that she would not waste it on the loathsome rabbit spirit from the original text. It would be better suited for pigs, which would at least gain weight from it. Furthermore, as this ginseng is reputed to have effects complementary to the legendary Xiangxi Duan Changhong, it must be of a similar grade. While Qianning Shuang had only heard tales of such divine products, she had yet to witness one firsthand. Having already engaged with the 4 single attribute clans, she thought it prudent to acquire this ginseng and discern its uniqueness. She also pondered whether this divine herb could be ripened. If it could, then a bountiful harvest would be in order. At present, Qianning Shuang needed not consume it, but merely feel the energy within this so-called divine item. And she realized she could indeed cultivate it. Regrettably, without the seeds of the crystal dragon blood ginseng, she could not immediately ripen hundreds of them, consuming one after another in a display of extravagance. She tossed the crystal dragon blood ginseng back into Yunbao's arms, and before he could respond, declared, "Uncle Yunbao, it is yours now, consume it." Though she internally lamented the idea of feeding it to pigs rather than the rabbit spirit, she had no intention of truly using such a precious item for that purpose. Possessing the black abyss white flower, Qianning Shuang found herself unable to utilize this ginseng. Were it not for the gradual increase in her soul power and the current limitations of her physical prowess, she could have instantly ascended to divinity. As for divine products that enhance soul power, she surmised their utility would be minimal, likely providing only a slight boost. One could not excessively consume them to stack soul power. After all, the soul is the most vital aspect of a person, and it is best to exercise caution. Qianning Shuang would have to bide her time, allowing her soul to strengthen gradually. "Miss, I have completed the absorption." Yunbao's voice broke her reverie. She glanced at him. "Uncle Yunbao, how is your progress? Any improvements?" "Indeed, I have reached level 94, and 95 is close at hand. Most importantly, my chances of breaking through to Super Delois have significantly increased," he replied. Qianning Shuang nodded, aligning with her expectations. The so-called divine products, upon reaching this title, offer only marginal improvements. Her other hypothesis was confirmed. The divine products lauded in the original text are not as remarkable as claimed. Their enhancement is still contingent upon the individual's talent and level. The extent to which divine products can elevate one's abilities is inversely proportional to one's innate gifts. The greater the talent, the less the improvement. For instance, she and Qianren Xue would likely see minimal gains. This is not surprising. Pouring a bucket of water into a small barrel yields noticeable change, but the same action into a lake would not provoke any discernible difference. However, the degree of enhancement offered by the divine herb was now irrelevant, as Qianning Shuang intended to acquire them in bulk. For the moment, she had other matters to attend to. "This is a letter from my sister. Could you please deliver it before you return to Spirit City?" Taking the letter from Qianning Shuang, Yunbao did not inquire further and tucked it away without hesitation. Perhaps sending a titled Doluo to deliver a letter seemed excessive. Yet in familiar circles, the so-called plot to usurp the nation is trivial, and the correspondence between sisters is hardly critical. However, to outsiders, the identities of Qian Rinxue and Qian Ningxuang, regardless of how well-guarded, are of utmost importance. By the way, Uncle Yinbao, please send some funds to the Sensitivity clan upon your return. As she reached the estate's entrance, Qian Ningxuang turned back to add. She had no sudden inclination to subjugate the Sensitivity clan. A group of soul masters who could do little more than fly held no value for her. And she had no desire to conquer a clan intricately connected to the Tang God King. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. Should the Sensitivity clan resist or align themselves with the Haotian sect, then the crystal dragon blood ginseng could be seized without remorse. However, as they had shown submission, there was no need for such actions. A simple monetary gift would suffice, as taking their belongings unprovoked while claiming a connection would be rather shameless. Yes, Miss Yunbao acquiesced. As a titled Doluo, he was not particularly concerned about money. Having already consumed the crystal dragon blood ginseng, providing some funds was no great sacrifice, and he had profited immensely. Seeing Yunbao's agreement, Qian Ningxuang proceeded to find Gu Yuna, as she needed to focus on acquiring her third spirit ring. While she could handle it herself, it would be prudent to minimize her efforts. Moreover, she intended to inquire whether the holy sword Yulindel could assist in this endeavor. Chapter 68. The extreme north is situated at the northernmost point of Doluo continent, characterized by its extreme cold and considerable danger, earning it the reputation of a human forbidden zone. One of the 3 gathering places for soul beasts, though currently only 2 exist, with a third still overseas. Qian Ningxuang and Gu Yuna are now in the extreme northern region, being carried by Emperor Tian towards the heart of this icy realm. If it were merely a matter of obtaining a soul ring, there would be no need to venture to the extreme north. Emperor Tian could easily capture a soul beast and toss it into the city of Chia, allowing Qian Ningxuang to absorb it directly. After all, for her, a soul ring merely serves the purpose of elevating her rank, while the age of the soul skill holds little significance. However, this time, Qian Ningxuang whimsically desires a 100,000-year soul beast, necessitating a courtesy call to the decision-makers of the extreme north. Although such ancient soul beasts are plentiful, they are not mere consumables. The reason for choosing the extreme north instead of heading directly to the Stardow Forest, Gu Yuna's territory, is that the extreme north is relatively closer to their current location in the northern border of Tiando, making the journey simpler. As they approached the core area, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated through the frigid air. Emperor Tan, unmasked in his aura, soared directly toward the heart of the region, easily detectable by anyone with sight. Following the voice, a silhouette materialized in the sky before them. Before Emperor Tian could respond, Gu Yuna, perched on his back, spoke first. "Greetings, Snow Empress." The figure that had just been airborne now stood at Emperor Tian's side, hastily offering a salute. The title of Soul Beast Sovereign is not to be taken lightly. While not every soul beast outside the Stardow Forest may recognize Gu Yuna, the leaders of the major soul beast gathering places are well aware of her identity. Qian Ningxuang scrutinized the Snow Empress, the foremost among the 3 kings of the extreme north, and also one of the most prominent figures in a millennium. Appearing as a human, she possessed cascading white hair that flowed down her back to the ground, with ethereal azure eyes that seemed to pierce through the essence of the world. Her slender figure was flawless, and although her white gown bore no embellishments, it exuded an air of purity and grace. She was meticulous, reminiscent of a winter plum blossom, standing out in her elegance and beauty. Her white hair, and most importantly, her ample bosom, Qian Ningxuang thought to herself, reminding herself that this visit to the extreme north was for a serious purpose. Do not let beauty cloud your judgment. She diligently restrained her inner desires, forcing herself to divert her gaze from Gu Yuna's white hair. Ugh, so plain, so disappointing. Gu Yuna cast a suspicious glance back at Qian Ningxuang, feeling a hint of discomfort from her previous gaze, as if she had been offended. However, Gu Yuna discerned nothing amiss, as Qian Ningxuang had closed her eyes. Ultimately, Qian Ningxuang opted for ignorance, reasoning that as long as she could not see, it would not affect her. Gu Yuna observed Qian Ningxuang's closed eyes and smiled faintly. After years of companionship, she was well aware of Qian Ningxuang's little quirks and affections. Yet, this was not the time for such trivialities, and she redirected her attention to the Snow Empress. Snow Empress, we have come to the extreme north in search of a 100,000-year soul beast. Ideally, one that is nearing its end or has failed a heavenly tribulation. If such a beast cannot be found, one that lacks confidence in surviving the tribulation would suffice. Qian Shuang's requirements for the soul ring were not limited by the species or age of the soul beast, a fact Gu Yuna understood. However, the specific request for a 100,000-year soul beast puzzled her. When she inquired, Qian Shuang merely stated it was to confirm a hypothesis without elaborating further. Nevertheless, since they were seeking a 100,000-year soul beast, there would be choices. It was not feasible to utilize a soul beast with a future for a breakthrough. The rationale for Qian Shuang's request was simple. If her speculation could be substantiated by the holy sword, then she could express it freely. If not, there was no need for Gu Yuna to expend effort on it. As for why a 100,000-year soul beast was necessary, it was due to their unique ability to sacrifice. If her hypothesis proved correct, the task could be efficiently accomplished, and she would subsequently assist in their revival. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's request, the Snow Empress hesitated. Clearly wanted to ask something. She understood that the 100,000-year soul beast Gu Yuna sought was most likely intended for that human girl. Yet in the end, the Snow Empress refrained from questioning further, simply nodding before vanishing into the swirling snow. With the Snow Empress's departure, Emperor Tian descended, recognizing that since she had acquiesced, there was no need to continue towards a core area. As one of the three kings of the extreme north, he may not have been intimately familiar with the number of soul beasts in the region, but he was undoubtedly aware of the presence and locations of the 100,000-year soul beasts within his domain. Before long, the Snow Empress returned, leading a magnificent snow leopard before the group. "Greetings, my lord. Greetings, beast god." The imposing snow leopard lowered itself in a gesture of respect towards the two prominent figures. It recognized the beast god Emperor Tian, while Gu Yuna was introduced by the Snow Empress moments ago. "What is the purpose of your summons?" "The Snow Empress should have informed you." Emperor Tian assessed the snow leopard, noting that it bore no extraordinary bloodline. Its essence was intact, and it was neither on the brink of death nor in immediate danger from a heavenly tribulation. It seemed uncertain of its ability to withstand such trials. "Understood, my lord. I only hope that the Snow Empress will look after my kin in the future." The snow leopard felt its last traces of anxiety dissipate upon receiving the Snow Empress's nod and turned its gaze to the only human present. "Human girl, how may I assist you?" With the snow leopard poised for action, Qian Shuang took a deep breath, realizing that the outcome hinged on this moment. "I require you to perform a sacrifice for me, and I would appreciate it if Sister Na could document the details of the process, as it may prove invaluable if my hypothesis is correct. Rest assured, once the sacrifice is complete, I will facilitate your revival." Gu Yuna, gravely nodding, understood that the only method for Qian Shuang to absorb a 100,000-year soul beast was through sacrifice. Although she was unclear as to why it was necessary for her to record the process, she saw no harm in doing so. After all, she had witnessed the sacrifice of soul beasts only a few times. Those exceeding 10,000 years possessed this capability, but who would use it frivolously? Typically, sacrifices were made by those nearing their end or those who had failed to pass their tribulation, directed towards promising descendants within their clan. As for sacrifices made to humans, there seemed to be only one historical precedent within the Stardow Forest, the brain-dead blue-silver emperor who had been introduced by the Spirit Hall. Thus, witnessing a soul be sacrificed to a human was a first for Gu Yuna, and with Qian Shuang requesting her to meticulously note the details, she felt the gravity of the situation intensify. Soon, a crimson radiance enveloped the snowy expanse. Chapter 69. Revelation upon reopening her eyes. Qian Shuang found herself back in her body, gazing at the petite figure of the holy sword. Ulendel. "Ah, little Shuang, you're increasingly resembling Bianca. It has been ages. Today I must absorb the energy of a beautiful girl to my heart's content." Taking a deep breath, she seized the holy sword. "This time, I have serious inquiries for you. No frivolities." "Very well, but after I answer, you must allow me a proper embrace," Ulendel replied, disappointment evident on her face. "To what stage have you progressed in deciphering the world's rules?" "Still quite far, as my computational capacity is limited, but I have nearly unraveled the intricacies of the soul master profession." The analysis of soul masters is complete. Now, what is the nature of innate soul power among the people of Doloa? Why are those without innate soul power completely unable to cultivate? Furthermore, can innate soul power determine an individual's talent for cultivation? Innate soul power is the process by which a person's body absorbs the energy of heaven and earth before the age of 6, combining it into soul power. Whether an individual can form and retain soul power within their body depends on this process. If one fails to form it, they cannot cultivate. A higher level of soul power indicates a greater ability to form soul power. Thus, individuals with higher innate soul power cultivate at a quicker pace. Why is there such a distinction? Aren't we all human? Is there some special gene that determines whether one can absorb the energy of heaven and earth? It is somewhat related, but not a matter of genetics. If it were purely genetic, the concept of martial soul mutation would not exist. And after several million years of evolution, under the principle of survival of the fittest, everyone on the continent would have been able to cultivate long ago. The issue lies within the soul itself. Each person's soul is unique, and certain special souls possess perceptions beyond those of normal souls, which I refer to as the sixth sense. After a lengthy discussion, Qianning Shuang began to grasp the cultivation system reliant on bloodlines and appearances. Aside from the necessity of absorbing soul rings to break through, which seems to be the influence of the divine realm, she cannot fully understand why this is the case, but most of it aligned with her guesses. Is there any way for everyone to cultivate, such as through Xiantiangong? One might have to wait for technological advancements to resolve this sixth sense issue. However, I am not optimistic about this process, as humans have occupied this planet for millions of years, and its inhabitants remain in a feudal society. This situation is due to both the divine realm's influence and their own inherent civilizational deformities. Even if the divine realm were destroyed, it would take eons for them to recognize the issues within their cultivation system, perhaps waiting for the sun to explode to see if it might work. In your past life, you may have heard of the so-called Do-Si, where cultivation and talent still depend on appearance, even among cosmic civilizations. As for Xiantiangong, while I have not witnessed it, I can deduce its nature. It is merely a form of advanced cultivation. The amount of innate soul power remains unchanged. To be frank, if you wish to realize this, I suggest you, Xiao Shuang, venture into the stigmatist space deep within your soul, or stimulate the core of the ruler of death within the black abyss white flower, releasing some ruinous energy for a more tangible outcome. At this point, the holy sword Yulindel looked serious, genuinely contemplating that rather than attempting to change the cultivation system and civilization, it would be more practical to obliterate and restart it. Regarding the survival of this civilization, it had nothing to do with her weapon. When ruinous energy permeates the world, she would find joy in the chaos. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the world would be elevated, and Qianning Shuang would no longer have to endure the slow passage of time dictated by the world's rules. A world tainted by ruinous energy was familiar to her. There would be no need for tedious analysis, as she could simply take Qianning Shuang and revel in it. Releasing ruinous energy is certainly out of the question. Do you desire to lower the difficulty of the game? So, what is the essence of this sixth sense? The release of ruinous energy is not a concern. Qianning Shuang was more focused on this aspect, which she had been pondering but had not previously asked about. Let me put it this way. Before your traversal, could you consciously perceive any energy, such as internal power? After your traversal, can you feel it? The holy sword Yulindel, resembling a teacher explaining to a puzzled student, did not wait for Qianning Shuang's response and answered the question herself. The answer is that you could not before your traversal, but you can afterward. The difference lies in the sixth sense, which is akin to a form of perceptual obstruction. It is something you cannot see or touch. Would you consciously pay attention to it? Soul power embodies this concept. As for the so-called soul masters, they can see and feel this energy and consciously retain the energy generated within themselves. The clearer one perceives the sixth sense in their soul, the higher their innate soul power and talent. In other words, the inability to cultivate stems from a lack of the sixth sense? Precisely. If they cannot actively perceive energy, how could they consciously retain it? Even if they formed what is referred to as soul power, they would not know how to preserve it. I have an idea. Xiaoyu, what do you think? The holy sword Yulindel became intrigued. Today, this dum-dum, akin to Yulindel, suddenly seems to have a functioning brain. Although she had an inkling of what Qianning Shuang intended to do, she questioned the motive behind the assistance. Once again, it came down to the same point. Why should she care about the fate of this civilization? Her concern was solely for Qianning Shuang. Is it possible for a person to acquire this so-called sixth sense later in life? Or is there a method to bestow this sixth sense upon others? It is indeed possible. Why not? In my original world, people from the previous epoch had a profound understanding of the soul. As for the process of you going from having no sixth sense to possessing one, I now understand how the sixth sense of the soul functions. So, could we perhaps add something to facilitate this? For instance, the reality and thought. Qianning Shuang opened her eyes with the supplemental assistance from the holy sword Yulindel. Her idea had, in a sense, succeeded. Now, it was time to see what Gu Yuna would say. How is it, Xiao Shuang? Gu Yuna approached at just the right moment. Sister Na, did you grasp the sacrificial process? I have a general idea. Why do you ask? What if the spirit beast signed a contract with humans, a form of sacrifice that is similar yet distinct? Gu Yuna suppressed the urge to slap Qianning Shuang into the snow, realizing she was the one resisting the divine realm. Sacrificing a few 10,000-year spirit beasts is one thing, but you wish for all spirit beasts to sacrifice themselves for humanity. Observing Gu Yuna's expression, which was a mix of wanting to strike and holding back, Qianning Shuang understood that she had misunderstood something. Subsequently, Qianning Shuang leaned closer to Gu Yuna's ear and meticulously explained the method she had completed in collaboration with the holy sword Yulindel. After listening, a look of joy spread across Gu Yuna's face. If Qianning Shuang's idea were realized, the relationship between spirit beasts and humans would transform from adversaries into the best of partners. To be honest, Gu Yuna had always been concerned about the future of the spirit beast community. Even if they succeeded in resisting the divine realm, eliminating the need for soul masters to obtain soul rings from spirit beasts would not resolve the underlying issues. Doluo is not that vast. Eventually, conflicts would still arise. Not to mention that spirit beasts possess more than just soul rings. Thus, as a silver dragon king, she preferred to take on a human form for a day, following Qianning Shuang around, even bringing forth the crucial auspicious beast from the Stardow forest without hesitation, simply to ensure that this girl, who would one day surpass the divine kings, would not show undue favoritism towards humanity in the future. This is not something I can handle alone. I need to return and consult with Mr. Qian Chongling, as there are too many factors involved. This is already a matter that could alter the entire martial soul cultivation system. After the moment of joy, contemplation followed. Gu Yuna realized that accomplishing this task alone would be quite challenging. Ever since the Dragon God War, she had remained in the lower realms, and her experiences were somewhat limited. While she could manage matters concerning spirit beasts, anything related to humanity required the wisdom of the well-traveled Qian Chongling. No problem. There is no need to rush this. For now, let us focus on another matter. Gazing at the petite snow leopard emerging from the vivid crimson soul ring, Qianning Shuang let out a sigh. Chapter 70. Resurrection and Deception. As a time traveler, Qianning Shuang possessed an array of unusual artifacts within her. Among them were the holy sword Yulon Dyer, a stigmatous space, and the black abyss white flower. The holy sword Yulon Dyer required no introduction, while the stigmatous space was currently inaccessible to her. Even if she could enter, she would instantly disintegrate. As for the black abyss white flower, it had inexplicably transformed into a martial soul residing within her. Initially, she believed her martial soul to be the black abyss white flower itself, only to later realize the absurdity of that notion. If the black abyss white flower were to become her weapon, it would simply soar into the divine realm, rather than lingering below. The core of the lawgiver of death within the black abyss white flower would be too much for her body to endure. If she could withstand it, there would be no need to absorb any soul rings like those soul masters. The core of the lawgiver of death was equivalent to a super divine nucleus in this world, though its exact magnitude remained uncertain. Would she still need to adhere to the rules of the soul rings crafted in the divine realm? The black abyss white flower she wielded was merely a projection of the one within her, albeit a convoluted matter. Nevertheless, while her body could not fully support the black abyss white flower, she could still borrow its energies of death and life to some extent. Observing the pitiful little snow leopard, Qianning Shuang sighed once more. It was better that the formidable beings within her body had ejected it. She preferred not to have so many entities within her, as they could potentially cause chaos if an external soul intruded. She certainly did not wish to one day wield the Black Abyss White Flower against the destruction beast in Doa. Among the three great beings, two were unresponsive, while one could only manifest to absorb soul rings, which was quite convenient. These matters were secondary. The most pressing concern was to resurrect the snow leopard. Indeed, resurrection. The original conditions for reviving a sacrificial soul beast, such as the king's medicinal herbs, ultimately boiled down to the accumulation of life energy. Something Qian Ning Shuang could achieve herself, especially with Guyu Na by her side, who embodied the unity of spirit and flesh. As for the soul rings and soul bones, they were of little necessity to Qian Ning Shuang, regardless of the soul ring skills she acquired. The soul power that accompanied the absorption of the soul rings would be appropriated by the holy sword Yulan Daier. For her, soul rings were mere decorative elements for breakthroughs. Moreover, the soul ring had not been inscribed with soul skills by the holy sword Yulan Daier, making it something she was prepared to relinquish. As for soul bones, they were even less needed, as the holy sword Yulan Daier was intended to utilize 7 foundational control units as soul bones. Now that Qian Ning Shuang had already realized most of her aspirations, she had even less use for the so-called soul bones and soul rings. Should her plans fail, she could simply seek another avenue. With resolve, she released the life energy of the white flower, restoring the snow leopard, which lay in the snow, back to vitality, its brain still intact, and there was time to act. She pressed the soul of the snow leopard against its body, continuing to infuse it with life energy. Subsequently, the recently acquired Crimson Soul ring detached from Qian Ning Shuang, and the dazzling 10,000-year soul bone was drawn towards the snow leopard's body. Najia. Guyu Na understood Qian Ning Shuang's intentions, unsealing her own restraints. The original white-haired girl vanished, replaced by an elegant white-haired goddess. It was a farce that one could not easily undo their own seals. She stood beside Qian Ning Shuang, enveloping the snow leopard in her silvery divine power. In less than a moment, the snow leopard, once on the brink of death, opened its eyes again. Qian Ning Shuang, who had just regained her 31st level aura, reverted back to the 30th level. Thank you. You have truly aided us greatly this time. Leaning against Guyu Na, Qian Ning Shuang weakly patted the snow leopard. There was no alternative. Detaching the soul ring was akin to stripping the soul itself, painful and exhausting. The snow leopard gazed at Guyu Na and Qian Ning Shuang with gratitude, having initially believed its sacrifice would mark its farewell to the world. Naturally, it was willing to offer its life, which held no future, for the sake of its not-so-powerful clan. Even choosing to sacrifice its soul cultivation alongside its life after witnessing Qian Ning Shuang's mere 30th level. Little did it expect to come back to life so swiftly, and it sensed that it could undoubtedly overcome this tribulation, and even the subsequent two as well. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress observed Qian Ning Shuang with renewed interest. Initially, she thought the talk of resurrection was merely a courteous gesture to console the 10,000-year soul beast. To her surprise, it was indeed a genuine resurrection, and remarkably swift at that. At the same time, in the same grand hall of Lingstone City, the same swarm of insects and the same counterfeit prince. Qianren Shui, things had changed drastically since a few months prior. The insects below had multiplied, their once elegant and composed demeanor replaced with anger and panic. The new army was genuinely hanging the nobility. They no longer required aristocrats with deep lineage to govern. Moreover, the new army had the backing of an extreme Dolaw, setting the stage for inevitable doom. Indeed, the new army. The nobles from distant lands still dared to occasionally mutter curses against the rebels in private. But the aristocrats in the northern regions of Doloa were genuinely fearful. Since they were awaiting death, none harbored thoughts of rebellion. Their only aim was to escape the northern region of Tiando. However, escaping required a method. They could not simply abandon everything and flee. After all, what the wealth accumulated over generations? Would they merely resign themselves to becoming merchants in the future? Unless death was imminent. No one was willing to undertake such a course. Yet now, there was a glimmer of hope. The prince had reported their difficulties to the Snow Knight Emperor, assuring them that he would strive to secure a territory and some wealth for the northern aristocrats once they left. However, as the prince remarked, distributing territories according to their original sizes was unlikely and compensating the nobility for their losses at original value was also improbable. It would be based on a proportionate allocation, likely resulting in some losses. Upon hearing this, the nobles reacted with incredulity, thinking, what kind of fool would sacrifice their own for the gain of others? This was their immediate response to the news from Shueqinghe. They thought him a benevolent figure, perhaps attempting to garner support. However, they were more concerned with the proportions being discussed, as they held little hope for the return of their original territories and wealth, given the limited land available for distribution. Nevertheless, securing a greater share would benefit them, and since the new army seemed incapable of overcoming them in the near future, they could afford to bicker and convene, an area in which they excelled. Qianren Shui observed the hall below, still buzzing like a bustling marketplace, with her trademark genteel smile, though her heart was no longer filled with anger. Instead, she reveled in the amusement of the spectacle, reporting to Snow Knight about proportional compensation for territories. What a ridiculous notion! They were a group of fools blinded by greed. She fabricated this tale, for she was a counterfeit prince. This group of insects would eventually meet their demise, and she was unconcerned about whether this would tarnish the reputation of the Tiando prince. The loss would fall upon Shueqinghe, not Qianren Shui. Moreover, she had dispatched her subordinates to lie in wait at the northern gateway of Tiando, ready to eliminate any messenger that appeared, ensuring that her fabricated tales would not be leaked. Now, her task was to entice more insects to Lingstone City, so she could eliminate them all at once and then swing from the city tower like Qianning Shuang. Then she could pat her backside and prepare to surrender to her sister. Chapter 71. Waiting. Coughing softly, Qianren Shui drew the attention of the crowd below, where the insects had nearly torn each other apart. You are all the pillars of the nation, noble families with a legacy spanning at least 10 generations. The court will certainly not neglect you, nor could it ever do so. Thanks to my efforts, the court has agreed to my proposal. Listening to the cheers and expressions of gratitude, Qianren Shui could not help but scoff internally. A swarm of buzzing flies, how noisy they were. Naturally, the distribution of lands and assets would not adhere to the original allocations. It would only be a 2-to-1 distribution. In other words, each noble would only receive half of their original territory and wealth. To prevent certain gluttonous nobles from misunderstanding, Qianren Shui took the time to clarify. Observing the disappointment on the faces of the insects below, as well as those who seemed ready to voice their anger, Qianren Shui spoke once more. This is the utmost limit of my efforts. Beyond this, you must advocate for yourselves at the court. Then, she announced to the entire northern territory, inviting the nobles to come to Shicheng, where she would record the size of their territories and the extent of their wealth for distribution after leaving the north. Registration could be reported freely, as long as it wasn't too excessive. Qianren Shui subtly hinted at this. Furthermore, she requested that the nobles organize their forces to delay the new army, providing them with time to retreat. The Lord of Eternal Night would not deign to strike against them, so surely ordinary people could hold their ground for a while. Watching the eager and zealous insects, Qianren Shui smiled again. The sycophants of those insects needed to be dealt with, otherwise they would create trouble running about. So she entrusted that task to Shuang. Ultimately, Qianning Shuang did not fulfill her desire to test her skills and had to leave the extreme north with regret. The Snow Empress was not Gu Yuna or Di Tian, even though she might covet Qianning Shuang's life force. There were still many matters to attend to within her territory, and without an assistant like Bai Ji, she could not simply roam freely. However, she had thoroughly sensed Gu Yuna's prowess. Relying on her chest or her knees for support during the journey back from the extreme north to the northern territory of Tiando, Gu Yuna kindly refrained from transforming back in her little lowly form, understanding that a flat surface could be rather uncomfortable. Upon returning to Chies City, Gu Yuna hurried off to find Qian Chongling regarding the contract. Di Tian continued to drift through the sky all day, while Qianning Shuang began to lie idle. With her recovery ability, she was already lively and bouncing around, but for future matters, she needed to be in perfect condition. Thus, she could only fish for a few days. The next day, observing Uncle Gouda bringing her meals, Qianning Shuang whimsically asked, "Uncle Gouda, what is your martial soul?" Gouda was momentarily taken aback, but answered a metal rod. "Have you ever thought about cultivating like a soul master?" Qianning Shuang pressed on. "Of course. Everyone on this continent wishes to, but I lack that fortune. My ancestors were not prominent figures, so I can only resign myself to fate." The middle-aged man smiled, his expression carefree, Indeed, what else could one do but accept their lot? Have you ever considered how you would live your life if you could cultivate? She inquired. I haven't really thought about it. If I were to say, I sometimes think about the passing soul masters, and if I could become one, perhaps I could hum or pray. Gouda maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Having been with Qianning Shuang for several months, he knew her to be approachable. And she said what was on her mind. After finishing the meal, Qianning Shuang sought out a Ge Wang, posing the same question. A Ge Wang, what is your martial soul? A Ge Wang, busy with state affairs, did not exhibit Gouda's carefree attitude. Instead, he appeared somewhat bitter. A crow, an ordinary crow. Originally, our family martial soul was the nether crow, but by my grandfather's generation, it had undergone a malignant mutation, becoming just a common crow. As for me, it's even worse. My innate soul power is below half a rank. Qianning Shuang nodded, pondering whether he really accepted his fate. She then approached Tian Yao. Sister Yao, if a path far superior to that of a soul master were presented before you, one that required no martial soul or innate talent, but only demanded personal introspection, would you pursue it? Of course. True strength is what matters, and I have faith in my own spirit. A genius is a genius, no matter where they are. Qianning Shuang nodded again. Was that confidence? Next, they awaited the day when Gu Yuna and Qian Chongling would finalize the contract. On the fourth day, gazing at the soul contract sent by Gu Yuna, Qianning Shuang took a deep breath. She summoned the black abyss white flower, drove it into the ground beside her, activated the white flower, and began to meditate beneath the large tree in the courtyard. Since this was a new path of cultivation, no one was more suited to practice than she, the one holding the black abyss white flower. For others lacked the ability to traverse the brink of life and death repeatedly. Thus, she dared to take reckless risks on her self-created soul skills. Closing her eyes, Qianning Shuang began to delve into her soul's depths using the method taught to her by the holy sword Yulan Dai. Then, she manipulated the black abyss white flower, adding certain elements to it. After all, it was merely a martial soul. Adding a few things posed no risk. For the true black abyss white flower was beyond her control. Moreover, this was a method bestowed by the holy sword Yulan Dai, which would not lead her astray. It was not unusual to add elements to a martial soul. Since a martial soul could shatter, it could also be enhanced. The divine could alter a person's martial soul, as evidenced by the angelic martial soul of the Qian family and the sea god martial soul from Sea God Island. The holy sword Yulan Dai was far superior to the chaotic deities of Dola, even if she faced rejection in this world with limited energy to utilize, and could only suppress the collapse within Qianning Shuang. The minuscule amount of computational power she could spare was unmatched by any Dolua deity. Examples of martial souls evolving through the consumption of celestial herbs also illustrated that martial souls could indeed change. Qianning Shuang could even, according to the method provided by the holy sword Yulan Dai, partition a portion of her soul to forge a new martial soul. However, it was unnecessary. Merely enhancing the black abyss white flower would suffice. The green life energy flickered around Qianning Shuang, and she frequently furrowed her brows, clearly in considerable pain. This painful process lasted a full week. During this time, Gu Yuna and Qian Chongling visited her, as did Tian Yao, yet none interrupted her. For Gu Yuna had informed them of her undertaking. They could only watch as the life energy overflowing from the white flower caused the tree to grow larger, outgrowing the small courtyard and leaving them in a daze. Chapter 72, The Emblem. After a week, Qianning Shuang opened her blue-violet eyes, and a golden emblem appeared on her forehead, resembling the family crest of the Carslan family from her past life. The golden shield bore a radiant sword, now shimmering upon her brow. As she felt the emblem, Qianning Shuang's emotions were complex. It was not a failure, but rather a significant gain that exceeded her expectations. This week's reckless journey can be divided into several distinct phases. Firstly, she overthought the matter, even though it was merely a martial soul. The black abyss white flower was not something she could carelessly incorporate at this stage. Ultimately, she could only allocate a portion of her soul to forge such an entity. However, this was inconsequential, as Qianning Shuang and the holy sword Yulindel had long been prepared, armed with numerous contingency plans. Secondly, she was overly presumptuous regarding the manipulation of her own soul. To illustrate, it is akin to a person performing a craniotomy on themselves without anesthesia. Regardless of the feasibility of such an act, it is certainly not something one can endure alone. At the very least, during her most critical moments, Qianning Shuang found herself precariously dancing on the brink of death multiple times. In fact, it could be said that she truly died a few times. Were it not for the innate black abyss white flower within her, which automatically activated to resurrect her upon each death, she would have been left for others to collect her remains. In her dazed state, she even caught a glimpse of a striking figure with short white hair. Following this, the holy sword Yulindel inexplicably emerged and took over her tasks. At that moment, Yulindel appeared to have a rather complex expression, and, as she stated, it seemed she had utilized all her computational power, hoping that the impending collapse would not occur without her suppression. The final outcome manifested as the peculiar object on Qianning Shuang's forehead. Regrets? None at all. This endeavor was worth the risk of death. Describing it as a martial soul would be inaccurate. It cannot be utilized as such. Yet it possesses certain characteristics of a martial soul, and can even shield against the so-called suppression of martial souls. It could also be considered a spatial soul guide, albeit with specific limitations on what it can conceal. Moreover, it exhibits traits akin to certain sacred marks. Qianning Shuang named it the Oath Emblem. The primary function of the Oath Emblem is to enhance one's sixth sense, which was the very reason Qianning Shuang ventured into this perilous undertaking. Its sixth sense is maximized. In other words, anyone possessing the Oath Emblem is inherently endowed with full soul power, and certain uniquely gifted individuals might even exceed this threshold. It also bears the characteristics of a martial soul, capable of influencing a person's character and soul. What is a martial soul, then? The explanation given by the holy sword Yulindel to Qianning Shuang is that it is the manifestation of one's soul at its core, yet it can influence one's physical form, as seen in soul masters who typically possess robust physiques. Simultaneously, the physical form can reciprocally affect the soul. For instance, soul masters often pass down these altered bloodlines to the next generation, which in turn influences their souls, thus forming inherited martial souls. Additionally, possessing a sixth sense as a maternal trait can affect the developing soul of a fetus, ultimately resulting in the so-called sixth sense. Naturally, this process may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Generally speaking, the stronger the maternal sixth sense, the deeper the impact. This direct connection to the soul provides both Yulindel and Qianning Shuang the opportunity to manipulate matters. For example, they inscribed a pact with soul beasts onto the already reforged martial soul, as long as the soul beasts left a soul mark upon it. The contract could be established without the need for a specific organization or individual to oversee the process. Why invest such effort into this endeavor? Firstly, once the Oath Emblem proliferates, the demand from soul beasts will inevitably surge. Given the limited number of soul masters in the original text, it could take millennia to drive soul beasts to extinction, let alone when nearly the entire human populace seeks them. The relationship between herself and the soul beasts remains amicable. There is no need to foster enmity. A deep bond between humans and soul beasts is not inherently negative, as these two groups have always been closely tied, albeit with a troubled relationship. Furthermore, this initiative could bolster combat capabilities and enhance the allure of the Oath Emblem to individuals. Indeed, Qianning Shuang's concept borrowed elements from the future ideas of Hua Yuhao regarding soul spirits, albeit that notion still required the death of soul beasts, or at least the essence of their souls. This would invariably lead to widespread mortality among soul beasts. In contrast, Qianning Shuang envisioned a scenario where she sought both the physical and spiritual essence. However, this process is extraordinarily challenging, and the soul contract is arduous as well. Fortunately, after 4 days of collaboration between Qian Chongling and Gu Yuna, these so-called deities not only produced a flawless result, but far surpassed Qianning Shuang's expectations. It is not surprising. These two are among the more exceptional entities within the first tier of deities, making the creation of such a soul contract conceivable. Qianning Shuang's desire was for soul beasts to remain alive while providing soul rings to soul masters, enabling them to engage in collaborative combat alongside those who possess the Oath Emblem. However, the contract devised by Qian Chongling and Gu Yu not only allowed soul beasts to sign contracts with humans while simultaneously providing soul rings, but also permitted those who entered into contracts to borrow the soul power of the soul beasts at any time. The preceding discussion pertains merely to the soul contract. Now we turn to the oath emblem itself. The oath emblem, indeed, maximizes an individual's sixth sense. Yet merely obtaining it does not guarantee innate, full soul power or a direct ascension to the title of a high-ranking soul master. Internally, it contains 8 stipulations set forth by Qianning Shuang. Humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and loyalty. Yes, the 8 virtues of knighthood. Naturally, there are modifications, as it cannot be the original version. For those who possess the oath emblem, each time they acknowledge and act upon one of these principles, a portion of their sixth sense will be unlocked. In other words, unlocking all 8 will enable one to reach the title of high-ranking soul master, while unlocking just one will allow for progress in one's soul master journey. These 8 stipulations serve as control valves, firmly restricting the innate potential of those who possess the oath emblem, ensuring that those who truly rise to the pinnacle of the continent are at least somewhat responsible. As for Qianning Shuang's rationale behind this approach, it is quite simple. Merely elevating everyone's innate potential serves no purpose. It would only lead to chaos and folly. Soul Masters, as a profession that prioritizes rapid advancement over the cultivation of character, have already endured sufficient hardship. A certain cohort in the original text exemplifies this. They achieved swift progression and garnered the title of genius, yet their character could only be described as the worst of the worst. They demanded power without understanding obligation. Their sole concern was their own gratification. Therefore, it was essential to impose the 8 stipulations to temper their character, as Qianning Shuang did not wish for her newly established cultivation method to produce a host of miscreants. If one recognizes all 8, they may ascend to the rank of high-ranking soul master. Conversely, if one fails to acknowledge even a single stipulation, they will find no such opportunity. Even the most depraved individual will likely find at least 1 or 2 principles within the 8 that resonate with their actions. If such a scoundrel exists, they would not even be able to forge the oath emblem. And in a future society where every individual is a soul master, such individuals will be rare and unable to survive. Moreover, compared to innate soul power, which is entirely dependent on one's appearance, character and thought can be cultivated over time. Thus, there is no concern that individuals will be unable to cultivate. There will always be a suitable moment for them. As for whether anyone would disregard their previous declarations as mere bluster, engaging in maliciousness, Qianning Shuang remains unconcerned. The oaths have already been inscribed, and during the reconstruction process for others, a series of oaths must be followed, akin to pledging allegiance to one's martial soul. Dare to betray? Furthermore, no matter how skilled a deceiver one may be, they cannot outsmart their own innermost thoughts. No matter how much one attempts to persuade oneself deep down, they either acknowledge it or they do not. Of course, Qianning Shuang does not guarantee that exceptionally peculiar individuals do not exist. Those who may harbor noble intentions yet engage in wicked deeds. However, such talents are likely to be scarcer than those who cannot pass even a single stipulation. The above is the work of Qianning Shuang herself. And what follows is the optimization and enhancement provided by the Saint Sword Yulan Dai Air with its full computational power. Firstly, regarding soul beasts, the oath not only restricts talents, but, due to the soul contract developed by Qian Chong Ling and others, allows for the borrowing of soul power from soul beasts. Thus, the oath can be manipulated by little u to also restrict the borrowed soul power from soul beasts. The more aligned the oath is, the greater the amount of soul power one can borrow. Conversely, the less aligned, the lesser the borrowing. This is an optimization based on form, and the subsequent enhancements leave Qianning Shuang somewhat bewildered. Those who possess the oath emblem can not only borrow soul power from soul beasts, but also wield them as weapons, swords, spears, staves, or armor, as one desires. It resembles divine weapons, and it is unclear how little you achieve this. Furthermore, if the bond between the oath emblem holder and the soul beast reaches a certain level of tacit understanding, they can choose to merge with the soul beast in combat. This is even more perplexing. Both methods of utilization are similarly constrained. Once the key aspects of the oath are unlocked, they will automatically manifest in the user's mind. The most significant optimization regarding soul beasts is that the oath emblem contains an internal space, allowing any soul beast contracted in the future to reside within it. This is paramount, as Qianning Shuang previously envisioned everyone walking around with their soul beasts. Naturally, due to the peculiarities of certain soul beasts, this could cause issues for others, but there was no alternative. Now, such worries have been alleviated. Next, we turn to the oath emblem itself. First, there exists a series of so-called self-created soul techniques, such as holy light, healing, and rain invocation. Numerous supportive techniques are available, but they remain restricted and will unlock as the oaths are activated. At Qianning Shuang's request, self-created productive techniques require fewer oaths to unlock. Additionally, Little U has inscribed other elements on the oath emblem, following the operational logic of martial spirit fusion techniques, inscribing the logic of empathy. This allows two modified soul masters to perceive each other's emotions, significantly reducing conflicts. If the opposing side wishes to convey any thoughts, as long as one is willing to accept them, they will understand. Moreover, there exists a logic of shared reasoning, wherein certain specialized vocabulary and theories do not require explicit explanation from others. Modified soul masters can comprehend them instantly, representing a mutual recognition of a narrative structure. However, experiencing this requires unlocking several key oaths. Otherwise, an excess of knowledge may lead to backlash. Empathy and shared reasoning are of utmost importance. This nearly threshold-less and potent practice will undoubtedly spread across the continent in due time. Eventually, all will be able to sense each other's emotions, fostering mutual understanding while maintaining individuality, with everyone embracing diverse thoughts and unified ideals to propel progress and beauty. Thus, the oath emblem serves as both a training aid and a restraint, functioning as a communication device. Of course, the dissemination of such a phenomenon may take an extraordinarily long time. Centuries would be mere dreams, while millennium might be feasible. Yet compared to the Doloa continent, where epochs shift every 10,000 years, this is already quite rapid. Lastly, the agony associated with forging oaths has been alleviated. Not everyone possesses Qianning Shuang's unique ability to draw back from the abyss at will. To put it simply, while pain persists, it is considerably more bearable. As for whether such modifications will constrain the future of the existing martial spirit cultivation system or impose one's thoughts upon others, Qianning Shuang can only chuckle. She is enhancing the martial spirit system. If one has objections, they may keep them to themselves. Regarding the imposition of thoughts upon others, in a world where a caste system has persisted for tens of thousands of years, and where the Divine King has perpetuated such mediocrity, is it not better to impose thoughts? Naturally, many other enhancements await exploration, but that is a gradual journey. Chapter 73. The contract as previously mentioned. The oath is distinct from martial spirits. While it possesses certain characteristics of martial spirits, it also relinquishes some. For instance, it cannot be directly used externally and will only manifest as an oath emblem on the surface of the body. Additionally, it cannot acquire soul rings, functioning merely as an auxiliary training plugin. Nevertheless, soul masters who possess the oath emblem retain a certain combat capability. As the Saint Sword Yulandai heir has inscribed numerous self-created soul techniques within it. This variant of martial spirit, the oath emblem, loses certain characteristics, which proves advantageous for soul masters, as it can be utilized alongside their martial spirits. This is its greatest benefit. Thus, a soul master can wield both their martial spirit and the oath emblem simultaneously in battle. Initially, Qianning Shuang contemplated directly reforging an individual's martial spirit, which would simplify matters and eliminate discrepancies, allowing the oath emblem to absorb soul rings. However, upon reflection, she reconsidered. Once a martial spirit is entirely reforged, even if the oath emblem could absorb soul rings, the loss of other martial spirit characteristics is inevitable, and some martial spirits are exceedingly valuable, such as food type or healing martial spirits. Moreover, certain martial spirits are irreplaceable, like her own Black Abyss White Flower. It is likely that Qianren Shui's angelic spirit cannot be reforged either. Of course, those with weaker martial spirits need not fret. Once the cultivation issue is resolved, their martial spirits will evolve as their mastery deepens. The Saint Sword Yulandai heir has guaranteed this, and even the original text provides an example. The poisoned Ohobo evolved from the green-scaled serpent to the green-scaled serpent king. Having thoroughly transformed herself, Qianning Shuang is now ready to seek soul beasts to sign contracts. And it just so happens that the soul beasts she requires are already approaching her. Sensing that Qianning Shuang has awakened, Gu Yuna immediately appears before her. On one hand, she is concerned about Qianning Shuang's condition and the success of her endeavors. On the other, she is prepared to sign a contract if successful. Gu Yuna's eagerness to assist Qianning Shuang stems from her awareness that soul beasts will also benefit from this. Firstly, they will no longer face the threat of human hunters. Henceforth, the relationship between soul beasts and humans will be one of mutual survival. Secondly, the contract she establishes will naturally include beneficial conditions for soul beasts, such as accelerating their cultivation speed and even allowing them to draw upon some of the soul power from the soul master, if the latter perishes. Most importantly, the contracts prohibit the coercion of soul beasts. If a soul beast harbors feelings of unwillingness or resentment, the contract cannot be formed. This represents a truly mutually beneficial cultivation approach, where humans gain advantages for nearly their entire race, enhancing their combat capabilities while soul beasts secure their living space and similarly boost their strength. Gu Yuna's willingness to sign a contract is driven by her desire to accompany Qianning Shuang on her journeys, partly for healing and partly to foster a good relationship with his future deity. Will Qianning Shuang meet the same fate as other soul masters? No. She will endure for a long time, ensuring that Gu Yuna has no opportunity to part ways with her. However, from another perspective, Qianning Shuang will never truly escape Gu Yuna either. Now, the opportunity is at hand. Is there a bond more profound than a shared destiny and a soul contract? Thus, upon hearing Qianning Shuang's transformative ideas, Gu Yuna's first thought is that she must be the soul beast contracted to Qianning Shuang. No one else can take her place. If Qianning Shuang is willing to utilize possession, their souls will intertwine. What relationship could be more intimate than that? Qianning Shuang gazes at Gu Yuna, who had previously looked at her with a teasing smile, now returning the gaze with a playful expression. How eager you are, Sister Na. The usual playful demeanor of Gu Yuna has vanished, replaced by a rare blush. Observing the flushed face of Gu Yuna, Qianning Shuang refrained from mocking her. She was acutely aware of the emotions swirling within Gu Yuna as she circled around her, though there were moments when she preferred not to dwell on it. That did not imply ignorance. She understood perfectly well, but there was no need to lay it bare. Mutual understanding sufficed, and she was willing to indulge Gu Yuna. Besides, she was not particularly fond of the consciousness within her soul mingling freely over a game of mahjong. However, since she had embarked on a different path, it was only natural to have a soul inhabit her being, and so it would be Gu Yuna. Sister Na, let us proceed to sign the contract in the room. Then, Sister Na, after we sign the contract, please refrain from lingering within my body or deep within my soul. There are perilous entities lurking there. After a prolonged moment, the purple and bluish-purple pupils locked gazes with one another. From this day forth, their fates were intertwined, bound to share life and death. Suddenly, Qianning Shuang felt her cheeks flush. It was rather absurd that signing a soul contract felt akin to a monumental life event. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna reverted to her usual smile, one reminiscent of a spectator enjoying a spectacle, for it was indeed rare to witness Qianning Shuang blushing so unexpectedly. Little Shuang has quite a few secrets from me, but that is of little consequence. Everyone possesses their own mysteries. When the soul contract was being inscribed, Gu Yuna cast a glance into the depths of Qianning Shuang's soul. Though she saw nothing, an inexplicable dread began to envelop her, nearly sending her into a state of panic. She vowed never to wander through Qianning Shuang's soul again, lest she meet her demise. However, from another perspective, if she could nearly frighten her former first-level deity self, then the divine realm would surely have its hands tied in dealing with Qianning Shuang. With this thought, Gu Yuna's mood brightened once more. Qianning Shuang, gazing at Gu Yuna's smile, wished to say something but fell silent, subsequently closing her eyes. Upon reopening them, she found herself once again face-to-face with the whimsical Xiao Yu. This was not surprising, as she had previously severed the soul ring acquired at level 30. Qianning Shuang was now poised to break through anew. Succeeded? This time, the holy sword Yulon Dyer did not approach her, but stood at a distance, posing a serious inquiry. Yes, succeeded. The holy sword Yulon Dyer is willing to take over the work afterward, not only due to a request from a certain individual, but also for her own benefit. The oath emblem allows for mutual sensing and information transmission. In other words, it can function as a computing system, provided there are enough individuals possessing the emblem. With a sufficient number of participants, a super network can be established, devoid of the risk of computational deficiency, as it operates on distributed computing. Each additional bearer of the oath emblem adds another node to the network, enhancing its computational efficiency exponentially. This supercomputer, which is not subject to worldly rejection, is indeed exhilarating. The primary advantage lies in its acceptance by the world. As one of the creators of the holy sword Yuan Dyer, borrowing some computational power should pose no issues, and she doubted anyone would object. Once the network is established, she would no longer be confined to Qian Ning Shuang's body, but could freely traverse the realm. Oh, indeed. Next, we shall inscribe the so-called soul abilities for you. This task was simple, a matter she was well versed in. However, this time 3 soul rings needed to be inscribed. The first 2 soul rings have been replaced by Qian Ning Shuang, and since there was a more impressive color available, why not utilize it without expending unnecessary effort? Gu Yina was more than capable of providing those 2 soul rings. Chapter 74, Star Cat. Is it the Star Cat? Oh, the Star Cat. The indestructible star anchor. That is one of Qian Ning Shuang's favorite armors. According to what the holy sword Yuan Dyer had told her, she would receive a set of armor every 10 levels. And it should now be the Star Cat's turn. To clarify, it's a monkey version of the monkey version, just a cosmetic appearance, so no need for astonishment. It's merely for aesthetics, yet it is undeniably stylish. The holy sword Yuan Dyer rolled her eyes. This individual seemed to have a peculiar obsession with cats. Just days prior, she was fretting over the state of the nation, and now she was discussing the aesthetics of skills. Qian Ning Shuang reveled in her fantasies of donning golden armor, exclaiming, "Oh, the gods of the divine realm." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to the holy sword Yuan Dyer. "Xiaoyu, you mentioned I would receive a set of armor every time I broke through. What skills have you prepared for me after reaching level 40? You didn't tell me before, but can you share now? The soul abilities you acquire after reaching level 40 are based on chance, according to your preferences." Observing Qian Ning Shuang's slightly bewildered expression, the holy sword Yuan Dyer floated above her head. "If you wish, I could inscribe the armors of Mei and Rita onto your soul rings. However, I do not recommend that. Let things unfold naturally. What you should do next is to familiarize yourself with these 4 sets of armor. While you have synchronized with Bianca's usage memories, that does not mean you are fully adept at employing them. Then, prepare yourself for the trials." "What trials? Entering the saint's space?" Qian Ning Shuang still appeared somewhat confused. Before she could further inquire, the holy sword Yuan Dyer continued to explain, "It is not the saint's space. To enter the saint's space, you must reach a so-called divine level or attain the status of a divine king. Rather, it is my trial. I previously mentioned that I would use my 7 fundamental control units as your soul bones. However, it is impossible to simply hand them over. You must gradually pass through the trials." "Understood." Nodding once more, she accepted that the trials were akin to divine examinations. There was no need to rush. As the holy sword Yuan Dyer approached the completion of her work, Qian Ning Shuang seemed to recall something again. "Could you add some special effects to my soul abilities?" "What special effects?" "Something akin to the Cross Stars Pact. Flames are far too mundane. If I could unleash a cascade of starlight that could also incinerate others, that would be magnificent. Get lost." Qian Ning Shuang was promptly expelled from the consciousness space. "TCH, is it just a matter of adding special effects? How stingy." She pouted after having reopened her eyes. However, special effects? A spark of inspiration ignited in Qian Ning Shuang's mind. She had just signed a contract with Gu Yuna, and certain attributes can indeed be shared. Gu Yuna's martial spirit was that of an elemental manipulator, crafted by herself. Otherwise, her martial spirit would logically be her true form, the Silver Dragon King. Although her own soul abilities were locked, couldn't she leverage Gu Yuna's soul power? In other words, could she not gain control over all elements? Or rather, serve as a mage's artillery? Having made up her mind, she pulled Gu Yuna, who was nearly pressing her face against her own, and dashed out of the room. Then, summoning her soul power, the oath emblem reappeared on her forehead, while 3 black soul rings floated behind Qian Ning Shuang. Gazing at the 3 black soul rings, Qian Ning Shuang reflected that, despite the similarities to a sacrifice, the experience was distinctly different, even with Gu Yuna's assistance. Bearing the weight of a 100,000-year soul ring was exceedingly arduous. Those hoping to flaunt completely red soul rings would have to wait for a later time. Little Shuang, if you wish, any color will do. Gu Yina, having already signed the soul contract, could sense some surface thoughts of Qianning Shuang and expressed her disdain for this idea. She was a normal silver dragon king. Although her prowess had yet to be fully restored, altering a soul ring's color, especially one formed to assist another, felt akin to child's play. Moreover, given her inherent spiritual attributes, simulation was not a daunting task. Blue. Indeed, as Gu Yunna's soul power surged, the 3 red soul rings transformed into a sky-like blue hue. Add some starlight. Gu Yunna rolled her eyes. The demands are quite numerous, surpassing even her insatiable desire for all things that shimmer. Yet, what can be done? One must indulge her. Gu Yunna infused a trace of divine power into Qianning Shuang's soul rings, attempting to add a sprinkle of twinkling starlight. Indeed, it proved to be somewhat challenging and could only be embellished with divine force. Qianning Shuang gazed at the 3 soul rings, each shimmering with a soft blue light, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction akin to that of the starry sky, a unique treasure upon the continent. Subsequently, the 3rd soul ring burst forth with brilliance, and golden armor materialized around Qianning Shuang's form, while 2 blue long spears appeared in her hands. Simultaneously, Gu Yunna's soul power was drawn into her being. This strike would pierce the stars. With one leg braced against the ground and the other raised high, her body inclined backward as she drew an ethereal bowstring, launching a blue spear skyward. However, unlike the fiery spear of the Star Cat, this one soared with the chill of ice and snow. Just as she had anticipated, her indomitable star anchor could harness all elements. This was the advantage of the monkey variant. Little Yu had indeed bestowed upon her the starry light, that proud little tsundere. Gu Yunna approached Qianning Shuang, her expression dark, interrupting her moment of heroic fantasy. Do not use this soul skill in front of others in the future. Qianning Shuang, bewildered, looked at Gu Yunna, questioning what was amiss. That posture is rather ungraceful. You present yourself as a bow, legs spread apart. Does the enemy before you deserve such a view? Oh, Qianning Shuang thought, it's merely a matter of not wearing safety shorts. I can fix that later. Besides, enemies worthy of my Star Cat's ultimate move are not ones I need to handle myself. There was, however, something else she wished to try. Sister Na, I must seek your approval for this matter. Never mind, go ahead and try. Gu Yunna, capable of reading Qianning Shuang's surface thoughts, was indifferent. It was an experiment that would inevitably be conducted. With that, Gu Yunna vanished from sight, her dragon form having entered the oath emblem space. Soon after, their thoughts synchronized, and a white figure soared into the heavens, now clad in a menacing set of armor. Qianning Shuang was enveloped in gleaming white dragon scales that clung tightly to her form, accentuating her still-developing figure. Yet her wrists, heels, and calves bore fierce blades and spikes. Expansive white dragon wings unfurled from her back, while a helmet resembling a dragon's head concealed her visage, rendering her skin invisible. The helmet's eye sockets emanated a violet glow, with golden tresses flowing from the seams at the back. Holding a silver dragon spear, Qianning Shuang surveyed her formidable appearance, murmuring to herself, "Why does this resemble a dragon knight from some game?" "What?" came Gu Yunna's inquiry, transmitted through their shared thoughts. "Oh, it's nothing. Just rather impressive." Qianning Shuang mused that she was still too young for such a role as a dragon knight. Naturally, she would decline the role of a mere cannon fodder. Chapter 75. Experienced Qian Chongling soon arrived, casting a few glances at Qianning Shuang before nodding approvingly. Very good, he remarked before leisurely departing, leaving Qianning Shuang in a state of bewilderment. The next afternoon, Guda and Agugue arrived before the new military command center. Observing Qianning Shuang standing alone, with few others in sight, they exchanged glances, a shared perplexity evident in their expressions. Why did the lady summon us? One was engrossed in remedial classes, while the other was preoccupied with administrative duties. Yet, Qianning Shuang had called them over without revealing her intentions. Qianning Shuang appraised the 2 individuals, one a hunter devoid of any cultivation potential, the other a noble with little talent. She had worked diligently for this day. Her efforts had borne fruit. Now, she would see if they could adapt to this new method of cultivation. I summoned you to impart a technique that can enable those who cannot cultivate to harness soul power. This method does not rely heavily on innate talent, but rather demands a certain degree of mental fortitude. I wish to share it with you. Is what you say true, my lady? Agugue, when exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing her assertion. Gouda, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dazed. Indeed, but the process may be somewhat arduous and requires a series of oaths. Qianning Shuang replied earnestly, reaffirming her words to Agugue 1. The oath emblem necessitated a small fragment of the soul for its forging, which meant it would inevitably involve some pain, however slight. Yet, failure in forging was impossible. As long as one acknowledged a single oath, the forging would succeed. According to her observations over the past weeks, neither of the two exhibited weak wills. In fact, their resolve surpassed that of most soul masters. If they possessed decent martial souls and innate full soul power, attaining the rank of super duo was a certainty. This evaluation was given by Qian Chongling when she inquired about the two. It is noteworthy that innate full soul power can lead to title ranks, but it does not guarantee the title of super duo. Beyond level 95, it is no longer merely about soul power accumulation. A certain level of character and will is required. Oh, excluding those 7 who relied solely on potions and superficial means, Agugue-wen's countenance suddenly darkened. The disbelief and joy he had felt earlier now vanished. He had always been a person who concealed his emotions, so his sudden display of distress indicated significant emotional turmoil. Yet, the tightly clenched hands and pursed lips betrayed his inner turmoil, revealing that his exterior calm did not reflect his true feelings. For 26 years, Agugue-wen had borne the expectations of his elders in his youth, only to face scorn and ridicule after awakening his martial soul due to his lack of talent. He had suffered greatly because of his innate gifts, often feeling despondent and even contemplating a theoretical path like that of some masters. However, Agugue-wen prided himself on his intellect and maintained a sense of dignity, refusing to become a mere jester. Instead, he aspired to pursue a theoretical path that would lead to success and redemption from past humiliations. But ultimately, witnessing his parents toil to support their family and his siblings endure ridicule due to their own talents, he chose to uphold his family through wisdom. He recognized that he was not the most unfortunate. Many in the world were unable to cultivate it all. At least he had that ability, did he not? There were countless others struggling merely to survive, and as a noble, he need not worry about his livelihood. Thus, while maintaining his family's legacy, he turned his focus to improving the lives of the lower classes. Even if he could not become a powerful soul master, becoming a person who made life more bearable for others was still commendable. Gradually, he relinquished his pursuit of the soul master path. In the days that followed, the mockery and derision he once faced faded away. The common folk within his territory and beyond spoke highly of Agugue-wen, showing him genuine respect upon encountering him, granting him the admiration he had once yearned for. The nobles no longer mock or deride him, at least not overtly, for alongside gaining the respect of the common folk, his army's prowess has grown increasingly formidable, with soldiers who are both fiercely loyal and unafraid of death. He remains that same great soul master, level 20 or so, still stagnant in his soul power for years, yet in the northern realms. He is transformed into a noble of considerable strength, were it not for Qianning Shuang's actions aligning perfectly with his desires, coupled with an overwhelming superiority in strength. He could easily dismantle the army once comprised of refugees. He is still the unremarkable soul master lacking cultivation talent. Yet he no longer concerns himself with the very gift that once brought him such suffering. Now, the one he has chosen to follow, Qianning Shuang, has assured him that he need not be constrained by talent. With only a modicum of pain to endure and a slight demand on his spirit, he could practice normally. Suddenly, he is at a loss for words. Does he truly no longer care about the talent that once subjected him to ridicule? No, he does care. How could he not? His current existence is entirely shaped by this so-called talent. Gratitude, loyalty, or any other emotion, based on his understanding of Qianning Shuang over these past months, seems unnecessary. His loyalty and appreciation, in the eyes of this remarkable girl, may simply be trivial, leaving him unsure of how to express himself. Ultimately, he can only revert to his sullen demeanor, remaining silent. Qianning Shuang, however, is untroubled. It is natural to experience upheaval and emotional reorganization in such matters. After a long pause, a Gwiwen finally spoke again. Miss, if it is merely pain and spirit, I can endure. I have endured enough suffering, and my spirit is far stronger than those insects or even the soul masters I have encountered. Please, instruct me on how to proceed. Qian Ningxuang nodded at a Gwiwen before turning her gaze to another. Guda? Uncle Guda, what about you? Guda's face still bore an expression of confusion. He was not like a Gwiwen, who had once held hope only to fall into despair. He had never harbored such hopes from the beginning. Did he wish to become one of those exalted soul masters? Certainly, he did, and he envied them. Yet Guda understood from the outset that while his martial soul remained dormant, the notion of becoming a soul master existed solely in fantasy. He had never nurtured any hope. He was merely an ordinary hunter, perhaps a bit stronger and more capable than most. His mundane hunter's life had perhaps one boast, with his and his companions' vast experience. They had ensnared and slain a century-old soul beast in the nearby mountains, a feat that seemed miraculous. Of course, the villagers hardly believed it, attributing the kill to the soul master while Guda and his companions merely picked up the scraps. Even the soul master from the spirit hall who came to investigate likely disbelieved, thinking Guda and his group merely scavenged. Over time, they too began to think they might have just scavenged. Had it not been for the drought, Guda's life would have continued in this unremarkable fashion. Chapter 76. Aspirations. Guda's companions, who once joined him in hunting soul beasts, had fallen victim to the drought, and he was no exception. Had it not been for Qian Ningxuang, he might have perished at the hands of thugs or starve in a refugee camp. Initially, his willingness to follow Qian Ningxuang stemmed merely from a debt of gratitude for saving his life, coupled with her being a formidable soul master. It was a stark reality. Had Qian Ningxuang been a commoner, he might have struck her down and fled with her as far as possible. Aspirations are dazzling, light is blinding. Yet one must eat and survive. Commoners may dream of resisting soul masters and nobles, but without the means of violence, their words are mere illusions. Aspirations devoid of strength ultimately amount to mere fantasies. Fortunately, Qian Ningxuang is not only a powerful soul master herself, but also backed by the world's most formidable limit de law. Now, she tells him that even a commoner like him can become a soul master and wield power. Guda is truly bewildered. Can someone like him, a mere commoner, truly attain this? Is he deserving? Yes, he is. Why wouldn't he be? Must one possess noble blood to deserve it? Yet, Guda has slain dozens, if not hundreds, of the so-called nobles, and has personally executed a few soul masters. How are they different from him? They too cry, they too plead, and they too display that grotesque will to survive in the face of death, no different from the former refugees. Most importantly, whether noble or soul master, their blood is red. At least, that is what Guda has seen. Thus, if these individuals can wield power, then so can he, Guda. Qian Ningxuang continued to stand patiently, awaiting Guda's response. It is a given that emotional upheaval and reorganization are necessary. She can empathize with their sentiments. Therefore, she is willing to wait for them to gather their thoughts. My life was saved by the miss. She could command me to end my own life, let alone endure a modicum of pain to become the envied soul master. Yet, I still have one question for the miss. Why? Qian Ningxuang paused, taken aback. Why what? A Gwiwen also looked at Guda, puzzled. Why ask such a question when they could cultivate? I am not a Gwiwen who immerses himself in paperwork. I have visited you, miss. These past few days, I have seen other soul masters cultivate, so I am aware of the magnitude of pain you endure. Now, I understand that you're experimenting with this so-called new method. Hence, why do you expend such effort to assist a group of individuals who cannot cultivate or have lost their path? Before either could inquire further, Guda voiced his question. A Gwiwen was also taken aback. He had assumed this was an established method, only to realize it was an invention of Qian Ningxuang's, prompting the same bewilderment in him as in Guda. Indeed, there seemed to be no necessity. Was Qian Ningxuang's talent so lacking? No, her brilliance transcends any measure. A Gwiwen, having walked the path of a soul master and even engaged with some theoretical aspects, could affirm this. Did Qian Ningxuang need to do this? No. She could ascend to the pinnacle of the continent on her own, her status rendering such actions unnecessary. The limit Dua stands behind her, and virtually nothing in this world could obstruct her. The commoners who cannot cultivate and those severed from the path bear no relation to Qian Ningxuang. Frankly speaking, It is a miracle that she is willing to offer these commoners dignity and sustenance in the northern realms. Meanwhile, the martial soul, a practice rooted in luck and talent for countless generations, requires an unfathomable cost to change. Yet, Qianning Shuang has paid that price solely for those with whom she has no connection. Is it necessary? Upon hearing Guda's question and observing the uncertainty on Aguiwen's face, Qianning Shuang crossed her arms, pondered for a moment, then smiled. If she had to articulate it, it would be a desire for this world, which she finds so unpalatable, to align more closely with her expectations. This world is destined to be rife with injustice and darkness. Some choose to wallow in complicity, others silently endure, while still others opt for quiet resistance and transformation. Yet, there exists a distinct class of individuals who refuse to compromise with reality. They reject any semblance of retreat, determined to fight against this world with an unquenchable fury and a heart-wrenching roar. History is not lacking in the presence of shrewd individuals, but it is undeniably deficient in those unyielding warriors who embody steadfastness. They engage in relentless battles to affirm the significance of their existence. Not even the greatest forces of the world can extinguish the fervor within their hearts. They are not ignorant. They simply refuse to yield or bow down. And I aspire to be one of such individuals, and that is sufficient. However, my desire alone is far from enough. I hope that you too will become such beings. Gazing upon Qianning Shuang's radiant smile, Agregwin and Guda fell into silence once more. Was it akin to the ramblings of a madman, or the moth drawn to the flame? Yet, deep within, they felt an undeniable excitement, exhilarated by ideals, invigorated by nobility. Such talents, such ideals are worthy of a life devoted to their pursuit, are they not? Yes, Your Highness. Observing the two men kneeling before her, Qianning Shuang ceased her smile and regarded them solemnly. Are you prepared? Agregwin and Guda answered not with words, but with resolute nods, conveying their intent. Now, unleash your martial souls. Open your hearts, do not resist, and endure the pain. As she spoke, the oath emblem emerged upon her forehead, a radiant light emanating from it, enveloping the martial souls that the two had released. The oath emblem can transform a small portion of the soul based on the subjective will of the bearer and the willingness of the recipient, all while maintaining the soul's normal functioning. This is a foolproof, one-click operation that allows the special martial soul of the oath emblem to proliferate swiftly. Otherwise, Qianning Shuang alone would be occupied for millennia, uncertain if she could complete the transformation for the people of the continent. Self-forging is not a skill possessed by all. At least, ordinary individuals without soul power cannot achieve it. Of course, relying solely on word of mouth for forging would be excessively slow and would likely give rise to a new aristocracy. Thus, Qianning Shuang also sought the assistance of the Holy Sword Yulan Dale to create a foolproof automatic transformation device. However, it may take some time. While crafting such a device is not difficult for Yulan Dale, creating a template that can be mass-produced and constructed by Deluwa individuals themselves is quite a challenge. Observing the pained expressions of Guda and Agregwin and the slowly forming oath emblems, Qianning Shuang took a deep breath. Next, it was crucial to prevent these magically altered soul masters from remaining aloof, as well as to focus on the pivotal task of reforging their martial souls into oath emblems, a key aspect of her design. Listen closely, I will recite a line, and you will echo after me. I swear by my martial soul. Agregwin and Guda, enduring their pain, echoed, I swear by my martial soul. I shall always treat others and myself with humility. I shall always treat others and myself with humility. I shall forever regard honor as life itself. I shall forever regard honor as life itself. I will always show compassion for all the suffering in the world. I will always show compassion for all the suffering in the world. I will forever remain loyal to all beings and civilization. I will forever remain loyal to all beings and civilization. As Qianning Shuang recited each line, Agregwin and Guda followed suit. This declaration, akin to a martial soul oath, is a necessary procedure for forging the oath emblem. To bypass this oath and forge directly is impossible. One must undergo this process to achieve reformation. Whether they will comprehend concepts of civilization and the like is uncertain, but at the moment of reforging completion, they shall come to understand. Watching as the two men formed distinct styles of oath emblems upon their foreheads, Qianning Shuang exhaled in relief. Just as Holy Sword Yulan Dale had stated, as it was their first encounter with an oath emblem, the pain would indeed be the most intense. Others would not have to endure such agony. If the suffering during this process could be mitigated further, it would be ideal, as most children likely cannot withstand such torment on a spiritual level. The oath emblem is something that must contend with children. It is implausible for every individual to possess sufficient life experience before undergoing reforging. As for whether children grasp the significance of their oaths, there is little to fear. Children possess pure hearts, and their inability to comprehend is preferable to the hardship of understanding yet failing to act. Furthermore, Qianning Shuang did not impose rigid restrictions on the oath emblem, as long as there is a slight internal acknowledgement or a single line followed. The reformation can be completed. Not every individual reciting the martial soul oath is internally willing. Of course, should such an oath bring harm to any reincarnators or traversers, rendering them incapacitated, that would be of no consequence. What purpose do such scoundrels serve? Similarly, if during the reformation process, individuals demonstrate no recognition and fail to pass any line, those who are rendered useless are of no value either. Sensing the joyful emotions emanating from the two, Qianning Shuang nodded to herself. It appeared that the shared resonance was functioning smoothly, and both had likely passed many of the 8 oaths. Agregwin and Guda exchanged astonished glances, realizing they could now perceive each other's emotions. Concurrently, concepts of shared resonance and certain skills began to materialize in their minds. Naturally, at this moment, only Agregwin, who possessed innate soul power, could utilize them. Guda could not. It seemed to have grasped what must be done next. Qianning Shuang said with a hint of joy, "Yes, Your Highness, the next step is to contract with a soul beast. Am I correct?" Agregwin and Guda exchanged knowing glances, the subsequent process already forming in their minds. Very well, Uncle Dition. Qianning Shuang, like Guyana, chose to summon the omnipotent tool, Dragon Dition. This had been prearranged. The soul beasts also valued this outcome, and the next step was to guide the two in contracting with the soul beast. With the emergence of the oath emblem, not only would it transform the human cultivation system, but it would also greatly alter that of the soul beasts. Previously, soul beasts cultivated primarily through the passage of time afforded by their long lives. However, now, their cultivation speed post-contract, while still slower than that of humans, would be significantly accelerated compared to the past. Moreover, soul beasts that enter into contracts are freed from the tribulations of heaven. Indeed, the greatest threat to high-level soul beasts has been eliminated. As for these tribulations, they are not those that reward through trials. They are solely designed to extinguish the soul beasts. Even the most elite bloodline soul beast, the Snow Emperor, cannot guarantee survival through such tribulations, let alone others. Now, soul beasts that have formed soul contracts exist in a state that is neither truly alive nor dead. They have successfully circumvented the tribulations of heaven, which is an unexpected boon. In other words, as long as soul beasts do not perish in conflicts amongst themselves, their cultivation will soar. One can foresee that 10,000-year soul beasts will become ubiquitous in the future. Returning to the topic at hand, if my conjecture is correct, these should be the rather special 10,000-year soul beasts, perhaps those nearing their end. After all, for a first encounter, one naturally aims for the best selection. Of course, while it is the end for soul beasts, for humans, there remains much life ahead. The soul beasts, having undergone rapid cultivation post-contract, free from the threat of heavenly tribulations, continued their leaps towards breakthroughs. Just before ascending onto the back of the black dragon, Agregwin suddenly turned to Qianning Shuang and requested, "Your Highness, please bestow a name upon the soul masters who possess the oath emblem." Indeed, although their cultivation methods were similar, their combat styles and very existence diverged significantly from those of other soul masters. After a moment's contemplation, Qianning Shuang realized that continuously referring to them as modified soul masters would not suffice. Let's call them holy knights. The knights uphold the 8 virtues. And if they're not called knights, then what shall they be named? As for the prefix holy, it was necessitated by the existence of knights in Dala. More often than not, were merely a title or lackeys of the nobility. Their character left much to be desired. To distinguish them, the term holy was appended. This time, they had come to the Stardow Forest, and naturally, Qian Ning Shuang and Gu Yuna accompanied them, for she could not neglect to observe her own results. Upon landing, several ferocious beasts awaited them, accompanied by soul beasts aged over 100,000 years, already notified by Emperor Tian. You too, select a soul beast to sign with. Emperor Tian, now restored to the form of a black-haired middle-aged man, instructed Egregwen and Gouda. Consequently, Gouda chose a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, a renowned species within the Star Doe, while Egregwen, possibly due to his former martial spirit, opted for a 100,000-year nether crow. After a prolonged wait, as the dark soul rings manifested around Egregwen, Qian Ningshuang nodded. It appeared Egregwen had chosen a similar path to hers, stripping away the original soul rings to equip better ones. However, not every soul beast could alter the color of the soul rings at Walaikuyuna. The dark soul rings were inevitable, as the soul beasts helped the contract holders bear part of the burden, allowing the Holy Knight's soul rings to exceed those of ordinary soul masters significantly. Naturally, it was impossible for every Holy Knight's soul ring configuration to be as extraordinary. It entirely depended on the cultivation level of the soul beast with whom the soul contract was made. Then, Qian Ningshuang turned her gaze to Gouda. Egregwen had once been a soul master, merely modifying his innate talent. The truly pivotal figure was Gouda, who had previously been unable to cultivate. Uncle Gouda, how do you feel? Gouda took a deep breath and nodded at Qian Ningshuang. I can already sense the so-called soul power within me. Can you now form soul power on your own? What if it's borrowed from the soul beast? Gouda closed his eyes to introspect, then opened them again. I can now form my own soul power. The sensation is unmistakable. Qian Ningshuang nodded, sensing Gouda's inner acceptance of the 8 O's was quite high, which explained the rapid progress. However, since he was by Qian Ningshuang's side and his soul was sufficiently resilient, soul power had never been a concern. Uncle Gouda, close your eyes and prepare to condense your soul power. It may still be a bit painful. The black abyss white flower was unleashed, and life energy continuously infused into Gouda's body. Pain was inevitable. Gouda's physical constitution was that of an ordinary person, perhaps slightly stronger than a typical civilian, but still limited. Yet, with the black abyss white flower present, the insufficient physical constitution could be compensated by directly infusing life energy, gradually strengthening the meridians and muscles. Of course, this method had its limits. Forceful infusion could render the body a mere vessel filled with vitality. Qian Ningshuang refrained from maxing out the infusion of life energy into Gouda's body for this reason. After all, the body had an inherent limit. An excess could be detrimental. A gentle stream could gradually carve out mighty rivers, but a sudden deluge without proper channels would only lead to disaster. Furthermore, mismatched soul and body dynamics could hinder the body's function if it were too strong while the soul lagged behind. Chapter 78. Light Cannons and Prey, as Qian Ningshuang anticipated. The yellow and black soul rings indicated that Gouda could at most elevate to the level of a great soul master. However, this was inconsequential, as Holy Knights and Soul Masters possessed different combat capabilities despite being of the same rank. For instance, Gouda, who had already undergone soul armor manifestation, utilized the soul beast as armor and weaponry, a process referred to by Qian Ningshuang as soul armor manifestation. After this transformation, Gouda was clad in gleaming silver armor, his head entirely encased in a shining silver helmet, leaving only his eyes visible, wielding an oddly shaped long spear. It remained unclear whether the spear was formed from a portion of the soul of his soul beast partner, or was a combination of his original iron rod martial spirit and the essence of a soul beast. The advantages of adhering to the oaths lay in the principles inscribed upon the oath emblem. As long as the criteria were met, they could be unlocked with a single command. Uncle Gouda, try your soul skill. Upon hearing this, Gouda's second soul ring glowed, and he instantly grew significantly larger. How to describe it? His height was now over double what it once was. Yet, within this immense form resided the original-sized individual, the towering figure merely a manifestation of soul power. Then, Gouda raised the long spear high and thrust downward, unleashing a pure, white torrent of soul power that surged forward. Qian Ningshuang gazed at the extensive path of destruction, bewildered. What is happening? Why is there a light cannon? Was he supposed to be a holy knight? A knight unleashing a light cannon? It seemed there was nothing amiss with that notion. Your Highness, I borrowed too much soul power from King Kong just now and lost control, which is why it was released. King Kong was the sole beast with whom he had just signed a contract. Sensing Qian Ningxuang's confusion, the towering figure explained in a deep voice. It's nothing to worry about. This could very well be a powerful offensive method. Qian Ningxuang waved her hand, declaring that a knight using a light cannon was indeed correct. Then she turned to Agregwin. Agregwin, why don't you try to see if you can unleash a light cannon as well? It wouldn't he do for Gouda this night to unleash a light cannon while you cannot, especially since you seem to meet the criteria for the oaths. Light cannon? Agregwin looked perplexed, as the concept was not included in the oath emblem. It's similar to Uncle Gouda's technique. As she spoke, Qian Ningxuang drew soul power from Gu Yuna, launching it forth in a singular burst. The same torrent of soul power surged skyward, now transformed into a silver-white hue, reflecting Gu Yuna's essence. Agregwin suddenly understood. Imitating her, he unleashed a black torrent of soul power towards the sky. Knights, light cannons. Agregwin, let us get this right. Qian Ningxuang then cautiously inquired, Agregwin, is your brother named Galwin, and your sister named Gales? Observing Agregwin's dark hair, black armor, and somber expression, she posed the question delicately. Indeed, your highness. Have you investigated my interpersonal relationships? Of course. It is necessary for a ruler, Agregwin replied earnestly. In fact, your highness, your inquiry is rather tardy. It should have been conducted upon first meeting me. Qian Ningxuang's expression remained stoic. Who cares about your interpersonal relationships? This has truly come to fruition. Glancing down at her developing form, the notion of lacking understanding of human nature struck her. So, is Yulon Dare considered a holy sword? Agregwin, should you ever encounter a red-haired individual named Tristan who wishes to become a holy knight, deal with him accordingly first. Oh, there's also one named Lancelot, who would strike mercilessly upon meeting. Ultimately, Qian Ningxuang accepted the reality, even beginning to adopt the tone of certain character, while some individuals preferred to resort to violence first. As for Mordred, he had no sister named Morgan. It was a fact his subordinates had duly noted. Agregwin solemnly knelt on one knee in salute. Having chosen to follow Qian Ningxuang, there was no need to question the rationale, only to act. The troops departed towards the Heavenly Doe northern realm, subsequently disseminating the presence of the paladins. It was time to announce to the traditional soul masters that the era had transformed. A month later, outside Lyncher City, the area was teeming with soldiers, camps upon camps surrounding the city like an impenetrable fortress. These were the forces of the former nobility of the Heavenly Doe northern realm, naturally intending to retreat, for they had no desire to resist. However, as the Crown Prince had stated, there must be some expendable forces to buy them time for withdrawal. Although the new army had yet to advance, one could never be too certain. Yet, regarding the troops belonging to various nobles, one could only remark on their lackluster quality. A general's prowess often reflected in the caliber of their army. A horde of vermin could hardly be expected to excel, even if they were armed to the teeth by nobles desperate for survival. Despite the nobles' efforts to gather every soul master into their ranks, the troops remained unimpressive, their lack of fighting spirit evident in the atmosphere of the encampments. In the past, these armies had been formidable, with soldiers capable of recounting each other's glorious exploits, the number of beautiful maidens they had abducted, the wealth amassed, and the villages laid to waste. Yes, akin to bandits. The nobles above would leisurely divide the spoils of their territories, wiping their mouths and displaying an air of elegance. The sycophants below cared little for such matters. Their sole desire was to fill their bellies. From this perspective, they bore a striking resemblance to the destitute who begged for a meal. Indeed, there is little distinction between them. Both belong to the lower strata of society, with some choosing to be humans and others opting to be dogs. Yet, the peculiarities of the world lay in the absurdity of dogs riding upon humans, laughing heartily, even mocking the fact that humans lived worse than dogs. At the same time, humans envied dogs, wishing to be in their position, albeit lacking the opportunity. However, the dogs now appeared dejected, with tails tucked between their legs, cowering in despair. Their masters had grown timid, as those once dominant had taken up sticks. They too wished to flee, yet their masters forbade escape, insisting they serve as shields against the blows. What could they do? They dared not turn and bite their former masters, merely awaiting the inevitable judgment. Qian Ningxuang surveyed the over 40 paladins before her, fully aware of their imminent raid on Lyncher City. This battle would be decisive and the first real test for the new profession of paladins. The mounted paladins remained silent, their faces alight with fervor as they gazed at Qian Ningxuang hovering above. Then, their eyes shifted towards Lyncher City, the same fervor evident, yet not in admiration of Qian Ningxuang, but rather in anticipation of their prey. Chapter 79. Thoughts. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Doe now stood atop the city lord's mansion in Lyncher City, the highest vantage point in the area. Death loomed near, yet revelry persisted. Was this what nobility entailed? Listening to the cacophony echoing throughout the city, observing the flickering lights still aglow in the early hours. If this were in Heavenly Doe City, it would be unremarkable. Yet here it was in the Heavenly Doe Northern Realm, not long after the drought's end. In the end, a cold smile tugged at the corners of the Crown Prince's mouth. Are you ready, Uncle Yu? Miss, all is prepared. We guarantee that the forces outside the city will receive no information from within. Moreover, we have received word from the second miss. They will launch their attack tonight. Then let us act. As little Shuang would say, what was it? A night of shadows and wind, where the streets are paved with the bones of the nobility. Indeed, there were many phrases that suited the night's circumstances. As the words reverberated in the air, the Crown Prince soared into the sky, her six-winged, angelic martial soul shining brilliantly behind her. She could have waited for Qian Ningxuang to arrive before striking, but there was no need. She had been incensed over the past few months. Moreover, to wait for her sister's arrival before making a move would imply her own ineffectiveness, even if she had indeed felt quite ineffective these past months. Second miss, the eldest sister has already begun her assault. It was evident that the approaching figures were from the Spirit Hall. Only those affiliated with the Spirit Hall would refer to each other in such a manner. While the former nobles of the Heavenly Doe Northern Realm typically addressed one another as Your Highness, as for why it was still referred to as the former Heavenly Doe Northern Realm, it was because they were preparing to rename it to Camelot. Although there were suspicions of overlapping elements, the elements were already numerous enough that this one did not matter. As long as Mordred was not born, it should be fine, one would hope. Upon receiving the conveyed message, Qian Ningxuang sighed. It was a matter that could be resolved swiftly, yet they insisted on dragging it out. Ah, my strong-willed sister. Charge! The fleeting moments often held the decisive opportunity to determine victory or defeat, and it was evident that the temporary coalition outside Lyncher City had missed their chance. As the 40-odd paladins surged into the encampment, defeat was already theirs. Flames and fleeing figures filled the camp. Qian Ningxuang ascended into the sky, followed closely by Gu Yuna, throwing lances wherever soul masters appeared, a game of elimination. Observing the absence of any notable soul masters daring to show themselves below, Qian Ningxuang shifted her focus onto the rampaging paladins and a myriad of colorful beams of light striking forth. Contemplating in her mind, she pondered whether to establish a knightly order. With knights established, should there also be assassins and what of mages? This was not difficult. Creating a set of self-designed soul skills for assassins was feasible, but mages posed a challenge. However, it was of little concern. Summoning the omnipotent holy sword Yuland would suffice. At this stage, it was likely that little Yuland could not emerge. She would probably have to wait until the paladins had disseminated further, connecting to the soul network before she could frolic about. Indeed, the immediate priority remained the dissemination of the paladins, or rather, the dissemination of the oath emblems. A month had passed, yet the device for automatic oath emblem forging had yet to be completed, leaving only self-dissemination by the paladins. Currently, there were merely around 40 individuals. Most of them were commoners who previously could not cultivate. The oath emblem could be crafted in a simple, foolproof manner, but it still consumed the soul power of the active user. A person of considerable soul power could disseminate about 2 per day. Moreover, they would need to venture to the Stardoe Forest or the extreme north to seek soul beasts for signing soul contracts, further hindering the spread of the paladins. Of course, this was already quite rapid, due to the initial conditions and the limited numbers. Those currently possessing oath emblems had been directly brought by the fearsome beasts of the Imperial Heaven to sign soul contracts, thus ensuring quality. At minimum, they were soul beasts aged between 70 to 80,000 years, with around 10 among the 40 paladins being 100,000 years old. In the future, when broader dissemination occurred, such favorable circumstances would be rare. Paladins would still need to, like soul masters, gradually seek soul beasts willing to sign soul contracts in the gathering grounds. Moreover, the quality of the soul beasts cannot be guaranteed, as this batch consists of those nearing their demise or lacking a promising future. Once these soul beasts are signed, will the typical soul beasts over 60 or 70,000 years truly consider a group of novices? Thus, it is likely that holy knights associated with soul beasts of a millennium or even 10,000 years will become commonplace. As encountering a soul beast aged 100,000 years is rare. Even if one does, it may not heed your call. Soul beasts of 100,000 years remain a scarce resource. Even though they can be utilized repeatedly, their rarity persists. Once the soul beasts of 100,000 years are signed, new holy knights wishing to secure one will either have to wait for the emergence of new 100,000-year soul beasts or until the previous batch of holy knights has perished. However, there is no need to worry that holy knights possessing 100,000-year soul beasts will bully the weak. The oath emblem still restricts a holy knight's power and advancement. And true combat prowess is ultimately dictated by one's character. Soul beasts older than 10,000 years are not foolish. They would not waste their existence by signing a contract with a holy knight of poor character. They will undoubtedly seek out holy knights who adhere to the 8 tenets of the oath. Therefore, those who can establish a soul contract with soul beasts older than 10,000 years will certainly not be lacking in merit. And such individuals will be at the pinnacle of their profession, capable of acceptance. The profession of holy knight can only strive for relative fairness, never absolute equity. Perhaps only death embodies absolute fairness. Qian Ningxuang herself cannot achieve absolute fairness. After all, she has not experienced it in her 2 lifetimes. She can only make this cultivation system seem somewhat reasonable, ensuring that only those truly responsible stand at the top of their profession, rather than those who enjoy power while casting aside their responsibilities. On another note, the ability to wield a light cannon will surely become a standard for high-ranking holy knights, as only soul beasts aged at least 70 or 80,000 years can afford such consumption. Only high-ranking holy knights can fulfill the oath and unleash soul power of light cannon caliber. Observing the nearing conclusion of the battlefield, Qian Ningxuang flew into the city of Lingshi. As for whether there were good people or those who were compelled among the slain soldiers below, she paid them no mind. Once on the battlefield, the definitions of good and evil dissolve. Only allies and enemies exist. Inside Lingshi City, corpses hung everywhere, with more being suspended. From the attire of these corpses, it was evident that the hanged were certainly of noble birth. It seems my sister acts swiftly. Ultimately, Qian Ningxuang sensed Qian Rinxue's aura within a royal mansion, indicating that there were still soul masters with considerable combat power inside, suggesting that Qian Rinxue, possessing a divine weapon spirit, had only just concluded her tasks. It was likely a taxing endeavor. Within the mansion, Qian Rinxue also sensed Qian Ningxuang's presence. Giving a kick to the recently dispatched Duke, a corpulent man she remembered, the Duke of Zuhuasi, a branch of the Tiando imperial family. Even when she met this rotund figure as the Tiando crown prince, she had to respectfully call him Uncle Duke. For the past few months, he had been the leading figure resisting Qian Rinxue's disaster relief efforts, and many of the disorganized nobles had acted under his direction, opposing the disguised Qian Rinxue. Yet, none of this mattered now. The anger had been vented, and the most important thing was to see her sister. After finding a chair to sit down, she reverted to her former demeanor as Xue Qinghe, casually pouring herself a cup of tea. Were it not for the corpses on the ground and the rivers of blood, one might think this was a noble waiting for a beautiful rendezvous. Upon entering the royal mansion, Qian Ningxuang was greeted by such a sight and promptly rolled her eyes. "Sister, what madness is this? There are no outsiders. Why don the guise of the crown prince?" Qian Rinxue, still in her male form, sipped tea. Isn't tea this akin to surrendering? The crown prince guise seems more fitting. Approaching Qian Rinxue, Qian Ningxuang snatched the tea from her hand and drank it all, then remarked, "What ailment do you have that you're addicted to playing the prince? Little Xuang, are you certain you will not accept my surrender? Remember, as a captive, you may do as you please." Winking at Qian Ningxuang, the former Xue Qinghe transformed into a stunning golden-haired beauty. Immediately, this golden-haired enchantress seized Qian Ningxuang's hand, pulling her into an embrace. "Since you, little Xuang, refuse to accept my surrender, you are now my captive at my mercy." Qian Rinxue held the struggling Qian Ningxuang tightly, burying her nose in her sister's golden locks. If you continue to struggle, dear sister, I will be saddened. You used to love sitting in my embrace when you were little. Have you grown up and forgotten your sister? Upon hearing this, Qianning Shuang ceased her struggles, and Qian Rinxue remained silent, embracing her sister quietly. After a while, Qianning Shuang suddenly broke free from Qian Rinxue's embrace and soared into the sky. I have matters to attend to. Wait for me. Qianning Shuang's face flushed in the air. Truly, this sister must have a peculiar disposition. Qian Rinxue gazed at the blue light in the sky and smiled. Chapter 80. The conclusion in the end. Qianning Shuang did not abandon Qian Rinxue in that corpse-laden mansion. She turned back to pull her out. Though they were holding hands, Qianning Shuang still did not look at Qian Rinxue, merely tugging her forward. Qian Rinxue did not continue to tease Qianning Shuang, allowing her sister to lead her about. It was nearing dawn, and the horizon revealed a hint of pearly light. Perhaps due to a tumultuous mindset, Qianning Shuang simply dragged Qian Rinxue along, indifferent to the hanging corpses and the blood-stained ground. Truthfully, this stroll through the streets was indeed somewhat unusual, yet from another perspective, it felt rather romantic, until they reached the city wall of Lingshi. Looking down to see the holy knights cooperating with Qian Rinxue as forces to clean the battlefield. Looking up, a red glow appeared on the horizon, gradually spreading and draping the earth in a layer of crimson satin. Suddenly, Qianning Shuang chuckled, releasing her grip, placing her hands behind her back, and turning to face Qian Rinxue, her smile radiant. Long time no see, sister. Sometimes, the relationships between people are so delicate that what should be an awkward situation can become natural with a simple laugh. Watching that smile, reminiscent of the newborn son, Qian Rinxue also smiled, opening her arms. Long time no see, little Shuang. This time, Qianning Shuang took the initiative to leap into Qian Rinxue's embrace, no longer struggling. Qian Rinxue held her sister tightly and soared into the sky, golden light streaking across the horizon as they flew directly toward the Lord's mansion of Lingshi City. Of course, nothing untoward occurred. Qian Rinxue simply brought Qianning Shuang to the rooftop of the Lord's mansion, sitting atop the highest point of Lingshi City, watching the sunrise at the horizon. When they were young in Wuhuan City, it was often Qian Rinxue who held or carried Qianning Shuang as they climbed from the foot of the mountain to the gate of Doluo Hall to watch the sunrise together. After their separation, Qianning Shuang lost interest in running to Doluo Hall, and unless there was a reason, Qian Rinxue no longer sought the sunrise. Today, seeing the morning glow, Qian Rinxue realized it had been a long time since she shared a sunrise with her sister. Yet, unlike their childhood, when Qian Rinxue would usually hold Qianning Shuang to watch the sunrise, now it was Qianning Shuang leaning against Qian Rinxue to enjoy it. After all, Qianning Shuang was no longer that small child. Sitting on the ground to embrace her somewhat obstructed the view. In the blink of an eye, the morning light turned to deep blue. Gradually, the sun revealed a portion of its radiant face, blushing like a beautiful and bashful maiden, reluctant to unveil her true visage. At this moment, she stepped delicately, exuding an air of mystery and beauty. The sky brightened progressively as the sun ascended, slowly shedding her veil to reveal her full countenance, beaming down upon the earth with a gentle smile. At this instant, the heavens were adorned with resplendent hues, illuminated by the stunning morning glow, while the sun rose gracefully amidst the embrace of gossamer clouds, resembling a poised young lady. It was truly a magnificent sight, one that could be admired endlessly. Perhaps it was the companionship that made the sunrise more enchanting. In the distant sky, another figure clad in white was also witnessing the sunrise, though her mood was far from joyous. For the first time, she was not burdened by the future of the Spirit Beast clan, nor was she plagued by the persecution of the divine realm. Yet, why did she find it difficult to feel happiness? Out of the corner of her eye, she observed two figures atop the roof, Miss Guyuna currently in a state of agitation. The distance rendered the thoughts of Qianning Shuang and Qian Rinxue imperceptible. Sister, after this is over, will you return to the Heaven Do? Qianning Shuang, still leaning against Qian Rinxue's arm, gazed at the sunrise while inquiring. Of course, why wouldn't I? The mission remains unfinished, Qian Rinxue replied without turning, her gaze fixed on the sky. But is it truly necessary to waste time on that foolish plan? I am already prepared to establish my own nation here. It is only a matter of time before I flatten Heaven Do. Why bother executing a seemingly mad scheme to usurp power? This time, Qianren Shui turned to glance at her sister before resuming her contemplation of the horizon. To be frank, it was indeed unnecessary to squander precious time that could be devoted to cultivation on noble squabbles. It felt rather absurd. Furthermore, Qianren Shui was genuinely weary of the pests in Heaven Do. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to using her so-called princely prestige to lure them into slaughter. Ultimately, after nearly a decade of executing the plan, to abandon it felt somewhat regretful. However, Qianning Shuang had also escaped from the Spirit City, a place her sister wished to leave. Was it not more important to accompany her sister than to pursue that foolish plan? With this thought, Qianren Shui pondered what might transpire if the news of her abandoning the plan did not reach the Spirit City, but only the information regarding the disappearance of Shui Qinghe. How would that woman react? Would she be sorrowful and regretful, or indifferent? Suddenly, Qianren Shui felt a strong desire to test this. If she were sad and regretful, it would serve as a form of revenge, while indifference would be of no concern. With this in mind, Qianren Shui spoke. If you wish to go, then so be it. You must plead with me. Dear sister, although she did not wish to go, she still wanted to seize the opportunity for verbal advantage. All right, I beg you, my dear sister, came the response from Qianning Shuang, laced with a tone of feigned earnestness. She did not believe Qianren Shui took the plan seriously. Initially, she had intended to seek out Qianren Shui in Heaven Do and perhaps confront Tang San, but plans had changed, and she found herself in rebellion. Thus, she decided to let fate take its course. After all, she did not believe that the blue-silver entanglement could truly hinder her. As for the divine realm, it could collapse, and they would all perish together. Oh no, it was the divine realm that would perish, while she would continue to thrive. Qianren Shui did not mind her sister's perfunctory tone and reached out to pat Qianning Shuang's head. I shall not return this time. Let Shui Qinghe vanish amidst the chaos. Sister, I will remain by your side from now on. By the way, sister, I have something to tell you. What is it? Speak. A month ago, I created something called the Oath Emblem, which allows those who were previously unable to cultivate to begin their training. Before she could finish, Qianren Shui turned in astonishment to face Qianning Shuang once more, to enable those who could not cultivate to do so. What a remarkable feat she had accomplished. Ignoring Qianren Shui's shock, Qianning Shuang proceeded to explain the advantages and disadvantages of the Oath Emblem in detail. So, sister, would you like to have an Oath Emblem as well? Qianren Shui did not immediately respond to her sister's inquiry, but instead posed another question. Why? The same question had been asked by Qian Chongling, Gu Yuna, and Gu De. Now, Qianren Shui echoed it. The reasoning was similar. Was it worth it? Was such a significant cost justified? They could not fathom the price of achieving such an accomplishment, but it must be unimaginably high. After all, it was said that no deity had succeeded in such a venture. Qianning Shuang understood Qianren Shui's meaning and scratched her head. The cost, truthfully, was not that great. She wanted to express this to others, but they likely would not believe her. It seemed that discussions would inevitably lead back to ideals. Whether it is worth it is irrelevant. I am willing and I desire it. For, after all, what is a knight, if not a noble figure illuminating the entire land? In a manner reminiscent of accomplished authors, she finally concluded this segment of the narrative, having taken her time to write it. As a novice author, she hoped readers would excuse any shortcomings. Initially, when conceptualizing the storyline, her intent was merely to craft a brief episode that would reflect the protagonist's character. But what kind of event could encapsulate such character? Since she was writing about the Kaslana family, it was inevitable that the topic of the people would surface. For those unfamiliar with the Honkai series, it is worth noting that Kaslana is a fictional family within this universe, comprised of individuals with white hair known for their clumsiness. Yet, despite their foolishness and their reputation as culinary disasters, the family outwardly presents itself as a knightly lineage. Here, the term knight refers to spirit rather than social class. Some may argue that she merely adopted a template for a transmigrator and need not create a true Kaslana. However, she contended that it was precisely because she was a well-educated transmigrator that she would undertake certain actions. Initially, her intention was simply to write a small scene in which the protagonist discovers refugees and monsters, charging in to eliminate the creatures without a second thought. But as she contemplated further, she realized that if she merely executed that plot, there would be no need to write at all. The worldview of Doluo is widely known. In essence, is a world governed by a caste system. Yet, one cannot claim that it is wrong, for the world's setting indeed reflects such a hierarchy. After the protagonist slays a group of monsters and departs, having garnered praise, what then? Once the refugees have eaten their fill, they will return to their previous predicament. Nevertheless, she required a narrative to showcase the differences between this transmigrator and Tang San, so she decided to amplify the scale of the plot. Thus, this original volume emerged. At the outset with the refugees, she realized her character development was lacking. She had known from the beginning that, due to certain constraints of the platform, there were thoughts she could not genuinely express. Ultimately, she could only attribute everything to charisma, rendering the narrative somewhat incongruous. Of course, the disjointedness did not end there. The refugees suddenly rising up after a speech felt even more absurd. Yet, the truth remains that genuine thoughts cannot be articulated. If they were, a multitude of illiterate refugees would likely fail to comprehend them. Additionally, if ideological transformation were to occur, it would not be a short-term endeavor, but a long-term process, potentially taking years or even decades.